9 Sun God King Chapter 2173 to Chapter 2226. The reason why the Dragon Palace Elder allowed Qin Yun to enter the Heavenly Palace is because he acknowledged Qin Yun's status as the Heaven Dragon Martial God. Another reason is to see how Qin Yun would deal with the Sword Hall's people. The Dragon Hall had not had a Sky Dragon Martial Immortal for many years. Now, it was hard to find one. Moreover, it was one with unfathomable strength. Therefore, the Dragon Palace Elder is very happy in his heart. He made a prompt decision to let Qin Yun enter the Heavenly Hall. If the Sword Hall came looking for trouble, he would think of a way to push Qin Yun out and compete with them. In this way, if the Sword Hall was defeated, he, the Elder of the Dragon Hall, would be able to hold his head high. How could Qin Yun not know what the Dragon Palace Elder was thinking? Therefore, he decided not to go out and let the Dragon Palace Elder and the Sword Hall Elder quarrel. Big Brother Hall King, they all have 9 Yang divine marks after recovering the 9 Yang royal family's bloodline. I can sense that you have a very strong 9 Yang royal family's bloodline in your body, but why don't you have any 9 Yang divine marks? Asked the little palace spirit as she looked at Qin Yun's glabella. Qin Yun smiled and said, I'm not too sure, but it won't be a problem. The Elder of the Dragon Palace and the Elder of the Sword Palace were arguing very loudly. That kind of sound could directly penetrate through. It could be seen that they wanted the entire 9 Yang Divine Palace to know. Qin Yun and the little hall spirit strolled around the Heaven Hall Tower. Have you used up most of the things I left behind? Asked Qin Yun. And, over the years, most of those materials have been used to refine tools. When the 9 Yang Divine Palace was damaged and needed to be repaired, a portion of the materials were also used. Little Palace Spirit replied, she followed behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at the paintings. Each of them was a tiny space. The things he had left behind were placed in the space within the painting. The Heaven Palace Tower has 9 floors, each floor has more than 10 huge paintings. Qin Yun looked at each floor, he didn't need to enter the paintings to know that the things inside have been taken away. Big Brother Palace King, I'm sorry. I've used up all the things you left behind. The little palace spirit said in a low voice, feeling a little guilty. Qin Yun patted her head and said with smile, it doesn't matter. It was already not easy for the 9 Yang Divine Palace to be able to survive for so many years. Those materials are only used at critical moments. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping them? Actually, those materials were almost used up a long time ago. The little palace spirit said, fortunately, we were able to find a lot of materials in the outer heaven domain. It was not easy for this 9 Yang Divine Palace to be able to maintain it so well for so many years. Even if he used up those materials, it would be far from enough. Qin Yun knew this very well, so he did not blame the little hall spirit. Qin Yun said with smile, little palace spirit, thank you for protecting this palace so well. The little palace spirit smiled and said sweetly, Big Brother Palace King, this is what I should do. I knew you would come back. At that moment, Qin Yun and the little hall spirit were on the 9th level. Qin Yun had already seen more than 10 paintings there. All the materials stored in the painting had been taken away. However, there were still some secrets here that even the little hall spirit didn't know about. The 9th floor was also filled with books, piled up everywhere. Qin Yun released his powerful mental power and controlled the books to float up, piling them up to the side. The hall in the middle of the 9th floor of the Heaven Hall was instantly emptied. Big Brother Palace King, what are you going to do? The little hall spirit asked curiously. There is something hidden here. Qin Yun pointed to the thick carpet and said with a smile. Ah? Is this also a painting? The little hall spirit said in surprise. Qin Yun pulled the little hall spirit and stood on the carpet, then he injected powerful blood soul power into it. No, this is a bounded domain. It's an entrance. Qin Yun said. After he opened the bounded domain, the carpet began to float as if it had turned into liquid. Qin Yun and the little hall spirit's body gradually sank into it. To the little hall spirit's surprise, it was not a space below, but like water. After diving, Qin Yun released a stream of mental power to wrap him and the little hall spirit, then he walked in the water. Big Brother Palace King, there is such a place in the 9 Yang Divine Palace? Why didn't I know about it? The little hall spirit looked around and said in surprise, what is this place? At this moment, they seemed to be at the bottom of a beautiful sea, surrounded by all kinds of sparkling things. This is the infinite star sea realm, in the middle of that carpet. This seawater is a liquid formed from a very special energy. Those things that are shining are all small stars. Xianxia said. Those small stars were really small. The biggest one was only as tall as a person and the smallest one was like a fruit. The little hall spirit just passed by a small star that was a little taller than her. That small star was very beautiful, red like a gem, shining with bright red light. What is this infinite star sea realm? Why didn't I find this place? The little hall spirit became more curious. Because she was the hall spirit of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, she knew the Nine-Yang Divine Palace very well. This is not a part of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The stars here were all found in the starry sky when I traveled through the heavens. I collected all the beautiful ones. Xianxia continued to move forward with the little hall spirit. The little hall spirit looked at the beautiful small stars and praised again and again. Xianxia seemed to be looking for something here. Big Brother Palace King, what are you looking for? The little hall spirit asked. Back then, I encountered a very special star. That star is very special, very heavy, but it is not the nether sun. Xianxia said, I only remembered it when I came here. Nether sun, moon and myriad realms divine sun are all stars, but they are very special. The nether sun is also relatively small but very heavy. It is also completely black and has a very strong devouring power. It is not the nether sun but a very heavy star? Is it big? The young palace spirit also looked around, wanting to help Xianxia find the star. Not big, not as big as you. Xianxia said, it took me many years to refine this infinite star sea realm. The main purpose was to collect those stars. Back then, it was very difficult to store that star. I made many improvements to the infinite star sea realm before I could store it. There are many threads floating in the water of the infinite star sea realm. They are all runes that conceal the stars here. Suddenly, a relatively strong purple-red light shone over from the front. Found it. After Xianxia saw the purple-red light, he said in shock, back then it was golden, how did it turn purple now? The little hall spirit shouted in shock, it is indeed a very special star. What kind of power is this? It is very strong. After approaching, Xianxia and the little hall spirit were enveloped in the purple-red light. Is this the divine universe amethyst? Ling Yin'er said in surprise. The star is like a purple-red transparent crystal ball. It is not even as tall as the little hall spirit and it is floating in the water. This kind of power is indeed a bit like the divine universe amethyst, but it is also not. After so many years, the energy inside this star has not been exhausted, instead it has evolved. What Xianxia finds most inconceivable is that this purple-red star is also affecting all the stars inside. The seawater of the infinite star sea realm has become very strong after being released by the purple-red star. It can bear the weight of these heavy stars. Xianxia reached out his hand and touched the purple-red star. The purple-red star suddenly began to spin, the surrounding seawater and the small stars in the seawater began to spin and rushed into the purple-red star. Xianxia is startled, he is somewhat worried that he will be sucked in. Fortunately, he and the little hall spirit did not feel the devouring power. However, the surrounding seawater and the large and small stars all followed the spinning and entered the purple-red star. Big Brother Palace King, what's going on? The little hall spirit saw those beautiful little stars distorted along with the seawater and are swallowed by the purple-red star. She felt that it is a pity. Xianxia held the little hall spirit's hand and said with a smile, don't worry, this star should be a mother star. What kind of star is this? How can it be so powerful? The little hall spirit is very puzzled. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace has also traveled the starry sky before, so she has a good understanding of all kinds of stars. If I am not wrong, this should be the divine universe purple sun. Xianxia said, it is a very small one, it has just formed. Ah? Divine universe purple sun? The little hall spirit said in surprise. It should be. Xianxia looked at the divine universe purple sun and said with a smile, back then, I already felt that this thing was not simple. I didn't expect it to actually grow into a divine universe purple Sunday. Divine universe power is a very mysterious power that can be found throughout the endless universe. The divine power flowing in the universe is called divine universe power. Whether it is the myriad realms' divine sun or the myriad heavens' divine moon, or the divine power released by all kinds of stars, they all come from the mysterious divine universe power. The formation of the 9 suns is related to the divine universe golden stone. However, after the 9 suns grow, they can cultivate even more powerful divine power. That kind of divine power is also more suitable for living beings to absorb. One must know that the divine universe power is very berserk. Directly absorbing it into the body would be unbearable, unless there is a special great formation to transform it. And the 9 suns can be considered a huge 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, so it can transform the divine universe power into divine power that is more suitable for living beings to absorb. Not to mention the divine universe power inside the divine universe golden stone, even the divine power of the sun god crystal is very wild. Without a strong enough body, one would not dare to directly absorb the power of the sun god crystal. The conditions for the formation of the divine universe purple sun are very harsh. Xianxia also doesn't know why it formed here. He suddenly felt that why the myriad realms' divine sun would pay so much attention to the 9 yang divine palace. Maybe the myriad realms' divine sun could sense that there is a divine universe purple sun here. The myriad realms' divine sun said that the 9 yang divine palace will face a great crisis. Could it be because of this divine universe purple sun? The little hall spirit asked. It might be. Xianxia said, not to mention a divine universe purple sun, even a small piece of divine universe purple crystal would cause a reign of terror. Xianxia also had divine universe amethyst in his hands, and it was a relatively large piece, which came from the heavenly law divine realm. The natural law divine realm had a lot of divine universe golden stones and divine universe amethyst, which were mainly plundered by the heavenly Tao from those heavenly realms back then. It was unknown how many divine universe amethyst and divine universe golden stone the natural law divine realm still had in his hands. Xianxia understood from the imperial sound heavenly mother that the natural law divine realm did not have a lot of resources on hand. It was not as extravagant as before. This was especially true for divine universe weapons, which would gradually become rarer. Those divine universe weapons were all one-time use items. In the past, the heavenly Tao had used divine universe gold stones or divine universe amethysts to create them. Once the energy within a divine universe weapon was exhausted, it would become useless. Big Brother Palace King, how are we going to use this divine universe purple sun? Little Palace Spirit looked at the beautiful divine universe purple sun, her beautiful eyes flickered and said, this is different from the divine universe golden stones I saw before. The energy released by those divine universe golden stones is very crazy. The energy released by the divine cosmos purple sun was extremely gentle. However, it didn't take long for the divine universe purple sun to devour the surrounding stars. Were those little stars eaten by the divine universe purple sun? The little palace spirit felt that it was a pity. No, those little stars should be one with her. If not for all these years, those little stars have been nurtured by the divine universe purple sun's energy, they would have already disappeared. Xianxia said. Then why did she take away all the little stars when she saw us? The little temple spirit looked around. The realm of the infinite star sea became empty. There was no water or dazzling little stars. Only the divine universe purple sun in front of him was releasing dazzling purple light. Xianxia said, maybe Xingyu Ziyang knows that she wants to move. He smiled, then placed his hand on the divine universe purple sun and touched it. He only felt warmth. With a thought, the divine universe purple sun entered the first pearl of the 9 sun divine soul. The first pearl of the 9 sun divine soul is a very big small world. After the divine universe purple sun entered, many small stars that were sucked in by it suddenly appeared above the 9 sun divine soul's first pearl. The interior of the 9 sun divine soul's first pearl is filled with stars. Furthermore, they are all very beautiful little stars. This immediately made Yang Yang, Momo, Little Jade Rabbit, and the little ant queen cheer. Especially the little queen ant, she no longer needed to eat divine universe golden stones in the future. She could directly absorb the divine universe purple sun's power and release a very strong spatial energy. Xianxia also let the little palace spirit enter the first pearl of the 9 sun divine soul to let her meet those cute little things. What made Xianxia somewhat surprised is that this little girl Yang can actually enter the Divine Universe Purple Sun's interior. Moreover, after entering, she did not come out. He also doesn't know what she is doing inside. Momo only said that Sister Yang found a good place to sleep. Originally, Xianxia planned to refine Primal Chaos Divine Sun inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. But now, in the first pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul, there was a Divine Universe Purple Sun, which was even rarer than the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Xiaoyun, Xinyu Ziyang wants a sun seed. Ling Yin'er suddenly shouted. Xianxia indeed has the sun seed, but he does not know what Divine Universe Purple Sun wants to do here. Why does Divine Universe Purple Sun need a young seed? Xianxia immediately asked. Ling Yin'er is a spirit body, she can communicate with Divine Universe Purple Sunday. I don't know. She sensed the sun seed and said that she needs it. Xianxia can only put the sun seed into the first pearl from another pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. The Divine Universe Purple Sun of the first pearl quickly absorbed the sun seed. Yun'er, help me ask if she can be sensed by others. Xianxia said, if it's like Divine Universe Golden Stone, it's very easy for others to sense it, then I'll be in great danger. After a while, Ling Yin'er said, she said don't worry, nothing will happen. Xianxia felt that this kind of explanation is very perfunctory, but he has no other choice. With something like the Divine Universe Purple Sun, it is normal to bear a great risk. Just like back then, he obtained a very large Divine Universe Golden Stone and was chased everywhere. He is already used to this kind of thing. Xianxia and the little palace spirit left the Myriad Star Sea realm and arrived outside. Not long ago, Xianxia's Nine Sun Divine Spirit awakened the ability, Sun Heavenly Shield. He felt that if it was used with the Divine Universe Purple Sun, the Sun Heavenly Shield would definitely be even more powerful. No matter what, it would allow him to have a strong enough defense and also have a strong energy supply. His plan was to refine the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but now he has a very powerful Divine Universe Purple Sunday. This made him suddenly look down on the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Back then, when he was still the king of the Nine Sun Palace, he began to plan this matter. Until now, he still hasn't been able to refine the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Xianxia now has a certain understanding of the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but the plan can't keep up with the changes, and it's a very good change. If I can cultivate 9 Divine Universe Purple Suns, wouldn't I be even stronger? Xianxia suddenly felt excited in his heart. With 1 Divine Universe Purple Sun, he might be able to cultivate a second one. Not good, someone has come to the Nine Yang Divine Palace to cause trouble. After the little palace spirit came out, he closed his eyes and saw the palace of the Nine Yang Divine Palace. That spacious palace can also be used for fighting. As for Xianxia, he was looking at a painting. The painting fluctuated as the scene inside the hall appeared. By sea, the Dragon Palace Elder and a tall, thin and long-bearded middle-aged man holding a sharp sword, they are all standing together. A group of middle-aged and young people are standing behind them. It is as if they are going to welcome a strong enemy. That long-bearded middle-aged man is the Sword Hall Elder. The little palace spirit said, he is standing together with the Dragon Palace Elder, that means they have temporarily put aside their dispute. Normally, they will only unite when they are fighting against a common enemy. The Dragon Palace Elder said, Sword Hall Elder, the reason why Qin Fei is not coming out is not because he is afraid of you but because he is currently injured. The Sword Hall Elder said with sneer, don't say any more. The people from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain are about to arrive. At that time only our Sword Hall's Heavenly Sword God will fight. Your Heavenly Dragon War God will not fight and instead hide in the Heavenly Palace. This is not justifiable. It's really inconvenient for him right now. Why don't we go to the Heavenly Palace to find him? The Dragon Palace Elder is also somewhat anxious. He also hopes that Xianxia will come out. No need, we can't enter the Heavenly Palace right now. He will come out sooner or later. As for whether or not he has the qualifications to stay in the Heavenly Palace, I will test him, the Sword Hall Elder said. Sword Hall Elder, when did you agree to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Why didn't you discuss this matter with us? Bai Si said. It's the Sword Sun Divine Mountain who repeatedly challenged our Sword Hall. Naturally, we had to accept the challenge. Moreover, after we win, the Sword Sun Divine Mountain promised to give us their Divine Crystal Mining Area, the Sword Hall Elder said. And if we lose, the Dragon Palace Elder said in low voice. Then I will give my heavenly sword to them. After the Sword Hall Elder finished speaking, he said again, don't worry, you won't lose your things. Xianxia frowned. The Sword Hall Elder's heavenly sword is very precious. The origin sword cultivated by a sword cultivator, when it reaches an extremely high realm, is the heavenly sword. It can be said that a sword cultivator exhausted his entire life and used endless blood, sweat and tears to cultivate this sword. Let's not talk about how powerful it is, just the process of forming the heavenly sword has an extremely high value as a collection. And the sword Sun Divine Mountain is one of the 8-9 Sun sects. They mainly use the sword. By sea, the Dragon Palace Elder, as well as dozens of elders and hundreds of youngsters present, are all looking at the Sword Hall Elder in astonishment. Because this is truly too astonishing, the Sword Hall Elder actually took out his heavenly sword to gamble. As long as the sword exists, the person exists. If the heavenly sword were to be lost, then the Sword Hall Elder would most likely commit suicide. Truly reckless. Xianxia said with a frown. Big Brother Palace King, do you want to go out and stop them? The little palace spirit said. No. I will first see how the Sword Hall Elder will deal with it. If they win, then I won't appear. If they lose, then I will make a move to reverse the situation. Xianxia looked at the painting on the wall and said. Not long after, the people from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain arrived at the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's palace. In the middle of the palace, an array pillar has already been erected. They will compete in sword techniques here. When facing external enemies, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is still very united. At least they won't show any signs of mutual displeasure. Nine-Yang Divine Palace, back then you left the Divine Desolate like stray dogs. Now you have finally returned. Do you think that by helping the Nine Sun royal family recover their bloodline, you can enslave them? A gray-clothed old man from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain mocked loudly. Xianxia looked at the old man and felt infuriated. The gray-clothed old man's name is Xianxia. He is the Sword Sun Divine Mountain sect master. Back then, he plotted against Xianxia. Xianxia was once the sect master of a Nine Sun sect. Later on, he was besieged by 8 other Nine Sun sects. This Xianxia also caused great damage to Xianxia back then. Xianxia is a sacred god. Xianxia did not personally investigate his cultivation, so he doesn't know if he can defeat him. He took out the 9 Desolate Divine Saber and placed it into the first pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to let the Divine Universe Purple Sun help prepare it. Last time he used the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, it broke a bit. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber absorbed the Divine Universe's power and quickly recovered. If it was inside the Divine Universe Purple Sun, it would definitely recover very quickly. Then, he changed into the Heaven Trampling God Boots. The Heaven Trampling God Boots are formed from Sun Soul. After wearing it, it can increase a lot of divine power. Big Brother Palace King, are you going to fight? The little palace spirit asked when she saw Xianxia's preparations. I still don't know. If the Sword Hall Elders can win, I won't fight inside the Divine Palace. Xianxia said. His target is the Sword Sun Divine Mountain sect master, Xianxia. His plan is that once Xianxia leaves the 9 Sun Divine Palace, he will secretly chase after him and find an opportunity to kill Xianxia. Then you. The little palace spirit can sense Xianxia's faint killing intent. That guy owes me, it's time to pay it back. Xianxia smiled, gently caressed the little palace spirit's head and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Then he took out an eye mask and put some beard on his face. If the Sword Hall's heavenly sword god is no match, then he, the one-eyed dragon Qin Fei, will have to go on stage. The disciples of Sword Sun God Mountain didn't look weak, and the disciples of Sword Hall were also sword cultivators. However, the Sword Hall did not have any disciples from the 9 Suns royal family yet. Although some of the disciples from the 9 Suns royal family had entered the Sword Hall, they had yet to become sword cultivators. The Sword Sun God Mountain had also noticed this, which was why they dared to challenge the Sword Hall. After everyone retreated, 2 icily arrogant young men took out their life swords. The Sword Hall and the Sword Sun Divine Mountain had been sworn enemies for many years. Now that the Sword Hall had absorbed the youths of the 9 Suns royal family, they would soon be able to nurture powerful sword cultivators. The Sword Sun God Mountain was worried that they would not be able to defeat the Sword Hall in the future, so they wanted to seize this opportunity to defeat the Sword Hall first. Now that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace had returned, the Sword Sun God Mountain would definitely destroy the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's prestige, and this was also their only chance. If the disciples of the Nine Suns royal family grew up in the Nine Suns Sacred Hall, the Nine Suns sect would definitely not be a match for them. The two disciples of Sword Hall and Sword Sun God Mountain began to fight. The little palace spirit asked from the side, "Big brother Palace King, what do you think of the Sword Hall's disciples' sword techniques?" The swordsmanship of this Sword Hall disciple is a little more conservative. It's mainly focused on defense. Xianxia said with a frown, leaning towards defense is correct, but the main purpose of the sword is to attack. If all the sword techniques are used for defense, then the offense will be greatly lacking. The little palace spirit nodded and said, "Sword Hall Elder, why did you send this disciple to fight? Is he lacking in confidence?" Xianxia said, "The Sword Hall Elder probably wants to play it safe. But when sparring with swords, there is no such thing as stability. Moreover, it is very difficult to defend. As long as there is a slight flaw, the opponent will attack crazily. Victory and defeat are often decided in an instant." The disciples of the Sword Hall did not attack at all during the battle, nor did they have any thoughts of attacking. They only focused on defense. Originally, Xianxia believed that the Sword Hall disciple was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for his opponent to show a flaw before attacking. However, the patient realized that he was wrong. The disciples of the Sword Sun God Mountain had already revealed several openings. As long as they seized those opportunities, they would be able to defeat the disciples of the Sword Sun God Mountain. However, the Sword Hall's disciples did not attack in the slightest. They continued to defend. Xianxia frowned secretly when he saw this. The disciples sent by Sword Hall were very strong, but they were not suitable for such sparring matches. They were only suitable for large-scale battles where they were used to expend their energy or force their opponents to retreat. In comparison, the disciples of the Sword Sun God Mountain attacked very fiercely. Under such ferocious attacks, even a strong defense would be forced to reveal flaws sooner or later. In the hall, sword shadows flashed, and the sword chi was like a cold wind. The two sword cultivators, one on the offensive and the other on the defensive, fought quite intensely. The disciples of the Sword Hall were indeed very strong in terms of defense. It could be said that they had reached the pinnacle. It could be seen that he mainly cultivated in this aspect. Ignoring Xianxia, many of the seniors present could tell that the Sword Hall disciples had missed several opportunities to attack. They all felt it was a pity. The Sword Hall Elder was also a little anxious. He wanted to shout out commands, but he was worried that he would disturb that disciple. This disciple is very strong, but his direction is a little wrong. Xianxia said, moreover, his character should be the kind of one-track mind, very stubborn, that's why he is desperately cultivating this kind of defensive sword art. The young palace spirit is very anxious, he said, he didn't attack several times, otherwise he would have won. The sword in the Sword Sun God Mountain disciple's hand suddenly trembled and a very fierce energy wave surged out. This can be said to be very sudden. A violent sword energy flew out along with the sword wave. It carried a very strong divine power and enveloped the Sword Hall disciple's body. The Sword Hall's disciples suddenly became flustered, revealing a huge flaw in their defense. The Sword Sun God Mountain disciple quickly stabbed out with the sword in his hand. The Sword Hall disciple hurriedly dodged, but his throat was pierced. If he did not dodge slightly, his head would have definitely been pierced. "We admit defeat," the Sword Hall Elder promptly shouted. Blood flowed out of the Sword Hall disciple's throat, but fortunately it stopped very quickly. He suffered a rather serious injury, but his life was saved. The battle between the Sword Hall and the Sword Sun God Mountain was a best of 3. If the Sword Sun God Mountain won another round, the Sword Hall would lose. At that time, the Sword Hall Elder would have to hand over his heavenly sword to Xianxia. "Your Sword Hall's disciples are much weaker than I imagined." Xianxia laughed coldly. "The Sword Hall has truly declined for so many years. If it was any other time, the Dragon Hall Elder would have definitely ridiculed the Sword Hall Elder, but now he is more concerned. Although the Sword Hall Elder is his sworn enemy, they have been together for many years. If the Sword Hall Elder loses the heavenly sword, it means that he will commit suicide. Sword Hall Elder, you will have to send out even stronger disciples next. The Dragon Hall Elder said, although that disciple just now is Heavenly Sword God, he is not suitable for this kind of battle. The Sword Hall Elder's expression is also very grave, he said in low voice, he is our Sword Hall's only Heavenly Sword God. The reason why he was able to pass the Heavenly Sword God's assessment is also because he is very stubborn and only concentrates on cultivating the same type of sword art. The Dragon Hall also has Heavenly Dragon War God and the Sword Hall has Heavenly Sword God. After Qin Yun heard this, he lightly sighed and said, it seems like I can only go out. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, Sword Hall Elder, it is not the first time your Sword Hall has lost to us. But every time you are full of confidence and think that you can defeat us, you lose every time. The Sword Hall Elder gnashed his teeth, looked at Xianxia and said with cold snort, this time I did not underestimate the enemy. That disciple just now is the strongest. The strongest Heavenly Sword God our Sword Hall has nurtured for many years. So what? Didn't we still lose? Xianxia said with smile. At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly descended from the top of the palace. After he landed, many youngsters present let out cries of alarm. Qin Yun's one-eyed dragon attire is something many people are familiar with. Qin family's one-eyed dragon shone brilliantly in the Medicine King Alliance. The Heavenly Palace's entrance is directly above the palace. Qin Yun descending from above means that he is inside the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia also has some understanding of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. He did not expect that this one-eyed dragon could actually enter the Heavenly Palace. Next, let me fight. Qin Yun looked at Xianxia, his eyes revealed traces of killing intent. Dragon Hall Elder and Bai Si are very happy because they know that Qin Yun is a Heavenly Dragon War God. That kind of strength is very formidable. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun and said with cold snort, Qin Fei? You are indeed in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. We have been looking for you everywhere. What? Didn't your 9-son sects lose miserably enough in the Medicine King Alliance? Qin Yun said with sneer. 9-son sects disciples also suffered great losses in the Medicine King Alliance. Don't think that just because you have the 9-son royal family's bloodline, we are afraid of you. Who doesn't know that you used poison back then? Now, even if you use poison again, you won't be able to win. Xianxia said with sneer. Whether Qin Yun used poison or not, many of the older generation are very clear. Especially the 9-son sects people, they naturally know that Qin Yun did not use poison. However, they are very unhappy, so they deliberately spread rumors to discredit him. The Sword Hall Elder finally saw the young man who entered the Heavenly Palace. He is certain that he will lose today because whether it is his Sword Hall or the other palaces, none of them have any decent disciples. We will know after we fight. Qin Yun said. This is a battle between sword cultivators, will you also use a sword? Xianxia said, when fighting, one can only use weapons like Origin Sword. Do you have one? Qin Yun suddenly condensed a golden mist in his hand and then transformed it into a sword. He said, is this okay? A sword condensed from divine power? You want to compete with a sword cultivator's origin sword? Sword Sun Divine Mountain's disciples loudly mocked. The group of Sword Sun Divine Mountain's young disciples all laughed loudly. Even the Sword Hall's disciples are somewhat embarrassed because they know that a sword condensed from divine power is completely incomparable to an origin sword. I can defeat you without using a sword, but since you look down on my sword condensed from divine power, I will use this sword to defeat you. Qin Yun looked at the Sword Sun Divine Mountain's disciples and said with a faint imposing manner. Xianxia said, Hongshurzong, if you kill him, your name will spread throughout the Divine Desolate. Qin Imperial Clan's one-eyed dragon Qin Fei is a famous person among the younger generation. Becoming famous is something that many young people yearn for. After Hongshurzong heard this, he became even more excited and said, he can defeat heavenly gods, I can also defeat heavenly gods. He is definitely not my match. To deal with this kind of lowly person who only knows how to use poison, I can dismember his corpse in 3 sword strikes. Hongshurzong is a great god, his strength is extremely strong. The remnant sword energy here whistled from time to time, it is like a knife cutting on people's bodies. You obtained the Primal Chaos race's bloodline? Qin Yun looked at Hongshurzong and said, you have Primal Chaos divine power on you. You have such a powerful bloodline, yet it took you so long to defeat the Sword Hall's disciples? It seems like the primal chaos race's bloodline has been given to dogs. The Sword Hall's people immediately burst into an uproar. No wonder their heavenly sword god lost. He actually met someone with primal chaos bloodline. Many people already knew that the primal chaos race's bloodline could be inherited. The primal chaos race also used this point to bribe the big shots of the great powers. For example, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. You have the bloodline of the Nine Sons royal family, right? But you don't have the Nine Yang divine mark. It seems like your bloodline isn't that great either. Han Shurzong tightly held his origin sword and said with a sneer, "Today, I will definitely prove that the primal chaos bloodline is stronger than the Nine Yang bloodline." Han Shurzong really did have the primal chaos bloodline. Previously, everyone thought that Qin Yun was just spouting nonsense. The upper echelons of the Nine Yang Divine Palace did not realize this, which made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Everyone was very curious about Han Shurzong's identity. How did he obtain the primal chaos bloodline? Sword Hall Elder and the other upper echelons also went to open the barrier. Bai Si and Dragon Hall Elder are not worried about Qin Yun. They have seen Qin Yun's strength with their own eyes. That kind of unfathomable strength makes it very difficult to judge how strong he is. At this time, Grandma Xianxia, Medicine King Qin and a group of Qin family elders arrived. They learned that Sword Sun God Mountain sect master Xiang Junjian has entered Nine Yang Divine Palace. That's why they rushed over. All the new Nine Sun royal family's clans know about Nine Yang Divine Palace's situation. Although the Nine Yang Divine Palace had the ability to help them quickly build the altar, the entire Nine Yang Divine Palace lacked new blood. That's why they agreed to join hands with Nine Sun royal family. All the Nine Sun royal family's clans have seen Nine Yang Divine Palace's inheritance. They all hope that their children can grasp those inheritance and obtain formidable strength. Now that Nine Yang Divine Palace is in trouble, Qin family naturally came to help because they are already one. Xiang Junjian, long time no see. Grandma Xianxia said with sneer, your Sword Sun God Mountain and Primal Chaos Race are very close. Primal Chaos Race can't attack our Nine Sun royal family, so they let you dogs come and cause trouble? Old Granny Xianxia, you will cry. Xiang Junjian shouted in anger. Xiang Junjian, are you courting death? Medicine King Qin saw someone insult his wife and immediately shouted in anger. Xiang Junjian said with sneer, courting death? Do you think that just because you recovered your Nine Sun royal family bloodline, you can do whatever you want in Divine Desolate? You don't know anything about the strongest existence in Divine Desolate. The people of Qin family also saw Qin Yun preparing to fight someone in the palace hall. Grandma Xianxia is not worried about Qin Yun, she only feels that it is strange that Qin Yun does not have Nine Sun divine mark on his forehead. Your Nine Sun sex actually declined to the point that you have to kneel and lick Primal Chaos Race, no wonder, after all, your previous master Heavenly Law Divine Domain is also kneeling and licking Primal Chaos Race. Slaves like you naturally have to kneel and lick. Qin Huang said with sneer. Xiang Yunjian's expression turned cold and said, your Qin family is speaking less nonsense. If you have the guts, go and destroy my Sword Sun God Mountain. Let's see how powerful you are and how strong my Sword Sun God Mountain is. After the Qin family people arrived, Qin Yun looked at those seniors. Indeed, they all have Nine Sun divine marks on their foreheads. Han Shurzong said coldly, the Qin family is so arrogant because of this one-eyed man. He used poison to defeat the Primal Chaos Race's royal grandson, making people think that his bloodline is very powerful. Only we know that this guy is an expert in using poison. That's why he won. Upon hearing this, Bai Si, the elder of the Dragon Hall, and the young geniuses who had entered the Dragon Hall were displeased, and even a little angry. Previously, because they believed in such a saying, it led them to believe that Qin Yun was nothing great. Han Shurzong was a sword cultivator, his destiny's divine sword was very strong, and adding on the fact that he had obtained a powerful primal chaos bloodline, he believed that he was definitely very strong. Han Shurzong, when you kill him, remember not to kill him so quickly. You have to take it slow. You have to let these fellows see how weak this so-called Nine Sun royal family genius is. Xiang Junjian laughed and said. Han Shurzong defeated the Sword Hall disciples before, so he can still stay on the stage. As long as he wins this battle, the Sword Sun Divine Mountain will obtain a great victory and also win the Sword Hall Elder's heavenly sword. The Sword Hall Elder's heart is heavy. He doesn't think very highly of Qin Yun because he knows how strong a person with Destiny Divine Sword and Primal Chaos bloodline is. Begin. The Sword Hall Elder's expression is grave as he loudly shouted. At the beginning, Hong Shurtsung's body moved like lightning, the Destiny Divine Sword in his hand flickered with cold light as it stabbed towards Qin Yun's head. His first move was a killing move. It must be said that Hong Shurtsung is indeed a sword expert. Not only is his Destiny Divine Sword very strong, his sword moves are also very brilliant. It looks like it is stabbing towards Qin Yun's head, but it is actually stabbing towards Qin Yun's legs. When everyone thought that the sword was stabbing towards Qin Yun's head, Qin Yun is actually defending himself. He used the heavenly strong Dao technique to make his palms very hard, and slapped the sword that was stabbing towards him. Clang! The sharp sword that was stabbing towards Qin Yun's legs was slapped away by Qin Yun's palm. The condensed sword energy even scattered. This sword strike is extremely thrilling. It caused all the men present to feel a chill in their legs. If they were to be stabbed, it would truly be fatal. Everyone is secretly alarmed. Qin Yun can actually see the trajectory of Hong Shurtsung's sword and know where the sword is stabbing towards. Even many of the seniors present were unable to see through it. Hong Shurtsung also did not expect that Qin Yun, who looks like he is full of flaws, would be able to defend so tightly. Let's see how long you can last. Hong Shurtsung attacked again. He rushed over and used a few sets of fast and ruthless sword techniques in succession, setting off waves of sword shadow energy waves. That kind of sword shadow energy wave, along with the powerful sword aura, wave after wave, unceasingly and extremely ferociously attacked Qin Yun. Even the Sword Hall Elder and the other upper echelons of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace are amazed by Hong Shurtsung's superb sword technique usage. The people of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain also burst into cheers. Hong Shurtsung's sword technique is not only extremely gorgeous, its offensive is also very ferocious. Just looking at it makes one feel as if they are unable to breathe. If they are even a little bit careless, their entire body will be pierced into a beehive or even torn to shreds by the sword energy. At the beginning, everyone felt that Qin Yun would be stabbed by Hong Shurtsung's next sword strike. However, no matter how hard Hong Shurtsung tries, no matter how sinister and ruthless his sword technique is, no matter how fast his sword strike is, he is unable to stab Qin Yun. Everyone also noticed that the sword Qin Yun condensed from divine power is always on his back. He did not use it to defend. When he defended, he did not use his sword. Instead, he used his powerful divine power to directly slap away Hong Shurtsung's sword with his palm. Do you only know how to defend? Xiang Junjian shouted loudly. That heavenly sword god from the sword hall has been constantly defending. Now he is very seriously watching the battle. He suddenly realized something and shouted in low voice, his sword is not used for defense, but for offense. Sword can be used for defense, but it must be used for offense. Qin Yun said. He is also giving pointers to that heavenly sword god. Thank you for your guidance. Heavenly sword god said. It's good that you understand. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he suddenly hacked with his sword and clashed with Hong Shurtsung's Destiny Divine Sword. His sudden attack really caught Hong Shurtsung unprepared. And everyone present is somewhat dumbfounded. They can see that Qin Yun did not attack just now because he wanted to give pointers to Heavenly Sword God. At this kind of time, he is actually giving pointers. To others, this is truly shocking. The moment the two swords collided, divine power transformed into a gale that rushed out in all directions. Hong Shurtsung only felt an incomparably heavy power. His sword-holding hand was shaken by that heavy power and became numb. Most dreadful thing is that his sword's blade seems to have cracked. Qin Yun's seemingly casual sword strike contains formidable power. Moreover, the sword is also dreadfully heavy. Therefore, although it looks very casual, it is actually very deadly. Hong Shurtsung's expression became somewhat fearful because he sensed a very dreadful killing intent. You look down on my sword, but you will die under my sword. I will let you know that you lost to my sword and not to me. Qin Yun's sword suddenly swept horizontally towards Hong Shurtsung's neck. Hong Shurtsung promptly brandished his sword to block. Bang! The sword in his hand was instantly sliced apart by Qin Yun's heavy sword, together with his neck, it fell to the ground. Qin Yan's two quick sword moves looked very casual and without any technique. It is not some profound sword art. However, they moved according to his heart and very naturally slashed out. Hong Shirtsong has been directly killed, even his destiny divine sword has been destroyed, it means that he is completely dead. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A sword condensed from divine power is actually so dreadful, even a sword cultivator's destiny sword has been destroyed. Xiang Yunjian's face immediately became filled with anger and malevolence, he furiously shouted at Qin Yun, "You bastard! You dare to kill someone who obtained primal chaos bloodline, I have killed primal chaos royal descendants, let alone primal chaos race's lackey." Qin Yun indifferently said, "Best of three, quickly send people up and finish this quickly." Earlier, when Qin Yun dodged Hong Shirtsong's quick sword, everyone thought that Qin Yun and Hong Shirtsong should be evenly matched. But after these two sword moves, everyone realized that Hong Shirtsong is not even worthy to carry his shoes. This is simply instant kill. If not for Qin Yun wanting to teach that heavenly sword god a lesson, he would have already killed Hong Shirtsong with two sword moves. He would not have let Hong Shirtsong waste so much time. With Hong Shirtsong being hung up and beaten like this, how could Sword Sun God Mountain's young people dare to fight? Not to mention those young people, even heavenly god elders would not dare to fight. You used poison. Xiang Junjian shouted again. Poison? Qin Yun coldly looked at Xiang Junjian, "Your 9-son sect slandered me for using poison, it is only to give yourself a way out." When the Sword Hall elder saw Qin Yun's strength, he was completely convinced in his heart. He will no longer oppose him entering the heavenly palace. And at this moment, everyone is incomparably puzzled. Because they are very clear that Qin Yun did not use poison at all. However, he is just a profound god, why does he have such formidable strength? The Sword Hall elder promptly closed the barrier and said, "Sword Sun God Mountain, please send your next disciple up." Xiang Junjian fiercely looked at Qin Yun and suddenly summoned two long swords. The two long swords in his hands, as soon as they appeared, they released a very powerful dragon aura. Those two swords, one gold and one silver, are engraved with dragon totem and sword totem. When Qin Yun saw the sword totem, his eyes immediately widened. He is very familiar with that sword totem because he was the one who carved it, and he also sensed a very familiar aura from those two swords. Those are Jian Ruyan's origin divine swords. Jian Ruyan's two swords actually fell into Xiang Yunjian's hands. Anger immediately rose in Qin Yun's heart, but he fiercely suppressed it. He almost couldn't control himself and rushed over. Xiang Junjian is at the sacred god realm, it would be very difficult to kill him in one move. At that time, he might even run away with the two swords. Qin Yun wants to take back Jian Ruyan's two swords first and then figure out the situation. Qin Yun's heart is in chaos because Jian Ruyan's twin swords are actually in Xiang Yunjian's hands. Jian Ruyan is his good friend. Because she lost to him before, she recognized him as big brother and he often calls her Sister Yin. This long-legged and valiant female sword cultivator has always been in the Guanghan Palace. Her strength is not weak and she is together with Jian Linglong and the others. Therefore, her twin sword totems can evolve and strengthen. Qin Yun took a deep breath and tried his best to restrain himself. He will wait until he gets rid of Ah Sen and retrieve the twin swords. He already thought that Jian Ruyan might be killed. Thinking of this, his heart is in chaos and he feels very uncomfortable. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, calm down. Sister Yan will definitely be fine. She has always been in the Guanghan Palace and will definitely be taken care of by Muyu. The divine moon of the heavens will definitely protect her. Even if her origin sword is taken away, she will definitely survive." Ling Yun'er is also comforting Qin Yun's heart that is about to explode. Ah Sen is Xiang Yunjian's disciple, maybe he also has primal chaos bloodline. "Xiao Qin, be careful," Granny Chonghua said in low voice. Qin Yun has been looking at Ah Sen who is walking in. His calm yet somewhat gloomy eyes are filled with a kind of sharpness. That kind of sharpness is incomparably sharp, as if it is flickering with a very strong killing intent. Even Ah Sen feels some pressure. However, he is holding a pair of very strong divine swords in his hands, so his confidence suddenly increased by a lot. "As long as I get rid of you, these two swords will be mine." Sen laughed sinisterly. The clothes on his upper body suddenly shattered. Many runes appeared on his upper body. Is that a shield totem? He was born with a shield totem? Doesn't that mean he will have a very strong defense? Someone said in surprise. Right now, I am not afraid of any attack. Sun laughed loudly. Not afraid of any attack and having a pair of very strong swords in his hands is very terrifying. It means that he can attack with all his might without any scruples. After the barrier opened, the battle began. Sun laughed loudly and rushed towards Xianxia. However, just as he took a few steps, a very strong supergravity pressed down on his body. Xianxia is now using all his strength to release the most powerful supergravity. Sun is suddenly enveloped by an incomparably heavy power and his body burst out with crackling sounds. Even though he is shield totem, it is not comparable to Xianxia's formidable nether sun totem. Supergravity is released by the nether sun totem. Any shield totem's power will be directly destroyed. Sun, hurry up and attack! Xianxia shouted. He was not inside the barrier, so he did not know how terrifying that supergravity was. The bones in Sun's body could be said to be mostly broken. Xianxia's supergravity has a very strong penetrating power. When used together with the penetration divine ability, it can directly penetrate skin and flesh, severely injuring internal bones. Xianxia arrived beside Sun in 2 steps. He snatched Sun's 2 swords and then infused them with powerful absolute yang divine power. Hua hua hua, the 2 swords danced wildly, and the sword chi roared like waves. It was furious, and it cut Sun's body back and forth. In the blink of an eye, Sun was turned into ashes. Everyone was tongue-tied. Sun seemed to be stronger than Hongshirtzong, but before he could even make a move, he was turned into ashes. You! I'm going to kill you! Xianxujian's eyes were bloodshot, killing intent surging as he roared. You dare? Sword Hall Elder shouted. Dragon Hall Elder, White Death, Granny Jasper Flower. Medicine King Qin and other Qin family elders are now ready to attack. Sword Hall Elder did not remove the barrier. He is worried that Xianxujian would go in and kill Xianxia. How did you get these 2 swords? These are other people's destiny divine swords. Xianxia said in cold voice. You care a lot about these 2 swords, right? Xianxujian suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, I know, that girl named Jian Ruyan is actually related to you. Xianxia immediately held the 2 swords with both hands and put them away. Then he summoned the 9 desolate divine saber. What happened to her? Xianxia asked. Her? Maybe she's dead? I did it, I snatched these 2 swords from her hands. Xianxujian laughed heartily. He can see that Xianxia is very angry, so he constantly provoked Xianxia. This girl is indeed a pretty good sword cultivator, but she met me, ha ha ha. Xianxujian swept his eyes over everyone and said with a loud laugh, You one-eyed dragon, seeing you so angry, I feel really good. That girl named Jian Ruyan said she came from Guanghan Palace, but I am not afraid of some Guanghan Palace. Xiaoqin, he is deliberately provoking you, don't listen to him. Granny Jasper Flower said. Qin Fei, you must calm down. Dragon Hall Elder promptly shouted. Sword Hall Elder did not remove the barrier. He is truly worried that Xianxia will rush over. Xianxujian looked at Xianxia and said with proud smile, If you have the guts, come and attack me. Although you are strong, I am still a sacred god. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. Not to mention you, even if all the old guys here join hands with me, they might not be able to kill me. Xianxujian's 2 outstanding disciples have been killed, he is already extremely angry in his heart. Now that he can provoke Xianxia, he feels extremely happy. Why did you attack her? Xianxia's voice is incomparably ice-cold. No reason, I just saw that she had 2 good swords, so I wanted to snatch them. After I snatched them away, she ran away. Without these 2 swords, she would most likely commit suicide. Xianxujian said with proud smile. Xianxia's eyes suddenly became incomparably red. Heavenly eye has already opened. Xianxia's anger is like the violent wrath of heavenly might. Incomparably bitter killing intent pervaded the barrier and already penetrated it. Xiaoqin, big sister Ruyan is not dead, she is still in Guanghan Palace. Qin Huayu suddenly shouted, I met her, she asked me many things about you. It's good that she is still alive. Xianxia coldly looked at Xianxujian, his killing intent did not decrease at all. So what? Don't tell me you can kill me now? Help her vent her anger? Xianxia laughed loudly and said, that girl, when I snatched her origin sword, she screamed in pain, ha ha ha. Xianxia is standing outside the barrier. He laughed loudly at Qin Yun. He is a sacred deity, moreover, he is one of the big shots of the Nine Sun sects. Moreover, he is a sword cultivator, moreover his cultivation is very high. Even if Granny Qianghua and other elders join hands, they would not be able to kill Xianxia. Moreover, there are many juniors here. If Xianxia goes berserk, all the juniors here might die. Qin Yun suddenly flew over, the 9 desolate divine saber in his hand crazily hacked down, unexpectedly splitting the barrier. What caused people to be most alarmed is that after the 9 desolate divine saber split the barrier, the power is still incomparably fierce and landed on Xianxujian's body. Boom. At this moment, everyone is incomparably shocked in their hearts. The saber in Qin Yun's hand hacked down on Xianxujian's body. Halfway through, it suddenly split open like a flower blooming. The 9 desolate divine saber burst out with formidable power, but it also suffered great damage. Furthermore, the surface of Qin Yun's body also split open. In some places one can even see his dazzling golden bones. Qin Yun's body was actually torn apart by a formidable power. What kind of formidable power is able to tear apart his dreadful body? Qin Yun possesses the 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. He uses heavenly firm Dao technique and heavenly might tyrant body. He cultivates 9 extinction divine body technique, but his body is not strong enough. It cannot withstand his full power. Half of sacred god Xianxujian's body has been split open. He is also seriously injured. He stared at Qin Yun's eyes and felt that they are incomparably familiar. He remembered the king of Pantheon. It's you. Xianxujian recognized Qin Yun and felt endless fear. Dragon Palace Elder and Sword Hall Elder immediately rushed over. They brandished their sabers and swords. Using all their strength, they fiercely hacked at Xianxujian, thoroughly ending his life. After killing Xianxujian, everyone here is looking at Qin Yun in a daze. Qin Yun waved his hand, collected all the fragments of the 9 desolate divine saber and placed them inside the divine universe purple sun of the 9 sun divine soul's first pearl to repair them. He indifferently said, imprison all the sword sun divine mountain disciples, today's matter cannot be spread out. Although his tone is very calm, it is filled with a very strong majesty, as if he is ordering everyone present. Although it is as if he is issuing an order, even Granny Qianghua and Dragon Palace Elder don't feel any discomfort. It is as if it is a matter of course. Qin Yun arrived beside Qin Huayu, pulled her hand, jumped to the sky above the palace and entered the heavenly hall. All the Sword Sun Divine Mountain disciples and middle-aged men have been captured and imprisoned. And the 9 Sun Divine Palace's old and young people still don't dare to believe the scene that just happened. If there was no barrier, maybe he could have killed Xianxujian with one saber strike. Dragon Palace Elder exclaimed in admiration. Xianxujian definitely did not expect that someone would be able to split the barrier, moreover with such dreadful power, so he did not have any defense. White Death said. Who would have thought? None of us expected it. Sword Hall Elder sighed and said, that brat is truly too dreadful. White Death looked at the sky above the palace and said with sigh, it seems like only he has the qualifications to enter the heavenly hall. Everyone line up and sign the soul contract. Don't let today's matter leak out. We killed the Sword Sun Divine Mountain sect master. If news of this gets out, the Myriad Realms Divine Court will come looking for trouble with us. Granny Qianghua said. No one had any objections. They began to sign the soul contract. They will guard this secret to the death. Dragon Palace Elder patted Sword Hall Elder's shoulder and said with smile, that brat is very powerful, right? You didn't see him jump into the hidden dragon arena and then jump back up, that kind of imposing manner, hee. He is indeed very powerful. That guy Xianxujian, I didn't dare to attack him for many years. I didn't expect that he would lose half his life with a single saber strike. Sword Hall Elder recalled the scene just now and cannot help but sigh with emotion. Qin Yun brought Qin Huayu inside the heavenly hall. Little Qin, are you all right? Qin Huayu wiped away the blood on Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun burst out with formidable power and his body could not endure it, causing his body to be torn apart. I'm fine. Big Sister Qin, is Sister Yan really in the Guanghan Palace? Qin Yun asked. As Qin Yan healed his injuries, he asked Qin Huayu about Jian Ruyan's situation. After learning about Jian Ruyan's situation, Qin Yan became even more furious. Jian Ruyan lost her origin sword. It can be said that she is in extreme pain, and this is even more of a mental torture. Because to sword cultivators, their origin sword is a part of their body. It is like their soul and also like a companion. Qin Huayu does not know why Jian Ruyan was targeted by Xiang Junjian. She only knows that Jian Ruyan's condition is still stable and she is immersed in sorrow all day long. Jian Ruyan's mood improved after knowing that Qin Yan had come to the divine desolate land. Big sister Qin, I'm much better. I'm fine. Qin Yan said with a smile as he looked at the 9-sun divine mark on Qin Huayu's forehead. Alright, you're so strong, you'll definitely be fine. I shouldn't be so worried. Qin Huayu chuckled. Qin Yan sent her out of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the little palace spirit suddenly appeared behind Qin Yan. Big brother Palace King, you've become even stronger in this life. The little palace spirit said. Her face is also filled with worry because Qin Yan's entire body was overflowing with blood earlier and he looked very scary. Qin Yan said, I'm fine. The little palace spirit said softly, we can't let that Sword Sun Divine Mountain off. Not only that sect leader, all the people from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain are very despicable. Do you know the situation of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Qin Yan asked. I know a little. Back then, the Sword Sun Divine Mountain ambushed the sword cultivators of the Sword Hall time and time again. They like to snatch other people's origin swords the most. The little palace spirit said with a face full of hatred, although the Sword Hall knows about it, they can't do anything to them because they have the heavenly law divine realm behind them. Qin Yan became even more furious in his heart and said, it's not just the Sword Sun Divine Mountain that's so hateful, right? The other 8-9 sun sects are all the same. The little palace spirit's sweet face is filled with resentment and anger. They dared to attack the divine moon world's Guanghan palace. It must be the primal chaos race and the heavenly law divine realm behind them. I have to become stronger quickly. Qin Yan planned to cultivate the third profound god Dao vein before setting off to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. This was not a long process for him, and he could probably cultivate it in 2 or 3 days. Big brother Palace King, you are only a profound god, how are you so strong? The little palace spirit was very curious, and chuckled, in this life, you are even stronger than back then. Was it because he had cultivated so many divine profound Dao images? Are they 9 divine profound Dao statues? It should be 10. It's just that my 10th divine profound Dao idol has yet to be completely formed. Qin Yan said, but so far, I have only cultivated 9 complete divine Xian Dao images. There is a shadow of the 10th divine Xian Dao image but it has not appeared. Ah? You have so many mysterious spirit Dao images, no wonder when you use formidable power, your body is torn apart. The little palace spirit took out a soft handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains on Qin Yan's body. She previously thought that the injuries on Qin Yan's body were caused by Xiang Junjian, but now it seems that it was caused by Qin Yan himself. That's right, I thought that after I recovered the 9-sun royal family bloodline, my body would be strong enough. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. His current physical body was indeed strong enough. The reason why it was still torn apart is mainly because of the 9 desolate divine saber and heaven-trampling divine boots. Even so, he has roughly reached the upper limit of his body. At most, he can only endure 1 more Xian Divine Dao Meridian. He only hoped that the nameless old man would arrive quickly and give him the 9-sun heavenly race's bloodline divine origin. If he obtained the 9-sun heavenly race's bloodline divine origin and fused with it, his body would definitely become stronger and he would be able to endure opening the 4th and 5th Xian Divine Dao Meridian. Although he is only at the Xian God realm, his strength is definitely comparable to ordinary heavenly gods. Only the heavenly gods of those powerful races cannot be defeated by him. Those legendary peerless ancient races have yet to appear. But Qin Yan knows that those powerful ancient races will descend upon the divine desolate sooner or later. That will be his strongest opponent. Qin Yan used 2 days to completely recover from his injuries. After recovering, he did not go to see Bai Si and the other higher-ups. Bai Si and the others all wanted to see Qin Yan, especially the Dragon Palace elders, Sword Palace elders and the elders of the other palaces. They all wanted to carefully investigate his situation and know why he is so strong. Of course, Qin Yan also maintained a certain distance from them and asked the little palace spirit to help him. The little palace spirit contacted by Xi and the Dragon Palace elders, telling them not to disturb Qin Yan. Night, the little palace spirit teleported Qin Yan to the roof of the Ninyang Divine Palace. There is a platform here and Qin Yan is currently opening a beast skin formation. That beast skin formation can communicate with the divine moon of the heavens. Not long after, Qin Yan contacted Little Phoenix. Brother Yun. The Ninyang Divine Palace is back, do you know? Little Phoenix immediately said, I haven't heard much about you in this period of time. I'm in the Ninyang Divine Palace. Qin Yan said, Sister Yan, what happened during this period of time? This. Little Phoenix is also very sad and told Qin Yan about the general situation. Jian Ruyan's accident happened recently. Not long after Qin Huayu went to the Guanghan Palace, Jian Ruyan was ambushed when she went out. Even Lu Yu and Shu Yan only found out about this recently. The Guanghan Palace has already sent people to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain to investigate the situation and prepare to start a war with them. As for the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, they did not take it to heart. The sect master of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, Xianxia, even brought people to the Ninyang Divine Palace to challenge the Sword Hall. Little Phoenix, Xianxia has been killed. Sister Yan's 2 swords are also in my hands. Qin Yan said, I will go take care of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Huh? Little Phoenix is stunned. She understood that even if the Guanghan Palace wanted to attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, they would still have some misgivings. The main reason was that the Sword Sun Divine Mountain had a deep relationship with the other 9 sun sects, as well as the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos race. Furthermore, the Myriad Realms Divine Court would definitely stop this kind of war. Then now. Should our Guanghan Palace still attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Little Phoenix doesn't doubt Qin Yan's words at all. In her heart, she worshipped Qin Yan even more. He actually helped Jian Ruyan take revenge so quickly. No need, I will do it. Who is in charge of the Guanghan Palace now? 9 Sun Divine Maiden, who is in the Guanghan Palace? 9 Sun Divine Maiden is not in the Guanghan Palace. The one in charge of the Guanghan Palace's affairs is Sister Xianxia. The ones going to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain are Sister Yu Qing, Sister Suyao, Sister Qingyu, and Sister Qiaofeng. They are only temporarily going to scout the situation. Contact them and tell them to wait for me near the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Qin Yan said. Long Yu Qing, Lan Suyao, Lu Qingyu, and Long Qiaofeng are all very strong women. After they scout the situation, they will continue to send women who are even more proficient in fighting, for example, Yu Wulan, Tian Roling, Yi Yao Xue, Yu Feng and Shui Dai. Then Lu Yu and Shu Yan will lead them to fight. Qin Yan naturally wants to take the lead in this kind of matter. He and the Sword Sun Divine Mountain have a new and old enmity. I will immediately inform Xianxia. Brother Xiaoyun, you must be careful. Last time you fought against Primal Chaos race and even offended Thunder God, we are very worried about you. Little Phoenix said. It's fine. Your brother Xiaoyun is not that weak. Qin Yan said with smile. After Qin Yan cut off contact with Little Phoenix, he suddenly recalled that only Lu Yu and Shu Yan can contact those 9 Sun Divine Maidens. Xiaoxi's mission has been completed. That Heaven Creation Palace Master Yu Tian's mission has also been completed. What else do they want to do? Could it be that they have a new mission? Qin Yan is even more curious. He is not worried about these 9 Sun Divine Maidens. They are all protected by Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon and Myriad World's Divine Sunday. That girl Yueme must know that I am in Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate. But she did not come to find me, she must be tied up by that mission. Qin Yan also wants to see Xiao Yueme as soon as possible. Little Palace Spirit, I want to go out for a while. I might return at daybreak. Qin Yan said. Little Palace Spirit also knows that Qin Yan wants to attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. He must make ample preparations. Qin Yan entered Qinyao King City and found Dog God and others. What caused him to be somewhat surprised is that Evil God also arrived at Qinyao King City. Evil God learned about Qin Fei's matter and immediately rushed over. It was Dog God who received him. Qin Yan is inside Wild Beheader Manor's secret room. He is looking at these few gods. Although they are not very strong, they are very reliable, at least they won't betray him. Boss, you came in the middle of the night, is there some important matter? Evil God asked. I am preparing to attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. How much do you know about the current Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Qin Yan said. Ah? On the way here, I found out that the Sword Sun Divine Mountain is about to refine a peerless divine sword. Therefore, I invited many sects to come and see the birth of the divine sword. Evil God said. I also heard about this matter. It is said that the Sword Sun Divine Mountain refined the myriad world's divine sun's power. Dog God nodded and said, even the myriad world's divine palace is paying close attention to this matter. Moreover, that one-armed sword god will be accompanying the divine martial judge. One-armed sword god is none other than Xia Wufeng. Boss, it's not a good time for you to attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Divine Martial Judge, Elder Pavilion Master, Sword God, they are all going to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain to watch the birth of the divine sword. Furthermore, the other 9 Sun sects, Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Outer Heaven Alliance Army, Mutated Dragon Race, Dark Royal Race and many other powers have all gone. God said. They all knew about the grudge between Qin Yan and the 9 Sun sects, so they did not ask Qin Yan why he wanted to attack the Sword Sun Divine Mountain now. Qin Yan quickly calculated in his heart. He is also rather apprehensive towards the Divine Martial Judge and the other powers. However, when he thought about how Jian Ruyan was plotted against by the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, he couldn't care less. He must destroy the Sword Sun Divine Mountain as soon as possible. When will their divine sword be born? Qin Yan said, that's perfect, I'll go and directly seize their divine swords. The Sword Sun Divine Mountain snatched Jian Ruyan's 2 swords and Qin Yan wanted to snatch their divine swords. Alright, boss, if you want to do it, then we will do our best to help you. Vigor God said. I will come back to find you. You guys prepare first. Qin Yan nodded. After Qin Yan returned to the Ninyang Divine Palace, he immediately asked the Little Hall Spirit to contact the Dragon Palace Elders and have them leave Xiang Yunjian's head. The majority of the Sword Sun Divine Mountainess were sword cultivators. They all knew the importance of the origin sword to sword cultivators, and they were also considered righteous sects, but they had to snatch the origin sword of sword cultivators everywhere. This was no different from a demonic cultivator. The 9 Sun sects had received the protection of the 9 Suns back then. Even now, the myriad realms' divine suns would still provide them with a certain amount of help. However, these sects had pledged their allegiance to the evil forces of the natural law divine realm and the primal chaos race, committing crimes in the divine wasteland. If not for the matter of Jian Ruyan's dual swords being snatched away, Qin Yan would not have known that the Sword Sun Divine Mountain had actually fallen to such an evil level like the Evil Devil sect. Even if it wasn't for Jian Ruyan, Qin Yan would definitely eliminate this evil sect. Little Hall Spirit, what's going on with the Sword Sun God Mountain? I heard that they are about to have a peerless divine sword appear in the world. Moreover, it is refined by the Sword Sun Divine Mountain using myriad realms divine sun. Qin Yan is in seclusion inside the Heavenly Palace Pagoda. Because the Little Palace Spirit was a palace spirit, she could appear anywhere in the Ninyang Divine Palace. After hearing Qin Yan's question, she suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's training room. Big Brother Palace King, the 9 Sun sects all have their own treasured lands. Those treasured lands have always been connected to the 9 Suns. Even the current Myriad Realms Divine Sun sends power to those treasured lands. Little Palace Spirit said. Myriad Realms Divine Sun doesn't know about the 9 Sun sect's situation? Qin Yan said with a frown, that's impossible. Back then, my 9 Sun sect was destroyed by the other 8. Even the treasure land was destroyed. The 9 Suns should have sensed it. The Little Palace Spirit said, when the Myriad Realms Divine Sun communicated with me, I reflected on this matter. I don't know if the Divine Sun heard it or not. Alright, no matter what, an evil sect like the Sword Sun God Mountain should be eliminated. Qin Yan said. It wasn't just the Sword Sun God Mountain, the Daoyang Divine Sect and the Heavenly Mountain Tyrant Sun, the 2 sects of the 9 Suns, had been chasing after the Star God. Qin Yan had long wanted to kill them. The Tyrant Sun Heavenly Mountain and the Daoyang Divine Sect will definitely send people to the Sword Sun God Mountain to see the birth of the Divine Sword. When the time came, Xianxia also planned to kill the other people from the Nine Suns sects. Of course, he had to wait until he opened up his third profound God Dao meridian before he knew exactly how to do it. The third profound God Dao vein was more crucial. He still did not know what kind of profound God Dao vein he would open. Opening different profound God Dao veins would give him different amounts of divine power. Little Palace Spirit, after I break through, I will have to leave the Nine Yan Divine Palace for a period of time. During this period of time, pay more attention and prevent other powerful races from attacking. Xianxia said. Yes. The Little Palace Spirit nodded. Seeing Xianxia cultivating with his eyes closed, she suddenly disappeared. Xianxia's opening of the profound God Dao meridian could be said to be relatively fast. It wouldn't take long for him to open it. This was mainly because he possessed the mystical Heavenly Dao Divine Runes, and had also cultivated the Heavenly Dao Divine Runes into his Dao avatar, allowing him to have an extremely high comprehension ability. The stronger one's comprehension ability was, the faster one would be able to open the profound God Dao meridian. To open up the profound God Dao meridian, one needed to comprehend the profoundness of all kinds of different energies. That was an extremely illusory thing. One needed to combine one's lifetime of cultivation experience, summarize it, and understand all kinds of different divine powers. While Xianxia was comprehending, he had unknowingly come into contact with some kind of mysterious power. This meant that his third profound God Dao vein was gradually becoming clearer and gradually appearing. Not long after, Xianxia felt a very powerful Dao power suddenly surge out from his illusory space. That Dao power surged out from his mind and soul. The power of the Dao appeared and formed the third profound God Dao vein. As the endless stream of Dao power surged out, the Nine Yang divine veins also became extremely active, absorbing the power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. The power of the Dao could not be used directly, it had to be fused with the divine power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. After these two powers fused, they would turn into a very strong profound God power. Xiaoyun, I've become very strong. Ling Yun'er suddenly said in pleasant surprise, the third profound God Dao vein was cultivated by me, ha ha ha. How strange, what kind of existence is this divine profound Dao image of yours? Xianxia really could not understand why Ling Yun'er was a divine profound Dao image and had his own thoughts. Existence is reasonable. When you cultivate my spirit body, I will be a living profound God Dao image. The most beautiful profound God Dao image. Ling Yun'er said with a happy smile. Xianxia seriously felt the power brought by the third profound God Dao vein. At this moment, his body and soul were connected to the illusory Dao through the profound God Dao vein, which could bring him an unending stream of Dao power. When the Dao power entered the body, it would continue to strengthen the divine profound Dao image. Then, when it merged with the divine power brought by the myriad realms divine sun, it would allow the profound God to obtain a strong power. Of course, Xianxia's situation was rather special. His Xianxian power was very strong, mainly because he cultivated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and had a lot of divine profound Dao images. As for why there were so many divine profound Dao images, he felt that it might be because he cultivated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, as well as possessed the 9 Yan divine veins and the 9 heaven veins. And the most mystical thing was the 10th divine profound Dao image. Even Xianxia himself felt some fear towards the 10th divine profound Dao image. Inside the secret room, Xianxia continuously increased the amount of divine power he released. He wanted to see the limits of what his body could endure. After trying for a while, he discovered that his body was in obvious pain and it was a kind of tearing feeling. If I don't use Yun'er's little nether sun's divine power, 9 desolate divine saber and heaven trampling divine boots, when I release the strongest absolute yang divine power, my body will feel a tearing pain. Xianxia's brows are tightly wrinkled, then he withdrew the formidable absolute yang divine power. If he were to open the 4th profound God Dao vein, his body would definitely not be able to hold on. Big Brother Palace King, someone called Dog God is looking for you. Little Palace Spirit suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. He said it's something very important. Bring him here. Xianxia said. Yes sir. With a thought, Little Palace Spirit teleported the Dog God to the secret room. Dog God was directly teleported away from the 9 Yang Divine Palace. He was not surprised at all because he knew that Xianxia is the 9 Yang Palace King. Within the 9 Yang Palace, he naturally has the highest authority. Dog God, how are your preparations? Xianxia asked. Everything is ready. Dog God said, Boss, that nameless old man is here. He wants to find you, but he doesn't dare to enter the Ninyang Divine Palace. He also doesn't dare to enter the Xianxia Royal City. He sent people to the Wild Beheader Villa to inform me. Let's go, we will go find him. Xianxia is pleasantly surprised. Maybe the nameless old man has already obtained the 9-son heavenly race's bloodline divine origin. This is truly timely help. Little palace spirit teleported Xianxia and Dog God to a balcony outside the Ninyang Divine Palace. Then they flew out of the Ninyang Divine Palace. Ninyang Divine Palace has its own spatial law system, so it can be easily teleported. If they teleported outside, they would need Little Ant Queen's spatial power. After Xianxia obtained the Divine Universe Purple Sun, Little Ant Queen didn't need to use Divine Universe Golden Stone to condense Space Divine Power Pearl. She can directly absorb the Divine Universe Purple Sun's power. This means that if Xianxia uses the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, he will be able to travel through space within the Divine Desolate. What made Xianxia feel relieved is that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber that was severely damaged before is now gradually recovering inside the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. He secretly feels that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber is very mystical. It can be said that it is undying and indestructible. As long as there is enough energy, it can be restored. Xianxia is very ignorant about how to use the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. When he holds the saber, he unknowingly instills the strongest power in his body into the Divine Saber. It can be said that when he uses the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, he feels as if his body is being hollowed out. That saber must be very powerful. Xianxia and Dog God arrived at a secluded place outside the city. The people gathered outside the Xianxia Royal City all left one after another. They all rushed to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain to join in the fun. Because the Sword Sun Divine Mountain is about to give birth to a very powerful divine sword. Reportedly, the divine sword will not completely belong to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, it will be refined by the Myriad Realms Divine Sun through the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. When the time comes, they can snatch it. Nameless old man is wearing a conical bamboo hat. After seeing Xianxia arrive, he chuckled and said, Little friend, let's talk somewhere else. Xianxia took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered with the nameless old man. The dog deity stood guard outside. Nameless old man took out a box and said, This is our 9-son heavenly clan's bloodline divine origin. It is our 9-son heavenly clan's method of passing down our bloodline to outsiders. Most of the other powerful clans also use this method to pass down their bloodline to outsiders. Then what is the quality of the bloodline you pass down to outsiders? Xianxia asked. He met Hong Shirtsong and Ah Sun before. They both have primal chaos bloodline, but in his opinion, they are not very good. Don't worry, this is definitely the best bloodline our 9-son heavenly clan can pass down to outsiders. We agreed on a price before, now we have to increase it a bit. Nameless old man laughed and said. Xianxia gave the old man 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones to express his sincerity and promised to give him 8 more after the matter is done. But now, the old man changed his mind. Senior, you are bullying an honest man. Wait, I remember we signed a soul contract before. Xianxia curled his lips and said, Don't tell me you want to act shamelessly? Nameless old man chuckled and said, Of course not, I am also an honest man. We are all honest men, so we will definitely not bully each other, right? After saying that, the old man took out another box and said with smile, There is also bloodline divine origin inside, but it is quite inferior. Xianxia really wanted to give this nameless old man a good beating. He actually dared to trick him, the Ninyang Palace King. Senior, you're not being honest. Xianxia snorted. Although he doesn't lack those 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones, he was still tricked by the other party even though he is also an old fox. How am I not being honest? Didn't I mark the price clearly? Our previous contract didn't say whether the bloodline divine source is good or bad. The nameless old man said, Hurry up and make your decision. The Ninyang heavenly race's bloodline can only be fused once. Therefore, when fusing, he naturally chooses the best. In order to choose the best, Xianxia can only buy the best. Wait, before the transaction, you have to sign a soul contract with me. I guarantee that the 50 bloodline divine source will be the best. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, I am an honest person, I am really afraid of being bullied. I hope Senior doesn't mind. It's alright, we are all honest people, I can understand, the nameless old man said with a chuckle and then signed a soul contract with Xianxia. After signing, Xianxia took out 58 Divine Universe golden stones and handed them to the nameless old man. He said, I'll also buy that inferior bloodline divine source, is that okay? Okay. The nameless old man gave the 2 bloodline divine sources to Xianxia and then counted the Divine Universe golden stones. He asked doubtfully, little friend, you have a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. Did you get them from the hands of those heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers? Xianxia said, those heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers don't have a lot of Divine Universe golden stones, only 1,000. To be honest, I really lack your bloodline divine source. If you ask for 500, I will have to bite the bullet and buy it. What? You really have that many Divine Universe golden stones? The nameless old man's eyes widened. He felt like he had just lost hundreds of millions of Divine Universe golden stones. If he knew that Xianxia was so rich, he would have really dared to ask for 500. Xianxia said with a smile, yes. Then, he took out a handful of Divine Universe golden stones, causing the nameless old man's eyes to pop out. The nameless old man immediately pounded his chest and stamped his feet, looking very uncomfortable. After Xianxia infuriated the nameless old man, he felt a lot better. This was because he had previously signed a soul contract. It was stated in the contents that after the transaction was completed, they were not allowed to harm or rob each other. Therefore, even if the nameless old man wanted to snatch it, he couldn't do it. Senior, thank you for giving me such a precious gift. Xianxia said with smile. Little friend is indeed an honest person. You exposed your Divine Universe goldstone so easily, the nameless old man said with a displeased look. Senior is an honest man, I am naturally not afraid of Senior robbing me. Xianxia said with a smile. The nameless old man curled his lips and said, forget it, forget it. We'll learn from experience. Honest people like us are used to being scammed. Senior, what do you think about the divine sword appearing on Sword Sun God Mountain? Asked Xianxia. At the mention of this matter, the nameless old man also became serious and said, little friend, the reason I came here this time is also to tell you about this matter. That divine sword is not simple. How is it not simple? Xianxia promptly asked. As far as I know, the divine sword is formed from a sun seed. This kind of weapon is even stronger than a weapon formed from a sun soul, the nameless old man said. When the time comes, there might be people from powerful ancient races who will take action to snatch it. Other powerful ancient races will also participate? A divine weapon formed from a sun seed and created by the myriad realms divine sun, it must be a very powerful divine weapon. Xianxia said. And I heard that the divine sword is named Myriad Heaven Divine Sword, so I also want to snatch it. Little friend, do you want to go? The nameless old man said. I won't blindly get involved in this kind of matter. After all, my strength is limited and I'm not good at fighting. It's better for me to honestly increase my strength first. Xianxia said. How could he not go? He had to go. When the nameless old man heard Xianxia say that he is not good at fighting, he secretly despised Xianxia in his heart. Who doesn't know that he is very fierce when fighting? Alright, up to you, the nameless old man said. After Xianxia sent off the nameless old man, he told Dog God and others to wait for him in Xianxia Royal City. After obtaining the 9 Sun Heavenly Race's bloodline divine source, Xianxia immediately returned to the 9 Sun Divine Palace. He wants to quickly fuse with the 9 Sun Heavenly Race's bloodline divine source and cultivate a powerful body. Before fusing with the bloodline divine source, he contacted Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix told Xianxia that the Guanghan Palace's operation has changed. Moreover, 9 Sun Divine Maiden Bingxing, Xiao Yuelan and Luiwa Shuyan will be rushing to the Sword Sun God Mountain. On one hand, they want to settle the score with the Sword Sun God Mountain, on the other hand, they want to go after the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. Sister Bingxing is also going, that's great, I haven't seen her for a long time. Xianxia also misses Bingxing. He entered the secret room and began fusing with the 9 Sun Heavenly Race's bloodline divine source. He bought 2 bloodline divine source, the second quality one is for Ling Yuner to cultivate her spirit body. After Ling Yuner becomes a spirit, she will definitely stay by his side. In times of emergency, he will need her to come out and fight. Therefore, Qinyan plans to give her the 9-son heavenly race's bloodline divine source. Furthermore, he feels that if Ling Yuner has a powerful body, she might become even stronger. After all, Ling Yuner is a nether sun Dao spirit and a divine profound Dao image. Qinyan spent more than 10 days to fuse with the 9-son heavenly race's bloodline divine source. The nameless old man previously told Qinyan that because he already has the 9-son royal family's bloodline as a foundation, the 9-son heavenly race's bloodline will only strengthen the 9-son royal family's bloodline. It will not make his bloodline stronger. It is equivalent to upgrading the 9-son royal family's bloodline, so the strengthening is limited. Even so, Qinyan is still very satisfied. At least he can use all of his absolute yang divine power without feeling any pain. This should be enough for me to open the 4th Xian divine Dao meridian. Qinyan sighed in his heart, it will be very difficult for me to quickly strengthen my body. Without bloodline fusion, he can only cultivate his body slowly. 9-son divine palace's upper echelons heard that the Sword Sun God Mountain's divine sword is about to come into being and also planned to go to the Sword Sun God Mountain to take a look. Moreover, Sword Hall Elder and Dragon Hall Elder are going together. Back then they had a part to attack the sovereign sword, but now they are going to the Sword Sun God Mountain to watch the divine sword come into being with a clear conscience. Little Palace Spirit said with smile, "Big brother Palace King, why didn't they call you?" After Qinyan found out, he shook his head and smiled, "These two guys must be worried that I would go and mess around, so they didn't call me. Little Palace Spirit, I will leave temporarily, it will take some time before I return. I will protect this place." Little Palace Spirit said with charming smile. After Qinyan was teleported out, he immediately went to the Wild Beheader Villa. Dog God, Evil God, Hercules God, Mind God, and Ox God, the 5 of them are already waiting for Qinyan. During this period of time, they have advanced by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, after Qinyan sealed their God positions with Divine King Heavenly Seal, they can absorb myriad realms Divine Sun's divine power even faster. Furthermore, Qinyan gave them pointers in cultivation and also passed on some 9 Yang Divine Palace Spirit cultivation methods to them. After leaving the city, Qinyan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew towards the Sword Sun God Mountain along with Dog God and others. The journey is rather long. If they fly directly, it will take them 1 or 2 months to arrive. Fortunately, Qinyan has Little Ant Queen's Space Divine Power Pearl. After absorbing the Space Divine Power Pearl's energy, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle can travel through space. Although it can only travel a certain distance each time, it can travel several times in a row and reach the Sword Sun God Mountain even faster. Dog God, during this period of time, how is the Myriad Realms Divine Court's investigation on Thunder God? Qinyan asked. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's people came to investigate. Thunder God indeed has a lot of evidence, but he refuses to admit it no matter what. Thunder God's strength is very strong. Myriad Realms Divine Court's Divine Judge and Elder Pavilion Master still haven't punished Thunder God. Dog God said. Qinyan coldly groaned and said, "That Divine Judge promised me that he would strip Thunder God's God position. Then where is Thunder God now?" Thunder God is sealed in the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Now, many people in the Myriad Realms Divine Court are plotting something. They are waiting for Thunder God to be stripped of his God position and then snatch it away. Dog God said. Qinyan said with frown, "The process of stripping away God position should be very complicated for them, right? It's not that easy to strip away. If Qinyan used Divine King Heavenly Seal, it would be a lot easier. Indeed, that's why it's still unclear. Thunder God won't have a good time from now on." Dog God said. Qinyan nodded, "Let's see that Divine Judge's determination." Dog God suddenly said in deep voice, "Boss, there is a rumor in the Heavenly Law Divine Domain style that the sealed Thunder God is only a clone. That's why the Divine Judge hasn't dealt with him yet, because no one knows where the real Thunder God is hiding." Thunder God's clone? Qinyan said with frown, "Impossible. When I saw Thunder God, I could sense the Thunder God position on his body. I can also sense it. Maybe Thunder God found a way to split the God position into 2. Dog God said, "I also heard that Divine Judge was threatened by Thunder God." Thunder God's clone said that if Divine Judge dared to execute Thunder God's clone, Thunder God's main body would kill him. Love God was a clone, so it was also possible that Thunder God was a clone. This news came from inside the heavenly law divine realm? Xianxia said with a frown, is it reliable? I can't be sure either, but I feel that if Thunder God really does have a true body, he might be a heavenly emperor and one that has obtained a primal chaos bloodline. Dog God said. He deliberately spread the news in the heavenly law divine realm to put pressure on the myriad realms divine court. Xianxia suddenly felt that for Thunder God to be able to survive until now, it was not that easy to topple him. If Thunder God really did have a powerful true body, then he would definitely be very strong. Let's go to the Sword Sun God Mountain first. If Thunder God really does have a true body, he might also want to snatch that divine sword. Xianxia said. Xianxia's main goal is the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. The Sword Sun God Mountain could be considered a treasure land bestowed by the 9 suns back then. Even now, the Sword Sun God Mountain could still receive a lot of power from the myriad realms divine suns. Xianxia wanted to see what was going on with the Sword Sun God Mountain. He wanted to know why it could absorb such a large amount of energy from the myriad worlds divine sun and refine a myriad heaven divine sword. Could it be that the main reason for the existence of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain is to forge swords? Xianxia was very puzzled. Boss, the myriad heaven's divine sword won't come out anytime soon. I've asked around carefully. The first person to spread this news was someone from the Sword Sun God Mountain. The dog deity said, originally, they planned to keep it a secret, but due to certain reasons, the Sword Sun God Mountain's strength was simply unable to do so. Let the godly sword come into being. That's why they deliberately invited so many factions to witness the birth of the divine sword. Xianxia frowned as his expression changed drastically. Could it be? Seeing Xianxia's expression, dog deity, and the others looked terrified. Boss, what is the Sword Sun God Mountain trying to do? Evil God hurriedly asked. The guy from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain wants to use a group of people to sacrifice to the sword. Xianxia inhaled a mouthful of cold air and said, some swordsmiths will use a large amount of blood when forging swords. Moreover, it must be very strong blood. This? Generally speaking, it's the swordsmith's own blood. Then who forged this myriad heaven's godly sword? Could it be the myriad world's godly sun? Xianxia shook his head and said, probably not. In short, this matter is more complicated than I thought. The Sword Sun God Mountain has invited so many experts to witness the birth of the divine sword. They must be up to no good. The heaven leaping shuttle shuttled through space. Xianxia and company were discussing what to do after reaching Sword Sun God Mountain. Just as they were seriously discussing, the heaven leaping shuttle suddenly began to shake violently. We are under attack. Xianxia said in a deep voice, prepare for battle. Hercules and Ox God immediately prepared for battle and took out their equipment. Xianxia hurriedly controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to dodge. Above the heaven leaping shuttle, there was a huge red flying ship. The flying ship looked very sturdy. Its entire body was covered in fiery red hard armor. Those armor pieces looked like dragon scales. The giant ship also had a pair of huge fiery wings. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the pair of huge fiery wings were not refined. Instead, they were cut from some kind of powerful divine bird. It's a battleship. Dog God shouted in alarm, and it's a very powerful one. The fiery red warship floated high in the sky. There was a huge mirror on the flat bottom of the warship. The light from the mirror could directly seal the heaven leaping shuttle. The heaven leaping shuttle couldn't move at all. Even if it used a very powerful spatial divine power, it couldn't penetrate through space to escape. Boom, at the bottom of the fiery red warship, there were several huge holes. The things that were shot out were not crossbow bolts or spears, but giant swords that were more than 10 meters long. The giant swords flew down and smashed into the heaven leaping shuttle like giant pillars. Now, the heaven leaping shuttle could only rely on its own protective barrier to defend itself. Although Xianxia strengthened the heaven leaping shuttle's defense, it is still very limited against this kind of powerful battleship. Dog God, can you see the origin of this battleship? Xianxia released the 9 sun altars. The 9 altars became very small. There are divine dragon carvings on their surface. It looks like small dragons are coiling around the pyramid-shaped altar. The altar formed a circle in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's main control room. Xianxia opened the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. The formation's power rushed out and enveloped the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, forming an even more powerful defense. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle's surface is already cracking. If it continues to be attacked, it will surely break into pieces. Now that the situation has stabilized, Xianxia feels a lot more relieved. The fiery red warship's giant swords are still shooting down. The 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation's defense is very strong. The protective barrier it released can directly send the giant swords flying. This is not a battleship controlled by a faction we are familiar with. I have seen Outer Heaven Domain Alliance's battleships and Variant Dragon Race's battleships. They are not like this, they are also not this powerful. Dog God said. Dog God is inside the control room. His expression is grave as he looked at the fiery red warship above the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Unless. Let me go out and sense that aura. Dog God said. No need to go out, I will directly draw in the aura from outside. Xianxia finished speaking and immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to absorb the berserk aura. Not long after, the control room became filled with all kinds of tyrannical aura. Sensing this aura, Xianxia, Dog God, and the others are extremely apprehensive. This aura is very dreadful. According to the analysis of the energy, it is mostly Myriad Realm's divine sun power. It's a very strong sword aura, the Dog God said. Where did these people come from? I have never heard of them. Dog God said. Xianxia wanted to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly away, but the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is being illuminated by the mirror. It seems like I can only counterattack. Xianxia took out the Divine King Spear. Although the Divine King Spear is a small handgun, its power is very dreadful. Moreover, it can be used together with the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Xianxia is standing inside the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. The small handgun in his hand suddenly trembled. 9 light beams shot out from the formation and entered the small handgun. This kind of situation, I can only use disposable bullets. Although Xianxia can refine some bullets that can be recycled, there are certain conditions for recycling them. As for disposable bullets, they usually possessed extremely powerful destructive power. They were refined by fusing Divine Universe goldstones with a large amount of solar flame liquid and many other divine-grade materials into the pill-melting heavenly furnace. Whether it is piercing power or explosive power, these bullets are very strong, therefore they are very precious. Xianxia very rarely uses them. The small handgun can release even stronger firing power through the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. A small opening suddenly appeared on the control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The small handgun absorbed the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation's power and shot out a light beam. This light beam is very strong. It can directly penetrate the barrier of the fiery red warship and hit the mirror, opening a path for the bullet. Then, he fired another bullet. Divine Space Destruction Bullet, fire. Xianxia took out a very precious bullet. The bullet followed the light beam and directly passed through the barrier and hit the big mirror at the bottom of the fiery red warship. Boom, the fiery red warship's mirror immediately shattered and burst into a fierce flame. The fiery red warship is 1,000 meters long and the mirror is 100 meters wide. But now only the mirror has been destroyed, the warship's hull has not been pierced. Xianxia promptly controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and distanced itself from the fiery red warship. He has already realized that there are many powerful people inside the fiery red warship. The warship's strength has already surpassed his understanding. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle quickly pierced through space. Xianxia thought that he has already escaped, but he discovered that there is something chasing after the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. It is 3 10-meter-long giant swords. They can actually pierce through space and chase after the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. What the hell is this thing? How can it be so scary? Dog God said in shock. They have very strong sword aura and their weapons seem to be sword type. Could it be that they also came for the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword? Mind Spirit said with frown. I wonder if there are people inside those swords. If we can capture one alive, we can ask Mind Spirit about their origin. Bull God said. Xianxia also has this kind of idea, but now he has to get as far away from the fiery red warship as possible. Once he is far away from the warship, he will attack the 3 swords. It seems like the appearance of the myriad heaven divine sword has drawn out many powerful people. Dog God sighed and said, just how many unknown and formidable existences are hidden within the heavens? Primal Chaos Race's strength already caused Dog God and others to feel despair. And now the people who suddenly appeared are in no way weaker than Primal Chaos Race. Qin Yan has heard of Divine Moon Race, Divine Star Race, Divine Heaven Race and 9 Nether Divine Race. He suspects that the fiery red warship belongs to one of these powerful ancient races. Xiaoyun, maybe they are not here for the myriad heaven divine sword. Ling Yuner suddenly said. Not here for the myriad heaven divine sword? That is. Qin Yan suddenly thought of his divine universe purple Sunday. The matter of the myriad heaven divine sword is just a convenience to them. Your main target is probably the divine universe purple sun. Ling Yuner said. When Qin Yan obtained the divine universe purple sun, he felt that it might release some kind of fluctuation and then be sensed by others. If it is truly related to the divine universe purple sun, then Qin Yan wants to capture someone and ask them clearly. After confirming that he is far away from the fiery red warship, Qin Yan immediately left the heaven leaping shuttle. At the same time he flew out of the shuttle, the dragon altar also flew out. It suddenly became incomparably large, like 9 mountains revolving around it. The 9 gigantic altars with dragon carvings formed a circle. The altars shot out rays of different colors and instantly formed a huge net. The altar descended, and the giant net descended, trapping the 3 giant swords that were chasing after it. Qin Yun modified the sun altar and turned it into the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. He also has many ways to use the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Just now, it was the 9 dragon heavenly net formed by the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. The 3 swords were pressed down on the ground by the net and unceasingly burst out with formidable power. They wanted to struggle free from the 9 dragon heavenly net but failed. These guys are underestimating the enemy. Qin Yan laughed. Then he increased the power of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, making the 9 dragon heavenly net attack the 3 swords like thunder and lightning. After the runes on the surface of the 3 swords were destroyed, their defense was instantly broken. The swords were also torn apart and it can be seen that there are cabins inside. Someone is controlling the swords inside. After the 3 youngsters came out, they instantly turned into 3 swords and pierced through the 9 dragon heavenly net and stabbed towards Qin Yun. It's not like Qin Yun has never seen swords transform into humans. However, most of the time, the sword cultivates a sword spirit and then uses the sword to cultivate a human form. Moreover, the 3 swordsmen that flew over were not existences like the sword spirits. If they are sword spirits, they usually have a master. Only by cooperating with their master can they release even stronger power. The 3 swordmen in front of Qin Yun do not have a master. They are all independent existences but they can release very strong sword power. Furthermore, their transformed swords are also very powerful, otherwise they would not be able to break the 9 dragon heavenly net. Qin Yun immediately fired 3 bullets from the pistol in his hand. Those bullets are the ones he refined not long ago, the kind that can be recycled. This kind of bullet has very strong perception and penetrating power. After being fired, it can follow Qin Yun's consciousness to lock onto the target and accurately hit the target. Bang bang bang, 3 bullets quickly shot towards the 3 flying swords and collided with each other, creating a burst of sparks. The 3 swords were sent flying by the bullets and were shaken quite far away but there is no damage on the surface. The sword power of these 3 swords have very strong defensive power. Qin Yun is extremely alarmed and no longer used bullets to attack. If the 3 great gods were hit by those bullets, most likely their heads would be penetrated. And those 3 swords can be blocked by their sword power. Even if Qin Yun continued to use bullets to attack, it would not have any effect and would only be a waste of bullets. Qin Yun used Heaven Extinction Step and promptly dodged. One of the swords shot out like a beam of light and almost hit Qin Yun's body. After Qin Yun dodged, he immediately rushed to the center of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. He stood at the center of the formation and activated it. Boom boom boom, the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation let out 9 dragon roars. The violent divine universe dragon power condensed into lightning and formed a very strong barrier. The 3 swords saw that the situation is not right and wanted to break the barrier but failed. This time, don't even think of running. Yin controlled the formation to shoot out lightning and entangled the three swords. Yin originally thought that he would be able to take down the three swords like this, but he still underestimated them. When the three swords were bound by lightning, they suddenly fused together and turned into one sword. After the three swords merged into one, a powerful sword aura erupted. The sword aura condensed into an earth-shattering sword shadow that broke free of the lightning chains. It seemed to have captured the lightning released by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and condensed it into a giant lightning sword. The sharp sword aura was accompanied by violent lightning as it pierced towards Yin, who was in the middle of the array at lightning speed. Break! The 9 altars shone with golden light as the power of the myriad worlds' divine sun surged into them. At the center of the 9 dragons' heaven origin formation, waves of energy surged as dragon power raged. The golden mist that surged out from all directions turned into 9 huge dragons that rushed over and engulfed the lightning sword. At the same time Yin blocked the lightning sword, he also discovered that the sword had already broken through the barrier and flew out. Don't even think of running. Yin waved his hand and put away the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array. He took out the floating cloud staff and used the light transformation sacred pupil to catch up in the blink of an eye. Boom, the floating cloud staff ferociously smashed down. Absolute yang divine power surged out violently and exploded out through the floating cloud staff. Its might seems to be able to tear apart the blue dome of heaven. After the sword was ruthlessly struck by the floating cloud staff, the sword aura condensed into a rain barrier and directly shattered. The sword aura surged out like a myriad of sword shadows. Die, the sword coldly shouted. That cold shout was shouted by 3 people at the same time. The sword suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a faint spatial fluctuation. Yin is greatly alarmed. He did not expect that the sword could actually travel through space. He suddenly felt that the sword deliberately flew away to lure him into pursuing it. The instant the sword disappeared, Yin promptly activated the ability of the 9 Sun Divine Soul's first bead, Sun Heavenly Shield. The purplish-red Sun Heavenly Shield appeared. The sword pierced through space and collided with the Sun Heavenly Shield, causing a burst of incomparably dreadful fluctuation. It caused a 100-meter wide crack to appear on the ground below. Yin felt his arm go numb. The 9 Sun Divine Soul is on his wrist. Just now, he tightly clenched his fists and let the 9 Sun Divine Soul release the Sun Heavenly Shield to block that dreadful attack. I won't let you run away again. 9 altars appeared again. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation was completed in a flash and surrounded the sword. The sword's voice came out and said with sneer, with just this bit of ability, you can't keep us here. Ignorant thing, you think you can take us down, but you don't know that in our eyes, you are already dead. You sword people are truly arrogant. Yin activated the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and set up a formidable barrier. The sword trembled and let out a loud laugh. The arrogant ones are ignorant and insignificant fools like you. Who is ignorant and who doesn't know power, you will know very soon. Yin controlled the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and continued to channel energy to strengthen the barrier. He wants to seal the sword. Fool, you truly don't know how powerful we are. The sword's 3 voices laughed loudly and said, even myriad realms' divine sun has to be somewhat courteous in front of us. Yet you, a fool born from myriad realms' divine sun, are actually so arrogant. I think you have never died before. I have died several times and killed many bastards like you who provoked me. Yin said with sneer. Within the spirit formation, the sword started to tremble violently. It was releasing a powerful energy. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation's power is very formidable. It has Divine Universe Golden Stone as its energy source. Divine Universe Golden Stone is very rare in Divine Desolate. However, Yin has quite a few in his hands, so he naturally doesn't feel any heartache. The sword has already been gradually suppressed and found it difficult to move. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. Yin laughed loudly and said. You are dead for sure, ha ha ha. The sword laughed loudly and said, you will know very soon. At this moment, a very dreadful power suddenly rushed over. This kind of power is filled with boundless might. It descended from the sky. Not good. Yin promptly controlled the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and released a very strong defensive barrier. At the same time, he released Sun Heavenly Shield through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Boom, a golden lightning bolt carrying incomparably tyrannical and berserk divine power pierced through the space and directly struck the sun heavenly shield. The power that suddenly appeared can also shuttle through space. Moreover, it is very berserk and contains the formidable divine power of myriad realms. Divine Sunday. Qin Yun was hit. Although he was blocked by the sun heavenly shield, his body was still blasted into the ground and sunk deep into the ground. The nine-dragon heavenly origin formation did not seal the sword in order to defend. After the sword jumped out, it immediately stabbed towards the hole in the ground. Qin Yun has already been stabbed more than 100 meters into the ground by the impact of the power. When the sword stabbed towards the hole, Qin Yun's blood and qi churned. He never expected that such a formidable power would suddenly sneak attack him, and it came so quickly. If not for the protection of the sun heavenly shield, he would have already been blasted into dregs. That sword man is here again. Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He can only use the nine sun divine spirit to release the formidable sun heavenly shield. Boom, the sword stabbed into the 100-meter deep hole in the ground. It originally thought that it would be able to kill Qin Yun, but it was once again blocked by the sun heavenly shield. Berserk power collided and exploded 100 meters underground. Immediately, a large amount of soil flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably huge crater appeared on the ground. "You won't be able to hold on for long," the sword shouted. At this moment, Qin Yun once again sensed the formidable power from earlier. What caused him to be shocked is that this power actually came from Myriad Realms' divine sun. The formidable thunder and lightning condensed from Myriad Realms' divine sun pierced through space and directly struck down. Earlier, the swordman said that even if Myriad Realms' divine sun met him, they would have to be somewhat courteous. Qin Yun thought that the swordman was just spouting nonsense. He never expected that it would actually be true. Moreover, the swordman can even mobilize the power of Myriad Realms' divine Sunday. Earlier, when the heaven-leaping shuttle was attacked, Qin Yun and Dog God sensed a very strong power of Myriad Realms' divine sun accompanied by a sword aura. What exactly is he fighting with? Qin Yun is completely dumbfounded. Myriad Realms' divine sun's power bombarded down. Qin Yun could only release the sun heavenly shield to block. What made him feel at ease is that the divine universe purple sun's power is very dreadful. The sun heavenly shield it released is very powerful and can block the attack of Myriad Realms' divine Sunday. Swordman, I'll let you see how strong my nine desolate divine saber is. After Qin Yun blocked the thunder and lightning from Myriad Realms' divine sun, he promptly summoned the nine desolate divine saber from inside the divine universe purple Sunday. He swung his saber horizontally at the sword that was thrusting towards him. Boom, an incomparably berserk vibration accompanied by a ferocious heavenly might aura landed on the sword, causing it to let out a loud cry. Heavenly Extermination 9 style, heavenly quake. It seems like it has the power to shake the vault of heaven. It seems like the sword has discovered the dreadfulness of the nine desolate divine saber. Qin Yun did not expect that the nine desolate divine saber would become so powerful. The divine universe purple sun helped the nine desolate divine saber recover a lot. Of course, the nine desolate divine saber has not completely recovered. Yushi will have to open the bloodline heavenly pattern box first. The thunder and lightning from Myriad Realms' divine sun attacked again. And this time, the sword accompanied the berserk thunder and lightning as it charged towards Qin Yun. Who's afraid of who? Qin Yun held the saber in one hand, the nine sun divine soul released the sun heavenly shield with the other. He vigorously brandished the sun heavenly shield with his arm and directly used a powerful shield attack to block the thunder and lightning swordman's attack. This ferocious collision caused the earth within several hundred li to shake like a surging ocean. After the swordman was sent flying, Qin Yun used the light transformation sacred pupil to chase after him. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye. His bloodshot eyes allowed him to obtain an incomparably formidable power. This kind of power seems like it can destroy everything. The ability of heavenly eye allows Qin Yun to erupt with incomparably formidable blood-soul power. Blood-soul power is the fusion of Qin Yun's formidable absolute yang divine power, mental power, and body power. The appearance of blood-soul power means that he has to condense runes. Heavenly Eye's ability allows the blood-soul power within Qin Yun's body to quickly transform into runes and burst out. After the swordman was hit, he let out a painful scream. A swordman letting out a painful scream, moreover it is a scream made by three people at the same time. This is very strange. So what if it's myriad realms divine sun's power? In the hands of trash like you, it can't unleash any of its power. Xianxia's eyes are filled with boundless heavenly might that looks down on the heaven and earth. The nether sun inside his body is frantically releasing power. You. The swordman sensed Xianxia's even more dreadful power. Just as he was about to flee, Xianxia suddenly dropped down and stomped on him. It must be known that Xianxia is wearing heaven-trampling divine boots. When he stomped down, he burst out with heaven-trampling might. The swordman became even more afraid. Thunder and lightning condensed by myriad realms divine sun attacked again. Xianxia waved his hand, sun heavenly shield appeared and very casually sent the thunder and lightning flying. Who are you? The swordman finally realized that the person in front of him is very difficult to deal with. He is much stronger than the people they killed before. You are not worthy to know. Xianxia's 9 desolate divine saber erupted with formidable divine universe purple energy. This rich divine universe purple energy is something 9 desolate divine saber obtained from divine universe purple Sunday heaven extermination 9 style, setting sun. This saber chopped down, its aura is as dreadful as a falling red sun. Divine universe purple sun's power combined with 9 desolate divine saber allowed Xianxia to unleash this move without restraint. Boom, the saber chopped down on the sword body and directly defeated the swordman's power. The sword split open and overflowed with a large amount of golden red glowing blood. The sword suddenly split into 3 light balls and turned into 3 people. Xianxia summoned the 9 altars and condensed 3 seals. He inserted them into the 3 people's bodies and sealed the power within them. After the battle, Xianxia secretly rejoiced that he fused with the 9 sun heavenly race's bloodline, otherwise he would have to flee in a sorry state. He looked at the 9 desolate divine saber in his hand. Its cracked surface is overflowing with runes that look like flowing blood. It's been hard on you, old 9. Xianxia stored the 9 desolate divine saber back into the divine universe purple Sunday. He looked at the myriad realms divine sun in the sky and muttered to himself, why can this guy mobilize myriad realms divine sun's power? Xianxia floated in the air and looked down at the ground. He was astounded. He never expected that the battle from before would flatten such a large mountain range. He hurriedly returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle. Dog deity, mind god, and the others inside the heaven-leaping shuttle looked at Xianxia with reverence in their eyes. They knew that Xianxia was very strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. They were unable to estimate how strong Xianxia was at the moment. They only knew that Xianxia's cultivation was still at the profound god realm. The profound god was already so strong. If he became a great god, wouldn't he be able to beat up the sacred god? They even felt that if the sacred deity was not on guard, she would most likely be killed by Xianxia. It was indeed so. Previously, Xianxia was a sacred god. Because he was not on guard, he was almost killed by Xianxia's saber. Then, he died under the frenzied attacks of the Dragon Palace elders. The 3 swordmen were captured. They were quite speechless. They were a very powerful race. Before they came to the God Wasteland, they already knew that the humans in the God Wasteland were very weak. Along the way, they met many humans from Deity Desolate, and they were indeed very weak. Later on, their battleship sensed something that could travel through space, so they wanted to capture it and take it for themselves. They never expected that Xianxia, who was inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, would be so terrifying that he could shatter their spatial divine mirror. That was why they sent 3 powerful swordmen to chase after him. Inside the warehouse of the heaven-leaping shuttle, the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation trapped the 3 swordmen in the middle. They were all sealed individually and they were severely injured, unable to resist. His mind used his ability to ask the 3 swordmen. Where are you from? His mind asked. We are from the heavenly sword domain. A swordsman answered him. He had already been beaten black and blue by the ox god and was currently in a trance. Heavenly sword domain? Xianxia and company looked at each other in dismay because they had never heard of this heavenly sword domain. Who are you people? His mind asked again. We are from the divine sword race. We have the bloodline of the divine sword in our bodies. We are a powerful ancient race, the swordsman replied. Then why did you come to the God Wasteland? His mind asked. Because we want to obtain the myriad heaven divine sword. Only our divine sword race has the qualifications to possess the myriad heaven divine sword, the swordsman said. Qin said, ask him about the matter of sword sacrifice. His mind immediately asked the swordsman, does the myriad heaven divine sword need to be sacrificed with blood? The swordsman replied, of course. The sword sun divine mountain is the sword sacrifice pool. It requires a large amount of powerful blood to refine the powerful myriad heaven divine sword. This means that many people will die at that time. Ask him again, why did the myriad heaven divine sword appear? Qin asked. His mind promptly asked. The swordsman replied, this is a divine weapon refined by the myriad realm's divine sun over 100 years ago. Its main purpose is to display its formidable power to the god wasteland and make us submit to it. What will happen if we obtain the myriad heaven divine sword? His mind asked. I don't know. It's possible that we will be able to control the divine power of the heavens, the swordsman replied. Then why did you attack us? When his mind thought of this, he became very angry. Because you are all fools born from the myriad realm's divine Sunday. We are only capturing you as prey. Before the swordsman finished speaking, he was smashed to pieces by Vigor God's fist. Qin promptly took out Jian Ruyan's sun and moon twin dragon swords. The blood of these divine sword race people is very strong. It is very good to use it to refine the sun and moon twin dragon swords. There are still 2 swordsmen left. His mind also asked them some questions. These swordsmen actually used humans from the god wasteland as sacrifices. In other words, they killed many people before. What they did not expect is that in the end, they would be used by Qin as sacrifices. These 3 guys said that they are very powerful sword kings and war gods in the divine sword race. Their status should not be low. Dog God said. Qin also asked those swordsmen why they can mobilize the power of the myriad realm's divine Sunday. The result caused Qin to be very surprised. The swordsman said that the myriad realm's divine sun takes very good care of the ancient race. As for the reason, the swordsman doesn't know. After killing the swordsman, the heaven leaping shuttle flew very carefully. Earlier, it was because the heaven leaping shuttle used very strong spatial divine power that it created such a large fluctuation. It was sensed by the divine sword race's battleship and was attacked. This time, Qin is very careful. He restrained most of the spatial fluctuation and shortened the distance of each teleportation. Although this is very complicated, it can very steadily reach the vicinity of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. The Sword Sun Divine Mountain is tens of thousands of feet tall. At the peak of the mountain, one can touch the stars. This mountain looks like a very short and thick huge sword descending from the sky, so it looks a bit like a cauldron. Rumor has it that this is a sword cauldron. Qin is not unfamiliar with the Sword Sun Divine Mountain at all. Even though he saw it many years ago and often went to the mountain peak. However, seeing it with his own eyes, he still feels very shocked. From the ground, it is impossible to see the mountain peak. In the vicinity of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, there are many huge flying battleships flying past. Those flying battleships are thousands of meters long, but in front of the huge mountain, they seem very small. The heaven leaping shuttle finally arrived at the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Around the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, there are many large and small flying ships, as well as huge palaces and islands floating in the air. More than half of the people from the various powers have already arrived. Qin also saw the fiery red battleship. The fiery red battleship attacked the heaven leaping shuttle before, and the large mirror at the bottom was shattered. It has not been repaired yet. What surprised Qin is that the surroundings of the fiery red battleship seem to be very lively. The divine sword race is like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, surrounded by many flying behemoths. It seems like this divine sword race is a very powerful ancient race. Qin maintained a distance from the huge ship inside the heaven leaping shuttle. At this moment, he suddenly felt something standing on the heaven leaping shuttle. The outer appearance of the heaven leaping shuttle is a few meters long white jade gourd. Because it was attacked before, Qin turned it into a black turtle. This kind of flying magic tool is the smallest here. Little friend, it's me. The person standing on the heaven leaping shuttle spoke. It is the nameless old man. Qin is rather surprised that the nameless old man can recognize the heaven leaping shuttle. He immediately brought the nameless old man in. He saw that the nameless old man is holding a soul-chasing talisman in his hand. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Why are you here again? The nameless old man chuckled and said, "You also want to see that myriad heaven divine sword, right?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Yes, this news has spread throughout the divine desolate. I was also attracted by it, so I came to take a look." The nameless old man patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "It seems like you have fused with your bloodline divine source. You are quite strong." Xianxia only smiled and asked, "Senior, have you heard of the divine sword race?" "Ah? You know of the divine sword race?" The nameless old man said in shock. Xianxia told Dog God and the others not to speak and not to expose the matter of him killing the divine sword race. "I heard about it." Xianxia said with a smile, "It seems like Senior also knows about it. This divine sword race is very strong. I am really surprised that this group of swordsmen came this time," the nameless old man said. "Then are you their match?" Xianxia is in the main control room. He looked at the dazzling fiery red battleship in the distance. The nameless old man curled his lips and said, "Of course we are not weaker than them. Some guys are really something." After knowing that the divine sword race is a powerful ancient race, they eagerly went over to kneel and lick their boots. Especially those guys from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. "How many powerful ancient races have come this time?" Xianxia asked curiously. "I don't know for now. Some powerful ancient races are very low-key, like us. Currently, the only high-profile powerful ancient race is the divine sword race." The nameless old man said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. I will go investigate and see what powerful ancient races have come." "Senior, can you tell me the results of the investigation?" Xianxia asked. After the nameless old man was teleported out, he angrily kicked the heaven-leaping shuttle twice and shouted, "It's free, all right? I'll look for you when I have news." "Senior, I will have to trouble you," Xianxia said with smile. At this time, the dog deity and the others also proposed to go out and investigate the situation. Dog God and the others were gods, so they had a good understanding of the gods of the myriad worlds god court. They wanted to go out and see what kind of gods had come. Thunder God had many subordinates in the divine court of myriad worlds, and they weren't under house arrest. If they were all here, Dog God would be able to find them. With the help of his mind, he would be able to get a lot of information out of them. "Be careful when you go out, don't be too ostentatious," Xianxia warned. He had also refined some divine talismans for Dog Deity and the others, which could conceal them and allow them to flee. Their main purpose was to protect themselves. The heretic god especially liked that kind of divine talisman. To him, it was the best life-saving item. After Dog Deity and the others left the Skyleap shuttle, Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman. That soul-chasing talisman belonged to Bingxing. Xianxia wanted to see if Bingxing was nearby. The soul-chasing talisman reacted, but according to the light emitted by the soul-chasing talisman, Bingxing was still quite far away from him. It was not around the Sword Sun God Mountain. "Sister Bingxing isn't here yet?" Xianxia looked at the spirit-chasing talisman and said doubtfully, "Little Phoenix said that Sister Bingxing will go to the divine court of myriad realms first and come together with Sister Shuyan. If she took the ship of the divine court of myriad realms, she should have arrived long ago." Inside the Heaven Leap shuttle, Xianxia was waiting for Dog Deity and the others. The gods of the divine court of the myriad worlds usually took the ship of the divine court of the myriad worlds and traveled through space. If a portion of gods came but Bingxing and Luiyue Shuyan did not come, Xianxia would have to contact Little Phoenix and ask about the situation. It didn't take long for Dog Deity to arrive outside the sky-leaping shuttle. "Boss, only the weaker gods of myriad realms divine court have arrived. Most of the strong gods have not arrived yet," Dog God said. Xianxia used the soul-chasing talisman to estimate the distance. Bingxing and Luiyue Shuyan are currently not in the myriad realms divine palace. "They should be on the way," Xianxia said. "The myriad realms divine court is still very strong. The god punishment flag in the hands of the god judge is a very powerful thing." Dog Deity said, "They might have encountered some problems on the way, that's why they haven't arrived yet." Xianxia got Dog God to continue gathering information while he cultivated inside the heavenly leaping shuttle. He wanted to cultivate the fourth profound god Dao Meridian. Previously, in the battle with the three sword men of the divine sword race, Xianxia used a lot of equipment to defeat them. This was mainly because his own strength was not strong enough. He had come to flatten the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Coincidentally, the Sword Sun Divine Mountain was forging a divine sword, which attracted many experts. Xianxia knew very well that if he did not have sufficient strength, it would be very difficult for him to achieve his goal. Sword Sun Divine Mountain, you stole Sister Yan's origin sword, I won't let you off. Xianxia looked at the huge and majestic Sword Sun Divine Mountain, his gaze is ice cold. Xianxia was meditating on the fourth mystic divine Tao meridian. No matter what kind of divine profound Tao image he cultivated, Xianxia would be able to obtain a very powerful divine power. After he fused with the 9 Yang heavenly race's bloodline divine origin, his limit was to open 5 profound God Tao meridians. I wonder how strong I will be if I have 5 profound God Tao meridians. Xianxia could only roughly estimate that he could defeat a sacred god without a strong race bloodline. If it was a sacred god with a strong race bloodline, he did not have absolute confidence. The people from the ancient races were still very strong. For example, Xianxia had to use a lot of effort to take down the 3 swordmen from before. Since the divine sword race had come, the other ancient races would definitely come as well. Xianxia felt that this was a good opportunity for him to roughly understand the strength of the various ancient races. Furthermore, since the Myriad Realms Divine Court had come, they would definitely prevent a conflict from breaking out here. Perhaps he would be able to understand how powerful the divine judge of the Myriad Realms Divine Court was. Xianxia had always hidden his identity because he did not know how many strong races there were in the divine desolate land. Back then, he was beaten up by a child from the primal chaos race and that was still fresh in his memory. And would the strongest primal chaos race people appear? Xianxia also did not know. From the bottom of his heart, he was looking forward to the appearance of the powerful primal chaos race. At the same time, he was also somewhat afraid. He looked forward to the appearance of the powerful primal chaos race because he wanted to defeat them. Only by doing so could he completely eliminate the fear in his heart. I will try my best to cultivate the 5th profound God Tao meridian during this period of time. Xianxia could feel an indescribable pressure. When he closed his eyes to cultivate, it was difficult for him to calm down. His eyelids kept twitching. This was a very uneasy feeling causing mischief. Xianxia tried hard for a long time but was unable to calm down. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and muttered, I feel uneasy. Did the heavenly eye sense a threat? The heavenly eye could see through many things, so it naturally had an extremely powerful perception. He walked out of the heaven leaping shuttle and stood on it. He secretly used the heavenly eye to check his surroundings. After careful inspection, he did not discover anything. At most, he could see that the divine sword race's fiery red warship had a very strong energy aura lingering around it. Just as Xianxia was feeling puzzled, a very strong star power surged from the sky like a tide. Xianxia immediately raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw dozens of powerful energy balls falling from the sky. At first, he thought that something was going to fall, but then he realized that those energy balls are all stars. When those huge stars approached the ground, their speed suddenly slowed down. He saw more than 30 beautiful stars floating in the sky. Those round stars are not particularly large. At most, they are the size of a large island. However, the energy that erupted out is very strong. Xianxia used his heavenly eye and saw that the energy aura mainly came from the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. At this moment, the nameless old man arrived. Senior, what are those stars? Xianxia asked. That's the divine star race, the nameless old man said in a deep voice. The divine star race is truly powerful. The divine sword race only sent 1 warship, but the divine star race sent 36 star masters. Xianxia said, other than the divine star race, are there any other strong races? The nameless old man looked around, shook his head and said, you feel the presence of other strong races? I don't know. I just feel very uneasy, it's hard to calm down. Xianxia said, it seems to be a sense of danger. The nameless old man placed his hand on Xianxia's shoulder. With a solemn expression, he transmitted his voice, little friend, you have the heavenly eye. If your sense of danger comes from the heavenly eye, then it means that there might be some powerful guy that made your heavenly eye extremely vigilant. Xianxia's heart jumped. He asked with sound transmission, what could it be? Is it a powerful ancient race? I don't know. But my guess is that it might be someone from the divine sky race. They are hiding very well. The nameless old man suddenly sighed and said, "You shouldn't have come here." Divine Sky Race? Xianxia heard the nameless old man talk about this powerful ancient race before. Is the Divine Sky Race very strong? Xianxia asked. I don't know. I only heard that the heavenly Tao that created the heavenly law divine realm came from the Divine Sky Race. Even the current heaven creation divine palace is related to the Divine Sky Race, the nameless old man said. I will go investigate again. After the nameless old man left, Xianxia returned to the heaven leaping shuttle. He thought for a moment, then bid farewell to the dog deity and the others and temporarily left the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. He found a quiet and uninhabited place and released the floating cloud pagoda. After entering the floating cloud pagoda, Xianxia seemed to feel much more relaxed. Looks like there's a very powerful guy near the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Xianxia believed the nameless old man's words even more. His heavenly eye could sense danger. That was why he was unable to calm down. Now that he was a bit further away from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, that feeling had disappeared. Could it be that I'm not being targeted and it's just that the heavenly eye instinctively sensed danger? Xianxia shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He closed his eyes and began cultivating, calmly opening up the Xianxia Dao Meridian. He needed to open up all the Xianxia Dao Meridian in order to step into the Great God Realm and grasp even more power. Xianxia believed that once he stepped into the Great God Realm, even if he met a sacred god from a strong race, he wouldn't be beaten up. What made him more confident was that he had 10 divine profound Tao statues in this life. Although the 10th divine profound Tao statue had yet to appear, it meant that he had the potential to become even more powerful. This kind of potential was very important. Of course, there was also a huge drawback, which was that the requirements for the physical body were extremely high. Xianxia needed to fuse with the bloodlines of various powerful races in order for his body to be strong enough to withstand the opening of 10 Xianxia Dao meridians. Now, he already had the bloodline of the 9 Sons royal family and the bloodline of the 9 Sons heavenly clan. Next, he didn't know how to obtain the bloodline divine origin of other powerful races. Unknowingly, Xianxia's divine cauldron Tao image gradually changed and suddenly spewed out a very strong Tao power. This is the divine cauldron Tao image opening up the Xianxia Dao meridian. Xianxia was secretly delighted. This meant that it would be more convenient for him to use the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and the soul creation heavenly cauldron. And the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron would also become stronger because of this. After opening the 4th Xianxia Dao meridian, Xianxia could feel his strength clearly increase. If it was now, those 3 swordmen would definitely not be my match if they attacked me together. Xianxia's breakthrough this time also took a few days. He took out the soul-chasing talisman and looked at the location of Bing Xing and Liu Shuyan. They were quite close to him. They've finally arrived near the Sword Sun God Mountain. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. He hurriedly put away the soul-chasing talisman and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Just as he walked out, he saw a young man dressed in black holding a large sword. This young man's long hair draped over his shoulders. His cold gaze carried a very powerful arrogance, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. The moment Xianxia walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, he felt a very strong sense of danger. Especially the heavenly eye, it directly appeared. As expected, the heavenly eye was obtained by you. The black-clothed young man smiled disdainfully. Who are you? Xianxia took a step back and returned to the floating cloud pagoda. Shenruoming's cold and arrogant eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He said with a light sneer, "It seems that I have underestimated you. You actually know about the existence of the divine heaven race." Xianxia could tell that this person called Shenruoming definitely had some understanding of him. After he calmed down, he said with a smile, "There are many people who look down on me. You don't have to take it to heart. You can even look down on me all the time. Since you can obtain the heavenly eye, I really shouldn't underestimate you. But you are indeed too weak right now. If you want me to think highly of you, it will be very difficult." Shenruoming said with a disdainful smile, "Come out, don't hide inside. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already died." Xianxia laughed loudly, "If you really want to kill me, the one who will die will only be you." Shenruoming laughed a few times, "Possessing the heavenly eye, you think that you have something to rely on. It's very normal, very normal. But let me tell you, obtaining the heavenly eye is nothing. Don't think too highly of yourself or you will die very miserably. Let me also tell you, the heavenly eye is indeed nothing. I have never taken it seriously. You naturally don't know how strong I am. If you want to know how strong I am, then you might die very miserably. Qin Yan said with a smile. Shen Ruoming sneered a few times and said, "It seems like you are very hostile towards me?" This is also very normal because deep in your soul, hatred towards us has long been branded. Your hostility towards us is also within expectations. Qin Yan's heart stirred. This Shen Ruoming seems to know about him. When he was the Nanyang Palace King, he was confused for many years and wanted to know where he came from. Qin Yan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and turned it into a floating cloud rod. The sword in Shen Ruoming's hand suddenly trembled inside the scabbard. An invisible sword aura secretly surged in all directions. A gale suddenly roared, the world is filled with cold killing intent. Qin Yan and Shen Ruoming looked at each other. Qin Yan has already controlled his heavenly eye to close. His clear eyes are very calm. Shen Ruoming's hand is already on the sword hilt, as if he is about to pull it out. Qin Yan's powerful divine sun heart suddenly trembled. He knew that once the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be extremely powerful. Shen Ruoming held his breath and stared into Qin Yan's eyes. He had already gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The sword that was trembling in the scabbard suddenly calmed down, but the power of the sword became stronger, like a raging storm. Qin Yan's heart and breathing seemed to have stopped, but the power in his body is surging. A formless heavenly might aura is secretly colliding with Shen Ruoming's sword aura. When Shen Ruoming sensed Qin Yan's heavenly might aura, his eyebrows pricked up slightly. His hand also left the sword hilt and the sword aura suddenly dissipated. The surging divine power within Qin Yan's body also calmed down. His divine sun heart resumed beating and he began to breathe normally again. "You do have some strength," Shen Ruoming said. "Why don't you draw your sword?" asked Qin Yan with a smile. "When I pull out my sword, someone will definitely die. Either you die or I die. There are only two outcomes," Shen Ruoming said. "Oh? In that case, you are not drawing your sword because you are afraid you will die?" asked Qin Yan. Shen Ruoming let out a long laugh and said, "You are wrong. After I draw my sword, the one who will die will definitely be you. I didn't draw my sword because I didn't want to kill you. If I don't want to kill you, why should I draw my sword?" "Is that so? If you don't want to kill me, then why did you have the intention to draw your sword just now?" Although Qin Yan is staring at Shen Ruoming's eyes, his attention is focused on the sword. Shen Ruoming did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Did you come here to snatch the myriad heaven divine sword? If that's really the case, then it won't be too late for me to draw my sword." "Myriad heaven divine sword? I really didn't come for this thing, I don't need this kind of thing." Qin Yan smiled casually, "Don't tell me you came for this thing?" Shen Ruoming is startled, then said with a smile, "You are truly an extremely arrogant person. In your mouth, the myriad heaven divine sword is this kind of thing and that kind of thing. Do you really not know how strong the myriad heaven divine sword is?" Qin Yan said with a bright smile, "So what if it's strong? Sooner or later, I will be able to forge such a powerful divine weapon. Of course I won't take it to heart. You guys can't forge a powerful divine weapon. Even if you have to fight until your brains bleed, you still have to snatch it, right? It seems like not only are you arrogant, you are also ignorant. No wonder you are so disdainful of the myriad heaven divine sword." Shen Ruoming snorted and said with a smile. Suddenly, Qin Yan sensed a very familiar aura. Bingxing has arrived, a clear and cold wind blew over. A woman wearing a snow-white long dress slowly flew over. As her long dress fluttered, elegant white multicolored mist floated about, making her look even more beautiful and refined, elegant and holy. The beautiful but cold woman landed leisurely beside Qin Yan. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with coldness suddenly revealed a hint of tenderness. Although the tenderness is very faint, it is very warm and enchanting. Especially from Qin Yan's point of view, it warmed his heart. Bingxing has arrived. After she glanced tenderly at Qin Yan, her eyes immediately became bone-piercingly cold as she looked at Shen Ruoming. Shen Ruoming slightly frowned, he felt a bone-piercing cold and said, "The divine daughter who obtained the power of Ice Sun? Divine heaven race people, please leave this place. Bingxing said coldly. Shen Ruoming lightly inhaled and said to Qin Yun, it seems like I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be together with a 9-son divine daughter. Qin Yun really wanted to tell him that the 9 beautiful 9-son divine daughters have an extremely good relationship with him. Qin Yun did not tell Shen Ruoming, but he suddenly hugged Bingxing's jade waist and kissed her beautiful and cold face. Bingxing's expression is still as cold as frost, she did not have any reaction. However, this caused Shen Ruoming to take a few steps back in shock. Shen Ruoming never expected that this kind of 9-son divine daughter would be so close to someone else. Don't show off your affection, I'm not jealous of you. Shen Ruoming put away his shocked heart and said to Qin Yun with a smile, I just feel sad for you because you are not worthy of 9-son divine daughter. In the future, you will definitely know how powerful 9-son divine daughter is. At that time, she will kick you away, of course. Shut up. Bingxing coldly shouted. This 9-son divine daughter, you are just using her as a tool to become stronger, am I right? Shen Ruoming said with a smile. No. Bingxing said in a deep voice, if you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. Shen Ruoming suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared. However, his voice still rippled over. When 9-son divine daughter enters the transformation realm, you will know. I advise you to stay away from 9-son divine daughter. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Qin Yun did not take Shen Ruoming's words to heart. Xiao Yun, how did you meet him? Bingxing's voice became much softer. Don't mind his nonsense. Qin Yun held her warm and delicate hands and said, he came to find me. Sister Bingxing, you have become really strong. You are also very strong. You have missed more than 100 years, but you are still so strong now. Even I can't see through your strength. Bingxing said. Qin Yun only has a rough guess about his own strength. He feels that if he were to meet Thunder God again, he would definitely be able to kill him. Sister Bingxing, you should have arrived at Sword Sun Divine Mountain a long time ago. Did you only arrive now? Qin Yun asked. We encountered some problems on the way, so we were delayed for more than 10 days. Bingxing looked around and asked, Xiao Yun, did you come to cause trouble for Sword Sun Divine Mountain this time? Or did you come for the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword? Qin Yun said, I have enmity with Sword Sun Divine Mountain since a long time ago. My main goal in coming here this time is to get rid of them. Bingxing slightly frowned and said, with the current situation, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to succeed. Since you have already killed Sect Master Xiang Junjian, we can just kill the strongest Sword Sun Divine Mountain's Grand Elder. Let me and Sister Shuyan do it. Oh right, what about Ruyan's Sun and Moon Twin Dragon Swords? Little Phoenix said that you have already taken it back. Qin Yun took out the Sun and Moon Twin Dragon Swords and placed them in a long box. I will hand it over to Ruyan. When she finds out that you took it back, she will definitely be very happy. Bingxing revealed a charming smile. Sister Bingxing, Sword Sun Divine Mountain's Grand Elder is still Xiang Yanghong, right? Qin Yun asked. He indeed remembers that Xiang Yanghong is very strong. He is very strong. Very difficult to deal with. When Shuyan and I came, we found out from the Divine Chief that Xiang Yanghong has been absorbing 9-sun divine power through Sword Sun Divine Mountain for many years. After the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun was born, Xiang Yanghong became even stronger. Bingxing said, don't worry, we can deal with him. Then now we will wait for the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword to come into being. Qin Yun nodded and said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, can you go to the peak of Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Sister Shuyan has already gone up, I'll go now. Don't go near the mountain peak, lest someone discover your heavenly eye. Bingxing used the tone of a big sister and sternly warned Qin Yun. Got it, I'll wait nearby for the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword to appear. Qin Yun said with a smile. Then I'm leaving. Bingxing's ice-cold eyes are filled with tenderness and a trace of hidden bitterness as she looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and said. Bingxing bit her lower lip and lightly stamped her feet. Then she hugged Qin Yun and kissed him. Qin Yun embraced the 9-sun divine maiden who is as cold as an iceberg. He is very happy in his heart and enjoyed a brief moment of beauty with her. After kissing for a while, Bingxing lightly snorted and said, why don't you take the initiative? You were the one who took the initiative before, I'm used to it. Qinyan said with a mischievous smile. Bingxing immediately rolled her eyes at him. Then, she pinched his handsome face with a little force and flew away. After Bingxing flew away, Qinyan sighed and said, Xiangyang Hong, your son Xiang Yunjian's head is still with me. After all, we have known each other for so many years. Let me reunite you father and son. Although Qinyan promised Bingxing to let her and Liu Shuyan kill Xiangyang Hong, he is only saying it verbally. This is the old and new enmity between him and Sword Sun Divine Mountain. He must personally settle it. Qinyan waited for a while and then flew towards Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Shenruoming and the nameless old man are fighting. Qinyan suddenly has a feeling that he wants to watch the show. He did not immediately go over. Instead, he floated in the distance and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Why don't you guys fight? Qinyan waited for a while and saw that the two of them are still playing cross-eyed, so he shouted. The nameless old man really wants to slap Qinyan to death. Even at this time, he is still not coming over to help. He is facing a lot of pressure. Shenruoming is also secretly cursing Qinyan in his heart. He naturally knows that Qinyan wants to take this opportunity to see how strong he is. Maybe he wants to sneak attack or something. Little friend, you are quite free, the nameless old man said. He is now releasing a hidden power to compete with Shenruoming. Qinyan can feel the two auras, but he has no way of knowing how strong they are. He used his heavenly eye and can only see the two energy mists colliding with each other. Shenruoming did not show any weakness at all. His arrogant aura is very arrogant, giving the nameless old man a lot of pressure. You guys can fight without worry. I won't launch a sneak attack or help anyone. Qinyan shouted, Nine Sun Heavenly Clan and Divine Heaven Race, they both sound like Heavenly Race? Could it be that you were once family? That's great, you guys can decide who is better now. Won't launch a sneak attack? I see that you have already prepared more than 10 kinds of sneak attacks. Shenruoming coldly groaned and said, We and the Nine Sun Heavenly Clan are irreconcilable, what bullshit family. Qinyan promptly clapped his hands and said with smile, Don't worry, my nickname is Honest Qin. For honest people like us, even if you want me to launch a sneak attack, I won't do it. Hurry up and fight. Since you are irreconcilable, when you meet, you will look at me and I will look at you. Only lovers will do this. Damn you. The nameless old man can't help but curse, Little friend, quickly come over and help me, slap that bastard. Qinyan naturally won't go over. Although he is not afraid of Shenruoming, he doesn't know his background. If both sides were to suffer, it would affect his plan to flatten the Sword Sun God Mountain. You want to bully the few with numbers? Shenruoming said with sneer, Then come, I can suppress you with just 3 fingers. The nameless old man laughed coldly. With just 3 of your fingers? You can't even clean my butt, and you still want to beat me up? You shameless old bastard, your mouth is filled with vulgar words. The Nine Suns Heavenly Clan's despicable nature is vividly displayed by you, cursed Shenruoming. Qinyan secretly agreed with Shenruoming. The nameless old man still had a sneer on his face as he said, In terms of despicableness, we can't even compare to your divine sky race. Shenruoming suddenly looked at Qinyan and said, If you want to attack me together with this old man, then come. Don't worry, I won't do it with him. Qinyan suddenly felt that these words were a bit strange. The nameless old man shouted, Little friend, this guy is just bluffing. Don't look at how calm he looks. In fact, he's panicking to death. If you join forces with me, we'll definitely be able to beat him until he cries for his parents. Then come. Shenruoming smiled. Let alone 2 of you, even if there were 20 of you, I wouldn't be afraid. Qinyan doesn't plan to attack because he and Shenruoming don't have any grudges. At most, they only boasted a few rather arrogant words to each other. Furthermore, Shenruoming is very afraid of the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Otherwise, with his lofty and unyielding character, he wouldn't have been scared away by a few words from Bingxing Sr. I said that I am an honest person. I have never done anything like bullying others with numbers. An honest person like me is often besieged by many people. Qinyan sighed and said. The nameless old man suddenly said, "Little demon from the divine sky race, how about we shout 3 and then stop at the same time?" "I don't trust you," Shen Ruoming said. "How about you shout?" the nameless old man said. "The two of them are fighting, if they don't stop at the same time, then one of them will definitely be injured." Shen Ruoming said, "How about this, I shout 3 and then release formidable divine power together to shake them away. This way, it will be safer." It can be seen that Shen Ruoming also doesn't want to continue like this. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. He never expected that the nameless old man would have some strength. He actually made Shen Ruoming compromise. "All right," the nameless old man nodded and said. 1, 2, 3. Shen Ruoming and the nameless old man shouted together. Boom, they really did release a very powerful divine power. Two formidable divine power collided and produced a burst of energy wave. They were also sent flying. Qin Yun said with smile, "I say, you are so wishy-washy. You don't even want to fight, why are you fighting?" Shen Ruoming looked at Qin Yun and said, "As the saying goes, one who keeps company with ink will be stained black. You better stay away from this vulgar old man as soon as possible. 9 Sun heavenly race people are not little sheep. This is my advice to you." "Little friend, you know this guy?" the nameless old man asked. "We met once before and we almost fought." Qin Yun said with smile, "But he was afraid of me, so he didn't fight." Shen Ruoming said with frown, "Afraid of you? When have I ever been afraid of you?" "I, Shen Ruoming, am not even afraid of death, what do I have to be afraid of?" Qin Yun said with smile, "That's where you are wrong. In this world, there is something even more terrifying than death, that is living a life worse than death." Living a life worse than death, Qin Yun truly experienced it before. Moreover, it lasted for a very long time. "If you are not afraid of me, then draw your sword." Qin Yun looked at Shen Ruoming and said indifferently, "You are not worthy for me to draw my sword." The sword in Shen Ruoming's hand indeed gives people an indescribable pressure. Therefore, Qin Yun is very curious about what kind of sword it is. The nameless old man arrived beside Qin Yun and said in low voice, "Little friend, that guy's sword is not a joke." Shen Ruoming looked at Qin Yun and proudly smiled, "That vulgar old man knows that my sword is powerful, but what he doesn't know is that I am even stronger than my sword. Don't worry, if I want to kill you, I don't even need to use my sword. I can directly exterminate you. You already have such a powerful sword, why do you still need the myriad heaven divine sword?" Qin Yun asked. "I want the myriad heaven divine sword to refine my sword. If my sword devours the myriad heaven divine sword, it will definitely become the strongest sword." Shen Ruoming said, "At that time I will also be invincible in all the myriad heavens and myriad worlds." Qin Yun has seen many people who claim to be invincible, but only Shen Ruoming has this kind of demeanor. The nameless old man waved his hand and said, "Your divine heaven race rarely comes out. Did you come alone or did you come with your elders?" "My elders are also here, but I'm acting alone. With my strength, I don't need the protection of my elders." Shen Ruoming said, "On the other hand, the few youngsters of your 9 Sun heavenly race came with a group of elders like babies in swaddling clothes." "What a joke." The nameless old man cursed in low voice and said, "Little demon of the divine heaven race, don't think that your divine heaven race is very strong. This divine desolate is so vast, there will definitely be even more powerful creatures born. Only a weak race like you would be so apprehensive. Our divine sky race has never been afraid of anyone in the divine desolate heavens." Shen Ruoming said arrogantly. The nameless old man's expression is filled with anger as he said, "I really want to beat this guy up. Please." Qin Yun said with smile. Forget it. I'm already so old, I won't lower myself to the level of this arrogant little demon," the nameless old man snorted. Shen Ruoming looked at the incomparably huge sword Sun Divine Mountain and then flew over. The nameless old man thought for a moment, gave Qin Yun a meaningful glance and said, "Little friend, come with me." "All right." Qin Yun followed behind the nameless old man. "Little friend, you didn't attack just now, it was very clear. If we were too impulsive, we would definitely suffer," the nameless old man suddenly said. "Oh?" Qin Yun said with a frown, "What do you mean? I thought that little demon would come by himself." I didn't expect that there would be elders of the divine heaven race. If we bully that little demon here, we will definitely be beaten up by his elders, the nameless old man said. Qin Yun is somewhat speechless. This nameless old man actually has such a big concern. Senior, is there a big conflict between your nine-son heavenly race and the divine heaven race? Qin Yun asked. Eternal enmity, what do you think? The nameless old man curled his lips and said, but we won't fight because many powerful races want us to fight each other until both sides are injured and then they can take advantage of us. Qin Yan also understood why the nameless old man and Shen Ruoming only fought each other and didn't directly fight. So there was this reason. Shen Ruoming, who was flying in front, suddenly stopped. Hey, why aren't you walking? The nameless old man said. Shen Ruoming suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He is about to pull out his sword. The nameless old man's expression suddenly changed. He promptly took out a long saber and said solemnly, little friend, prepare to fight. Fight? Fight who? Qin Yun is apprehensive. Just run away, you can't beat anyone. Shen Ruoming said, this is our primal god race's matter. Qin Yun is somewhat dumbfounded because the nameless old man doesn't want to fight Shen Ruoming. They want to deal with someone even stronger. They are sworn enemies, yet they also have a common enemy. Heavenly Devil God race, if you come, then you come. Why are you hiding? After not seeing you for so many years, could it be that you have become cowardly mice after cultivating so much? Shen Ruoming loudly shouted. Heavenly Devil God race, hearing these words, Qin Yun realized that this is an evil and powerful race. After not seeing each other for so many years, the divine heaven race and the nine-son heavenly race, these two sworn enemies, are actually together, ha ha ha, truly unexpected, a voice came. After the voice came, a black energy suddenly rushed over and attacked Qin Yun. The nameless old man promptly waved his saber and cut the black energy. He said with sneer, as expected of the heavenly devil god race, your sneak attacks are still so proficient. The voice came again and said with sneer, nine-son heavenly race, you have actually fallen to the point of mixing with fools? Still protecting fools like this, you have truly declined greatly. Before, when Qin Yun met the divine sword race, they also called him fools. He now understands that in the eyes of those powerful races, the humans of the divine desolate are all fools. Shen Ruoming knew that Qin Yun was not weak, but he still felt that Qin Yun was far from being able to deal with the heavenly demon god race. Coarse old man, take this guy away. Leave the heavenly demon god race guys to me. You two hindrances staying here will interfere with my performance. Shen Ruoming's eyes were cold and his tone was calm. Shen Ruoming's current arrogant potential was the strongest. The nameless old man arrived beside Qin Yun. He placed his hand on Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, little friend, let's go. Since this guy said so, what are we still staying here for? Qin Yun did not want to leave because he was attacked by the heavenly demon god race guys and was almost killed. If he did not take revenge on the heavenly demon god race guys, he would not be the Nine-Yang Palace King. Although he did not want to leave, Qin Yun was still taken away. The nameless old man also brought Qin Yun far away from the battlefield. Although they were quite far away from Shen Ruoming, they could roughly see the situation there. Originally, the heavenly demon god clan would not have allowed them to leave. However, Shen Ruoming was very strong, and he blocked the heavenly demon god clan. The heavenly demon god race people had already appeared. They were 3 people wearing silver armor. They held huge ivory weapons in their hands. They looked like sabers, but they did not have sharp edges. The young man in the lead had a head of silver gray, elegant hair, and his eyes flickered with green light. The silver gray armor on his body gave off a very strong power, similar to the Myriad Realm's divine sun, but also not very similar. Qin Yun had previously seen the divine sword race's power that was similar to the Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. And if the nameless old man and Shen Ruoming released their power, it would be similar to the Myriad Realm's divine sun's power. Qin Yun suspected that the ancient races had grasped some kind of power that could absorb the power of the Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. Or perhaps their race had a celestial body similar to the Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. If I become stronger through the power of the divine universe purple sun, what kind of race would I be? Qin Yun pondered. He was previously worried that his divine universe purple sun would be sensed, especially when the divine sword race was chasing him. Later on, he was certain that the divine sword race could not sense his divine universe purple Sunday Shenruoming, the nameless old man, and the heavenly demon god race could not sense its existence either. This made Qin Yun feel very relieved. Shenruoming still did not draw his sword, but his hand was on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any time. You should be Mo Dutian, right? Shenruoming said coldly as he looked at the silver-haired youth. You are God Ruoming, right? Mo Dutian smiled coldly and arrogantly. We have met for the first time, but we understand each other very well. Shenruoming said coldly, no, you don't understand me, and it's impossible for you to understand me. In this world, no one can understand me. You really are the same as the rumors. Mo Dutian laughed heartily and said, but you are far worse than me. Too far apart? Shenruoming sneered, that's because you're weaker than me, right? Mo Dutian smiled proudly and said, I am already a sky demon god viscount, and you are just a baron. What do you think? Something like a noble title is just an empty title. In my divine heaven race, experts without noble titles are everywhere. Kings and dukes being defeated by people without noble titles is a very common sight in the divine heaven race. Shenruoming said. Hearing their voices, Qin Yun promptly asked the nameless old man beside him, Senior, what is your noble title in the nine-sun heavenly race? Me. I am a king, the nameless old man said. Really? Doesn't seem like it. Qin Yun said with a look of disdain. This nameless old man is a very boorish fellow, yet he is actually a king. The nameless old man curled his lips and said, believe it or not. Qin Yun asked again, is noble title important in these ancient races? It's very important. Powerful clans all have a very powerful clan emperor. This is the supreme ruler. Next are kings. Among the ancient races, there are usually no more than 10 kings, then there are dukes, marquises, counts. They are generally the subordinates of kings and have their own power. As for viscounts and barons, most of them are the children of those kings and dukes. The nameless old man's expression is very serious as he looked into the distance and explained in a low voice. Senior, are you really a king? After Qin Yun found out about the importance of noble title in the ancient races, he felt that the nameless old man was not a king. Fake. If I was a king, how could I brag to a small character like you? I am just a count, the nameless old man chuckled and said. Qin Yun knew that it was impossible for this nameless old man to have such a high status. Then what about the little grandson I killed before? Could he be a descendant of a king? Qin Yun said in shock. If he really is a descendant of a king, you won't be able to kill him. Even if you killed him, you would already be dead. The ancestors of the strongest bloodline of the primal chaos race all have noble titles, the worst are Marquis, the nameless old man said. The primal chaos race that is flaunting their might in the divine desolate is nothing but a bunch of mud. However, they are still stronger than many people in the divine desolate. Shenruoming has a noble title. Although it is the lowest kind, it means that his family is very powerful. Mo Dutian's noble title is one level higher than Shenruoming's. Therefore, he feels that he is stronger than Shenruoming. Senior, what is the cultivation of Shenruoming and Mo Dutian? Qin Yun asked. They should only be peak heavenly god and will soon become sacred god. These youngsters' bloodline is incomparably pure, so old bones like us are not their match, the nameless old man said. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. The nameless old man is a count of the nine-sun heavenly race, but he is not a match for the divine sky race's weakest baron. Your nine-sun heavenly race's count is weaker than the divine sky race's baron. How is this possible? Qin Yun is very doubtful. The nameless old man saw Qin Yun's disdainful gaze and said, noble titles are also bestowed based on merit. I am not very strong, but I have made great contributions. In that case, you can be considered a water noble. Qin Yun said with smile, you trash. The nameless old man snorted and said, they are preparing to fight. I won't talk to you anymore. I want to concentrate and find an opportunity to sneak attack Mo Dutian. Qin Yun is also the same. He wants to find an opportunity to stab Mo Dutian in the back. Previously, he actually shot him in the back and even called him an idiot. Qin Yun wants to let Mo Dutian see how the idiot he called seriously injured him. Xiao Yun, Mo Dutian, and Shen Ruoming are very strong, but that is only because their cultivation is high. If you were a great god, you would be able to easily deal with them. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. But if I want to defeat them now, it should be possible, but it will be more strenuous. Qin Yan has cultivated the fourth mysterious god Dao vein. In addition to his dual bloodline body, he is still very strong. Of course, if he cultivated the fifth mysterious god Dao vein, it would be even more stable. Just as Qin Yan is calculating his approximate strength, the nameless old man shouted excitedly, "Little friend, that brat Shen Ruoming has drawn his sword." What surprised Qin Yan is that the sword is only as thick as a thumb. It is a very thin sword, but it has a very formidable power. In that instant, Qin Yan could feel the sword aura vibrating over, as well as that kind of terrifying arrogant aura. How can this guy's sword be so strong? Qin Yan said in shock. Shen Ruoming was born in a king family. The king in his family is the heavenly sword king of the divine heaven race, the nameless old man said. No wonder he came to snatch the myriad heaven divine sword. Qin Yan nodded and said, I wonder if the heavenly sword king has come. The nameless old man's face revealed a trace of fear. Among the powerful ancient races, the strength of the dukes and kings are not weak. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain this kind of status. Those kings shouldn't have come personally, right? Shen Ruoming said that when he draws his sword, someone will definitely die. And now Shen Ruoming is not fighting one-on-one with Mo Dutian, he is fighting 1 against 3. Heavenly devil god race people, how can they be so shameless? They want to fight with numbers? Qin Yan said with frown. Only fools would fight against divine heaven race people. If they fight against divine heaven race people, they must attack in groups, otherwise people will laugh at them for being fools, the nameless old man said. Then why did you fight against Shen Ruoming before? Could it be that you are also a fool? Qin Yan said with smile. I was indeed a fool. I thought he was a weak guy, I did not expect him to be a baron. Moreover, he is from the heavenly sword king family, the nameless old man thought about it and is somewhat afraid. While Qin Yan and the nameless old man are talking, the thin sword in Shen Ruoming's hand suddenly pierced through the head of a heavenly devil god race person. Mo Dutian's expression is cold and grave. He underestimated Shen Ruoming's strength. However, Mo Dutian is also not weak. The ivory-like weapon in his hand is very strong. After clashing against Shen Ruoming's thin sword a few times, it did not leave any mark. Mo Dutian, is this all you have? Heavenly devil god race's viscount is so much weaker than my divine heaven race's baron? Shen Ruoming sneered in cold voice. Mo Dutian has already lost a soldier. If this goes on, he and the other soldier will be killed. Shen Ruoming, you are indeed very strong. We will meet again someday. Although Mo Dutian is very arrogant, he treasures his life even more. If this goes on, he will die. Just as Mo Dutian finished speaking, the other heavenly devil god race person was also killed. Just you wait for me. Mo Dutian used some kind of powerful secret technique and released a burst of strong spatial fluctuation. Then he entered the space. At the same time, Qin Yan's divine king spear shot out a bullet. This is a spatial bullet. After it was shot out, it released a very strong spatial fluctuation. Mo Dutian, who originally thought he could use spatial power to escape, was suddenly shaken back by a spatial fluctuation. Mo Dutian is near Qin Yan and the nameless old man. The nameless old man said in shock, Little friend, what did you do? Mo Dutian used a very powerful spatial escape divine talisman. This kind of divine talisman is a very precious existence among the ancient races. As long as he uses this kind of divine talisman, he will definitely be able to escape. The nameless old man and Shen Ruoming both have this kind of divine talisman, so they are very clear about how powerful it is. However, Mo Dutian, who used this kind of spatial escape divine talisman, has been intercepted by Qin Yan. This startled the nameless old man so much that he almost shouted out awesome. Shen Ruoming is very shocked and became even more vigilant towards Qin Yan. You! What did you do to me? Mo Dutian furiously shouted. He crazily released the formidable divine power within his body and attacked the 9-dragon heavenly origin formations barrier. You actually don't know what I did to you? Qin Yan said with sneer. Bang, the God King's spear in his hand shot out a fiery red bullet that brought along a string of lightning and flew over. At the same time, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation's barrier also opened, allowing the bullet to enter. Although the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation has stopped, it still released 9 formidable powers that bound Mo Dutian. Ah! The bullet pierced through Mo Dutian's head, causing him to let out a painful scream. What caused Qin Yun to be alarmed is that Mo Dutian is not dead, only a bloody hole has appeared in his head. Qin Yun also took back the bullet and returned it to the God King spear. You really want to kill him? Shen Ruoming said in cold voice, he is a viscount of the heavenly devil god race. If you kill him, the heavenly devil god race will not let you off. Qin Yun said with frown, didn't you want to kill him just now? What, you won't let me kill him now? I don't want to kill him, I know he can run away. Shen Ruoming said. Qin Yun thought about it, then sealed the injured Mo Dutian and locked him inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Since he is a viscount, he must have many good things on him. The nameless old man said in low voice, little friend, that guy is a viscount, his position is very high. Shen Ruoming said to Qin Yun, don't worry, I will definitely report this matter to the heavenly devil god race. Why? Qin Yun asked, can't you help me keep it a secret? I left behind a lot of my aura in the battle just now. The heavenly demon god race would definitely sense it. Their viscount is missing, so they will naturally suspect me. I don't want to cause trouble, so I can only tell them the truth. Shen Ruoming said, your strength is not bad, the heavenly demon god race will definitely not be able to do anything to you. Yes. The nameless old man laughed and said, today's weather is really good. Both of you, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Yes, the nameless old man ran away just like that. He was also worried that he would be implicated. Viscounts of the ancient races had a lot of status. It meant that they had the backing of a duke or even a king. It was also possible that there were earls and marquises in the viscount's father's generation. Qin Yun punched a hole in Mo Dutian's head. Although Mo Dutian is not dead, the enmity between them has already been completely formed. Shen Ruoming also expressed that he would expose this matter, so the nameless old man could only slip away. If he was implicated, he would definitely be in trouble. You're really fearless. I wish you good luck. Shen Ruoming suddenly smiled at Qin Yun. No one knows what his smile means. After Shen Ruoming finished speaking, he also left. Qin Yun blew the muzzle of his spear, curled his lips and said, what bullshit heavenly demon god race, I thought they were very powerful. I didn't expect that they would be knocked down by my spear. Actually, Shen Ruoming is also a bit panicked in his heart because he knows that Qin Yun's true strength does not lie on the surface. Especially those 9 altars that were as huge as mountains. The formation they formed was extremely terrifying. It could even seal Mo Dutian. Qin Yun distanced himself from the battlefield, then drilled deep into the ground and released the floating cloud pagoda. He entered one of the cities of the floating cloud pagoda and released the 9 small altars to form the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Then he released Mo Dutian and threw him into the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Brother, we have never met before, we have no grudges at all, so why do you want to kill me? Qin Yun looked at Mo Dutian whose head is bleeding and said with sigh, I am just a harmless and honest man, yet you still dare to kill me? When Mo Dutian was released, his face was filled with stupefaction. After hearing Qin Yun's words, he loudly cursed, honest your sister, harmless your grandpa. Can an honest man beat Mo Dutian's head until it bleeds? Can an innocent man capture Mo Dutian and mock him? Qin Yun chuckled and said, but no matter what, you attacked me first. I already said that I am an honest man. You shot a hidden weapon at me to take my life, that is what I owe you. Therefore, I also shot a hidden weapon at you to take your life. You, who the hell are you? You are definitely not that kind of stupid person. Mo Dutian already realized that the person in front of him is much more dreadful than Shen Ruoming. Although Shen Ruoming is very strong, he is not shady at all, he is still open and aboveboard. And this guy in front of him who claims to be an honest man is simply a peerless sly old fox. Is stupid another way to call an honest man? Qin Yun laughed and said, previously, there were 3 sword people from the divine sword race who also called me that. What? 3 sword people from the divine sword race? Could it be? Mo Dutian suddenly stood up in shock and shouted, Divine Sword Race just lost 3 Sword Kings and War Gods, could it be, you did it? Qin said, are those 3 Sword Kings and War Gods very powerful? Mo Dutian is so scared that he let out a pig cry, not to mention Mo Dutian, even if Shen Ruoming knew, he would also let out a pig cry. They are Sword Kings and War Gods, do you know what they are? They are the disciples of Divine Sword Race's King Ju, they will definitely become counts in the future. Mo Dutian said in shock, You actually killed them. Qin originally asked those 3 sword people with his mind and indeed found out that they are Sword Kings and War Gods. But he did not expect that their status would be so high. So what? Qin said with smile, who told them to bully an honest man like me? Fuck your uncle. Mo Dutian cannot help but curse. He killed 3 Sword Kings and War Gods and he is still talking wittily. How can he be an honest man? Qin said with frown, are you really a powerful ancient race? How come you are a bit weak, different from what I imagined? In the depths of Qin's memory, because he was beaten up by a child from Primal Chaos race, he always thought that people from powerful ancient races were very strong. And now, it seems like they are not that strong. Actually, Qin did not realize that he is very strong in this life. Especially the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation on the 9-sun dragon altar and the 9-desolate divine saber, they are all very dreadful things. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the 9-sun royal race and 9-sun heavenly race. Who are you? Mo Dutian asked again. Who am I? Qin shook his head, I also don't know. Mo Dutian covered the place where his head was pierced and said, Don't kill me. I am a heavenly devil god race viscount, even Shen Ruoming knows not to kill me and also knows my status. I can give you some benefits. Qin's eyes flickered as he said, do you have the heavenly devil god race's bloodline divine origin? The best kind. What do you want? My heavenly devil god race's bloodline divine source is only suitable for people who cultivate evil devil divine power, are you evil enough? Mo Dutian said this and felt that he was a fool. This honest person in front of him is evil to the extreme. If he is not suitable to fuse with heavenly devil bloodline divine source, then no one is more suitable. Of course I am not evil, I am a good person. Qin said with smile, evil cannot defeat good, the righteous power in my body can definitely suppress all evil. I can give you the best heavenly devil bloodline divine source and you will let me go, right? Mo Dutian's confidence increased by a lot. Of course not. In my eyes, your life is very precious. A bloodline divine source cannot exchange for your life. You know this better than me. Qin said with smile. Mo Dutian cursed in his heart. He is truly afraid of Qin's smile. Although it looks like a harmless and foolish smile, it is the most terrifying smile of a devil. What else do you want? Mo Dutian asked again. This? I haven't thought of it yet. If you want to make a deal with an honest person like me, you can rest assured. I won't have any excessive requests. Qin said. Soon after, he took out Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Seeing that small blue cauldron with wings, Mo Dutian screamed, Ah, it's Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron, ah, it's Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Oh? You recognize the small cauldron? Qin said. How did this thing end up in your hands? Mo Dutian looked at Qin with a face full of fear. This? I picked it up. Qin said with smile, I want to put your soul inside and brand it with the strongest soul contract. Only like this, I can be completely at ease. Qin can remove the soul contract by himself, maybe those powerful ancient races can as well. He is well aware of this Tao, that's why he wants to make the strongest soul contract. What can Mo Dutian do? He only feels that he is extremely unlucky. Not only did he encounter someone with a lower title than him but his strength crushed his deity Ruoming, he even fell into the hands of a peerless old bastard. He can only release his soul with tears in his eyes and let Qin ravage him. Qin used the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron to refine the soul contract soul power that is very difficult to separate and firmly branded it in the depths of Mo Dutian's soul. Before finishing, Qin immediately put away the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The consumption of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is quite large. Mo Dutian doesn't dare to do anything to Qin Yun now, otherwise he would rather die than live. Little Mo, how many powerful people from your heavenly devil god race came this time? Qin Yun asked. This, senior, how should I address you? Mo Dutian became very polite. A wise man submits to circumstances. If he wants to live, he can only pretend to be a grandson. What Qin Yun lacks the most is the bloodline divine origin of a powerful race. It is something that can strengthen his body. If he killed Mo Dutian, Qin Yun would not be able to obtain anything. It would be better to control Mo Dutian and crazily squeeze out his value. Oh, that's right, what is the origin of that sword in Shinruoming's hand? It seems very powerful. Qin Yun said. Shinruoming is a sword cultivator. His sword is an origin divine sword passed down from his ancestors. His family has a heavenly sword king noble. That heavenly sword king noble's origin divine sword can give birth to small origin swords. Those small origin swords are not many and can only be passed down to the most talented descendants. Then, between me and Shinruoming, who do you think is stronger? Qin Yun is suddenly very curious. Mo Dutian is startled and did not immediately answer. Qin Yun said, answer truthfully. Mo Dutian shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Master Qin, you are indeed very strong. This little brother admires you from the bottom of my heart, but that Shinruoming is also not weak. After all, he is a sword cultivator. I don't have any grudges with him, but this guy is very strong after all. It's good to guard against him. Qin Yun nodded and said. Mo Dutian is secretly alarmed. He did not expect that Qin Yun would have this kind of thought towards Shinruoming. It seems like he is not afraid of Shinruoming at all. Master Qin, you killed the 3 sword kings of divine sword race. This matter must not be spread out or there will be endless trouble. Mo Dutian said. Xiao Mo, have you heard of 9 Sun Goddess? Qin Yun suddenly asked. He still remembers Shinruoming saying that 9 Sun Goddess is in the transformation realm. Moreover, she angered Bingxing. This is taboo. I don't know much about it. Mo Dutian's face revealed a trace of horror. He lowered his voice and said, regarding the matter of 9 Sun Goddess, we cannot speak carelessly in my heavenly devil god race. Moreover, everything related to this matter has been sealed. Qin Yun lightly inhaled a mouthful of air. He suddenly felt that his understanding of 9 Sun Goddess is too little. Seeing Qin Yun pondering, Mo Dutian said in low voice, Master Qin, did you provoke 9 Sun Goddess? Qin Yun did not continue talking about 9 Sun Goddess. Instead, he asked, what is the reaction of your powerful races when 9 Sun royal race reappeared? I'm very surprised. The 9 Suns royal family used to be very powerful, but internal divisions led to their extinction. Back then, they could still be considered a very powerful clan. Mo Dutian said. When the 9 Sun royal race was at its peak, powerful races like you did not appear in the 9 Sun heavenly domain. Qin Yun said. We came to the 9 Suns heavenly region before, but we were all captured and sealed in that damned ancient desolation. That's why we sent people here. Mo Dutian said, now that the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds have merged together, we can move freely in the divine desolate. Qin Yun was alarmed. Back in the ancient desolate lands, the group of powerful fellows he encountered was not only the Chaos race, but also other powerful races. If the 9 Suns hadn't stopped those powerful races, the 9 Suns heavenly region would have been destroyed. The nameless old man had never told him about these things. Therefore, Qin Yun suspected that the nameless old man's 9 Suns heavenly clan might also have people sealed in the ancient desolate land. Grandpa Qin, are you not from any of the powerful clans? Mo Dutian asked. I was born and raised in the 9 Sun heavenly domain. Qin Yun said with smile, I am very curious about you powerful races. Mo Dutian exclaimed in admiration, I really didn't expect that the 9 Sun heavenly domain is also a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. My clan's elders said that the divine desolate is very big, so big that it can give birth to all kinds of unknown powerful life forms and races. The divine desolate is very big and it is getting bigger and bigger every moment. Indeed, the area we are in right now is only a small area of the divine desolate. Qin Yun said. I only heard that the myriad realm's divine sun devoured many heavenly suns, that's why it became so powerful. Mo Du Tian said with emotion, maybe one day, the myriad realms divine sun will become a very large divine universe purple Sunday. That will be the most powerful and most terrifying. Xinyan brought Mo Du Tian out of the floating cloud pagoda and arrived on the ground. As Mo Du Tian walked, he combed his elegant silver-gray hair. His pierced head had more or less recovered by now. Master Qin, how can I contact you in the future? Mo Du Tian asked. There are 2 talismans here. One can track me and the other can track a friend of mine. His name is Dog God. Xinyan took out 2 soul-chasing talismans and handed them to Mo Du Tian. After Mo Du Tian received them, he respectfully bid farewell to Xinyan and quickly flew away. Xinyan thought that he will soon be able to obtain the bloodline divine origin of a powerful race, and his mood immediately became a lot better. At most, he can only open the 5th mysterious divine Dao vein. If he fuses with the bloodline divine origin of the heavenly devil god race, he can at least open the 6th mysterious divine vein. Xinyan whistled and flew towards the Sword Sun God Mountain. Bingxing and others have already gone to the Sword Sun God Mountain. Their target is the Sword Sun God Mountain's Grand Elder Xianxia. Although Xinyan said to let Bingxing and Liu Shuyan take action, he has his own thoughts. Furthermore, he wants to flatten the Sword Sun God Mountain, no matter what. The Sword Sun God Mountain once betrayed the 9 suns and did a very malicious thing to snatch the origin sword of sword cultivators. Getting rid of this malicious sect is also the responsibility of the King of Gods and the 9 Sun Palace King. Xinyan flew for more than an hour and the nameless old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Senior, didn't you have something to do? You settled it so quickly? Xinyan said with smile. Little friend, you have caused a huge disaster. The nameless old man said, that grandson Shen Ruoming will definitely report you. You must not go to the peak of the Sword Sun God Mountain. Xinyan said, oh that's right, what is the situation at the peak of the Sword Sun God Mountain? How many people have come? All kinds of experts have already gathered there, waiting for the divine sword to come into being. The nameless old man said, heavenly devil god race people will naturally also go. Furthermore, that Shen Ruoming will definitely report you. Xinyan is not worried about this matter at all because Mo Du Tian has already completely submitted. Oh that's right, did the Sword Sun God Mountain invite your 9 Sun Heavenly clan? Xinyan asked, you should be considered as honored guests, right? The nameless old man said with smile, of course, we strong races are their honored guests. Senior, how about this, bring me to the peak of the Sword Sun God Mountain. I have something to discuss with that Grand Elder, I want to give him a gift. Xinyan said. Xinyan took out a box, inside the box is Xiang Yunjian's head. This. You know that Grand Elder? That guy's name is Xiang Yanhong, his strength is pretty good, he is someone that all kinds of strong races want to rope in. The nameless old man saw Xinyan's sincerity and said in low voice, I heard that when you were the God King, you were besieged by many factions. Xinyan chuckled and said, that's all in the past. You also said that everyone wants to rope in Xiang Yanhong, I also want to. The nameless old man carefully thought about it and rejected Xinyan. He said with smile, little friend, you should think of a way yourself. Finished speaking, the nameless old man immediately slipped away. He knows that Xinyan is very good at stirring up trouble, he might even poke a big hole in the ground. Xinyan shook his head and sighed, it seems like I can only look for little Mo. He also has Mo Du Tian's soul-chasing talisman. Mo Du Tian is in the vicinity of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Xinyan spent a day and a half to arrive near the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. The dog god's puppet avatar also found him at this time. Xinyan took out the floating cloud pagoda and secretly discussed with the dog god inside. Boss, Thunder God indeed has a true body, it is at the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, the dog god said in a grave voice. How strong is that true body? Xinyan asked. I am still not sure, but according to the information I heard, Thunder God's true body ridiculed the divine judge at the peak. The dog god said, Thunder God's true body is indeed a powerful heavenly emperor of the heavenly law divine realm, and he even obtained a very strong bloodline. Xinyan said with a sneer, that's even better, then I'll take care of him as well. Boss, Thunder God's true body is very strong. The divine judge and the elder pavilion master can't do anything to him for now. the dog god said. Thunder God's true body personally came to this kind of occasion and even ridiculed the divine judge. It was clearly intentional. Xianxia is also thinking about how he will make a move when the time comes. His strongest reliance is the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, the 9 desolate divine saber and the floating cloud pagoda. If they were to be released, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and his identity would naturally be exposed. Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore. Xianxia said, this time, more than half of my enemies are gathered here, I can't let them off. The dog god knew that Xianxia wanted to do something big. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and shouted, Master Qin. Mo Dutian is here. Xianxia let Mo Dutian in. This is the dog god. Xianxia said. Greetings brother dog. Mo Dutian said politely. The dog god doesn't know Mo Dutian's identity and thought that he is Xianxia's lackey, so he greeted him very politely. Little Mo, why are you here? Xianxia asked. Master Qin, this is what you want. Mo Dutian handed over a box to Xianxia. Xianxia is secretly alarmed. He never expected Mo Dutian to obtain the heavenly devil bloodline divine origin so quickly. He took it, opened the box and looked inside. He did not say anything. This Mo Dutian will definitely give him the best bloodline divine origin. After all, there is a soul contract, he won't dare to act recklessly. Little Mo, what's the situation at the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain? Have you been there? Xianxia asked. Experts from all over are gathered there. They gather together to communicate and at the same time wait for the divine sword to come into being. Mo Dutian said. Take us there, sorry to trouble you. Xianxia said with smile, I want to go take a look. Mo Dutian thought that Xianxia wants to fight over the myriad heaven divine sword, so he is not surprised. He said, no problem, when do we leave? There's no rush now, the myriad heaven divine sword shouldn't have come into being yet, right? Xianxia said with smile. Indeed not yet but it should be soon. There should be about 10 days left. Mo Dutian said. 10 days is more or less enough for Xianxia. With his perception, he should be able to open 2 more Xian God Dao veins. Mo Dutian didn't have the face-to-face Shenruoming. Previously, he brought 2 subordinates to look for Shenruoming. Later on, those 2 subordinates were killed by Shenruoming's sword. Later on, they could only flee in a sorry state and were even stopped by someone. If this matter were to spread out, Mo Dutian's reputation would definitely be greatly affected. Although Shenruoming and Mo Dutian are from different powerful races, their noble ranks are more or less the same. Mo Dutian is 1 noble rank higher than Shenruoming but he lost so miserably. It can be seen that the strength of the divine heaven race's younger generation is stronger than the heavenly devil god race. The dog god and Mo Dutian left together. They will come back in 10 days. As for Xianxia, he seized the time to open his Xianshan Dao meridian. This time, he must seize this rare opportunity to get rid of most of his enemies, especially Thunder God and the 9 Sun Sex people. As long as I don't face the strongest of the ancient races, I should still have the power to fight. Xianxia's goal is not the ancient races. Of course, if the ancient races interfered, the pressure he would face would be even greater. Therefore, he had to make even more preparations now. There are quite a few ancient races that have come. Only the primal chaos god race will make a move. Their main goal is still the myriad heaven divine sword, so there shouldn't be any side issues. Ling Yin'er said, as for the primal chaos race, I wonder how strong they are. With my current strength, I shouldn't need to be too afraid of the primal chaos race. Xianxia said in his heart, if I were to fuse with the heavenly devil bloodline divine origin, I wouldn't be inferior to those powerful races in any aspect. Back in the ancient desolate, it was only because his body was too weak and he didn't have many Xianshan Dao meridians. Therefore, when he reached the sacred god realm, he was much weaker in all aspects. Because those ancient races were born with powerful fleshly bodies, they would definitely walk the path of many immortals. Normal humans can't walk this path because they are limited by their bodies. In this life, Xianxia has cultivated as many as 10 divine profound Tao images. He also understood from the nameless old man that in the eyes of the ancient races, the more divine profound Tao images the better. Generally speaking, 7 divine profound Tao images was the best, while 8, 9, or even 10 would be very risky. Because this meant that he had to open up more profound God Tao veins, and in the following stages of cultivation, the great God, the heavenly God, and the sacred God would be even more difficult than others. Some people had good talent and were able to cultivate 8 or 9 mysterious God Tao images. However, when they opened 5 or 6 profound God Tao veins, they did not dare to continue and were forever limited to the profound God stage. As for Qin Yun, his situation was even more serious. The Xian God Tao meridians he had opened were very large, causing the divine power he obtained to be even stronger. The requirements for his body were even higher. He didn't know how strong his body would be when he opened the 10th mysterious divine Tao meridian. He also didn't know how strong he would be at that time. He only knew that this path would be extremely difficult and filled with great risks. Could it be that I have to obtain the bloodline divine origins of the various powerful races? Qin Yun's heart stirred. If it was in the past, he would definitely find it difficult. However, if he had enough strength, it would still be feasible. This was because even Mo Dutian and the nameless old man were able to obtain their own race's good bloodline divine origin. Alright, let's do it. Qin Yun made up his mind. It was also because his situation was rather special that he could fuse with the bloodline divine origin of multiple strong races. If it was anyone else, they might have already become a monster. After 3 days, Qin Yun had successfully opened up his 5th profound God Tao vein through the divine hammer Tao image. Qin Yun took out the 9 desolate divine blade and the 9 sun divine hammer and held them in his hands. He secretly tested them out and felt that if these 2 divine weapons were to work together, their power would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, he only tried to release the divine power of the 5 profound divine Tao veins and felt a slight pain in his body. Qin Yun took out the heavenly devil bloodline divine origin that Mo Dutian had given him and felt a very powerful force. This bloodline divine origin was black in color and surged with a very berserk power. It did not have a very strong demonic aura. Strange, the bloodline divine origin of the heavenly devil god race isn't as evil as I thought. Qin Yun said, these powerful devil Tao clans should have grasped a very effective method to suppress the evil power. The powerful devil Tao clans cultivated the devil Tao. They knew very well that if their soul and body were corroded by evil, they would go berserk and their soul would be completely corroded. This was equivalent to being killed. Qin Yun is naturally not afraid of this kind of power. He placed the heavenly devil bloodline divine origin into the nether sun and used it to refine it. He spread the power of the bloodline divine origin throughout his body. While he was fusing with the bloodline divine origin, he was also comprehending it. He wanted to open the 6th profound God Tao vein at the same time. When Qin Yun was comprehending the 6th profound God Tao vein, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his body. It was normal for him to have some reaction when he was fusing with the bloodline divine origin. He had felt it before, but it was not as painful as it was now. This made him have no choice but to stop opening the profound God Tao vein and focus his attention on his body. Very quickly, he understood the reason for the stabbing pain. After Qin Yun investigated it clearly, he felt extremely shocked. The blood in his body has become very powerful, it is stabbing his bones and flesh. It can be said that it is using a very rough method to temper his flesh and bones. The reason why Qin Yun feels rough is mainly because the blood has been converted to a very strong power. Therefore, it can easily tear apart his flesh and bones and then fuse the powerful blood into his body through the cracks. The blood has turned purple-red. Qin Yun only felt fear and trepidation, even the bones have turned purple-red. What kind of transformation is this? Previously, his bones were golden and it took a very long time for them to transform. Now, in just a moment, they have directly turned purple-red. What made Qin Yun feel relieved is that his bones and blood that have turned purple-red are very powerful. It has greatly improved his body. Qin Yun is still somewhat surprised. The heavenly devil bloodline divine origin is much better than the 9 sun heavenly race's bloodline divine origin. It is not that the nameless old man tricked him, because the heavenly devil bloodline divine origin is more or less the same as the nameless old man's bloodline divine origin. Could it be that there is a reaction because of the fusion of many powerful races' bloodlines? Qin Yun thought of this and immediately took out the Gemini treasure mirror. There is a mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside the Gemini treasure mirror. The power released by the mysterious fusion heavenly rune can quickly fuse all kinds of things that are difficult to fuse. Under Qin Yan's control, the Gemini treasure mirror became bigger and floated in front of him. It released the mysterious fusion heavenly rune's power and shone it on Qin Yan's body. After Qin Yan's body was shown on, the blood in his body suddenly boiled and emitted a burst of energy mist. The most dreadful thing is that Qin Yan's skin suddenly turned pure white, then blood red, then black, blue, gold, silver. Qin Yan's skin and hair are constantly changing color. Sometimes the change speed is very fast, sometimes it is very slow. Every time the color changes, Qin Yan feels a burst of stabbing pain. I have the 9 Sun Royal Race's bloodline, 9 Sun Heavenly Race's bloodline and Heavenly Devil God Race's bloodline within my body. Could it be that this kind of reaction occurs when 3 bloodlines fuse together? Just now, Qin Yan felt as if his blood wants to rush out of his body. It is struggling and surging inside his body, wanting to tear apart his skin and flesh and rush out. However, it is being suppressed by the mysterious fusion heavenly rune released by the Gemini treasure mirror. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, those bloodlines should not be able to fuse together. If they fuse together, they will turn into monsters. I guess that powerful races cannot intermarry and have children, otherwise they will give birth to strange things. But I have the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, it can make everything fuse together perfectly." Qin Yun said. "Indeed." Ling Yun'er said with smile, "It is good that you have Big Sister Ye's mysterious fusion heavenly rune, otherwise you would be in danger. Wait until later, you must go and thank Big Sister Yi." Qin Yan also wants to see how the mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside her body is. It will be very helpful for him to research heavenly runes. After several days of suffering, Qin Yan's body finally stabilized. What surprised him is that after completely fusing with the heavenly devil bloodline's divine origin, he opened his 6th mysterious divine Tao meridian through the divine moon Tao image. The divine moon Tao image is inside his nether moon. After opening the mysterious divine Tao meridian through the divine moon Tao image, Qin Yan obtained very formidable mental power. After opening the mysterious divine Tao meridian through the divine moon Tao image, my mental power is truly dreadful. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and released the blood spirit power with all his strength. He used one thought imperial heaven art, the blood spirit power floating all around him instantly condensed into a very complex totem rune great formation. Now he doesn't need to use his finger to draw runes, he can directly use his formidable mental power to control the blood spirit power and instantly condense runes. Even if he doesn't use his heavenly eye, he can still complete very complex runes in an instant. Moreover, drawing Tao evolution runes has become even faster, after all divine power is formed by fusing with Tao power. Xiao Yun, your inscription battle technique has reached a higher level. Converge formidable divine power, mental power and body power into blood spirit power, then use runes to burst out with power, this will reduce the burden on the body. Ling Yun'er said. There is another kind of rune drawing method, it is to use the whole body to draw. Through the blood flow and meridians in the body, a complex Tao evolution rune will be condensed in the body and then released out of the body. Qin Yan said, this is a very profound method of drawing runes, it is called body condensing rune technique. Then can you do it? Ling Yun'er asked, under what circumstances would you need to use this method to draw runes? With a single thought, you can draw a powerful totem rune. There shouldn't be a need to use the body condensing rune technique, right? Qin Yan said with a smile, Great Beauty Yun'er, you are wrong. If my body holds back a set of powerful Tao evolution runes and then use my mental power to instantly release one, when these two are superimposed, I can instantly beat my opponent until they don't know which way is north. Qin Yan also began to give it a try. Inscription battle technique, this is one of his strongest powers, at the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, if he were to face all kinds of experts with cultivation far higher than his, he would be able to use this move to stun them. Yun'er, I have another idea. That is to wait until your spirit body is cultivated and you have your own consciousness, mental power and nether Sunday. Then I can also create a set of powerful runes from you. Qin Yan said with smile. At that time, he would be able to instantly release 3 sets of powerful inscription battle formations. These kinds of runes are all like great formations. Of the 3 formations, one was used to freeze the opponent, one was used to attack, and one was used to defend. Or it could be a ceiling-type inscription battle formation or two offensive-type inscription battle formations. No matter what, the instant release of three powerful and complex inscription battle formations was very powerful. Coupled with his God King spear, he could fire a few shots at the opponent. Any old fox would be caught unprepared. Xianxia became excited just thinking about it. He wished he could immediately rush to the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain and beat up all those old fellows who suppressed him. Very quickly, Xianxia cooperated with the Heavenly Eye and condensed a set of very complex runes in his body. When needed, he could release them through his body. Just you wait. Xianxia retracted the power in his body and began to adjust his state. This time, he wants to do something big. Nine Yang Palace King, King of Gods, his 2 lives' deaths are all related to the Heavenly Law Divine Domain and also the Nine Sun Sect. Even if Primal Chaos Race experts come, he is not afraid. This time, he must appear in the great era of the Divine Desolate with his most powerful appearance. In the past few days, from time to time, large ships flew across the sky. And the entire Sword Sun Divine Mountain is enveloped in golden splendor. The appearance of the myriad Heaven Divine Sword will definitely shake the 10,000 worlds of the heavens. It also means that the beginning of the great era of the Divine Desolate will be announced, the curtains to a new era would be drawn. This will also be the most prosperous and strongest era in history. It will definitely give birth to all kinds of powerful geniuses. Whether or not they can become the first batch of legendary figures in the Divine Desolate will depend on the competition after the appearance of the myriad Heaven Divine Sword. Xianxia's ambition did not lie with the myriad Heaven Divine Sword because he believed that he could forge a divine armament that was stronger than the myriad Heaven Divine Sword. If the myriad Heaven Divine Sword fell into the hands of his enemies, then he would have to make a move. The Divine Court of Myriad Worlds was under the greatest pressure. The Grand Inquisitor and the Elder Pavilion Master had summoned the gods of the God Palace over as well. They had to maintain order, and this was their mission. The Divine Desolate Heavens needed order. This was the mission that the Myriad Realms' Divine Sun had given to the Divine Judge. Therefore, the Divine Judge represented the dignity of the Divine Sun of the Myriad Realms. However, how many powerful races and experts would care about the Divine Judge? No one knew, because up until now, no one knew how powerful the Grand Inquisitor was. The Nine Suns royal race had been reborn, and the various powerful races had appeared before everyone's eyes. The Natural Law Divine Realm, the Nine Suns Sect, and the other powerful forces began to decline. The appearance of the myriad Heaven's Divine Sword was a series of major events that had happened recently. The most eye-catching thing was the alliance between the Nine Yang royal family and the Nine Yang Divine Palace. This time, the Nine Yang Sacred Hall and the Nine Yang royal family had also sent people over. However, they weren't the strongest. At the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, the stage belonged to the young peerless geniuses of the powerful races. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Xianxia adjusted his condition and changed into a set of white inscription master robes. This time, he did not disguise himself. Of course, even if he did not disguise himself, those enemies from back then might not be able to recognize him. Mo Dutian, Dog God, Mind God, and the others were already waiting outside the floating cloud pagoda. Xianxia let them in. After Mo Dutian entered, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Xianxia with incomparable fear and opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word. "Little Mo, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked. These days, Dog God and the others also knew that Mo Dutian was a viscount of a powerful race. Such a fellow was actually controlled by Xianxia. "Master Qin, can we talk in private? This matter is of great importance, we must talk in secret," Mo Dutian said. Xianxia suddenly thought that this might be related to the change that occurred after he fused with the Heavenly Devil Bloodline Divine Source. Xianxia brought Mo Dutian to another floor of the floating cloud pagoda. "Master Qin, you fused with the Heavenly Devil Bloodline Divine Source?" Mo Dutian said with trembling voice, "This is too fast." "Yeah, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked. He is somewhat doubtful because he tried his best to restrain his aura. However, Mo Dutian clearly discovered something just now. "After you fused with our Heavenly Devil Bloodline Divine Source, you might have awakened the Heavenly Devil Purple Blood. Can you let me see a drop of blood?" Mo Dutian said. Xianxia promptly used his finger to force out a drop of purple-red blood. He also wants to understand what this heavenly devil purple blood is. It seems to be true, this is the heavenly devil purple blood. Mo Dutian exclaimed in admiration, how can an outsider like you have the purest heavenly devil purple blood? What is heavenly devil purple blood? Qin Yan asked. When the babies of the various ancient races are born, they all have the bloodline of a powerful race. However, there are 3, 6, and 9 grades of bloodline. Mo Dutian said, especially the primal chaos race, their bloodline has the most grades. Qin Yan nodded and said, I have also heard a bit. Mo Dutian continued, the strongest bloodline among the powerful ancient races is the strange purple blood. Others might not be able to sense it, but I can. Why can you sense it? Asked Qin Yan curiously. This is my ability. I am very sensitive to the divine universe purple energy, and my purple blood uses an aura similar to the divine universe purple energy. Mo Dutian said, the purple blood of strong races is also called the clan emperor bloodline. In the ancient races, if one wasn't the descendant of the race emperor but had purple blood, they would be screwed. I dropped it. Qin Yan was somewhat alarmed as he said, purple blood is so powerful. If we nurture him, he will definitely be an expert in the clan. Wouldn't it be a waste to just kill him? No, someone with purple blood will definitely usurp the position of the clan emperor, and will pose a great threat to the clan emperor's faction. Grandpa Qin, you should know that even the descendants of the clan emperor find it very difficult to awaken purple blood. Mo Dutian said. Now Qin Yan also knows why Mo Dutian was scared. Little Mo, you aren't talking nonsense about this, right? Qin Yan said. Grandpa Qin, you can rest assured. Because you are not a member of my heavenly devil god race, according to the ancient texts I read, all the people with purple blood are more or less the same. Mo Dutian said. He feels that Qin Yan is not a member of a powerful ancient race, yet he can have purple blood. Qin Yan said with smile, to be honest, I am from the 9 Sun royal race, but later on I fused with the 9 Sun heavenly race's bloodline divine origin. What? Mo Dutian loudly shouted, Grandpa Qin, you have the bloodline of 3 powerful races? Indeed? Is it very strange? Qin Yan said. How is it not strange? This is simply impossible. Generally speaking, it is forbidden for 2 great races to marry and have children because they will give birth to some monsters. We generally call those things devil fetus. Mo Dutian looked at Qin Yan in disbelief. But he carefully thought about it and felt that whatever happened to Qin Yan should not be strange. Little Mo, don't think too much. Let's go to Sword Sun Peak. Qin Yan patted his shoulder and said with smile, have you arranged everything? Mo Dutian took a few deep breaths. After calming down, he said, everything has been arranged. We can set out now. Shen Ruoming has not appeared in this period of time, I don't know what he is doing. You care a lot about Shen Ruoming. Is it because you can't beat him? Qin Yan said with smile. Then he and Mo Dutian arrived outside the floating cloud pagoda. Mo Dutian has a very luxurious large flying boat. After Qin Yan and Dog God boarded it, they let out a few praises. Shen Ruoming is one of the youths who might be able to obtain the myriad heaven divine sword. I naturally want to fight for it. Mo Dutian said. Qin Yan said, who are the popular people who can obtain the myriad heaven divine sword? Dog God said, I know, the older generation are Xianxia Hong, Thunder God, Sword Hall Elder, Moon Dragon God. The younger generation are Sword God, Shen Ruoming, and also some youngsters from powerful races. Are the elders of the powerful ancient races not planning to make a move? Qin Yan asked. The elders are not in a hurry to make a move because the myriad heaven divine sword is not for them. They are still a bit apprehensive about the myriad realm's divine sun. Mo Dutian said. The large flying boat slowly flew towards the peak of the sword sun. Qin Yan arrived outside and looked at the peak of the magnificent mountain. He is somewhat surprised that Yushi has also come. Yushi was once the Dark Royal race's Dark Knight princess. She was the Moon Dragon God and also the Moon She race's emperor. She is the 9 Sun Royal race's emperor, and the 9 Sun Emperor sword in her hand is also a very powerful divine weapon. Back then, when the 9 Sun Royal race conquered the 3,000 heavenly domains, it was also the beginning of a golden age. The Nine Sun royal race was exterminated, and I was also persecuted by the heavenly law divine realm. After many eras passed, a new great era began and the Nine Sun royal race was reborn. Naturally, I, the Nine Sun Palace King, cannot be absent. Qin Yun's thoughts are myriad. Thinking back to that golden age, he sighed endlessly. Now, at the beginning of this new great era, although he had missed the first 100 years, the myriad heavens divine desolate great era has truly begun. He looked at the myriad realms divine sun in the sky. This mysterious and powerful divine sun made him feel mysterious, but at the same time, he felt a sense of familiarity. Myriad realms divine sun, there will be 9 of them, new 9 suns will appear once again. Qin Yun touched the 9 sun divine spirit on his wrist and said in his heart, and I will also cultivate my own 9 suns. Master Qin, the ship in front belongs to my heavenly devil god race's duke. The duke himself is still on the ship. He only sent some people to the Sword Sun Great Hall. The duke also did not want to come into contact with too many people. They only wanted to see how strong the myriad heaven divine sword is and whose hands it will ultimately fall into. To enter the Sword Sun Divine Hall, one must have an invitation. Mo Dutian brought Qin Yun to the peak of the Sword Sun and landed outside the Great Hall. The Sword Sun Great Hall is very huge, it is like a huge island at the peak of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. The Great Hall has 4 doors, one in the east, south, west and north. Inside the Sword Sun Great Hall, there are many huge halls. Each of them is as spacious as a plaza. And the southern hall is the hall where the strong clans gather. Those who come to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain will be arranged to stay in different halls. For example, the Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Myriad Realms Divine Court, 9 Suns Sects, 9 Yang Divine Palace and 9 Yang Royal Family. They are not in the southern hall. Mo Dutian brought Qin Yun to the southern gate. Master Qin, I'll give you the invitation. You can go in by yourself. I don't want to go in for the time being. Mo Dutian said in a low voice, Shen Ruoming, that guy should be inside. I don't want to see him. Mo Dutian was defeated by Shen Ruoming before. If they met, Shen Ruoming would definitely spread the news. The southern hall is filled with people from various powerful clans. If Shen Ruoming spread the news, he, Mo Dutian, would definitely lose all face. Qin Yun nodded. Mo Dutian is not worried that Qin Yun would be bullied. Because for someone like Qin Yun, whoever provoked him would definitely not have a good ending. Furthermore, Mo Dutian is also worried that Qin Yun would mess around inside. Since he was the one who brought Qin Yun in, it would make things difficult for him. Mo Dutian gave the invitation to Qin Yun and watched him smoothly enter the southern gate. He slowly walked along a spacious and resplendent corridor. Master Qin, behind that door should be the southern hall. Mo Dutian said, I won't be going, I'll take my leave first. After Mo Dutian finished speaking, he promptly left. When Mo Dutian fought with Shen Ruoming before, he suffered a crushing defeat because he brought 2 subordinates with him. Those 2 subordinates were not weak but they were both killed. Thinking back on this matter, Mo Dutian truly regretted it. Of course, what made him even more regretful was that he attacked Qin Yun, almost causing him to lose his life. Qin Yun tidied up his clothes. Today, he is wearing a white inscription master robe. He is dressed very appropriately. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he has the demeanor of a young genius. After passing through the long corridor, Qin Yun arrived in front of the door. Then, he revealed a standard silly smile and slowly opened the door. The moment the door opened, many powerful auras surged out. The people in the southern hall were indeed experts from various powerful races. Those who looked young were the young geniuses of the ancient races. Those middle-aged men were all extremely powerful. There were only about 300 of them. In this hall that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, they seemed very sparse. However, when their powerful auras filled the southern palace hall, it caused everyone to feel a type of pressure, as if they were in a crowd. As soon as Qin Yun entered, he saw Shen Ruoming and the nameless old man. Behind the nameless old man was a young man from the Nine Suns Heavenly Clan. Shen Ruoming was alone. He carried a sheathed sword on his back and stayed away from the crowd. When Qin Yun opened the door, everyone present fiercely focused their gazes on the door. This will give people even more pressure. However, Qin Yun still had a silly smile on his face. With a relaxed expression, he turned around and closed the door before walking into the southern hall. The nameless old man was very shocked. He didn't know how Qin Yun entered. However, he knew that with someone like Qin Yun here, this place would definitely become even more lively. Shen Ruoming was also very surprised. He remembered that Qin Yun said before that he was not interested in the Myriad Heaven's divine sword. Furthermore, even if he came, he shouldn't have appeared in the Southern Palace Hall. However, Qin Yun walked into the Southern Palace Hall in a very relaxed manner. Shen Ruoming's reputation was very great. That was why he received a lot of attention. In addition, Qin Yun's aura is very strange. He doesn't seem to be someone from the ancient races. While everyone was paying attention to Qin Yun, they also saw Shen Ruoming walking towards Qin Yun. Shen Ruoming also walked towards Qin Yun and asked, "Where is Mo Dutian? Did you kill him and snatch his invitation before you could enter?" Shen Ruoming's voice was very normal. It was neither loud nor soft. However, everyone present could hear him very clearly. Mo Dutian was the descendant of a duke from the heavenly demon god clan. Furthermore, he had just obtained the title of Viscount not long ago. Yet, he was killed by someone. This immediately caused a commotion. Everyone was shocked and started whispering to each other. There were more than 10 young and middle-aged men from the heavenly demon god clan present. After they heard about this matter, they became extremely angry and immediately rushed towards Qin Yun and Shen Ruoming. The nameless old man brought the young man behind him and hid far away. He also believed that Qin Yun had already killed Mo Dutian. "Shen Ruoming, don't talk nonsense. Little Mo and I are friends of life and death. He felt that he owed me a favor, so he gave me the invitation card and let me in." Qin Yun's expression is very calm. He said with a smile, "How could I kill little Mo? But you sneak attacked little Mo and killed 2 of his subordinates." A middle-aged man from the heavenly demon god clan coldly looked at Shen Ruoming and Qin Yun and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on? Dutian's invitation card is really in your hands." The people from the other powerful races are very curious about this matter. The Myriad Heaven's divine sword has not come into being yet. They had to wait here and felt very bored. But now that there is a show to watch, they are very interested in watching. "It is indeed in my hands. He lent it to me." After Qin Yun finished speaking, he pointed at Shen Ruoming and said, "Shen Ruoming, did you kill little Mo's 2 subordinates?" Shen Ruoming is startled. He is very surprised by Qin Yun's reaction. He clearly killed Mo Dutian, yet he is still saying that he is Mo Dutian's friend. The middle-aged man from the heavenly demon god clan looked at Shen Ruoming and said, "I am Mo Fanzhan, Mo Dutian is my son." "Shen Ruoming, answer me truthfully, did you kill my son's subordinates?" "Yes. But I did not sneak attack Mo Dutian. I fought him fair and square." Shen Ruoming said with frown, "Mo Dutian was beaten very miserably by me. In the end, he had no choice but to use a divine talisman to escape through space. But he was intercepted by this person and even captured." Qin Yun coldly groaned and said, "Shen Ruoming, don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Little Mo is very strong and he also has 2 subordinates. If you did not sneak attack him, how could you force him to escape?" "That's right, my son is very strong and he also has 2 subordinates. How could he be forced to escape by you?" Mo Fanzhan is already standing beside Qin Yun. Looking at his posture, he is on the same side as Qin Yun. "Mo Fanzhan, your son's head was pierced by this person and he was captured. Maybe he has already been killed." Shen Ruoming is somewhat anxious and shouted. Qin Yun can see with a glance that this Shen Ruoming is not very experienced. This kind of guy is the easiest to bully. "Uncle Mo, little Mo is not dead. If you don't believe me, you can send people outside to find him. He only lost miserably because he was sneak attacked by Shen Ruoming. That's why he doesn't dare to face Shen Ruoming." Qin Yun promptly explained, "Just now, Shen Ruoming also admitted that he killed little Mo's 2 subordinates." "Uncle, did you hear that?" Mo Fanzhan waved his hand and let a middle-aged man and 2 young men leave the southern palace hall to find Mo Dutian. Qin Yun said again, "Uncle, I happened to be passing by at that time, so I saved the injured little Mo. Little Mo's head was pierced by Shinruoming and he almost died. Luckily I am an inscription pill master, so I was able to save little Mo. It is also because of this that little Mo lent me his invitation card and asked me to come here and join in the fun. And Shinruoming harbors hatred towards me, so he slandered me and said that I killed little Mo. He wants to borrow Uncle Mo's hand to get rid of me and silence me. The nameless old man is completely dumbfounded listening from a distance. If he did not see with his own eyes how Qin Yan pierced Mo Dutian's head, he would definitely believe Qin Yan's words. Even now, the nameless old man almost believes Qin Yan's words. Mo Fanzhan coldly looked at Shinruoming and said with sneer, "Divine Heaven Race's guy only has this much ability." Shinruoming doesn't know what to say, he only sneered and said, "Mo Fanzhan, just you wait. The people you sent out will never be able to find your son. Maybe your son's corpse has already been destroyed by him." Mo Fanzhan looks like a very forthright tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He is wearing a black cloak and has a head full of silvery gray wavy hair. He patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, "Little friend, when did this happen? Why didn't that brat Dutian tell me about this?" "It happened a while ago." Qin Yan said with foolish smile, "Little Mo's skin is thin, he was afraid of being laughed at by others, so he didn't say anything. I am an honest man. Shinruoming saw that I am easy to bully and wanted to slander me, so I can only say this matter." "Honest man? From beginning to end, you have not spoken a single word of truth." Shinruoming is somewhat angry, he has never seen such a shameless person. He looked at the nameless old man who was hiding far away and shouted, "Nine Sun Heavenly Race old man, you were also at the scene, come here." The nameless old man said, "Aye. I was at the scene but I didn't see anything." "Shinruoming, are you trying to threaten that senior to slander me?" Qin Yan pretended to be angry and shouted. At this time an old man from the Divine Sky Race slowly said, "Although this child Ruoming's character is a bit arrogant since he was young, he has never lied. How about this, let him sign a soul contract." "All right." Mo Fanzhan said. "Mo Fanzhan, I will sign a soul contract now to prove that what I said is true, so that this crafty guy won't run away." Shinruoming said, "I did fight with Mo Dutian but I did not have any intention to kill him. The reason why I told you all what he did to Mo Dutian is to prevent you all from misunderstanding. I killed him." Soon after, Shinruoming really signed a soul contract. Everyone present personally witnessed that Shinruoming did not suffer any backlash from the soul contract. The Divine Sky Race old man chuckled and said, "Mo Fanzhan, what are you still standing there for? It is that guy who pierced your son's head and captured him. Your son's life or death is still unknown." Everyone burst into an uproar. They truly did not expect that Mo Dutian would be tormented so miserably by someone else. "You said that this happened more than 10 days ago but I just saw my son a few days ago." Mo Fanzhan did not immediately attack. Shinruoming is startled because he feels that it is impossible for Qin Yan to release Mo Dutian. It is even more impossible for the two of them to become friends. When Mo Dutian came in, Qin Yan promptly sent a sound transmission and roughly explained the situation here. Knowing that Qin Yan splashed so much dirty water on Shinruoming, Mo Dutian is surprised and also very happy. This way, even if he loses to Shinruoming, he won't be ridiculed. He truly admires Qin Yan in his heart and feels that he has not worshipped him in vain. "Father." After Mo Dutian came in, he promptly arrived beside Mo Fanzhan and said, "I'm fine, no need to worry." Shinruoming opened his eyes wide and looked at Mo Dutian and Qin Yan. He immediately thought that Mo Dutian might have already submitted to Qin Yan. Mo Fanzhan said with smile, "It's good that you're fine." "Oh, that's right, this little brother saved you. Did you just send him an invitation?" "Of course not. Didn't I ask you for a bloodline divine source before? I used it to thank brother Qin." Mo Dutian said with smile. He can only bitterly sigh in his heart because he was forced by Qin Yan. Forced by Qin Yan's tyrannical power, he can only do as Qin Yan says. Shinruoming is not stupid, he now understands what is going on. He truly did not expect Qin Yan's methods to be so brilliant. "What else do you have to say?" Mo Fanzhan looked at Shinruoming and coldly groaned, "Divine Sky Race only knows how to sneak attack." The divine sky race old man frowned and said, everyone saw Ruoming's soul contract just now. What soul contract? This kind of thing should be nothing to your divine sky race, right? Mo Fanton said coldly, fortunately, my son is fine, otherwise I would have definitely killed that brat Shen Ruoming. Mo Dutian promptly said, Father, I was injured by him because my skills are inferior. Shen Ruoming is indeed very strong, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat, Father, don't make things difficult for Shen Ruoming. This is my own matter. Wait until my strength increases in the future, I will definitely defeat him. These words were taught to him by Qin Yun. All the middle-aged men present secretly nodded their heads. Mo Dutian's temperament is quite good. Shen Ruoming is extremely angry, he inexplicably took the blame for sneak attack. Qin Yun looked at Shen Ruoming with a smile. If Shen Ruoming did not say anything, he would not have dealt with him like this. It could be said that Shen Ruoming had brought this upon himself. At this moment, a man in a black robe walked over with a few other people. When these people came over, Qin Yun could already tell that they were from the Chaos race. They had Chaos bloodline in them. Qin Yun was already very familiar with the power of the Chaos Divine Sunday. Furthermore, these people's bloodlines were very strong. Seeing them walking over, Mo Fanton said, Guys, what are you doing here? My heavenly demon god race has never provoked your Chaos god race. They didn't provoke us, but this guy is an eyesore. The black-gowned man has an arrogant expression. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Qin Yun and said, We are all from powerful races, this guy is not. Xianxia, this is a friend of my heavenly demon god race. Mo Fanton said, How is our friend an eyesore? Xianxia was from the Primal Chaos clan, and his bloodline was strong. He should be a high-class or supreme-class Primal Chaos clan. His strength is also much stronger than the ones Qin Yun met in the Medicine King Association. Xianxia made Qin Yun recall the feeling he had when he met the Primal Chaos clan in the Ancient Desolate. Xianxia said, his surname should be Qin, right? Then he might be from the Nine Sun Royal race. How can a weak race like the Nine Sun Royal race be qualified to be in this palace hall with us? If his surname is Qin and he has the bloodline of the Nine Sun Royal race, then he must be from the Qin Imperial race. Everyone should know that it was the Qin Imperial race that allowed the Nine Sun Royal race to be reborn. Many people immediately looked at Qin Yun with hostility in their eyes. Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled. Compared to these powerful races, the Nine Sun Royal race is clearly not very strong. So why do they view them with hostility? Qin Yun said, I am indeed from the Qin Imperial race. When everyone heard Qin Yun's words, the hostility in their eyes became even stronger. Mo Fanton said, You truly recovered the Nine Sun Royal race's bloodline? Why don't you have 9 sun divine marks on your forehead? My situation is rather special, that's why I don't have 9 sun divine marks. Qin Yun replied. Xianxia said with sneer, Then why don't you get the hell out of this palace hall? Don't think that just because the myriad realm's divine sun allowed you to be reborn, you are the strongest race in divine desolate. Let me tell you, in our eyes, you are not even fart. Our 9 sun royal race is not even fart. But I remember that many of your primal chaos races people were killed by us that day. If we are not fart, then what is your primal chaos race? Qin Yun said with smile. Xianxia's face suddenly twitched, he said in cold voice, You dare to mock me? Qin Yun said, I am only stating the facts. Everyone knows how badly you guys from the chaos race lost that day. Those people are all lowly bastards. They can't represent our entire primal chaos god race. Xianxia's eyes are filled with killing intent, he furiously looked at Qin Yun, even if you recovered the 9 sun royal race's bloodline, in our eyes, you are no different from those idiots. Is that so? Why don't we exchange a few moves? Qin Yun rolled up his sleeves and said with smile, Whoever loses will scram from here. Alright, you asked for it. Xianxia clenched his fist, a grey cold power surged out violently. The aura of primal chaos divine power caused many people present to exclaim in admiration. Brother Qin, be careful, Xianxia is late-stage great god, he is about to become a heavenly god. His primal chaos bloodline is between high and top quality. Mo Dutian promptly said. Qin Yun took a deep breath and began condensing Xian divine power. After his body overflowed with Xian divine power, everyone present is somewhat surprised. They did not expect that a Xian god cultivator would have such confidence in front of Shen Ruoming. They did not see through Qin Yan's cultivation before. Even Shen Ruoming is somewhat surprised, he did not expect Qin Yan's cultivation to be so low. Take this. Xianxia is very confident, he pushed forward with his palm, they want to compete palm to palm. Qin Yan has already condensed his power and pushed forward with his palm. Yuner. In that instant, Ling Yuner released her little nether sun's divine power. Together with Qin Yan's nether sun, they condensed a very strong supergravity and shot out. Qin Yan's palm looks very calm. When it was shot out, the berserk power shook out energy wave ripples and collided with Xianxia's palm. Boom, trembling sound exploded, berserk primal chaos divine power surged like a gale and blew all around. Qin Yan was sent flying and hit a wall far away. Someone immediately sneered and said, "So what if you recovered the 9-son royal family bloodline?" A fool is a fool, no matter what bloodline he has, it is useless. Although Qin Yan was sent flying, he looks like he is completely fine. Xianxia's arm is trembling and naturally drooping down. Just now, Qin Yan poured formidable supergravity into Xianxia's arm and used mysterious penetration divine ability to enter. Supergravity is the power condensed by nether sun, it has formidable melting power and directly melted the bones in Xianxia's arm. You. Xianxia saw Qin Yan fly over and became even more shocked. He thought that since his arm was injured, Qin Yan would at least be crippled. But Qin Yan is completely fine. When Qin Yan flew towards Xianxia, he used supergravity to suppress Xianxia. Fist attack, the aura is like a raging storm. It hit Xianxia's nose, it looked like a very casual punch but it was actually Qin Yan's Heaven Annihilation 9 style, Heaven Shaking style. Xianxia's face caved in with a fist print, and he was sent flying. Qin Yan took a light breath. He now roughly understood his own strength. He who has opened 6 Xian divine Dao meridians, the strength of his divine power is comparable to a powerful race's heavenly god. Mo Dutian knew that Qin Yan has 3 bloodlines and knew that Qin Yan is very strong but he never expected Qin Yan to be strong enough to easily defeat Xianxia. Shen Ruoming's expression turned grave. The last time he saw Qin Yan was not this strong. In other words, in the past 10 days, Qin Yan has become a lot stronger. This kind of improvement speed is simply terrifying. The nameless old man is also overwhelmed with shock. He naturally knows that Qin Yan has fused with the heavenly devil god race bloodline. When Qin Yan's 6 meridians divine power burst out, his body felt a slight swelling pain. It can be seen how strong his divine power is. The hundreds of powerful race members present are all shocked into silence. That kind of divine power was only Xian divine power because it had a very clear aura of Dao power. Just this level of divine power is actually so strong. Just what is the background of this person? This is what many powerful race members are thinking. You lost. Are you going to scram or do I have to make you scram? Qin Yan walked towards Xianxia. Don't be impudent. A middle-aged man from the primal chaos race shouted angrily. At this moment, an old man walked in. Seeing that old man, the middle-aged man from the primal chaos race said, "Sword Sun Great Elder, that kid is causing trouble here. Quickly chase him out." Sword Sun Great Elder glanced at Qin Yan, then casually released a chain and tied Qin Yan up. He said, "Everyone, please follow me to the middle palace hall. Our Grand Elder has been attacked and the attacker is very strong. We need everyone's help to maintain order." Qin Yan's heart jumped. The attacker must be Lu Yu, Shu Yan, and Bing Xing. Bring this guy along. I heard that there is a blood groove in the middle palace hall that is used to sacrifice blood to the sword. Let's use his blood to sacrifice to the sword first, the middle-aged man from the primal chaos race said coldly. Qin Yan can easily break free from the chains but when he heard that he has to go to the middle palace hall to meet Xian Yanghong and the others, he temporarily did not break free. Xianxia's face has caved in, he is now lying on the ground and receiving treatment. Sword Sun Great Elder tied Qin Yan up with a chain and walked over. He saw that Xianxia's face has caved in, he is startled and furiously shouted at Qin Yan, "You bastard, you dare cause trouble in Sword Sun Palace Hall. I can only kill you and offer your blood to the sword." He is not causing trouble, the ones causing trouble are from Primal Chaos Race. The nameless old man is also worried about Qin Yan, he promptly stood up and said. Primal Chaos Race middle-aged man said, we should quickly go to the palace hall and kill this guy. Alright. We will go now. Sword Sun Great Elder's expression is very fierce and sinister. He fiercely glared at Qin Yun, then took out a long whip and vigorously whipped Qin Yun's face. Pa! The whip heavily landed on Qin Yun's face and let out a burst of explosive sound. Qin Yun used heavenly strong Dao technique to make his body very firm. Therefore, when the whip hit his face, it was not very painful. However, he secretly remembered this Sword Sun Grand Elder. What are you looking at? Lowly bastard, quickly close your eyes, you are not qualified to look at me like this. Sword Sun Great Elder furiously shouted when he saw Qin Yun staring at him. Then he very quickly whipped Qin Yun's face dozens of times. Qin Yun is secretly using heavenly strong Dao technique and heavenly might tyrant body, so he is not injured. But he is very angry, he gritted his teeth and endured. Mo Dutian and the nameless old man know that Qin Yun is very strong, but now they are looking at Sword Sun Great Elder as if he is a dead person. At this time, Xianxia also recovered. His sunken face has been flattened by a lot but it is still red and swollen. Xianxia saw that Qin Yun is tied up, he furiously shouted, rushed over and started punching and kicking Qin Yun. 9 Sun Royal Family lowly bastard, you spoke rudely to me and even attacked me so heavily, I will beat you to death. Xianxia crazily attacked Qin Yun. Everyone can see that Qin Yun is using a very strong power to protect his body. Therefore, when Xianxia is crazily beating Qin Yun is not injured at all. This fellow's strength isn't bad. If we use his blood as a sacrifice to the sword, the effects should be quite good. The middle-aged man from the Primal Chaos tribe roared with laughter. We should need a lot of powerful blood to sacrifice to the sword. Are you ready? Asked the old man from the Divine Star race. 9 Suns Royal Tribe's blood is enough. Coincidentally, a group of 9 Suns Royal Tribe members have arrived. I will capture them and kill them in the Middle Palace Hall. Sword Sun Great Elder laughed loudly and said, come, let's go to the Middle Palace Hall. Qin Yun's heart jolted. The 9 Yang royal family was actually invited here to be used as a sacrifice to the sword. Sword Sun Great Elder pulled a chain and brought Qin Yun to the Middle Palace Hall. He said with smile, there are also a few people from 9 Yang Divine Palace. Those Sword Hall Elder and Dragon Hall Elder have pretty good strength. They are now in the Middle Palace Hall and have been captured by us. If there are only a few of them, it shouldn't be enough, right? The elder from the Primal Chaos tribe asked. Of course it's not enough. That's why we captured quite a few fellows from the 9 Suns royal family and sealed them in the middle hall. The Sword Sun Grand Elder seemed to be very happy as he laughed heartily. Oh, that's right, you said that your Grand Elder was attacked? Who had such guts? The middle-aged man from the Divine Star race asked. Speaking of this matter, Sword Sun Great Elder became very angry, he groaned and said, it's those bitches from Divine Moon World's Guanghan Palace. One of them is a killing god. Those 2 bitches are very strong but they did not succeed. Oh? They ran away? Xianxia said with smile, I heard that the women of Guanghan Palace are very good. They are still in the Middle Palace Hall, we don't dare to capture them because they have Divine Moon Race behind them. Moreover, Divine Martial Judge is also protecting them. Sword Sun Great Elder said in low voice. At this time everyone looked at a somewhat fat middle-aged woman. She has a head full of silver hair, her face is a bit round, her face always has a smile on it. She is wearing a very simple white dress. With one look, it is clear that she is from Divine Moon Race. Yu Li Yuan, what is the meaning of your Divine Moon Race? He actually wants to kill the Grand Elder. The middle-aged man from the Chaotic race said coldly, the Supreme Elder of the Sword Sun God Mountain is the sword slave of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Only he can make the Myriad Heavens Divine Sword appear. In the future, he can still use the Sword Sun God Mountain to forge more. What a powerful divine sword. At this moment, Qin Yun also understood why the Grand Elder's position was so high. So it was because of this reason. This made him even more determined to eliminate the Grand Elder. The Nether Sex Yu Liyuan middle-aged woman still has a smile on her face as she said, I also don't know. Isn't the Grand Elder still alive? It's good that you're not dead. The Guanghan Palace is in the Divine Moon World, and your divine moon race is also in the divine moon world, right? The middle-aged primal chaos said, then you have to take care of those women. Our divine moon clan is not in the divine moon world and we do not have the qualifications to manage the Guanghan Palace. Yuli Yuan said, also, let me tell you, don't underestimate the Guanghan Palace. The Sword Sun Grand Elder sneered, what is the Moon Palace? They came from the lower realms and their luck is good, that's why they are inside the heaven's divine moon. Not long ago, a sword cultivator girl was robbed of her sun and moon twin dragon swords by our sect master. What can they do to us? This caused Qin Yun to feel extremely furious in his heart. So the Sword Sun Divine Mountain knew about this matter but they did not care. Aren't they here to take revenge now? Yu Liyuan faintly smiled, don't look down on us women's determination to take revenge. The middle-aged man from the Divine Star race said with smile, give us those two women who came to take revenge. Qin Yun coldly looked at the middle-aged man. Another group of people has been added to the list of people he wants to kill. I also want one. Shi Jianzi laughed loudly. The Sword Sun Grand Elder shook his head and said, don't even think about it, they are protected by the Divine Judge. Let's talk about it after you pass the trial of the Divine Judge. Speaking of the Divine Judge, everyone shut up. It seems like the Divine Judge has some authority. While everyone is chatting and laughing, they arrived at the entrance of the Middle Palace Hall. The Sword Sun Grand Elder is trying to open the door, he does not have the authority to do so. The door of the Middle Palace Hall can only be opened by the Grand Elder. Qin Yun is suppressing a power in his heart. He looked at the door. After entering, it won't be long before he explodes with his strongest power. Many of these people from the powerful ancient races were on Qin Yun's death list. Especially Shi Jianzi and the middle-aged man from the Divine Star race. Shen Ruoming quietly arrived behind the nameless old man and transmitted his voice to him, that guy is not that easy to catch. He deliberately got caught to cause trouble in the Middle Palace Hall? The nameless old man also has the same thought and replied, it's good that you know, don't talk too much. You are not stupid, you should know how powerful that brat is. Just don't let him affect me getting the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. Shen Ruoming transmitted his voice. He is not interested in the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. The nameless old man seems to have already seen through Qin Yun's purpose in coming to the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. It is to take revenge. The nameless old man knows that Qin Yun was once the king of gods and also the Nine Sun Palace king. Furthermore, Qin Yun is now considered a member of the Nine Sun royal family's Qin family. And the people of the Nine Sun royal family and the Nine Sun Divine Palace were captured to be sacrificed to the sword. In addition, Qin Yun and the Sword Sun Divine Mountain have long had enmity. Therefore, after Qin Yun entered the Middle Palace Hall, he will definitely fight. Because of this, the nameless old man even drove away the young man he brought, making him stay away from this whirlpool. The door of the Middle Palace Hall opened and a very strong sword aura rushed out from inside. The Middle Palace Hall is located in the middle of the Sword Sun Great Hall. It is very spacious. There are already thousands of people here but it is not crowded at all. It still looks very spacious. In the middle of the Middle Palace Hall, there is a 10-meter wide round lava pool. On top of the lava pool, there is a very large golden red fireball floating. It looks like a small Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. The Myriad Heaven Divine Sword is inside, and beside the lava pool, there are hundreds of people sealed inside a barrier. They are all from the Nine Sun Royal family. Nine Sun Royal family, Xiao family, Long family, Qin family, Qi family, Yuan family, and so on. There are people from all 9 great clans. Many of them are powerful heavenly god elders. There are also a few sacred gods, Granny Qianghua, Medicine King Qin, Fire King Qin and others are also here. This made Qin Yun even more furious, he slightly clenched his fists. There are people from various great powers in the Middle Palace Hall, Myriad Realms Divine Court, Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Primal Chaos Race, Heaven Creation Divine Palace, 9 Sun Sects and so on. Qin Yun looked at the Myriad Realms Divine Court and saw Xia Wufeng standing beside the Divine Judge. Xia Wufeng also saw Qin Yun. When he saw Qin Yun, he was very shocked but his expression is very calm. He also knows that a great battle is about to erupt. He is also prepared to help Qin Yun. Beside the Divine Judge, there are Bing Xing, Xian Rujing, Luo Shuyan, Star God, and Yu Shi. When Qin Yin came in, he immediately released his formidable mental power to transmit sound transmission to them, telling them to calm down first. Soon after, Qin Yin also received sound transmission from Luo Shuyan and Bing Xing. They said that they attacked Grand Elder Xiang Yanhong earlier but failed. The main reason is that Xiang Yanhong's strength is not weak, and there are many experts from powerful races here, such as Divine Sword Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Star Race. They all have people here to protect Xiang Yanhong. In addition, the Divine Judge is also maintaining order. The Divine Judge's expression is very unsightly because he wants to sacrifice people to the sword, and the people he wants to kill are all from the Nine Sun royal family. Qin Yan looked at the heavenly law divine domain and indeed saw Thunder God's figure. His original body is the same as his clone, but his original body is even more powerful and has obtained the Primal Chaos Race's powerful bloodline inheritance. There are many enemies here, but Qin Yan is not afraid at all. His heart is currently extremely calm. He also doesn't know if it is because of those 10 powerful divine profound Tao images that gave him incomparable confidence. After the great elder of Sword Sun came in, he said with smile, "We caught another guy from the Nine Sun royal family. This guy is quite strong, he is a good material for the sword sacrifice." Granny Chonghua, Medicine King Qin, Sword Hall Elder and Dragon Hall Elder are also shocked when they saw Qin Yun. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to them, telling them to calm down and saying that he will save them. Xiang Yanghong's face is full of wrinkles and he looks very old. He has a head full of sparse white hair that looks like it is about to fall off. However, he looks very spirited. His old eyes are filled with treachery. When he saw the group of powerful ancient race people coming over, he promptly greeted them with a smile. His appearance is also very humble. "Grand Elder, this guy snuck into the southern palace hall to cause trouble. He is from Nine Sun royal family and has some strength. His blood should be used as a sacrifice, right?" Sword Sun Great Elder said. "This guy. Why does he look so familiar?" Xiang Yanhong stared at Qin Yun and said doubtfully. "Xiang Yanhong, this guy beat up my Primal Chaos Race's people, you have to take special care of him." Primal Chaos Race middle-aged man said. Xiang Yanhong promptly replied with smile, of course. I will make this brat suffer." Shi Jianza said, "Elder Xiang, how about this, hand this guy over to me, I want to properly teach him a lesson." "No problem, I will hand him over to you after his blood is drained." Xiang Yanhong said with smile. Just as Qin Yun was about to be escorted to the barrier, Qin Yun suddenly said, "Grand Elder, I have a gift for you." "Gift? What gift do you have?" Xiang Yanhong feels that Qin Yun is very familiar, but he cannot remember who he is. "It's Xiang Yunjian's very precious item." Qin Yun said again, "This is a very generous gift." Everyone is very curious as to what kind of gift this person wants to give to Xiang Yanhong. Xiang Junjian is the sect master of Sword Sun Divine Mountain. He is also Xiang Yanhong's son, but he has not appeared here in the last few days. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Sword Hall Elder and Dragon Palace Elder seem to know what Qin Yun wants to give. "Xiang Junjian is very precious? This bastard went to Nine Sun Divine Palace and has not returned. I wonder where he died. Quickly take it out." Xiang Yanhong cursed a few times. He also feels that it is very strange that Qin Yun has Xiang Yunjian's item. Although Qin Yun is tied up, with a thought, he took out a square box. Seeing that box, Dragon Palace Elder and Sword Hall Elder's heart suddenly jumped. Because Qin Yun asked them for Xiang Yunjian's head before and he did not say what he wanted it for. Shen Ruoming and the nameless old man guessed that there must be something sinister in that box. Especially Shen Ruoming, he had experienced the methods of this honest man. Mo Dutian retreated slightly and stood behind his father because he had a bad premonition. Bing Xing, Lu Yu, Shu Yan and the others are also prepared to fight at any time. Xia Wufeng's eyes were like swords as he scanned the surroundings. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became somewhat oppressive. Everyone felt it because they all felt that there was something strange about the box. Xiang Yanghong laughed and said, "Everyone, don't worry. This old man has lived for several tens of thousands of years at any rate. How can I possibly be tricked by this kind of little trick?" As he spoke, he opened the box and poured out the contents. With a plop, heads fell to the ground, the human heads' eyes were wide open. Before it died, its eyes were filled with fear and shock. Most of the people present could recognize the face of this head. This was Xiang Junjian's head. Sword Sun God Mountain Sect Master Xiang Junjian has not appeared for many days. Now he has finally appeared, but his head has arrived. When Xiang Yanghong saw Xiang Junjian's head, he immediately retreated a few steps and looked at Qin Yun with a startled and angry expression. Clang clang clang, everyone present suddenly heard the sound of many swords being unsheathed. Sword Sun God Mountain's experts all unsheathed their swords. The people from the ancient races hurriedly retreated to the side because this had nothing to do with them. They were just surprised that Xiang Junjian had been killed just like that. The nameless old man, Shen Ruoming and Mo Dutian glanced at each other. Although they guessed wrong about the contents of the box, the result is even more unexpected. Judging from the head, Xiang Junjian was killed a long time ago. What made them admire the most is that Qin Yun dared to deliver the head in this kind of situation. Not only them, everyone present secretly sighed at Qin Yun's courage. Divine Judge's pupils immediately shrank because he can already tell that Qin Yun is that Qin Fei. He cursed in his heart, it's this little demon again. You killed Xiang Junjian? Xiang Yanghong pointed at Qin Yun's hand and an origin sword suddenly appeared. Formidable sword power swept through the entire hall like a gale. Sword Sun Great Elder and other experts are just watching from the side. They did not make a move. Because this matter must be handled by Xiang Yanghong, Qin Yun said with smile, you should be grateful that I let him die a happy death and that I let you father and son meet one last time. Tell me, isn't this a generous gift? Impudent! Xiang Yanghong furiously shouted and thrust his sword forward. Bang! Qin Yun's body immediately exploded with golden light. A sun heavenly shield appeared on his wrist and blocked Xiang Yanghong's powerful thrust. Everyone burst into an uproar. They all thought that Qin Yun was bound by chains. They did not expect that he would casually struggle free from the chains. Previously, Sword Sun Great Elder and Shi Jianzi both beat him up, but he did not struggle free. Instead, he endured patiently just to enter the hall and perform this scene. Xiang Yanghong is a very powerful sacred god. He used such formidable power to stab his sword, but it was actually blocked by Shen God. All the people from the ancient races present are also extremely shocked, because they all know that Xiang Yanghong is the sword slave of the myriad realm's divine son, and he is also fused with the bloodline of a powerful race. But even so, he is still unable to penetrate the defense of a Shen God, because Qin Yun killed Xiang Yanghong's son. They are fighting here. It can be considered a personal grudge. The divine judge did not make a move. What made the divine judge puzzled is that last time Qin Yun was at the Medicine King Guild, he was not that powerful. If Qin Yun had this kind of strength during the Medicine King Guild, he might have killed Thunder God. Supreme Elder, let me do it. Sword Sun Great Elder suddenly said, that guy has some ability, let me test his strength first. Just now, Xiang Yanghong could indeed feel how terrifying Qin Yun's defense was. His powerful attack did not even harm a hair on the opponent's body. All right. Xiang Yanghong said in a deep voice, remember, don't kill him, capture him and torture him to death. Sword Sun Great Elder's strength is much weaker than Xiang Yanghong's, but he is still a sacred god. No matter what, the sacred god is invincible against the Shen God. Shi Jianzi said with a sneer, that guy only has a very powerful defensive divine tool. That kind of defensive divine tool consumes a lot of energy, it can't be used more than a few times. Shi Jianzi hated Qin Yun to death because his nose was smashed and his entire face was caved in. If not for the precious medicinal ingredients he used, he would definitely look very ugly right now. Not only Shi Jianzi thought this way, even the Sword Sun Great Elder thought the same. Therefore, he planned to consume the power of Qin Yun's defensive magic treasure. You brat, you must have come with the intention to die. Sword Sun Great Elder released his origin sword and said, my Sword Sun Divine Mountain is a righteous sect, but you are so ruthless towards our sect's sect master. Quickly tell me, did someone order you to do this? Righteous sect? Your Sword Sun Divine Mountain likes to steal other people's origin swords the most. Qin Yun said coldly, furthermore, you deliberately stole a sword cultivator's origin sword. Is this also a righteous sect? Xia Wufeng has already heard of this before. Now that he heard Qin Yun's words, he immediately said angrily, Sword Sun Divine Mountain, have you ever done such a thing? Sword God, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiangyang promptly said, "We have never done such a despicable thing." Shen Ruoming suddenly said, "When I came here earlier, I heard Sword Sun Great Elder say that they once stole the Sun and Moon Twin Dragon swords of a sword cultivator girl from the Guanghan Palace. He said it himself." "I also heard about it," the nameless old man said. "He indeed said it." Mo Fanshan said. "Yes, Sword Sun Great Elder said it." Mo Dutian said. "I can testify." Divine Moon Races Yu Liyuan also replied. Xiangyang is very shocked. He did not expect that someone from an ancient race would stand up. He also cursed Sword Sun Great Elder in his heart for being an idiot. Qin Yan said, "The Sun and Moon Twin Dragon swords belong to Jian Ruyan. Jian Ruyan is my friend. When I was in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, I saw Xiang Junjian take it out, so I became very angry and killed him on the spot." From his tone, it seems like killing Xiang Junjian was very easy. This is even more shocking. Xia Wufeng now understands why Bing Xing and Lui Shuyan attacked Xiangyang before. Sword Sun Divine Mountain stole a sword cultivator's origin sword. Moreover, they deliberately stole it. This is very serious. It is like an evil sect. What is even more ironic is that just now, they claim to be a righteous sect. Sword Sun Great Elder furiously shouted, "Everyone, don't believe his words. Bastard, go die." He furiously rushed over and stabbed towards Qin Yan's head. Qin Yan is standing there motionless. It looks like his body is full of flaws. However, the floating cloud staff in his hand is filled with very strong six-vein divine power, causing the floating cloud staff to unceasingly tremble from the impact. Sword Sun Great Elder's sword stabbed straight towards Qin Yan's forehead. When the sword tip is about an inch away from Qin Yan's forehead, it suddenly stopped. That is because Sword Sun Great Elder has been frozen by Qin Yan's supergravity. Die. The floating cloud staff in Qin Yan's hand violently roared. It vibrated like an explosion. Layer upon layer of ferocious aura shook all around. The staff swept towards Sword Sun Great Elder's waist with incomparably ferocious power. Boom, an explosive sound spread out. Sword Sun Great Elder's upper body was directly torn apart by the berserk power, leaving behind only his head and legs. The rest of his body shattered, ignited in flames, turned into flying ash and rushed in all directions along with the energy wave. Qin Yan's gaze is deep and cold. He is carrying formidable and threatening arrogant potential as he looked at Xiangyang. "Looks like you still remember me." The floating cloud rod in Qin Yan's hand smashed towards Xiangyang with a monstrous might, accompanied by intense flames and lightning. Xiangyang suddenly regained his senses and quickly summoned a large blue umbrella to block in front of him. When the long rod smashed into the large blue umbrella, Qin Yan was sent flying by a strong shockwave. Xiangyang's large umbrella cracked from the impact and he flew backwards. Finally, he leaned against a wall and stopped. Xiangyang is extremely shocked. Others might not know about the Nine Suns Heaven-Raising Pagoda, but he does. That is because the residence of the King of Gods was a very powerful weapon. Later on, it was tempered by the Nine Suns and became extremely sturdy. Only a few people back then had heard of the Nine Suns Heaven-Raising Pagoda. Xiangyang gripped his origin sword tightly, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Qin Yan. Back then, Qin Yan was the sect master of one of the Nine Suns sects. He was besieged and destroyed by the other 8 Nine Suns sects. Xiangyang also participated in the siege, so his memory of Qin Yan's strength is still fresh in his mind. In addition, Qin Yan became the King of Gods and was once again besieged by many people. Xiangyang and Xiang Junjian were both involved. A few years ago, they heard about the rebirth of the King of Pantheon. They also knew that the King of Pantheon had another identity, which was the Nine-Yang Palace king named Qin Yan. He had seized the Sun Altar and defeated Xia Yang. Later on, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was very sure that Qin Yan could not come to the god-level space. But now, Qin Yan appeared here. Xiangyang suddenly recalled many things in his mind. He quickly calmed down and knew that his fear of the person in front of him is because of the past. And now, the person in front of him is no longer the powerful King of Gods from back then. Instead, he is reincarnated. His cultivation is only at the Shan God realm. The reason why he is so powerful is because he has some powerful equipment. "Elder Xiang, do you need help?" the middle-aged man from the Primal Chaos race asked. "No need, I can deal with him." After Xiang Yanhong calmed down, he rushed towards Qin Yun. The sword in his hand is very stable, exuding a threatening sword aura. When Qin Yun saw Xiang Yanhong coming over, he sneered and said, "Xiang Yanhong, after so many years, you are still so lame. It's time to settle the score of the past. This time, I'll end you once and for all." Xiang Yanhong burst out laughing confidently, "You're asking for it." Many of the people present were puzzled. This was especially so for those from the primordial races. This was because they could tell that Qin Yun and Xiang Yanhong knew each other. Furthermore, there was a deep hatred between them. As Xiang Yangda laughed, he had already stabbed out hundreds of times. Countless sword beams transformed into swords of light that swept towards Qin Yun like a gust of wind. The experts in the surroundings hurriedly released a barrier to prevent the central palace from being destroyed during the battle. Qin Yun opened his sun heavenly shield. He blocked that powerful sword qi. Then, he used his sacred pupil of light to rush over and swung his staff at Xiang Yanhong. The violent divine power was like a real tsunami, crashing into the barrier and creating loud explosions. A single profound god had such a powerful divine power, causing all the experts present to be moved. Even Xian Rujing and Bing Xing, who are familiar with Qin Yun, cannot help but feel astonished. That is because they believed that Qin Yun's cultivation is not high and is weaker than theirs. But now it seems like Qin Yun's strength is not as weak as they imagined. Those elders from the primordial races are all watching with grave expression. They all believed that only the primordial races are the strongest races in the divine desolate. They believed that with low cultivation, they could defeat those idiots with high cultivation. However, this nine-son royal family member is only a profound god, yet he is able to fight evenly with Xiang Yanhong, who possesses a powerful race's bloodline. If his cultivation reached great god or heavenly god realm, his divine power would be extremely dreadful. Everyone present knows that Xiang Yanhong is a sacred god. Moreover, he is not an ordinary sacred god. Deity President's expression is grave, he is pondering over something. Just now he heard Xiang Yanhong mention the nine-sun heaven-holding pagoda. As a deity president, he is also from the heavenly creation divine palace, so he is quite familiar with this pagoda. Qin Yun and Xiang Yanhong are fighting very intensely. Every time formidable divine power erupts, it causes people's heart to jump and flesh to jump. Even the people from the primordial races are secretly amazed by Qin Yun's formidable divine power. At this time, an old man from the heavenly creation divine palace said in a low voice, "That young man used 6 types of profound god power and perfectly fused them together. This person is a person with many Tao images, but even so, he shouldn't have such formidable divine power." An old man from the divine inscription palace said with a frown. Ancient alchemy divine sect master Gu Tianyue is also here. He looked at deity president and said, "Deity president, that guy from the sword sun divine mountain stole someone else's origin sword. Are you just going to let it go like this?" "Of course I will care. I will investigate the situation clearly and then severely punish them." Deity President is still staring at Qin Yun. He began to suspect that Qin Yun might be the king of gods from back then. Xiang Yanhong is also very strong. After all, he has lived for so long. Furthermore, he has become the sword slave of the myriad world's divine son and obtained the bloodline of a powerful race. Qin Yun is currently under great pressure because Xiang Yanhong is not as weak as he imagined. If Xiang Yanhong did not obtain the bloodline of a strong race, he would definitely be easy to deal with. The bloodline of a strong race could increase Xiang Yanhong's strength by several times. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long you can last. Xiang Yanhong laughed and said, "Whether it's back then or today, you will die in my hands." Bing Xing and the others, as well as Xiao Wufeng, are all prepared to attack. If they were to make a move, the ancient race would also make a move. This place would be in chaos, and with their strength, it would be very difficult to deal with the ancient race. They knew that Qin Yun is very strong, but they could also tell that Qin Yun does not have the strength to kill Xiang Yanhong. The reason why Qin Yun was able to hold on until now was mainly because of the powerful defense of the Sun Sky Shield. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the terrifying sword energy. The Sun Sky Shield is very powerful, but after using it many times in a row, he would need to rest for a period of time. He could not use it too frequently. If this continued, Qin Yin would lose. Xiang Yanhong's sword energy is like wind and thunder, tyrannical and chaotic as it landed on Qin Yin's body. At this moment, the defensive power of the Sun-Sky Shield weakened a lot, causing a sword energy to penetrate the energy-formed Sun-Sky Shield and land on Qin Yin's body. Qin Yin's arm was cut by the sharp and powerful sword energy, leaving a bloody mark. Seeing the blood on his arm, the elders of the ancient race immediately sucked in a deep breath of cold air and let out a burst of exclamations. It's purple blood. That guy has purple blood? Could it be the purple blood of the Nine Sun royal family? The middle-aged man from the primal chaos race shouted with fanaticism in his eyes, "He's mine." The middle-aged man from the primal chaos race directly rushed over and saw a translucent gray bell suddenly descend. When it landed, everyone on the ground was enveloped by a strong pressure, making it difficult for them to move. Wang, the bell rang and Qin Yin was enveloped by a 20-meter-wide bell. "He's mine." The middle-aged man from the primal chaos race laughed loudly. "TCH, this guy is really fast. I was a step slower." The middle-aged man from the divine star race said in displeasure. Xiang Yanhong is somewhat astonished. He looked at the large bell and praised, "Marquis Shi, what is this thing? So awesome." He did not expect that Qin Yin would be trapped inside the large bell. He promptly gave Yu Shi and the others a look, telling them not to make a move first. Because making a move in this kind of situation is completely useless. That Marquis Shi should be Shi Jian's father. He is actually a Marquis from the primal chaos race. Among the ancient race experts present, the highest rank is Marquis. Those dukes and kings are waiting outside for the result. "Marquis," she said with smile, "this is the primal chaos heavenly bell. It is formed from a primal chaos divine Sunday. Even our dukes won't be able to escape after being sealed inside." Shen Ruoming shook his head and sighed. He said, if this guy had obediently endured, he wouldn't have been captured. He brought this upon himself. "I really did not expect that he would have purple blood," Wu Ming said in surprise. Xiang Yanhong originally thought that he would be able to kill Qin Yin, but he did not expect such an accident to occur. He looked at Qin Yin inside the primal chaos heavenly bell and said, "Marquis Shi, what is the use of that guy's purple blood? Some are innately awakened and some are formed after birth. But no matter what, it is a great tonic." Marquis Shi laughed loudly and said, "Elder Xiang, this guy has a grudge with you. I will help you capture him now, then he will be mine. Don't steal from me." Qin Yin is resting inside the primal chaos heavenly bell. Not only does he need to rest, the Nine Sun divine soul also needs to rest. Only in this way can the Sun heavenly shield be in its best condition. Although he is sealed, Qin Yin is incomparably calm. He now has a certain understanding of Xiang Yanhong's strength and is also clear about his situation. The heavenly devil purple blood that he cultivated is an incomparably precious tonic for the elders of other races. Qin Yin has been waiting for an excellent opportunity to kill Xiang Yanhong in one go. Because after killing Xiang Yanhong, he will definitely be besieged. Therefore, he has to keep a backup plan and make a thorough plan. The appearance of the primal chaos heavenly bell is truly unexpected. Otherwise, he would have followed the original plan and killed Xiang Yanhong, then killed a group of people and finally retreated. Xiang Yanhong looked at Qin Yin inside the primal chaos heavenly bell and laughed loudly. "Marquis Shi, you might not know who this guy is, but I know that he is the king of gods in the divine desolate land. Moreover, he is the most famous Nine Sun Palace king in the early stage of the Nine Sun heavenly domain." King of gods. Nine Sun Palace king. This immediately shook the entire audience, especially the people of Nine Sun royal family and Nine Sun Palace. Granny Qianghua and Qin Huang already knew that Qin Yin is not simple, but they never expected him to be such an existence. Dragon Hall Elder and Sword Hall Elder are even more shocked. They are very familiar with Nine Sun Palace King. He is someone they worship. Thunder God laughed loudly and said, "So what? Nine Sun Palace King? Nine Sun Palace has already declined. King of gods? Who recognizes him as the king of gods now?" Xiang Yanhong sneered, "I'm afraid this guy will die again." "The one who will die is you." Xia Wufeng's sudden attack caused many people to be surprised, especially Xiang Yanhong. He sensed Xia Wufeng's dreadful sword aura in an instant. They are both sword users and sword cultivators, so Xiang Yanghang is very clear about how formidable Xia Wufeng's sword aura is. He also knows that although Xia Wufeng looks young, his sword Dao attainment is very profound. Xia Wufeng's attack is not because he wants to help Qin Yun but because Sword Sun God Mountain is killing and robbing sword cultivators' origin swords. He is sword god, he has enough reason to attack. Scram. Xia Wufeng looked at the divine sword race youth and said in cold voice. Their swords clashed against each other at this moment. Sword god of myriad realms divine court, I heard your sword Dao cultivation is very high, I have long wanted to exchange pointers with you. The divine sword race youth said with arrogant smile, I am Mu Jianchao from the divine sword race. Although Xia Wufeng only has one arm, no one dares to look down on him. I have no interest in fighting you. Xia Wufeng looked at Xiang Yanghang and said sternly, the sword Sun God Mountain stole a sword cultivator's natal sword. Such a heartless act makes them evil cultivators. I have the responsibility to eradicate the evil. Cultivators from the sword Sun God Mountain. Xia Wufeng fought to stall for time for Qin Yun because he knows that Qin Yun must have a way to escape. Xiang Yanghang promptly said, even if our sword Sun God Mountain's disciples did this kind of behavior, it has nothing to do with our sword Sun God Mountain. Xiang Junjian and Great Elder Sword Sun have already been killed, they received their due punishment. You also have a share. Xia Wufeng shouted. Mu Jianchao yelled, Sword God, Xiang Yanghang is Myriad Realm's Divine Sun's sword slave, without him, Myriad Heaven Divine Sword could not come into being. Xia Wufeng said with sneer, only mediocre people like you care so much about Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. Mu Jianchao very much wants to compete with Xia Wufeng because everyone knows that Sword God's strength is unfathomable. Xiang Yanghang said to Divine Judge, quickly stop that guy. Don't let him continue causing trouble. Thunder God said with sneer, Divine Judge, I heard that you are very partial to Sword God, right? Thunder God is very worried that Qin Yun will run out. He betrayed Qin Yun back then and Qin Yun has already begun to take revenge on him. It must be known that Thunder God was previously insulted by Qin Yun, causing his avatar to be placed under house arrest by the Divine Preceptor. Also, his subordinates were targeted by Qin Yun, and then all of them mysteriously disappeared. It was obvious that Qin Yun was secretly behind this. The Divine Judge was in a difficult position, but he still had to ensure absolute fairness. He shouted, Wufeng, step down first. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Marquis Shi of the Chaos Race shouted, if you don't retreat now, I don't care what god you are, I will kill you all the same. Don't delay the birth of the Myriad Heaven Sword. Xia Wufeng gripped his natal divine sword tightly and looked at Mu Jianchao, who was facing him. What? You want to fight me? Marquis Shi sneered and said, bring it on. The god judge took a step out. In his hands was a large banner. His entire body shone with resplendent divine light as he stood in front of Xia Wufeng. When the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment banner appeared, the elders of the ancient races all revealed expressions of alarm. They are rather afraid of the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment banner. You want to make the Myriad Heaven's divine sword come into being, but you want to use the blood of my clansmen as a sacrifice to the sword. I will make you pay the price. Qin Yun said coldly. Marquis Shi arrived beside the primal chaos heaven bell and said with sneer, don't be arrogant, just obediently stay inside. Don't worry, I won't use your blood as a sacrifice to the sword. Your purple blood is very precious, I will take good care of you. Your blood is my wine. And you, from today onwards, will be my wine pot. Palace King, don't worry about us. You must have a way to escape. Go, the Dragon Palace Elder shouted. Palace King, the revival of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace depends on you, the Sword Hall Elder also shouted. They all approve of Qin Yun as the Nine-Yang Palace King. The Divine Judge said, with me here, no one can kill the people of the Nine-Yang royal family. Qin Yun said, then why don't you stop them from releasing blood? I will stop them. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to use the people of the Nine-Yang royal family as a sacrifice to the sword. A middle-aged man from the Divine Star race laughed loudly and said, Divine Judge, don't think that just because you have a broken flag, we are afraid of you. As he laughed, he waved his hand and released a large ball of light beads. These light beads are like resplendent stars, there are a total of 36 of them. They surrounded the divine judge and Xia Wufeng. In the blink of an eye, the divine judge and Xia Wufeng have been sealed inside a barrier. The divine judge immediately became furious, he waved the myriad heaven's divine punishment flag and released formidable power, causing the entire Sword Sun divine mountain to tremble. Xianxia quickly begin, my great formation can't hold for long, the middle-aged man from the divine star race promptly shouted. Xianxia looked at the furious divine judge and then rushed towards Qin Huang and the others. 9 young royal family people have been captured, a total of 300 people, all of them have pretty good bloodline. Qin Yan originally thought that the divine judge would be of some use here, but now he has been sealed. This means that the blood of the 9 young royal family people will be sacrificed to the sword. At this time, Yushi sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, our people will be sacrificed to the sword. I have no choice but to take action. After all, I am the 9 young royal family's clan emperor. Xiao Shi, wait for me. I will be able to leave immediately. Qin Yun replied. Xianxia grabbed Qin Huang and said with evil grin, this guy is Qin Huang, a very good heavenly god. Let's use his blood first. Qin Huang has been bound by chains made from talisman tools. His body is sealed and he can't release any power. Xianxia grabbed Qin Huang and brought him to the side of the flame essence pool. Then he placed Qin Huang's head inside the flame essence pool. The long sword slid across Qin Huang's neck and started to bleed. Qin Huang is very angry but he is powerless to struggle. Qin Yun, Xia Wufeng, Divine Judge, Yu Shi, and others are all extremely angry. Now Qin Huang is like a chicken being slaughtered, his throat is being cut open and his blood is being let out. Divine Star Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Sword Race's people all laughed loudly. They hate 9 young royal family very much because they are worried that 9 young royal family will become the strongest race under myriad realms. Divine Sunday Qin Yun sensed that the 9 Sun divine spirit has rested enough and suddenly let out a loud shout. Everyone immediately looked at the huge primal chaos heavenly bell. They saw 9 altars floating inside it. Seeing those 9 altars, Xianxia immediately cried out in fear, those are the 9 sun altars, they are all in his hands. Those 9 altars are very strong, what is he trying to do? Thunder God also cried out in fear. Those 9 altars belong to our 9 sun sects, we must take them back. Heavenly Mountain sect master shouted. They also discovered that those 9 altars have dragon runes carved on them. With a glance, they can tell that they have been greatly improved. Marquis, she said with calm expression, don't worry, he won't be able to break the primal chaos heavenly bell. Quickly bring out the myriad heaven divine sword. Although the 9 altars have become very small, they are still very powerful. Moreover, as they revolved around Qin Yun, they are absorbing formidable energy from his body. Qin Yun used the 9 sun divine spirit to absorb the divine universe purple sun's energy and then released it into the 9 altars to activate the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. The divine universe purple sun's formidable energy is then transferred to the altars through the 9 sun divine spirit on Qin Yun's wrist. If not for Qin Yun's powerful body, he would not have been able to withstand it. Divine dragon soars to the heavens. Qin Yun activated one of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formations killing formation. 9 kinds of light rays condensed into a 9-colored huge dragon that soared into the sky. The divine universe purple sun's energy became incomparably powerful through the 9 dragon heavenly origin formations condensed power. The transformed divine dragon burst out with waves of domineering dragon might. Roar, the divine dragon roared, its huge dragon head smashed into the primal chaos heavenly bell. Boom, following the explosion of an incomparably loud bell, everyone in the middle hall felt their ears ringing. The middle hall shook violently as a violent energy wave surged out from the primal chaos heavenly bell. Everyone present shuddered in fear from the terrifying energy. Even the elders from the powerful races were frightened by the power. Of course, their hearts were filled with greed. They wanted to snatch the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. The primal chaos heavenly bell had not been smashed but the energy within it had already surged out. Don't let him come out. Xianxia shouted in fear. The might of the 9 altars combined and the formidable power that erupted out was terrifying. Thunder God and the other big shots of the Nine Suns sects had come into contact with those altars before. They never expected that after Qin Yun refined them, they would have such terrifying power. Marquis Shi shouted, "Don't even think of breaking through. My primal chaos heavenly bell is invincible." Just as he finished speaking, the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation erupted once again and a gigantic nine-colored divine dragon appeared. Roar! The dragon's roar was filled with rage. Following that, an incomparably violent shockwave surged through the entire middle hall. The primal chaos heavenly bell had been breached. Everyone was so shocked that they started shouting loudly. At the instant it was broken, everyone present felt the powerful divine universe purple chi. It's the divine universe purple chi? That guy controls a large number of divine universe purple crystals. Someone shouted in alarm. Xianxia was alarmed because the moment the primal chaos heavenly bell was broken, he felt a powerful killing intent lock onto him. "Quick, stop him!" Xianxia shouted and immediately fled to the door. Qin Yun was surrounded by 9 altars. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation formed a barrier that protected him and also provided him with immense power. After the furious Qin Yun broke through the primal chaos heavenly bell, he used the light transformation sacred pupil to flash to Xianxia's side. Xianxia, who was alarmed, summoned his intrinsic divine sword and stabbed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun held the floating cloud staff in his hand and absorbed the energy from the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Die! Marquis Shi swore that his chaos heavenly bell was very sturdy and could not be broken. But at that moment, it had been smashed to pieces. Therefore, the most furious person was Marquis Shi. He roared angrily and immediately charged at Qin Yun. The Chaos Heavenly Bell was mainly composed of materials from within the Chaos Divine Sun, and the divine power released by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation came from the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. It could be seen that the Chaos Divine Sun's divine power was suppressed by the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. When Marquis Shi charged over, the Chaos Race, Divine Star Race, Divine Sword Race, Thunder God and many other experts followed closely behind. This was because they could tell that Qin Yun was very strong. Not only did he possess purple blood, he was also the 9-Yang Palace King and the King of Gods. With such a foundation and completely unafraid of the powerful races, they had to act decisively and get rid of Qin Yun as soon as possible. As the experts charged over, all sorts of violent divine power surged and bombarded Qin Yun from all directions. Qin Yun's body was surrounded by 9 small altars. The 9-Yang Divine Spirit released the powerful Divine Universe Purple Sun power to maintain the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation's operation. Combined with the Sun Heavenly Shield, it formed a very powerful defense. All sorts of powerful divine power bombarded Qin Yun's body in wave after wave, setting off an incomparably ferocious shockwave. Qin Yun's position was at the door of the central hall, not in the middle. Everyone's attention was focused on Qin Yun. As for Yuxi and company, they immediately went to break the barrier that sealed the Sword Hall Elder and the others, allowing them to escape. Among the powerful primordial races, only the elders of the Divine Star Race, Chaos Race and Divine Sword Race took action. The youngsters watched from afar because there was no room for them to intervene in such a battle. It had to be said that the central hall was very sturdy. As expected of the place where the myriad heaven's divine sword was forged. It had not been destroyed even after such an intense battle. At the central hall's door, all sorts of surging divine power roared and surged, flashing with divine power light of all sorts of colors. Many experts attacked Qin Yun, and they were all from powerful races. This made the youngsters of the powerful races shudder in fear. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, Marquis Shi and company failed to crack Qin Yun's defenses despite their combined attacks. When Xianxia saw Yuxi and the others going to save the people from the 9-Yang royal family and 9-Yang temple, he quickly shouted to Mu Jianchao and the other youths beside him, "Those women from Moon Palace are trying to save people, let's go and stop them. Those women are really not bad, whoever can grab them can keep them." Mu Jianchao laughed loudly and said. Before coming here, Mu Jianchao and Xianxia asked Sword Sun Great Elder if they wanted to hand over Lu Yu, Shu Yan and Bing Xing to them. However, the Sword Sun Divine Mountain's Grand Elder had said that the Sword Sun Divine Mountain wouldn't be able to do anything with the Divine Judge protecting them. Now that the Grand Inquisitor was sealed, no matter what they did, the Grand Inquisitor couldn't do anything to them. Xianxia grinned as he rushed towards Yuxi and shouted, "Little beauty, I'm coming." Yuxi once fused with the soul of Heaven Creating Palace Master Yu Tian and obtained the rune memories of Heaven Creating Palace Master. Therefore, she is now also an inscription master and needs her to break the barrier. Scram! Liu Shuyan suddenly flew over with a red long saber in her hand and hacked at Xianxia. Dreadful killing intent pervaded the air, accompanied by the saber edge, rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression slightly changed. He did not expect that these women would be so formidable. He had no choice but to retreat. Mu Jianchao, who was just about to rush over, was also stared at by Bingxing's ice-cold and formidable divine power. His entire body immediately turned cold, causing him to not dare to rush over. Other powerful race youngsters can all sense Bingxing and Liu Xuyan's dreadful divine power. Shenruoming, your strength is not weak, quickly attack. If these women let go of those 9 Sun royal family people, we won't have any blood to sacrifice to our swords. Xianxia promptly shouted after being beaten back. There are 3 9 Sun divine maiden over there, you want me to throw away my life? Shenruoming groaned. 3 9 Sun divine maiden, this caused the expression of Xianxia and other powerful race youngsters to greatly change, their eyes are filled with fear. They now understand why this kind of divine power is so dreadful. It is actually 9 Sun divine maiden. While Xianxia and others are in shock, they suddenly felt a very powerful killing intent envelop them. By the time they reacted, they felt their bodies sink, they are being pressed down by an extremely heavy power. Spatial fluctuations surged over, Qinyan actually appeared behind Xianxia. Qinyan used the heaven extinction steps transcending space step. Combined with spatial power, he can cross space. Just now, he noticed that Xianxia and others were about to attack Bingxing and others, so he immediately transcended space from the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and arrived behind Xianxia. As for Marquis Xi and the other seniors, they are still attacking the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and did not notice Qinyan's appearance. You! Xianxia saw Qinyan suddenly appear behind him and shouted as if he had seen a ghost. You lowly bastards also want to have any ideas about 9 Sun divine maiden? Qinyan shouted in a deep voice, his long rod smashed down. Boom, with an explosive sound, Xianxia, the son of a primal chaos race marquis, was directly smashed into pieces. Shenruoming and Mo Dutian, the 2 young experts from powerful races, immediately felt their hearts jump. In any case, Xianxia was the son of a marquis and a baron, yet he was killed with a single rod strike. Mu Jianchao had already thrust his sword at Xianxia earlier. When he saw Xianxia being smashed into pieces, he felt endless fear in his heart. He wanted to escape, but his body is being pressed down by a very strong gravity, his speed is not fast at all. Boom, the God King spear in Qinyan's hand shot out a bullet and directly penetrated Mu Jianchao's head. After the bullet penetrated Mu Jianchao's head, it immediately returned and once again penetrated Mu Jianchao's heart before returning to the God King spear. It's you, the one who killed our 3 sword kings and war gods. Mu Jianchao suddenly shouted in alarm. Because when the God King spear shot out a bullet, the aura it released is very familiar to him. Previously, Divine Sword Race's fiery red warship's large mirror was shattered by Qinyan's God King spear. Idiot, I'll send you to meet them now. Qinyan's light transformation sacred eyes flashed, his body arrived behind Mu Jianchao like a light beam and ruthlessly smashed down with his rod. Mu Jianchao's body directly exploded into flames. Just like Xianxia, he was directly smashed into pieces. The God King spear in Qinyan's hand suddenly shot crazily at the youths of the Divine Star Race, Divine Sword Race and Primal Chaos Race. Those bullets could all fly back and then be shot out again. Those who weren't strong enough were instantly turned into beehives by the random bullets, especially the people from the 9 Suns sect and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Marquis Xi and the rest of the seniors also reacted at this moment and immediately rushed towards Qinyan. I'm going to eat you alive. Marquis Xi's face was ferocious as he shouted angrily. When Qinyan saw them coming over, he immediately used the void step and once again traversed through space, returning to the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Eat me alive? Just you guys can only go eat shit. Qinyan laughed loudly. Xiangyang Hong, who was sent flying just now, felt extreme fear in his heart. He shouted, "Ignore him, hurry up and sacrifice the sword, let the divine sword be born, only the divine sword of the heavens can destroy him." Just as he finished speaking, Qin fired a bullet from the God King spear inside the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation. That bullet was refined from the divine universe golden stone. After it was shot out, it immediately exploded with a very strong divine power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An incomparably terrifying explosion of divine power set off a large expanse of golden flames. Feeling the divine power, the seniors present all knew that it was at least a relatively large piece of divine universe golden stone that had exploded. This kind of spending was simply extravagant. Everyone suddenly felt that it was worth it for Xianxia to be killed by such a piece of divine universe golden stone. The nameless old man knew that Qin had a lot of divine universe golden stones in his hands, but he still felt a little heartache for Qin. If it wasn't for this critical moment, Qin wouldn't have used such a bullet. Xianxia was dead, not even dregs were left. Qin was still within the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation's barrier. With the 9 powerful altars protecting him, they couldn't do anything to him. Yuxi and the others were only from the 9 Sun royal family and the 9 Sun divine palace. The Divine Star race, Primal Chaos race and Divine Sword race's youths have suffered heavy casualties. Their bodies have been pierced with many holes by Qin's Divine King Spear. Especially Marquis Shi, his son actually died just like that. And Mu Jianchao's father is an earl. The Divine Sword race's earl angrily said to Qin, "You are dead for sure. You killed 3 of our sword kings and war gods, our kings will definitely take action." Qin currently doesn't have enough strength. Otherwise, with the help of the 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation, he would definitely be able to kill the seniors of these powerful races. Fortunately, the powerful ancient races did not attack together. The Divine Moon race, Heavenly Devil God race, Divine Heaven race and 9 Sun heavenly race are just watching from the side. They now have a general understanding of Qin's strength. They know that this 9 Sun Palace King is not someone to be trifled with. Boom, the 36 small stars surrounding the Grand Inquisitor suddenly exploded. The Divine Judge's face is filled with anger. He looked at the group of Divine Star race people and angrily said, "You dare to attack me." When the group of Divine Star race people saw the 36 small stars explode, their faces revealed looks of horror. The Divine Judge is holding the mighty heaven's divine punishment flag in his hand. He is extremely angry and directly charged towards the group of Divine Star race people. Qin is secretly delighted because the opportunity has come. At this moment, he directly arrived beside Thunder God with the 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation. "My good disciple, it's time for you to repay what you owe your master," Qin said coldly. Everyone is extremely shocked. Thunder God is actually the king of God's disciple? "I am Thunder God, I have a God position. You dare to kill me?" Thunder God laughed loudly and said, "Forget about you, even the Divine Judge can't directly kill me." Just as he finished speaking, Qin took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. When the Divine King Heavenly Seal appeared, Thunder God's smile suddenly stopped. "Then I will first take away your Thunder God position." Qin controlled the formation's power and imprisoned Thunder God, making him unable to move. Then, the Divine King Heavenly Seal directly imprinted on Thunder God's forehead. The appearance of the godly monarch Heavenly Mark left Thunder God extremely surprised. This was because he always believed that the godly monarch Heavenly Mark no longer existed. The God Judge was also very surprised. Not only was the God King Heavenly imprint still there, it was also very powerful, able to strip away a deity position. Qin used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to extract the Thunder God's deity position from Thunder God's body. This is only half of Thunder God's deity position. But after being stripped, Thor still felt great pain. Godhood was fused with the soul. For an old god like the Thunder God, his godhood had long since become a part of his soul. Stripping the deity seat was like tearing the Thunder God's soul apart. Qin held the godly monarch Heavenly Seal tightly. With a thought, Thunder God's deity position automatically left his soul and flew into the godly monarch Heavenly Seal. Thunder God thought that he could still put up a few more moves, but before he could do anything, his godhood was stripped away. Qin also has a powerful mental power. Otherwise, his progress would not have been so smooth. Through the divine Moon Dao image, he had opened up the profound God Dao meridian, allowing him to obtain an incomparably powerful mental force. Only then could he use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to strip away a strong god's divine position. Thunder God endured a heart-wrenching pain and let out a blood-curdling scream that made everyone's scalp go numb. What kind of pain was that? To make an old god scream like that, Thunder God's original body had been stripped of his divine position, which was equivalent to being crippled. His soul had been severely damaged, and he had lost all of his combat strength. Back then, you betrayed me. Did you expect this day to come? Xianxia's ice-cold voice was filled with dignity and anger. Thinking back to the time when he was betrayed by the god of thunder and the goddess of love, it was as if it had happened just yesterday. Thunder God's face is filled with pain as he looked at Xianxia and roared, "You are an enemy of the heavenly Tao. No matter how many lifetimes you live, there is only death for you." Xianxia's Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became bigger. It became like a small house and fiercely pressed down. Thunder God was suppressed by the Divine King Heavenly Seal, but he did not die immediately. Instead, he was tortured by the Heavenly Seal's heavenly punishment until he wished he was dead. Who? After the deity King Heavenly Seal pressed down, it turned Thunder God into a pile of ashes. Thunder, fire and wind billowed out in all directions. Thunder God's main body was dead, but he still had a clone imprisoned in the myriad world's divine court. This meant that he would have to die again and experience this pain again. Thunder God's tragic death also caused many people's hearts to tremble. The Grand Inquisitor had already broken out of the seal. If anyone else wanted to kill the God of Thunder, the Grand Inquisitor would definitely stop them. Because no matter what, only the Myriad Realms' divine court had the right to punish the gods of the Myriad Realms, but now, the person who attacked Thunder God had a godly King Heavenly Seal in his hands, and was once Thunder God's master. Back then, the King of Gods had wielded the mysterious and powerful Heavenly Seal of the God King. Even the Grand Inquisitor had felt the terrifying heavenly might of the God King. "We have a duke out there, Grand Inquisitor. If you don't want things to get ugly, don't interfere." Marquis Creek looked at the Grand Inquisitor. The All Heaven's divine punishment flag of the Divine Judge was very powerful. It was through the divine power of this flag that he broke the Divine Star Race's formation. In the central hall, most of the people from Sword Sun God Mountain were dead. Especially Grand Elder Xianxia, the sword slave of the Myriad Realms' divine son. His soul has already flown away and scattered. Without him, no one knew how the All Heaven's divine sword would be born. However, the huge fireball floating above the flame pool in the middle of the hall is the sword embryo that nurtured the All Heaven's divine sword. The All Heaven's divine sword is still inside. Next, it only needs to be sacrificed to break out of the embryo. The Grand Inquisitor said coldly, "Divine Star Race, why did you seal me just now? I'm not afraid of your duke. If you have the guts, let them come in." The young people of the Divine Star Race were also killed by Xianxia's spear. The casualties were disastrous. The Divine Star Race also has a marquis here. Just now, it was that marquis who attacked. He is feeling extremely pained because those 36 stars are very precious. Grand Inquisitor, quickly get out of the way. Don't block us. Marquis, she glared at Xianxia. His son was killed here. Moreover, quite a few of his Primal Chaos Race's young people have also died. As a Marquis of the Primal Chaos Race, he is currently unable to do anything to their enemy. This is truly incomparably sullen. Just as the two sides are in a deadlock, the fireball in the flame pool suddenly trembled. The sword embryo is moving. We need to quickly sacrifice blood to the sword. If we don't quickly sacrifice the sword embryo will explode, the Divine Sky Race middle-aged man anxiously shouted. Shenruoming looked at Xianxia and said, "If the sword embryo explodes, no one will be able to obtain the All Heaven's divine sword. At that time, this mountain will also be destroyed and no more powerful swords will be born." "What? Don't tell me you want me to sacrifice blood to the sword?" Xianxia said with smile. "You are the Nine Sun Palace King and also a purple blood person from the Nine Sun royal family. If it is only your blood, it will definitely be enough to sacrifice the sword. Don't you want the All Heaven's divine sword?" Shenruoming said. Xianxia said with smile, "If I sacrifice the sword, then the All Heaven's divine sword will very likely be mine. Don't you want it very much? Why do you want me to participate? You might not be able to obtain it." Shenruoming smiled confidently. My divine sky race's heavenly sword king passed me a secret technique that will allow me to obtain the all heaven's divine sword. Qin Yin said with smile, you are truly confident. Xia Wufeng said in low voice, old brother Yun, the all heaven's divine sword is very strong. Whether it is useful to you or not, you must try your best to obtain it. Hearing Xia Wufeng's words, Qin Yin also wants to give it a try. He wants to see if he can obtain the all heaven's divine sword in passing. Then he said to the divine judge, you block them, I will go sacrifice the sword. After saying that, he immediately rushed towards the lava pond. At this time, divine sky race, divine moon race, nine sun heavenly race and heavenly devil god races people also arrived at the side of the lava pond. Mo Fanzhan said with smile, little friend, although we know each other, my heavenly devil god race will not give in to the all heaven's divine sword. Divine moon race's Yu Liyuan also said with smile, I also came here for the all heaven's divine sword, I will do my best to obtain it. There is no need to talk about divine sky race's side, they will definitely help Shenruoming obtain it. And on the nine sun heavenly race's side, the nameless old man and two other old men also have determined expressions on their faces. As for divine star race, primal chaos race and divine sword race, they are all blocked by the divine judge. Of course, they are not worried because they know that once the all heaven's divine sword appears, it will be very violent. Even if they get close, they might not be able to obtain it. Xia Wufeng, Yu Shi, and Bing Xing are all beside Qin Yin to protect him. Xian Rujing and Luo Shuyan are in charge of protecting nine sun divine palace and nine sun royal races people. Qin Yin has already started bleeding. He let out a large amount of purple blood into the lava pond. Purple blood is indeed very powerful. Not long after he started bleeding, the huge fireball-like sword embryo began trembling. There is a reaction. Is it coming out soon? The nameless old man said in low voice. Qin Yin suddenly opened his heavenly eye and looked inside the sword embryo. There is an embryonic form of a sword inside the sword embryo. It is currently absorbing a large amount of purple blood and lava. This lava is formed by the sword sun god mountain's natural formation absorbing the energy of myriad worlds' divine suns. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, Xiao Yun, the sword body is not completely formed but it will be formed very soon. You better put the nine desolate divine saber inside now. Qin Yan's heart stirred, he promptly took out the nine desolate divine saber. It must be known that the nine desolate divine saber is fused with a bloodline heavenly pattern box. Therefore, the nine desolate divine saber also has the ability of the bloodline heavenly pattern box. It is a very strong fusion ability. Yu Shi is beside Qin Yun. She saw Qin Yun take out the nine desolate divine saber and roughly guessed what he wants to do. Therefore, she promptly took out the nine sun emperor sword. The moment the nine sun emperor sword appeared, the dreadful emperor power caused Shenruoming to be horrified. How can the nine sun emperor sword be in your hands? Shen Ruoming asked in alarm. After Qin Yin took out the nine desolate divine saber, he stabbed at the fireball-like sword embryo. What are you doing? Shenruoming cried out in alarm. Those few divine heaven race elders are also extremely furious, they wish they could slap Qin Yin to death. But Qin Yin is surrounded by nine altars, the nine dragon heavenly origin formation can be activated at any time, they are unable to kill Qin Yin. Qin Yin said with smile, the myriad heaven divine sword is having a hard time giving birth, I am just helping. While letting out blood, he inserted the nine desolate divine saber into the sword embryo. The process is very smooth, the nine desolate divine saber entered the sword embryo. The divine heaven race elder said with sneer, serves you right, if you were not meddlesome, you would not have lost such a good saber. Qin Yin's saber is very good, all the elders present can see it. But it has been devoured by the sword embryo. Qin Yin laughed in his heart, it is still unknown who will be devoured by who. Then he took out the Gemini treasure mirror and used the mysterious fusion heavenly rune's power to illuminate the sword embryo. He continued to let out blood, losing a large amount of purple blood made him very weak. Fortunately, he has a very powerful divine universe purple sun inside his nine sun divine soul. Through the nine dragon heavenly origin formation, he can absorb the divine universe purple sun's energy, allowing him to quickly produce powerful purple blood. The sword embryo's movement is getting bigger and bigger, its rotation speed is getting faster and faster, crazily absorbing purple blood and flame essence. Huu, the sword embryo suddenly became bigger, a formidable energy accompanied it and set off an incomparably scorching flame wave. Most of the people beside the flame essence pond are very strong, they can all block this flame wave. Through the heavenly eye, Qin Yin can see that what is gradually forming inside the sword embryo is not a sword but a long saber. Its shape is more or less the same as the 9 desolate divine saber. He placed the 9 desolate divine saber inside the sword embryo. It is like reincarnation. It directly swallowed and fused with the original myriad heaven divine saber. It's coming out. Shenruoming is very excited, his ice-cold and stinky face is now showing an excited smile. He promptly took out more than 10 divine talismans. Those divine talismans revolved around his body, forming a circle. It seems like a kind of sealing secret technique that can allow him to seal the myriad heaven divine saber. This kind of secret technique was created by the divine heaven race's heavenly sword royal noble. It seems to be very powerful. The fireball-like sword embryo suddenly trembled. It looks like it will explode at any moment. The flame essence inside the flame essence pond has been completely absorbed. The purple blood Qin Yin released is still pouring into the sword embryo. Boom! The sword embryo fiercely shook, violent flame waves surged out in all directions. The sword embryo has been cut open, but what has appeared is not a sword, but a saber. This saber is very similar to the one Qin Yin used just now. The only difference is that the runes on the saber surface have changed greatly. Shenruoming is very confident in obtaining the myriad heaven divine sword. It can be said that he is determined to obtain it. This is mainly because he has the full support of his divine heaven clan's heavenly sword king. Just as he was excitedly waiting for the birth of the myriad heaven divine sword, an accident occurred. Seeing the appearance of the saber, everyone immediately understood why Qin Yin deliberately let his saber enter the sword embryo. Clearly, he wants to borrow the sword embryo to produce an even stronger saber. Shenruoming looked at Qin Yin with a face full of anger. He is so angry that his gaze can kill. If he did not restrain himself, he might have already attacked. Furthermore, he does not have a certain amount of confidence in defeating Qin Yin. Qin Yin's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very strong. Not to mention Shenruoming, even if Marquis Shi and the other elders take action, they would not be able to take down Qin Yin. I'm really sorry, this saber is mine. Qin Yin faintly smiled, then with a wave of his hand, the saber flew into his hand. When he sacrificed the sword, he used Qin Yin's purple blood and that saber originally belonged to him. Now that the saber has swallowed the myriad heaven divine sword, it is naturally under his control. You. Shenruoming is so angry that his face turned green. Shenruoming's current mood is very good. For example, when his wife gave birth, he was bitterly waiting for the big fat boy to give birth. He did not expect that he would give birth to a tortoise and this tortoise is someone else's. The most infuriating thing is that the main culprit is happily laughing at the side. After Qin Yin held the 9 desolate divine saber, he said with a smile, "What should I call this saber? Let's call it myriad heaven divine saber." Most of the elders of the ancient races have extremely ugly expressions. They came here for the myriad heaven divine sword. But now the myriad heaven divine sword has become a saber and they don't even have the chance to snatch it. The ones who suffered the most are the primal chaos race, divine sword race and divine star race. They also have a large group of young people who suffered heavy casualties. I used my blood to sacrifice my saber. If this saber is not mine, then whose is it? Qin Yin laughed loudly. He looked at Shenruoming and the others and said with a smile, "To be honest, I am still very grateful to you guys. If you didn't let me sacrifice my saber, I would not have this opportunity." Qin Yin really did not plan on vying for the myriad heaven divine sword, but he had no other choice. The opportunity had presented itself to him. He had no choice but to reject it. Marquis Shi and the other seniors who had besieged Qin Yin wanted to rush over to kill Qin Yin and snatch the saber. Because in their eyes, swords and sabers were the same kind of divine weapons. Regardless of whether it was suitable for them to use or not, they had to snatch it first. But none of them dared to go over. Only Shenruoming's heart had already dimmed. It could be said that he was utterly disappointed. However, the elders of the Divine Sky tribe didn't place as much emphasis on sabers or swords as Shenruoming did. In their eyes, even a saber was a very powerful weapon. They wanted to obtain it. It doesn't matter if you were the king of the 9 Yang Palace or the king of the gods in the past, You are currently just a fellow at the profound god realm. Even if you have the purple blood and are from the Nine Sons royal family, in our eyes, you are still not worthy of this divine saber. A middle-aged man from the divine sky race looked at Qin with a sharp gaze. Clouds. Qin Yin remembered that this middle-aged man was called Xianxia. He was from Shenruoming's clan. I'm not worthy? Don't forget who was the one who bled it. Qin Yin said with sneer, you guys can't even bear to bleed yet you forced me to do it. If I don't have the qualifications, who does? Most of the people who wanted to snatch the myriad heaven divine sword were from powerful ancient races. They all had very powerful blood, but they were worried that when they sacrificed their blood to the sword would devour all of their blood. They were even worried that their bloodline would be stripped away, therefore, they didn't dare to try it themselves. The divine judge also felt that Qin Yun's words were reasonable and said, I suggested before that when sacrificing the sword, everyone bleed together. After the divine sword comes into being, everyone will obtain the divine sword based on their own ability. Later on, you let one person sacrifice to the sword. Then when the divine sword comes into being, it will definitely recognize that person. Qin Yun never expected that the divine judge would make such a proposal before. Bing Xing said with sneer, but those guys are all afraid of death. They are worried that when sacrificing to the sword, they will throw their lives away. They don't even dare to bleed. What right do they have to say that others are not worthy of that saber? Exactly. Yushi said with sneer, these guys are truly ridiculous. Shen Changhao said in cold voice, whether it is the divine saber or the divine sword, we will do our best to obtain it. Then come, the 9 altars revolving around Qin Yun suddenly flickered with intense light. Just now, Shen Changhao saw Marquis Shi and others madly attacking the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. It will be very difficult to break it in a short period of time. Only if those powerful dukes outside take action will they be able to break it in a short period of time. The myriad heaven divine sword has come into being. Although it has become a divine saber, it already has an owner. This matter can come to an end. The divine judge's voice is cold and filled with a burst of powerful might. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, today's dispute, I ask you to temporarily put it down. In the future, you can settle your grudges elsewhere. You cannot start a war in front of me. Divine judge, those divine star people sealed you just now, are you not going to beat them up? Qin Yun said. Those few divine star people's expression changed. If the divine judge gets angry, they would be very afraid. Because the formation formed by their 36 small stars was destroyed by the divine judge. The stars they used to seal me were all very precious. They were destroyed by me, so we can be considered even. The divine judge's gaze is stern as he looked at the few divine star people. If there's a next time, I won't be polite. Marquis Shi's low voice is filled with dense killing intent. He said, that guy killed my son, he also killed the Supreme Elder and a large group of Sword Sun God Mountain disciples. He massacred them right in front of you. Are you going to let him off just like that? Aren't you the incorruptible and impartial divine judge? Lu Yu Shuyan said with a mocking smile, if it wasn't for the divine star people sealing the divine judge, the 9-Yan Palace King wouldn't have the chance to start a massacre. In the end, it's still the divine star race's fault, Marquis Shi, think about it carefully. If the divine judge wasn't sealed, do you think the 9-Yan Palace King would have the chance to kill your son? Lu Yu Shuyan's words caused Marquis Shi and the others to be speechless. The divine judge coldly snorted, I represent the order. If I am sealed, no one will maintain the order. Then, whatever happens, of course you will bear the consequences. Every debt has its debtor. Go find the divine star race. Xia Wufeng said. The god star race was cursing in their hearts. Their losses weren't small either, especially those 36 stars. They had directly exploded, but now, they had to take the blame. All the powerful ancient races present are dissatisfied. The main reason is because they did not obtain the benefits they wanted. Divine Sky Race's Shen Changhao shouted, don't worry about this, we must obtain that saber. Then come and snatch it. Qin Yun is already prepared to fight. He is not the least bit afraid of the Divine Sky Race. The 9 desolate divine saber in his hand has devoured the myriad heaven divine sword and evolved into the myriad heaven divine saber. It has become very strong. It is no longer as easy to damage as before. After Shenruoming was disappointed for a while, he quickly stabilized his mood. He looked at Qin Yan and asked, "What's your name? Don't say you are the Nine-Yang Palace King, let alone the God King. Right now, no one recognizes you as the God King." "My name is Qin Yan," Qin Yan said. "Qin Yan, right? Alright, I want to fight you." Shenruoming said word by word. "Alright, let's fight." Qin Yan is not afraid of Shenruoming at all. "You are not allowed to use weapons or that great formation." Shen Changhao shouted, "Do you dare?" Qin Yan laughed loudly a few times and said, "I don't need weapons or great formation." "Shenruoming, don't use your hands and feet, don't use your head. How about it? Do you dare?" Everyone also feels that Divine Sky Race's request is very funny. Qin Yan's cultivation is so low, but he can be so unrestrained here because of the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. And the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation was created by Qin Yan using his own ability. It can be considered a part of his strength. "Let's have a fair fight," Shenruoming said very confidently. "If you win, you can do whatever you want to me." Mo Dutian laughed and said, "Shenruoming, you are not a beauty, what can he do to you? You are truly too confident, do you really think that men are interested in you?" Shenruoming's expression suddenly turned cold, he wished he could stab Mo Dutian's mouth with his sword. Xia Wufeng is beside Qin Yan, he said in low voice, "Brother Yan, that guy is a sword cultivator, his sword is also very strong. If you fight a sword cultivator without equipment, you should be clear about what kind of situation you will face." Qin Yan nodded and said, "My cultivation is low and I am not a sword cultivator. If they don't let me use equipment, there is no need to fight, I will just directly admit defeat. If you don't fight, you are not allowed to leave." Shen Changhao said, "Our Divine Sky Race are also reasonable people, don't force us to use rough methods to snatch." A3. "You are reasonable, but I am an honest person, I don't understand your reasoning." Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. Shen Changhao said, "Nine-Yang Palace King, if your Nine-Yang Divine Palace wants to stay in Divine Desolate, you better agree to our request." "Are you threatening me?" Qin Yan's calm gaze suddenly flickered with sharp light, his killing intent became incomparably overbearing. "No, if you win against Shenruoming, my Divine Sky Race can protect your Nine-Yang Divine Palace for 10 years. Shen Changhao said, "If today's matter spreads out, do you think your Nine-Yang Divine Palace will be at peace?" Qin Yan thought about it carefully, if he had Divine Sky Race's protection, it would be pretty good. "I am willing to fight Shenruoming. If I lose, I will hand over my Divine Saber to you. If I win, Divine Sky Race will protect my Nine-Yang Divine Palace for 10 years and give me the best Divine Sky Race bloodline Divine Origin." Qin Yan said. Bloodline Divine Origin is not particularly precious to strong races, otherwise Mo Dutian would not have been able to obtain it. Qin Yan Shenruoming's eyes lit up with hope and he can't help but reveal a simple and honest smile. Qin Yan has seen many people like Shenruoming who are filled with hope and confidence. What he likes to do the most is to completely shatter the hope and confidence of such people. "I have been letting out blood for a long time and lost a lot of it. Let me rest, can't you?" Qin Yan said. "How long? Is 1 hour enough?" Shen Changhao said. "Enough." Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. He really wants to rest, but it is not because he lost a lot of blood. He lost a lot of purple blood, but with the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy, he recovered very quickly. It can be said that he did not consume much energy. Qin Yan only wants to let the 9-Sun Divine Spirit rest. Because the 9-Sun Divine Spirit constantly absorbs the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy and cooperates with the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, it will cause damage to the runes inside the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. In addition, Qin Yan needs to prepare to face the elders of powerful races. In Qin Yan's opinion, Shenruoming is a bit thorny, but it is not a big problem. Qin Yan's biggest problem is how to deal with Marquis Shi and his group after defeating Shenruoming and obtaining the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source. Marquis Shi's son was killed by Qin Yan. A large number of youths from the Divine Star and Divine Sword race have been killed by Qin Yan. Even if the Divine Judge is here, they will not let Qin Yan off. After resting, Qin Yan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and signed a soul contract with Xianxia. The divine sky race protecting the Nine-Yang divine palace is very important to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's current cultivation has not increased, his strength is limited. If he faces the attack of many powerful races, he will face great pressure. If the divine sky race is there, then he has nothing to fear. Shenruoming's origin sword is that thin sword. It looks very thin, but it is extremely dangerous. Qin Yan does not have a weapon. During battle, he cannot use other equipment to fight. Under this kind of battle rules, facing a powerful sword cultivator like Shenruoming, he will definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Qin Yan is not afraid at all. Qin Yan, even if you defeat divine sky race's Shenruoming, it does not mean that the divine saber truly belongs to you. Marquis, she stood at the side of the battlefield and said coldly, "You still have to get past us. Furthermore, I will definitely avenge the death of my son." Qin Yan did not even look at Marquis Shi. Marquis Shi was very strong, but Qin Yan thought nothing of him. Mo Dutian and the nameless old man also want to see how Qin Yan will defeat Shenruoming. Shenruoming's sword had already been unsheathed. That sword aura filled the battlefield, bringing with it a cold and arrogant aura. It looked like Shenruoming himself. "Didn't you say that once your sword is unsheathed, someone will die?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "Then between you and me, one of us must die today, right? My sword has killed enough people, there will be a day when no one will die." Shenruoming knows that his goal is only to defeat Qin Yan. He could not kill Qin Yan, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain that divine saber. Only by obtaining that divine saber would he be able to use the myriad divine saber to strengthen his origin sword. Shen Changhao said coldly, "Is everything ready?" "Begin." The battle began. Shenruoming held his sword and stood at his original position, pointing it at Qin Yan, motionless. A powerful sword aura formed around his body. Shenruoming did not attack, instead, he waited for Qin Yan to attack. When everyone saw this scene, they were all astonished. Especially the elders of the powerful races, they all exclaimed in admiration. This Shenruoming sword Dao attainment is actually so profound. He has already reached the stage of man and sword unity, a middle-aged man from the divine sword race said in shock. Woofing, Shenruoming's sword Dao level is extremely high. Did you see, his origin sword seems to have a life of its own, it has its own unique aura and soul. Divine Judge said. His origin divine sword is very strong, even stronger than mine. Xia Wufeng said, but in terms of sword Dao attainment, we should be about the same. Marquis Shi gritted his teeth and snorted, Shenruoming is the descendant of the Heavenly Sword King Noble. He obtained the Heavenly Sword King Noble's origin sword inheritance. Isn't it normal for him to have this kind of level? Shenruoming is just standing there, pointing his sword at Qin Yan and releasing an incomparably marvelous aura. It is as if his entire being has fused with the heaven and earth. Looking at Shenruoming, they can only feel that he is a sharp sword. As long as they lock onto him, it will be difficult for them to escape. Yushi said, this guy cultivates sword Dao that allows him to fuse with the heavenly Dao. When he fights, he can use formidable heavenly Dao power. The moment he attacks, he can use the heavenly Dao power to form a formidable heavenly formation or heavenly rune to attack. Only those experts can see how formidable Shenruoming is, and they are all somewhat horrified in their hearts. To be able to cultivate such a talented sword cultivator like Shenruoming, it is clear that the Heavenly Sword King Noble is even more dreadful. Palace King, you must be careful. Yushi warned, this guy is very strong, especially his sword Dao power. Qin Yan said, really? Why can you see that he is very strong? And why can't I see it? Everyone immediately burst into an uproar, can't see how formidable Shenruoming is? Then how can they fight? Someone from the divine heaven race said with sneer, you can't even see how strong your opponent is, how are you going to fight? Marquis Shi said with sneer, this guy truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know that he is facing a strong enemy, it seems like he is going to lose for sure. It is also good that he loses that saber, it will be easier to deal with him. Shenruoming's expression is cold, he said to Qin Yan, your cultivation is far below mine, I will let you make the first move. I have been waiting for you for a long time, come. Qin Yan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a ball of flame appeared in his palm. That ball of flame slowly condensed into a hammer. This is a hammer condensed from divine power. It is not a weapon, so it does not violate the previous agreement. A weapon condensed from divine power is just a lump of mud in my eyes. You plan on using this to contend against my origin sword? Shenruoming cannot help but laugh. Don't look down on my hammer, it will show you what is called despair. Qin said with indifferent smile. The divine hammer in his hand is not simple, it is a hammer condensed from the divine hammer Dao meridian. Furthermore, the divine hammer Dao image was cultivated by the Nether Sun long ago. After being tempered by the Nether Sun for many years, coupled with the mysterious and powerful Nether Sun totem, it is very powerful. It can be said that the divine hammer in Qin Yan's hand is not condensed from divine power, it is his origin divine weapon. There is also a small dragon coiled around the handle of the hammer, it is the power of the divine dragon Dao image. And the hammer's face is a heavenly lion head filled with ferocious aura, it is the heavenly lion Dao image, heavenly lion, divine hammer, divine dragon. These are the three divine profound Dao images that Qin Yan cultivated the earliest. Although the heavenly lion Dao image has not opened the Xian divine Dao meridian, it still possesses formidable power. Quickly come over. Shenruoming's cold and arrogant eyes are filled with impatience. Shenruoming, have you ever experienced despair? After Qin Yan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed with a dragon-like lightning. It is the Thunderlock sacred pupil. The Thunderlock sacred pupil is activated through the divine dragon Dao image and the divine cauldron Dao image. After the lightning shot out, it directly transformed into a cauldron condensed from lightning and enveloped Shenruoming. Boom, Qin Yan took a step forward. After the 9 extinction steps was transformed into the heaven extinction steps, the life extinction 9 steps was still preserved. Moreover, it was strengthened by Yangshu Yu and became the heaven extinction 9 steps. Boom boom boom. Qin Yan took 9 steps in a row and arrived in front of Shenruoming. Shenruoming just broke free from the Thunderlock sacred pupil and was about to attack with his sword when his expression suddenly changed. Because he felt that his body is incomparably heavy. Qin Yan and Ling Yin joined hands and released the supergravity of the dual Nether Sun and pressed down on Shenruoming's body. I'll let you be arrogant. Qin Yan's hammer smashed down on Shen Ruoming's origin sword. Clang, with just one hammer strike, Shenruoming's origin sword directly shattered. After the divine hammer's explosive power shattered the origin sword, it directly struck Shenruoming's chest. The explosion caused the clothes on Shenruoming's chest to split open, his skin and flesh burst open, his sternum shattered and blood and flesh splattered out. Shenruoming was sent flying, his face is filled with fear and disbelief. His body is heavily injured but he can recover. The biggest blow to him is a mental one, he was actually defeated in one strike by someone else. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation is so much lower than his and the weapon he used is a hammer condensed from divine power. Shenruoming is like a dead dog that has lost its direction in life. He heavily landed on the ground. His entire person is at a loss, his face is filled with doubt. He is not in pain but his mind has suffered an incomparably intense blow. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Qin Yan said before that he could not see how strong Shenruoming's sword Dao is. It is not because his eyesight is bad but because he is too strong. No matter how strong his opponent is, he cannot see it. Hand over the bloodline divine source. Qin Yan looked at Shen Changhao, his voice is filled with formidable might. Your divine heaven race must watch over the 9 Yang divine palace, just like a watchdog, obediently watch for 10 years. Shen Changhao's face is twitching. He is so angry that he wished he could kill Qin Yan with one punch. But there was nothing he could do. Watchdog, watch for 10 years. Their divine heaven race is one of the top 3 races among the powerful ancient races, but now, they are being ordered around like watchdogs. Although my 9 Yang divine palace has declined, although it is not very good, I still have the divine heaven race to be my watchdog. Qin Yan's eyes are filled with arrogant aura as he swept his gaze over all the powerful races. 9 Yang divine palace's Dragon Palace Elder and Sword Palace Elder also sensed the Palace King's might. It is indeed the same as the legends. Just wait, 10 years later. Shen Changhao took out their bloodline divine source, it is a white pearl and threw it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan caught the bloodline divine source and pressed it into his abdomen. He sent the bloodline divine source into the Nether Sun to fuse with it. Divine heaven race has lost, look at our divine star race. Divine Star Race's middle-aged man shouted, "Xing Feihai, come out and defeat him." Xing Feihai is a youngster. Earlier, he followed the older generation to attack the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, so he was not attacked. Qin Yun, you really need the Bloodline Divine Source, right? If you defeat me, you can obtain the Divine Star Race's Bloodline Divine Source. A few small stars floated around Xing Feihai's body. Come, just like before, I will represent the Divine Star Race. Qin Yun said with sneer, who do you think you are? Who do you think the Divine Star Race is? Do you think you are qualified to fight me fairly? I kill you like slaughtering dogs, why should I fight you fairly? Xing Feihai originally thought that they could compete with Qin Yun using their bloodline divine origin like the Divine Heavenly Race and win the Divine Saber. The overall strength of the Divine Star Race is also pretty good. The reason why Xing Feihai and the other elders attacked Qin Yun is mainly because his cultivation is relatively high. If he were to fight, he has a high chance of defeating Qin Yun without any equipment. Qin Yun released the altar and held the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber in his hand. He condensed all the power in his body and instantly arrived beside Xing Feihai. This sudden attack caught everyone unprepared. Because the Divine Judge is here, even if those strong races hate Qin Yun, they don't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, they would definitely besiege Qin Yun again. But now, Qin Yun is attacking them. Xing Feihai's body is surrounded by 7 watermelon-sized beautiful stars. With a single glance, one can tell that they are his divine profound Tao image. He is the person of the 7 divine profound Tao image. The 7 small stars surrounding Xing Feihai's body can form a very powerful offensive and defensive barrier. Bastard, are you here to die? Xing Feihai saw Qin Yun fiercely flying over and shouted angrily. Qin Yun directly rushed over. The 9 altars on his body activated the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. It is even more powerful. In addition, the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand chopped down. The explosive power caused Xing Feihai's expression to greatly change as he cried out in fear. The myriad heaven divine saber flickered with purple-red light and chopped down, causing a loud explosion. Intense divine universe purple energy surged out like a monstrous wave. Xing Feihai's 7 divine profound Tao images transformed into stars were instantly shattered and his body was devoured and torn apart by the powerful and vicious purple-red saber energy. Not even a single dregs remained. Just one saber strike was enough to destroy a genius of a strong race like Xing Feihai. This caused the elders of the strong races to covet the myriad heaven divine saber even more. The might of the myriad heaven divine saber was indeed displayed just now, and it is truly terrifying. Of course, they don't know that the reason why the myriad heaven divine saber is so powerful is mainly because of the 9 desolate divine sabers foundation. In addition to the divine universe purple sun within the 9 sun divine spirit and a powerful body, it can erupt with this kind of power. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult for them to release this kind of power. After Xing Feihai's body was devoured by the saber chi, it shattered and turned into a purplish-red mist that spread out. No one could see his expression before he died. The asterisk starred, "I'll kill you." The elder of the divine star race was enraged. A few elders of the divine star race immediately flew over and surrounded Qin Yun. They blasted out waves of powerful divine power from all directions. All of a sudden, a storm of star divine power was stirred up in the entire middle hall. The place where Qin Yun was standing was engulfed by all kinds of tyrannical star divine power. He was completely drowned by the star divine power of those seniors. The chief divine judge was caught off guard by this scene. He had thought that the battle would come to an end with his presence. He never thought that Qin Yun would start a new war because the Chaos Race, the Divine Star Race, and the Divine Sword Race no longer had any intention of fighting. Although the Middle Palace Hall was very stable, after experiencing many fierce battles, the barrier inside was gradually being consumed, and there were signs of it breaking. Suddenly, the Middle Hall trembled slightly, the ground cracked. This meant that the entire Sword Sun Hall was about to be destroyed. 9 Sun Palace King, please give me some face and temporarily stop. The chief divine judge said in a clear voice. These guys wanted to kill me just now, how could I let them go? Qin Yun replied coldly and proudly. No one could see the situation inside the battlefield because it was enveloped by the tyrannical star divine power. But hearing Qin Yun's voice, they knew that he was still in good condition. Lu Yu and Shu Yan could not intervene in this kind of battle. Even the chief divine judge found it extremely troublesome. The divine sky race, the divine moon race, the heavenly devil god race and the others all warned themselves not to provoke Qin Yun. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if they were entangled with him. It wasn't just the entire Sword Sun Hall that was shaking. Even the entire Sword Sun Sacred Mountain was shaking. The 5 elders of the divine star race stopped because they knew that even if they continued to attack, they would not be able to break through the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation's defense. After they stopped, they discovered that the 9 altars beside Qin Yun were not floating in the air. Instead, they were on the ground. The 9 altars on the ground gradually became a lot bigger. Roar, golden light appeared on the surface of the altar, dragon roar echoed in all directions. It has a kind of arrogant might that disdains the heaven and earth. Qin Yun's eyes became incomparably black and surged with black gas. Yuner, let's join hands and activate the twin nether suns to devour the energy of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Qin Yun said in his heart. All right. Ling Yuner nodded. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation seems to have fused with Qin Yun. Qin Yun wanted to devour, so the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation released a formidable devouring power. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation operated, sending many devouring power into the depths of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain. Together with Qin Yun and Ling Yuner's nether suns, they extracted the entire Sword Sun Divine Mountain's energy. The Sword Sun Divine Mountain is a treasure land and it can also give birth to the myriad heaven divine sword. It must be hiding a very strong energy. Now, it is being extracted by the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. The Sword Sun Divine Mountain is trembling violently, it could collapse at any time. And the people near the Sword Sun Divine Mountain all moved far away. They don't know what is happening inside, they only know that the myriad heaven divine sword is about to appear, so it is normal for there to be some big movements. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation obtained the powerful energy of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain and released an incomparably vigorous divine power, that is the power of the myriad realms divine sun. Although Qin Yun has the divine universe purple sun, in order to release it, he would first have to go through the 9 sun divine spirit, so it would be somewhat restricted. And at this moment, the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation directly absorbed the power of the myriad realms divine sun from the Sword Sun Divine Mountain, making the formation even more terrifying. Everyone, hurry up and join hands to get rid of him. Marquis, she suddenly shouted, there are still dukes and some seniors outside. If we can't even get rid of this guy, we will be punished by them. The Divine Star Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Sword Race, these 3 great races have a total of more than 10 people. They know how terrifying the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is. They also know that if this continues, they won't have enough strength to kill Qin Yun. If they were to be beaten to the point of fleeing, it would be extremely embarrassing. The 3 great races, as well as the Marquis and Earls, are actually unable to deal with the declining 9 Yang Palace King. Everyone knew that back then, the 9 Yang Palace King was suppressed and oppressed by the heavenly law divine domain for several lifetimes. Marquis Shi and the other dozen or so elders all took out all sorts of powerful divine weapons, divine talismans and divine level magic treasures. These divine talismans and divine artifacts that came from powerful races were all very strong and very precious. Boom! Boom! A large number of divine talismans were thrown out. An incomparably intense explosion directly destroyed the entire Sword Sun Great Hall. The Sword Sun Great Hall at the top of the Sword Sun Divine Mountain was blasted apart and a large amount of it flew out along with the shockwaves. The other spectators had also released a very strong barrier just now. Then, they flew out of the whirlpool of the Great Formation and watched from the sky. Xia Wufeng and the Divine Judge were extremely anxious at this moment because they had no idea how to intervene because both sides were fighting extremely intensely. After the Sword Sun Great Hall was blown up, the big ships floating around the peak of the Sword Sun and the big shots of the powerful races were all alarmed. One had to know that there were dukes from powerful races in those big ships. They only wanted to see who the myriad heaven divine sword belonged to. Now that the fight over it was so intense, it was beyond their expectations. The Sword Sun Divine Mountain's barrier had been completely destroyed. The energy within had been devoured by the 9 altars. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin array was at full power, emitting a sound wave that resembled the roar of 9 dragons. It blasted away the various powerful races' divine powers that enveloped the Great Formation. Everyone in the sky could see the center of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array suddenly emit a sound wave that transformed into a ripple. All sorts of violent divine powers that emitted intense light were pushed away by the ripple. Xianxia and the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array had finally appeared. The 9 altars became incomparably large, like 9 10,000-foot tall mountains that enveloped Xianxia. Upon sensing the terror of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array, Marquis Xi and the other elders of the powerful races were secretly alarmed. They knew that they had lost the upper hand and were unable to do anything to the Great Formation. Just as they were about to escape, they suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation. Transcendence. Xianxia chanted in his heart as his body flashed. He teleported with the 9 gigantic altars and arrived beside Marquis Xi and company. Marquis Xi and company were trapped within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array. Being inside the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array meant that they were meat on the chopping block. The interior of the array was Xianxia's domain. You! Marquis Xi shouted in shock and anger. His body was immobilized. More than a dozen of them were trapped within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array. They were unable to move. Chaos race? From this day forth, I will no longer be afraid of you. Xianxia roared as the myriad heaven divine saber descended. Condensing the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array's power, it slashed at Marquis Xi. Boom! Intense light surged as a shockwave surged like a raging wave. Marquis Xi was slain with a single strike. The other elders of the powerful races vomited blood and roared angrily. Xianxia swept his cold gaze over. The myriad heaven divine saber moved with a thought as it swept out. The saber force seemed to slice through the heavens, instantly killing the elders of the powerful races. Around the sword Sun God Mountain were the divine sword race, the chaos race, and the divine star race's dukes and marquises. They were immediately enraged when they saw the elders of their races being killed. The divine judge, Xia Wufeng, Yu Shi, Shen Ruoming, Mo Fanshan, and many other experts were dumbfounded. When I cultivate all the profound God Dao veins, I won't even need the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array to kill the dukes and marquises of the powerful races. Xianxia looked at the large ships and the stars floating around him. Then, he slashed down at the sword Sun God Mountain below. The incomparably gigantic sword Sun God Mountain was penetrated to the bottom by the myriad heaven divine saber force. It was smashed to pieces and collapsed. The ground shook incessantly as smoke and dust billowed and boulders flew everywhere. The 9 altars became much smaller, but they continued to circle around Xianxia. Xianxia's current strength is not enough to fight against many powerful dukes and marquises. Divine Sword Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Star Race have many elders. If he is besieged by them, it will be very difficult to resist. Xianxia used spatial divine power too. Escape. Divine Sword Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Star Race immediately sent people to chase after him. But they lost their target in a short while. That is because Xianxia let Little Ant Queen take him to hide in the tyrannical space. With the strength of Xianxia's body, even if he falls into the tyrannical space, he can still endure. While hiding in the tyrannical space, Xianxia suddenly saw a woman with a veil covering her face. She is wearing light and elegant white dress. Xiaoxi? Xianxia looked at that pair of ice-cold yet somewhat tender beautiful eyes and lightly shouted. You don't even recognize me? Yushi lightly groaned and said, You think I'm Sister Bingxing? Xianxia laughed and said, Of course not, it's just that you two are becoming more and more alike. Is it because you are together often? Yu Tian should also be the same, right? When Yushi was still Princess Dark Knight, both Xianxia and her had not recovered their memories. Therefore, when Xianxia saw that she has the same appearance as Bingxing, he felt very puzzled. Later he learned that among the 9 Sun Divine Maidens, Yu Tian and Bingxing all have the same appearance. If you saw Sister Tian, you wouldn't say that. Although she looks the same as us, she doesn't look like us at all. Yushi's beautiful eyes looked all around and said, You can really hide, it was very difficult for me to find you. Did Sister Bingxing and the others go back? Xianxia asked. This time it was too hasty, I didn't even have time to talk to them. They left with big sister Yu Liuan of Divine Moon Race. Yushi said, took out a sword and handed it to Xianxia. This sword is the 9 Sun Emperor sword. When Yushi handed it over, the sword suddenly split into 9, moreover they are quite big and floated beside Qin. You promised me that you would help me refine a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Yushi finished speaking and took out 9 Gemini heavenly rune beads. These are the Gemini heavenly rune beads that Sister Kong and Yan gave me. I will help you get them as soon as possible. Qin put it away and asked, Sister Shu Yan and the rest have left with the Divine Moon Clan. What are they going to do? The God Moon Clan and the God Moon World have some relationship. We have been in contact before. This time we are just going to discuss some matters. Yushi said, Xiaoyun, do you really need the bloodline divine source? Qin quickly nodded and said, yes, the more the better. He knew very well that it was getting more and more difficult for his physical body to continue to improve. Although he had the divine sky race's bloodline divine source, it was far from enough. Because he wanted to open 10 profound God Dao veins. Then I'll ask the God Moon Clan to give us some bloodline divine source. I'll leave one for you. Yushi's cold and beautiful face showed a charming smile. Although it was only a slight smile, it was extremely charming. Xiaoxi, what has that girl Yueme been doing recently? I haven't seen her for a long time, I really miss her. Qin gently caressed Yushi's jade-like face. Yushi said, she went to complete her mission. I heard she went together with Yu Qing. Love? What was she going to do with this dragon girl? Didn't she say she would complete it on her own? She didn't take me but instead took her. Qin shook his head and smiled. Yu Qing has an unusual relationship with her. In short, Yu Qing is a dragon, moreover a very special dragon. She established some kind of contract with Yueme, so she can help Yueme complete her mission. Yushi said. Xiaoxi, don't your 9-son divine maiden have a lot of missions? What exactly are they? Qin is very curious about this matter. One after another, but there is no other way, we were born for this. Only by completing it can we become stronger. Yushi is also very helpless, she said with light smile. Xiaoyun, you don't need to worry about me, it's you who makes us very worried. Qin embraced her and said with smile, Xiaoxi, you and I have known each other for many years. When the 9-son royal family rose to power, you and I were the witnesses. Now we can both be considered 9-son royal family. Your 9-son divine palace has appeared again and I am the 9-son royal family's clan emperor. Other powerful races have appeared. It seems like we will have to pass through this golden age together. Yushi's expression is filled with reminiscence. We will face all kind of dangers, maybe this is what we must experience. Qin indifferently smiled, you can rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Yushi lightly groaned and said, our common mission is to protect you, how can we not worry about you? All 9-son divine maidens have a common mission, that is to protect Qin. As for why, Qin also doesn't know. He feels that it is related to his true identity. Those powerful races outside are jumping up and down in anger, they are looking for Qin everywhere. But Qin and Yushi are hiding and hugging each other. If they find out, they will surely become even more furious. Oh that's right, why are those powerful races so afraid of you 9-son divine maidens? Qin is very puzzled. Those primal chaos race fellows knew that Yuelan is a 9-son divine maiden but they still wanted to capture her. Yushi said, those fellows who tried to capture Yuelan didn't know the severity of the situation. Plus Yuelan's cultivation is not high, that's why they dared to attack. Now that they know that we 9-son divine maidens are still here, they don't dare. That Shen Ruoming from before was very afraid of Sister Bingxing. Qin said, why would they be afraid of you? He even said that you want to enter transformation realm or something. Ignore him. Yushi used her lily-white hand to gently cover Qin's mouth and said, don't think too much, myriad heaven's divine desolate has appeared, nothing can be predicted. Moreover, many things, many laws are changing. Qin said with smile, Xiaoxi, come help me, we will make the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation together. I can't, I still have things to do. Next time I come to find you, I will conveniently give you the divine moon bloodline divine origin. Yushi said. Is it 9-son divine maiden's mission? Qin asked. Yes, Myriad Realm's divine son needs our help. This is rather complicated, we will use Myriad Heaven's divine moon's guidance and power to help Myriad Realm's divine son grow. Yushi said, this requires us to go to various places in Myriad Heaven's divine desolate to help perfect Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. We will set up a great formation in myriad heavens divine desolate. Qin also realized that myriad realms divine sun, myriad heavens divine moon and nine sun divine maiden are all closely related. However, he still doesn't understand why nine sun divine maiden has a common mission to protect him. How about this, I'll let Yu Tian help you. Yushi said. Heaven Creation Palace Master Yu Tian? Qin said, she should be both familiar and unfamiliar to me, right? Yu Tian and Yushi's souls fused together, so their memories are interlinked. It is a very strange state. Therefore, Yu Tian is very familiar with Qin, but Qin doesn't know much about Yu Tian. Don't worry, Yu Tian is very easy to get along with. Yushi said, she was the palace master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace back then, but that Heaven Creation Divine Palace is only in the Sun Sacred Land. It is not the strongest Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I know this. Qin said with frown, I heard that the current Heaven Creation Divine Palace is also involved in the matter of Myriad Realms Divine Court. Were there people from Heaven Creation Divine Palace in the Middle Palace Hall before? When Qin was in the Middle Palace Hall, he saw many people but he didn't know who were from Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Of course there are. They won't do anything to you, they can't do anything to you. Yushi said, Yu Tian is very familiar with the matters of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. She is often in contact with Heaven Creation Divine Palace people. Qin nodded and said, how about this, let her come to Nine Sun Divine Palace to find me. Speaking of Nine Sun Divine Palace, Yushi can't help but laugh and said, Palace King, do you need help with your Nine Sun Divine Palace? You, Palace King, are still the same as before, you like to stir up trouble. But your current Nine Sun Divine Palace is not as strong as before. Don't worry, Divine Heaven Race will help me. Qin laughed and said. Divine Heaven Race is also very depressed, especially the old man who promised Qin to protect the Nine Sun Divine Condor for 10 years. He now wants to die. Don't talk about protecting the Nine Sun Divine Condor for 10 years, even protecting the Nine Sun Divine Condor for a year is unbearable. Divine Heaven Race really didn't know that Qin was so good at stirring up trouble, it seems like he is deliberately swindling them. Divine Heaven Race is very strong among the strong races, even they were swindled by you, Palace King. Yushi can't help but chuckle. She is different from Bing Xing, when she is happy, she has a completely different appearance. Yushi Race's Empress, you shoulder a heavy responsibility, you must restore the Nine Sun royal family. Qin said with mischievous smile. You are the lover of Yushi Race's Empress, you must help me share a bit of the responsibility. Yushi stuck out her tongue and said with smile. In the past, didn't I, the Nine Sun Palace King, secretly help many Nine Sun royal family? Naturally, I will help them now. Qin said. Then you should quickly go back to Nine Sun Divine Palace and make arrangements. Divine Heaven Race should immediately send people over, you should at least receive them. Yushi said. I know, my Empress Yushi. Qin smiled and kissed her face. After Yushi and Qin left the tyrannical space, they arrived at Divine Desolate Space and kissed for a while before separating. Qin quickly returned to Nine Sun Divine Palace. He knows that the outside of Nine Sun Divine Palace will become very lively. Dog God, Evil God, and others are all on Mo Dutian's large flying boat. They are going to Nine Sun Divine Palace with Mo Dutian. They recalled the shocking battle just now and their mood is still very excited. Brother Dog, do you think Master Qin will hide far away and only appear after thousands of years? Mo Dutian asked in low voice. He has thoroughly offended Divine Star Race, Divine Sword Race and Primal Chaos Race. Moreover, he has so many good things on him, Dog God said, he won't, Boss will immediately return to Nine Sun Divine Palace. Divine Heaven Race will indeed protect Nine Sun Divine Palace. But only for 10 years. After 10 years, Nine Sun Divine Palace will surely be in big trouble. Although Mo Dutian was tricked by Qin, he doesn't dare to hold a grudge. Otherwise, even 10 of him won't be enough to kill him. Instead, he is very worried about Qin. Seeing the Divine Judge's ship quickly flying towards the Ninyang Divine Palace, Missouri Dutian is very worried. Previously in the Middle Palace Hall, Master Qin made a big move and completely disregarded the dignity of the Divine Judge. Could it be that the Divine Judge is going to cause trouble for Master Qin? Mo Dutian said. The divine judge's heaven's divine punishment flag is still very strong. If he fights with boss, the result will be hard to say. Dog God is also somewhat worried. We don't need to worry too much. If the divine judge wanted to make a move, he would have already done so. His mind said, boss is, after all, the king of the gods and has the divine king heavenly seal in his hand. The divine judge should be going to discuss some matters with him. Not long after the divine judge's ship flew past, another huge golden ship quickly flew past. Moreover, it is flying through space. It swept past Mo Dutian's flying ship like a ray of light. That's the Heaven Creation God Palace's ship. Mo Dutian shouted in shock, Heaven Creation God Palace is also going to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Legend has it that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Heaven Creation God Palace had a lot of connections and cooperated with each other. Now that the Nine-Yang Palace King has returned, they naturally want to find the Palace King and have a chat. Dog God said. The Dog God had also inquired about the matters of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace back then. The main source was from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Xianxia is also returning to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. He was the first to arrive there and he quietly returned. No one knew that he had returned. Under the illumination of the myriad realms' divine sun, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is resplendent and magnificent. When absorbing the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun, it blossomed with golden splendor and multicolored energy. Looking from afar, it has a kind of visual shock and impact. Floating near the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, one can even feel the vicissitudes and grandeur of the primordial era. The vicinity of this huge and ancient divine palace is also surging with wind and clouds. Many huge ships are floating around, coupled with the majestic divine palace, it is even more shocking. Nine-Yang Divine Palace, Heavenly Palace. The sweet and exquisite, lively little palace spirit immediately felt a lot more at ease when she saw Xianxia return. Big Brother Palace King, there are many big ships outside. I will activate the Great Formation and send out a warning, don't let them come close. Tell White Commander, don't let the Primal Chaos, Divine Sword Race and Divine Star Race come in. If someone from the Divine Heaven Race comes, feel free to command them. Xianxia said with a smile and then walked into the Heavenly Palace Pavilion. Yes. The little palace spirit could already sense that Xianxia's aura was even stronger than the Hulk King's from back then. Baici did not go to the Sword Sun God Mountain. She was the chief steward, so she had to stay here to manage things. Now that so many ships had suddenly appeared, she was also shocked. Then, she received a transmission from the little temple spirit. The little temple spirit was communicating with her through telepathy. Baici had never seen the little temple spirit before. After hearing the little hall spirit's orders, Baici was also confused. She anxiously paced back and forth in the great hall of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Sword Hall's and Dragon Hall's elders also brought a group of people and hurriedly returned. Seeing that these two elders were able to return, Baici felt a lot more at ease. Granny Xianxia and Medicine King Qin also came back. Our king will be here soon. Grandma Jasper said. What happened? Why were there so many warships gathering outside? Are they going to attack our Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Baici asked. Chief Steward Bai, the Palace King has returned. His name is Xianxia. He is also the Qin Fei who entered the Heavenly Palace, the Dragon Hall's elder said somewhat excitedly. Then, the elders all talked about the matter of the Sword Sun God Mountain and informed all the elders in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. When the elders heard that the Palace King had returned, they were all shocked and excited. Especially Baici, she was the most shocked. She also thought of many things. She once told Xianxia about the death of her father, White Tiger. At that time, she saw that Xianxia was very angry. Xianxia even said that he would help her take revenge. Then, Xianxia's performance in the Dragon Palace's Hidden Dragon Arena. So that was their Palace King. Where is the Palace King? Baici promptly asked. He should have returned. Did you see him? The Sword Hall's elder asked. No, but the Palace Spirit instructed me to do something. Baici said with a frown, the Palace King might not have returned but he has a way to contact the Palace Spirit. Grandma Xianxia said, although the Divine Star Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Sword Race are outside, they don't dare to attack because the divine sky race is also here. The divine sky race wants to protect us for 10 years. The Dragon Hall's elder chuckled a few times. The one who signed the soul contract is the divine sky race's Marquis Xianxia. That Marquis doesn't want to die. Moreover, Marquis Xianxia belongs to the Heavenly Sword King's family. This means that the divine sky race's Heavenly Sword King will use a lot of power to protect the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Palace King's methods are truly good, the Sword Hall's elder chuckled and said, we can rest assured now. The divine judge brought Xia Wufeng and the other elders of the Myriad Realms Divine Court to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's barrier. Bai Si promptly went out to welcome them. The young palace spirit also allowed the divine judge to enter. After the divine judge entered, his dignified gaze swept across the people in the palace and asked, is your palace king not here? The palace master has not returned. Bai Si said, divine judge, if you want to find the palace king, we have no way to inform him. I just want to have a chat with him. At the same time, I also want to prevent a great battle from erupting here. If a conflict breaks out here and I can't stop it, then my position as the divine judge will become nothing more than a decoration. At this time, someone shouted, White Commander, Divine Sky Race's Marquis Xianxia requests an audience. Xianxia is a marquis. Among the strong races, the status of a marquis is not low. Quickly invite him in. After White Commander found out that Divine Sky Race's people have arrived, he immediately relaxed a lot. Xianxia arrived with a large group of Divine Sky Race experts. Most of them are heavenly gods, there are also quite a few sacred gods. White Commander, we will be living here for the next 10 years. Xianxia has a scowling expression. Beside him, Shen Ruoming also has the same expression. Everyone present can understand Xianxia's current mood. After all, they have been miserably cheated by the simple and honest palace king. They have to help Qin Yun look after his home for 10 years. And the enemies they will face are all very dangerous. What caused them to be incomparably gloomy is that they don't know what kind of enemies Qin Yun will provoke in the future. Therefore, being able to put on a scowling expression is already very good. If it were anyone else, they would probably cry. Qin Yun is cultivating in the heavenly palace. He wants to fuse with the Divine Sky Race's bloodline Divine Origin. Divine Sky Race's bloodline Divine Origin is quite strong. Qin Yun wants to open all his Xian God Dao veins and step into the Great God Realm as soon as possible. After the battle at Sword Sun God Mountain, he has a preliminary understanding of the strength of the powerful ancient races. If he didn't rely on the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation and other equipment, with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat those marquis. At most, he would only be able to defeat young geniuses like Shen Ruoming. Qin Yun also understands that he cannot rely too much on external forces. After all, those powerful ancient races have existed for a long time. They have experienced many eras and their foundation is extremely strong. If they also had strong enough equipment, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. This time, the reason why Qin Yun was able to kill an expert of Marquis Shi's level was mainly because they were not prepared. If they knew that Qin Yun's Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation was very strong, they would have been able to prepare in advance. If they borrowed even stronger equipment or the same formation, they might have been able to break through the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation. If my strength was even stronger, even if the Great Formation was broken, I would still have the power to protect myself. Qin Yun fused with the Divine Sky Race's bloodline Divine Origin while cultivating Ling Yun'er's fairy body. The situation outside is still stable. The Divine Sky Race has entered the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The White Commander has arranged a very spacious space for them to stay in and the reception towards them is quite polite. The Primal Chaos Race, Divine Star Race and Divine Sword Race know that Qin Yun is not in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They also know that the Divine Sky Race wants to protect the Divine Palace, so they did not attack. If they wanted to attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, they would have to face the Divine Sky Race and the Divine Judge. And behind the Divine Judge is the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's support. One day later, Qin Yun suddenly felt that the fusion of the Bloodline Divine Origin this time is very different from before. Strange, the Bloodline Divine Origin's energy has been scattered. Qin Yun said with a frown, not all of it has been fused into the body. A part of the Bloodline Divine Origin's energy has entered the 10th Divine Profound Tao image. Qin Yan's 10th Divine Profound Tao image is still very blurry and has not appeared. There has been no movement for many days. If he did not form the 10th Divine Profound Tao image, it would mean that he would not be able to open the 10th Divine Vein and would not be able to step into the Great God Realm. Now, the 10th Divine Profound Tao image has finally reacted, which made him very excited. Xiaoyun, this 10th Divine Profound Tao image absorbed the bloodline divine origin of the Divine Sky Race. Could it be related to the Divine Sky Race? Ling Yun'er asked. That Shen Ruoming seems to be able to see through your situation. I have to find an opportunity to understand it in the future. Although Qin Yun is happy that the 10th Divine Profound Tao image has reacted, he is also somewhat worried. Because the majority of the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origins energy has been absorbed by the 10th Divine Profound Tao image. His body has not absorbed anything at all. This is unable to increase the strength of his body. This Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origin has been snatched away by the 10th Divine Profound Tao image. It seems that I still have to continue fusing with the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origin. Qin Yun said in his heart. The same kind of bloodline divine origin can only be fused with the body once. Now, the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origin has not been absorbed by Qin Yun's body. Instead, it has been given to the mysterious 10th Divine Profound Tao image. What is this 10th Divine Profound Tao image? Qin Yun is extremely curious. He discovered that the 10th Divine Profound Tao image needs to absorb a lot of energy. Moreover, this energy must be from the Divine Sky Race and its form is definitely not ordinary. Just as Qin Yun is pondering about the 10th Divine Profound Tao image, the young palace spirit suddenly said with smile, Big brother Palace King, a beauty named Yu Tian has come to find you. Yu Tian? She's here so quickly? Qin Yun is somewhat surprised and promptly said, Let General Manager White entertain her warmly. I am currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, I can't go out for the time being. Qin Yun knew that many people wanted to see him but he was in a hurry to cultivate and could not leave. Even if he finished cultivating, he still had to go see Yu Tian and refine Yushi's 9 dragons heavenly origin formation with her. Yushi had been looking forward to this for a long time, and now that she had given him all the necessary materials, he had no choice but to complete it quickly. If Yushi had the 9 dragons heavenly origin array, then her overall strength would increase by a lot and she would be able to complete the mission of the 9 sun goddess much more smoothly. The little palace spirit had already gone to receive Yu Tian and brought her into the heavenly palace tower. Yu Tian understood the heaven-creating god palace very well, and at the same time, was very curious about the 9 Yang divine palace, so the two of them quickly chatted together. Qin Yun, on the other hand, was struggling to refine the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source. Absorbing the God Heaven Bloodline God Source was his mysterious 10th God Profound Tao idol. He did not know if this was equivalent to him having already fused with the God Heaven Bloodline God Source. Therefore, this made him very conflicted. His physical body needed to fuse with more bloodline divine origin in order to become stronger, and the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origin was very strong. He did not want to waste it just like that. Xiaoyun, don't worry. The Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source has not completely fused with your flesh and blood. You can still fuse with the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source, but the premise is that you have to obtain the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source. Ling Yun'er laughed. The Divine Heaven clan people were angered half to death by Qin Yun. It will definitely be very difficult to get another bloodline divine origin from them. However, Qin Yun felt that it was nothing. Ignoring the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Origins, he was confident that he could obtain the Bloodline Divine Origins of the Divine Star Race, the Divine Sword Race, and the Chaos Race. He already had the Heavenly Demon Race and the 9 Sun Sky Race's Bloodline Divine Source, and he was about to get his hands on the Divine Moon Race's Bloodline Divine Source. Qin Yun was looking forward to what would happen if he obtained the Bloodline Divine Origins of the various powerful races. 2 days had passed, Qin Yun finally finished refining the Divine Heaven Bloodline Divine Source's energy, allowing his 10th Divine Profound Tao image to completely absorb the Bloodline Divine Source's energy. However, the 10th Divine Profound Tao image did not completely appear. Instead, there was a silhouette that looked round. It was unknown what it was. What made Qin Yun most depressed is that he can feel that the Divine Profound Tao image is very strong, it is hiding a very mysterious and powerful power. but he couldn't sense what kind of power it was. He had consumed a divine heaven bloodline, divine origin, but he did not manage to completely form the divine profound Tao image. This made Qin Yun feel extremely indignant. Even if he was indignant, there was nothing he could do. Qin Yun could only carry a belly full of depression as he took a shower and changed into a set of white clothes. "Little hall spirit, is it convenient to meet you Tian now?" Qin Yun asked. The palace spirit immediately teleported Qin Yun to an elegant little hall. In the middle of the small hall, there is a round table with many books on it. They are all records of runes. Beside the table sat a woman in a light blue dress. This woman was Yu Tian. She had the same appearance as Bing Xing and Yu Shi, but she didn't have their ice-cold temperament. Instead, she was the complete opposite of them. Especially now, she was engrossed in reading a book and had a graceful and elegant temperament. After Yu Tian sensed that someone has appeared, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes immediately looked towards Qin Yun. Then, she sweetly smiled, "Big brother Yun, I finally meet you." Now she looks very gentle and pleasant. Especially her smile, it is as if it is filled with endless tenderness, transforming into a spring breeze that warms people's heart. "This is the true Heaven Creation Palace Master," Qin Yun said with smile. "You and Yu Shi fused into one body before. It can be said that we have been together for a period of time. At that time, Xiaoxi was in charge and my soul was resting. If not for Big Brother Yun's help, I would not have been able to use Xiaoxi to be reborn." Yu Tian faintly smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted. Amidst the gentleness and sweetness, there is a kind of delicate and sweet charm. It is extremely enchanting. Qin Yun secretly sighed in his heart. This is the first time he experienced the gentleness and sweetness of this nine-sun goddess. She is truly different from Yu Shi and Bing Xing. Although they have the same appearance, Qin Yun is completely unable to associate them with each other. Yu Tian's character is a bit similar to Xiaqiru's. However, Xiaqiru is the kind of big sister whose every movement, every frown and smile are filled with endless gentleness. But Yu Tian is different. Within her gentleness, there is sweetness, charm and also a trace of pleasantness. "Xiaoxi should have told you, right?" Qin Yun said. "Then let's not delay, quickly begin." Xiaoxi is always looking forward to her nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. She always says that if her nine-sun emperor sword is refined into the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation, she will be the strongest among all the sisters. Yu Tian said with light smile. Her sweet and gentle smile makes people feel very comfortable and enjoy watching it. Qin Yun promptly let the young palace spirit bring him to a very spacious secret room and then took out the nine-sun emperor sword. Qin Yun only needs to directly carve dragon heavenly rune on the 9 swords and carve all kinds of runes on them. The process is not too complicated because he already has 9 swords, he doesn't need to refine them again. Yu Tian released her blood spirit power to help Qin Yun activate the Gemini treasure mirror and turn the Gemini heavenly rune inside the Gemini heavenly rune into dragon heavenly rune. Qin Yun's Gemini treasure mirror has dragon heavenly rune inside it. So long as he has enough blood spirit power, he can turn the Gemini heavenly rune created by Kong Feiqing and others into dragon heavenly rune. Yu Tian's blood spirit power is very strong. With her help, Qin Yun can save a lot of trouble. Big brother Yun, Heaven Creation Divine Palace people are outside. They are the Heaven Creation Divine Palace you were familiar with back then. Both Heaven Creation Divine Palace and 9 Sun Divine Palace now have the support of Myriad Realms Divine Sun, but the support of Heaven Creation Divine Palace is even greater. Yu Tian said. Qin Yun nodded and said, Yu Tian, you have been in contact with them. Who are their people from back then? There are also many people you are familiar with, but they did not come. Now they are the new generation of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Yu Tian said. Xiao Tian, you have been in contact with them frequently. What kind of attitude do they have towards you? Qin Yun is very curious about this matter. Yu Tian was once the palace master of a Heaven Creation Divine Palace. That Heaven Creation Divine Palace has a special mission, and now they have arrived at God Desolate. They know that I am 9 Sun Divine Maiden, so they hope that I can join their Heaven Creation Divine Palace. They are willing to give me the position of Palace Master. Yu Tian sweetly smiled, her eyes are flowing with tenderness as she asked, Big brother Yun, do you think I should agree with them? Qin Yan looked at Yu Tian's eyes and felt startled in his heart. This Yu Tian looks gentle and sweet, but within her gentle eyes, there is a trace of charm. That trace of charm is accompanied by gentleness and sweetness. It directly attacked Qin Yan's heart. This kind of soul-hooking power is very strong. This girl, she is doing this on purpose. Qin Yan secretly cursed in his heart. He pretended to be thinking, at the same time avoiding Yu Tian's gaze, which is filled with tenderness and hidden charm. Ling Yan'er said with smile, 9 Sun Divine Maiden, none of them are easy to deal with. Quickly pinch her face. Yu Tian, I can't give you any advice. You are 9 Sun Divine Maiden, you should discuss it with your sisters. Qin Yan said, after entering the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, you might need to deal with a lot of things, it will be very boring. Xiaoxi told me to ask you, the other sisters told me to do as I please. Yu Tian sighed with hidden bitterness, her sorrowful beautiful eyes are filled with a kind of enchanting gentleness. Qin Yan secretly took a deep breath and said with smile, then agree to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and become their palace master. When the time comes, you can just be a shopkeeper who doesn't have to do anything. Then I will listen to Big Brother Yun. Yu Tian revealed a smile, calling him Big Brother Yun very sweetly. Qin Yan has already finished 1 dragon heavenly rune, they have already finished 3, they still need 6 more to complete. Let me do it, Big Brother Yun, you go carve runes. Yu Tian said with smile. Yu Tian is ranked 8th among the 9 Sun Divine Maidens, so she feels that she is younger than Qin Yan and calls him Big Brother Yun. Alright. Qin Yan handed over the Gemini treasure mirror to Yu Tian and let her carve dragon heavenly rune. And Qin Yan began carving runes. Yu Tian, there is a problem with my cultivation, do you have a way to contact Sister Kiru? I want to ask her for guidance. Qin Yan asked. Yu Tian lightly sighed and said, Sister Kiru is very busy right now, we have to contact her regularly, it will be very difficult to contact her immediately. And, then help me pass on a message to her. I want to see her. Qin Yan said. I will tell Sister Kiru. Yu Tian nodded and said with smile, Sister Kiru also misses you very much. Oh, that's right, Big Brother Yun, what problem did you encounter with your cultivation? Maybe I can help you a bit? Soon after, Qin Yan spoke about his 10th divine profound Tao image. After Yu Tian finished listening, she said with frown, Sister Kiru mentioned this before, she said that you will have a very difficult to cultivate divine profound Tao image. If you can't cross this hurdle, you won't be able to break through. Ah? Did she say how she was going to solve it? Qin Yan said, I have already grasped a bit of the way, I will have to fuse with divine heaven race's bloodline divine origin. Sister Kiru said that this is a very difficult problem you will face in the future. Even she doesn't know how to help you cross it. If your cultivation can't progress, we will take you to our side and protect you for the rest of your life. Yu Tian said. I can cross it, I have already made some progress. Qin Yan said with smile, but I am still a bit perplexed. Don't worry, I won't let you take care of me for the rest of my life. Oh, that's right, I heard Sister Kiru say that if you want to cross this hurdle, thoroughly studying the Imperial Heaven diagram is the most crucial. Yu Tian's eyes lit up and suddenly said. The Imperial Heaven diagram is the immortal graveyard diagram, it can be said to be a very mysterious and powerful thing. Back when he entered the Heavenly Law pawnshop, the Imperial Heaven diagram has always been with Qin Yan. He also researched it but didn't make any progress, so he gave up. Because he doesn't know what it is and has no idea where to start. Now that Yu Tian mentioned it, Qin Yan is very startled in his heart. He immediately thought that the Imperial Heaven diagram, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Tao, and Divine Heaven bloodline divine origin might have some connection. Yu Tian saw that Qin Yan is distracted and knows that he is thinking about the Imperial Heaven diagram. Big Brother Yun, first help Xiaoxi with the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, then think about the Imperial Heaven diagram. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Yu Tian sweetly said with smile. N. Qin Yan immediately focused his attention on the carvings. With Yu Tian's help, Qin Yan can relax a lot. 3 days have passed since Yu Tian finished carving dragon heavenly runes. And Qin Yan still has not finished carving runes. Yu Tian, go and rest. Qin Yan said. He has already finished carving runes on the 7 swords. Now there are only 2 swords left. While Yu Tian is carving dragon heavenly runes through the Gemini treasure mirror, she has been watching Qin Yin carve runes and learning from him. She is 9 Sun Divine Maiden, her attainment and inscription is very high, but compared to Qin Yun, there is still a big gap. Qin Yun's inscription technique has been accumulated over several lifetimes. Moreover, he has different comprehension in each life. For example, in this life, he had a new understanding of inscriptions. Combined with his previous lives, it allowed him to comprehend inscriptions from many different angles, allowing him to have a more thorough understanding. This is a foundation that many inscription masters do not have. It can be said that Qin Yun has this kind of foundation because of a fortuitous coincidence. Therefore, when carving runes, he has almost reached the acme of perfection. Every time he carves runes, he can reach a very high level of finesse. Furthermore, the power of his blood soul was also extremely powerful. This is mainly because his body has become very strong. Body is strong, blood is strong. The power of the blood soul would naturally become stronger. When inscribing runes, it would allow the runes to unleash even greater power. Yu Tian can only use 2 words to evaluate Qin Yun's runes: completely natural. They look like runes formed by nature. They are filled with a kind of natural Tao charm made by heaven and earth. What made Yu Tian admire the most is that when Qin Yun is carving runes, he looks very relaxed. His expression and posture are very casual. "Big brother Yun, I want to stay here and watch you inscribe more," Yu Tian said with a sweet smile, especially when big brother Yun is seriously inscribing. He is very handsome. Yu Tian, you must earnestly study my carving, don't be distracted by my handsomeness. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, "It seems like my handsomeness is not too good." Yu Tian giggled. Her gentle and beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. The situation outside was still stable. The divine heaven race has entered the 9 Yang divine palace. The divine chief and the others have not left because they want to wait for Qin Yun's return. Outside the 9 Yang divine palace, there were still several huge ships floating, as well as many small stars. The Chaos Race, Divine Sword Race, and Divine Star Race were all waiting for the 9 Yang Palace King to appear. They did not attack the 9 Yang Divine Palace, but they brought great pressure to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun did not know what the Chaos Race was doing outside. If they wanted to fight, they would have done so long ago. Even if they waited for him to appear, they would not attack the 9 Yang Divine Palace in the end. Unless they planned to fight to the death with the Divine Sky Race. Marquis Chang Hao of the Divine Sky Race has a belly full of anger. If they truly started a war, it would be perfect for him to vent his anger. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Qin Yun finally completed the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation with the 9 Yang Emperor swords. Finally finished. Qin Yun said with smile, "Yu Tian, give it to Xiaoxi." The 9 Yang Emperor swords combined into one and handed it over to Yu Tian. Qin Yun suddenly discovered that Yu Tian can actually control the 9 Yang Emperor sword. "Yu Tian, what is your current situation?" "Only Xiaoxi can completely control the 9 Yang Emperor sword, right?" Qin Yun doubtfully asked. "Little Xi and I have fused our souls and physical bodies. We only separated after we obtained the 9 Yang the Arch Sword, so my soul and physical body are exactly the same as little Xi's." Yu Tian smiled lightly and said, "I also have the 9 Yang royal family's bloodline. So that's how it is truly strange." Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration. "Xiaoxi said that I am also the 9 Yang royal family's emperor." Yu Tian put away the 9 Yang emperor sword, playfully stuck out her tongue and said with smile, "However, I have already decided to become the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace has many secrets." Qin Yun was originally a member of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, but because of differences, he left the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Later on, he found out that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace touched upon all kinds of secrets. He didn't even have time to investigate before fighting with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. If Yu Tian can become the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Qin Yun might be able to infiltrate the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and thoroughly investigate it. "Yu Tian, why does Sister Kira know so many things? Among your 9 Sun Divine Maiden, she knows the most things." Qin Yun is very doubtful. Because she is the most reliable, so her responsibility is great. Even though she is not the big sister, she is shouldering even more missions. Yu Tian said. Qinyan thought about it carefully and also feels that it is the case. The big sister of the nine-son divine maiden is precisely the wild girl Xiaoyuemei. Big brother Yun, I want to stay in the nine-son divine palace for a few more days. Little palace spirit told me that there are many books here. They are all the experiences you recorded when you studied runes back then. They are very useful to me. Yu Tian said, the atmosphere here is very good, it will allow me to gain more insights. You can stay as long as you want. Qinyan said with smile. Xiaoxi might come after a period of time, I want to see if I can wait for her to come. Yu Tian said with a sweet smile, when the time comes, you can also see what it is like when I am with Xiaoxi. That's true, if Sister Bingxing also came, that would be even better. Qinyan said with smile. Qinyan can now finally study the imperial heaven diagram. After he understood the situation outside from the little palace spirit, he entered the secret room. In the secret room, Qinyan took out the imperial heaven diagram. After taking out the imperial heaven diagram, Qinyan discovered to his astonishment. The map on the imperial heaven diagram is gone. The imperial heaven diagram has turned light silver and there are many densely packed golden runes on its surface. What a big change. Qinyan looked at the imperial heaven diagram and is very astonished. Xiao Yun, what appeared on the imperial heaven diagram, is it the myriad realms divine sun? Ling Yuner suddenly said. The imperial heaven diagram is square and light silver in color. At this moment, there is a golden circle on it. That circle is flickering with a faint golden light, as if it is flowing. It really looks like a myriad realms divine sun that is shining. And beside this big circle, there is also a small circle. There are two suns above the heavens divine desolate, one big and one small. What is drawn on the imperial heaven diagram is indeed the big and small suns above the heavens divine desolate. When did it appear? Qinyan doesn't know. Because he studied the imperial heaven diagram before, he didn't find anything, so he put it aside. It is only now that he took it out that he discovered such a big change. Seeing this change, Qinyan became even more excited. This is at least a breakthrough. He suspects that the imperial heaven diagram might be related to the formation of heaven's divine desolate, heaven's divine moon and myriad realms divine Sunday. The imperial heaven diagram was stolen by MOG from the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Even Xiaoqiru doesn't know the specific situation of the imperial heaven diagram. What is the relationship between this imperial heaven diagram and my 10th divine Xiandao image? Qinyan stroked his chin and pondered. Soon after, he dripped blood and used his mental power or soul to permeate the imperial heaven diagram, but there was no reaction at all. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, you can ask Yun Long. Yun Long is now the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawnshop and Qinyan hasn't looked for him for a long time. All right. Qinyan quickly took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and thought of contacting the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Yun Long is not very busy at the moment, so he is on call. The little palace spirit told Qinyan that a large white cloud appeared in the sky above the Ninyang Divine Palace. That white cloud turned into an old man. Qinyan asked the little palace spirit to bring the old man in. Qinyan is sitting in a small hall of the Heavenly Palace Pavilion. Yun Long has arrived, his long white beard fluttered like clouds and mist, that kind-looking old face is smiling, that pair of eyes filled with benevolent light, revealed a kind of old fox-like light. Shopkeeper Yun Long, long time no see. Qinyan said with a smile. You have finally returned to your Ninyang Divine Palace. Congratulations on your return, Palace King. Yun Long said with a smile, and you, the Divine King, don't seem to have returned to your position. The Myriad Realms Divine Palace shouldn't recognize you, right? Qinyan waved his hand and said with a smile, I have no interest in entering the Myriad Realms Divine Palace right now. Yun Long took out a contract talisman and said with a smile, what do you want to pawn or exchange? Shopkeeper Yun Long, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's chat a bit more. Qinyan chuckled and said, please sit. Palace King, your Ninyang Divine Palace is surrounded by powerful enemies. You seem to be quite relaxed right now, right? You should be a bit nervous. Yun Long said. You are the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Do you have any suggestions? Qinyan asked with a smile. Give me 500 divine universe golden stones and I can summon a powerful undead army. As for whether or not I can repel those guys, I can't guarantee. Yunlong said, Palace King, you have a lot of divine universe golden stones in your hands, you can give it a try. Qinyan chuckled, he did not want to jump into this kind of pit, instead he said mysteriously, I want to know the secret of the Imperial Heaven Diagram. The Imperial Heaven Diagram has been in your hands for so long, you still haven't figured it out? Yunlong said in surprise. I haven't figured it out. Qinyan took out the Imperial Heaven Diagram and spread it out on the table. After spreading it out, Qinyan and Yunlong are immediately alarmed. Because on the Imperial Heaven Diagram, other than the big and small myriad realms divine sun, there is also a square blue thing. What is that? It didn't appear before. Qinyan said. The Imperial Heaven Diagram can allow people to master the Imperial Heaven technique. As for what it is, I'm not sure either. Yunlong looked at the blue square and said, this should be the blue sky, this thing might appear in the sky above the divine desolate. Shopkeeper Yunlong, have you heard of the 10th God Profound Tao image? Qinyan asked again, I feel that my 10th God Profound Tao image is related to this Imperial Heaven Diagram. Yunlong's expression suddenly changed, he said in a low voice, you really have the 10th God Profound Tao image? Qinyan already knew that it would be very difficult to cultivate the 10th Divine Mystic Tao image to the point of manifestation. However, he never expected that this Divine Mystic Tao image would be so peculiar. It was actually the image of the Heavenly Tao. Then, has anyone managed to cultivate it? Asked Qinyan. Well, this is only a legend that someone managed to cultivate it. Yunlong muttered, this is just a legend, you can't take it seriously. Legend has it, who managed to cultivate it? Qinyan's heart stirred as he asked anxiously. If he could find this legendary person, he would be able to learn a thing or two from him. Yunlong's expression was solemn as he said, legend has it that this person is the Heavenly Tao. Qinyan was taken aback. He had planned on finding this person, but with Yunlong's words, he immediately dispelled that thought. You just said that the 10th Divine Mystic Tao image is either heaven or earth. Is it heaven or earth that the Heavenly Tao cultivates? Qinyan asked again. Legend has it that he cultivated the earth. Yunlong sighed, these are all legends, there is no way to verify it. Qinyan is very surprised. The 10th Divine Mystic Tao image cultivated by the Heavenly Tao is not heaven but earth. Then who managed to cultivate to the heavens? Since you know that the 10th Divine Profound Tao image is either heaven or earth, then someone must have cultivated it before, that's why there is such a legend. Qinyan continued to ask. I don't know about that. I read about it in an ancient book. Yunlong shook his head, there is another saying, that is, the 10th God Profound Tao image, there will be special circumstances that will cause it to appear, causing it to be neither the sky nor the earth. This kind of thing couldn't be verified, because they were all recorded in those ancient books. They were all just legends. However, Qinyan felt that it was most likely true. Xianxia had said that the Imperial Sky painting could help him cultivate the 10th Divine Mystic Tao image. This meant that the 10th Divine Mystic Tao image was very likely to be the sky. He needed the Imperial Sky diagram to completely control the heavens. How many Profound God Tao veins have you opened now? Yunlong asked, if you have more meridians, the further you go, the harder it is to open them. The requirements on the body are extremely high. If your Tao image is very strong, then when you open your profound divine veins, the requirements for your physical body will be even higher. Only 6 meridians have been opened for now. Qinyan said. Although you still have 4 meridians to open, it will be extremely difficult for you to open each meridian. Yunlong sighed, also, whether or not you can cultivate the 10th Divine Profound Tao image in the end is also unknown. Qinyan obtained the Divine Heaven race's bloodline divine source. He originally thought that after fusing with it, he would be able to open his 7th meridian. However, the bloodline God source origin was absorbed by the 10th Divine Profound Tao idol. This was out of his expectations. By the way, is my mother free now? Qinyan asked, she's working for the Heavenly Tao. What is she doing? She's not free right now. She met Xiao Yuan once last time. Yunlong said, I don't know what she did for the Heavenly Tao. In short, she obtained the approval of the Heavenly Tao. Qin Yan was very puzzled by the heavenly Tao. The natural law divine realm created by the heavenly Tao could be said to be an evil force, but whether the heavenly Tao itself was evil or good, it was hard to figure out. The information that Qin Yan had now grasped was that the so-called heavenly Tao only controlled a very powerful force. It could establish a very powerful nomological force to restrain multiple spaces, allowing living beings to grow under the heavenly Tao laws. All sorts of living beings would be able to bloom and form a gorgeous world. Alright, when my mother is free, remember to arrange for me to meet her. Qin Yan also misses his mother very much. No problem. Yunlong said with a smile, Palace King, if you can successfully cultivate the 10th divine profound Tao idol, your future will definitely be limitless. The heavenly Tao has undergone nirvana, what's the situation now? When will it be able to undergo nirvana rebirth? Qin Yan asked. I don't know either. Yunlong shook his head and said, this kind of thing is simply impossible to predict. As the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawn shop, Yunlong has accepted more and more people's pawns during this period of time. The Heavenly Law pawnshop's main purpose is to collect some very special things or powerful souls. The existence of the Heavenly Law pawnshop is also extremely mysterious. Yunlong and Qin Yan chatted for a while before leaving the Ninyang Divine Palace. Qin Yan returned to the secret room and continued studying the Imperial Heaven diagram. The 10th divine profound Tao idol has absorbed the divine heaven race's bloodline divine origin. It should be considered to have blood. Next, it should need to absorb powerful energy to nurture a powerful body. Qin Yan also doesn't dare to confirm that his 10th divine profound Tao idol is the heavens. He quickly took out the 9 altars and formed the 9 dragons heaven origin formation. The 9 dragons heavenly origin array was activated, frantically absorbing the energy of the divine universe purple Sunday. With a thought, Qin Yan released the heavenly Tao divine pattern. The imperial sky painting should have something to do with the heavenly Tao. Perhaps I can help him through the heavenly Tao divine rune. The 9 dragons heaven origin formation transformed the energy of the divine universe purple sun, making it easier to absorb. Qin Yan gave it a try. Sure enough, the 10th divine mystic Tao image could absorb the divine universe purple sun's divine universe purple chi. It was just that the rate of growth was a little slow. Previously, he had also tried, but the 10th divine profound Tao image was unable to absorb the divine universe violet chi at all. Only now could he absorb it. It was obvious that it had fused with the divine heaven bloodline divine source. It is effective, the 10th god Xian Tao image needs to absorb a lot of energy. Qin Yan felt a lot relieved in his heart. Next, he used the heavenly Tao divine pattern to connect his soul with the imperial sky diagram to comprehend the things within it. In just a moment, Qin Yan saw the runes on the imperial heaven diagram's surface suddenly flow slowly. Those are Tao spread runes, but those runes are all heavenly runes. Tao spread heavenly runes are very powerful and incomparably profound runes. Through the heavenly Tao divine pattern, Qin Yan can see that the incomparably dense and complex runes are changing and flowing. However, he can't understand what those runes represent. Xiao Yun, use your heavenly eye. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan promptly opened his heavenly eye to look at those runes. However, he still can't understand the Tao spread heavenly runes on the imperial heaven diagram's surface. It's too complicated. But I can be sure that the secret of the imperial heaven diagram is under these Tao spread heavenly runes. Qin Yan tightly frowned. Those Tao spread heavenly runes are like dense fog. Only by removing this dense fog can one know the secret under the imperial heaven diagram. Although the 10th god Xian Tao image can absorb the divine universe violet chi, the absorption speed is too slow. According to this speed, it will take thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years for the 10th god Xian Tao image to take shape. Qin Yan can't wait that long. He feels that there must be a hidden technique inside the imperial heaven diagram that can make the 10th god Xian Tao image appear even faster. Qin Yan took a deep breath, stopped the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and closed his eyes. He doesn't want to think about anything now. He put aside the matter of cultivating the 10th god Xian Tao image and the imperial heaven diagram. Instead, he concentrated on controlling the heavenly Tao divine rune image to enter his eyes. The most mysterious Empyrean inscription spirit is hidden inside the heavenly eye. Qin Yan remembers that Muyu said that the Empyrean inscription spirit is inside the heavenly eye. To wield the heavenly Tao, one needs the Empyrean inscription spirit. Only by mastering the Empyrean inscription spirit can one understand the extremely complicated Tao spread heavenly runes of the imperial heaven diagram. Therefore, Xianxia now wants to obtain the Empyrean inscription spirit from the heavenly eye. At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes. They are emitting a purple-red light. The heavenly eye has always been like this. But now, it is gradually turning blue. If you look directly into his eyes, it is as if you can see a boundless blue sky. Ah! Xianxia screamed in pain. His eyes suddenly hurt, and at the same time, he felt something drilling into his body through his eyes. It's out. Xianxia is ecstatic. The Empyrean inscription spirit hidden inside the heavenly eye has finally appeared. He used the heavenly Tao divine rune image to draw out the Empyrean inscription spirit from the heavenly eye. After the Empyrean inscription spirit entered his body, it erupted with a very strong power, causing his body to swell up. Xianxia promptly controlled the nether sun and crazily devoured the purple-red Empyrean inscription spirit. The nether sun can quickly devour all kinds of soul bodies and fuse them. The Empyrean inscription spirit is very peculiar. After it dispersed, it covered every part of Xianxia's body. The Empyrean inscription spirit is frantically resisting, that is why it is hurting Xianxia's body. Feeling the formidable power of the inscription spirit, Xianxia is secretly alarmed in his heart. His current body is very strong, he can barely suppress the Empyrean inscription spirit. If he had just obtained the heavenly eye and drawn out the Empyrean inscription spirit, his body would have been torn to shreds. Little thing, submit to me. Xianxia's nether sun completely released its devouring power. The Empyrean inscription spirit is also gradually being absorbed by the nether sun. Half a day later, Xianxia's nether sun suddenly trembled. The Empyrean inscription spirit has already been devoured by the nether sun, but it has not completely fused with it, it is still tenaciously resisting. Yuner, take care of that little thing. Xianxia said with smile, it has already entered my nether sun, it still wants to come out. Very good, the Empyrean inscription spirit is finally in my hands. Ling Yuner said with smile. Xianxia has mastered many inscription spirits. These inscription spirits are very precious. Now he can only let the Moon Lady inscription spirit manifest. After the inscription spirit manifests, its power is very strong, especially during the inscription battle. As the nether sun slowly rotated, the trembling also gradually disappeared. Xianxia has completely controlled the Empyrean inscription spirit. Now all kinds of divine sense are pouring into his mind. Before, he didn't understand anything about heavenly runes, but now it is gradually becoming clear. He looked at the imperial heaven diagram on the table and faintly smiled. Sure enough, the Empyrean inscription spirit is the key. Xiaoyun, what did you see? Ling Yuner asked. The imperial heaven diagram's Tao evolution heavenly rune has formed 4 characters. Xianxia said with smile, 9 suns imperial heaven. 9 suns imperial heaven? What does this have to do with the 9 sun heavenly domain? Ling Yuner said in shock. The 9 suns of the 9 sun heavenly domain are formed for the imperial heaven. It's just that 9 ordinary heavenly suns are too weak, that's why they evolved into myriad realms divine suns. Xianxia said. Ling Yuner is also very excited. She asked, Xiaoyun, did you find a method to quickly cultivate the 10th God profound Tao image? Indeed. Xianxia opened the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation again and said, through the imperial heaven diagram's Tao evolution heavenly rune, I can quickly absorb energy and make the 10th God profound Tao image appear. Xianxia finally had a breakthrough while exploring the imperial heaven diagram. He knows that the imperial heaven diagram is used to cultivate and control the 10th divine mystic Tao image. He was currently using the imperial sky diagram and the 9 dragons heavenly origin array to rapidly absorb the energy of the divine universe purple Sunday. Previously, when the 10th divine profound Tao idol absorbed the divine cosmos purple chi, it was extremely slow. Now, with the help of the imperial sky diagram, the 10th mysterious god Tao idol was rapidly taking shape and gradually taking shape. Is the 10th divine profound Tao idol really the heavenly Tao idol? Xianxia looked at the blurry 10th divine mystic Tao image in his body. Although it was about to manifest, he still found it unbelievable that he could cultivate the heavenly Tao image. Although it was only a Tao image, the heavenly Tao image was definitely one of the strongest mysterious spirit Tao images. The imperial heaven diagram constantly emitted many threads that wrapped around Qin Yun's arm. They looked like golden hair wrapping around Qin Yun's arm. As they absorbed the divine universe purple energy, those threads would gradually turn purplish red, and then quickly turn back to gold. Such an alternation of colors was very mystical. I've only managed to pry open some of the secrets of the imperial sky diagram. I still don't know how to use it. Qin Yun looked at the imperial heaven chart. He felt that the imperial heaven chart still had many uses. Only after the imperial heaven ascending diagram converted the divine universe purple chi into energy could the 10th divine profound Tao idol absorb it quickly. This process did not bring Qin Yun any pain. Instead, he felt a comfortable warmth wrap around his arm. Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, there might be some secret technique inside the imperial heaven diagram. If you have time, you should study it properly." Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye. It has already turned blue. Even those who were familiar with the heaven's eyes would not be able to recognize them as the heaven's eyes. Although the Empyrean inscription spirit inside the heavenly eye was drawn out by Qin Yun, the heavenly eye did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. Qin Yun could clearly sense that the heavenly eye was even more penetrating. The current heavenly eye is my own heavenly eye. Qin Yun suddenly had this kind of intense feeling. The core of the heavenly eye must be the Empyrean inscription spirit. And the Empyrean inscription spirit has already been obtained by Qin Yun. If I succeed in cultivating the heavenly Tao image, maybe I can make the heavenly eye and Empyrean inscription spirit stronger. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Cultivating the heavenly Tao is definitely very dangerous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 9 suns imperial heaven. Qin Yun said, "Yuner, we must be extremely cautious." Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, you should have 3 suns on your body. You and I each have another sun, plus the divine universe purple sun. You are not far from 9 suns." Qin Yun nodded. He is quite looking forward to cultivating the Tao spirit. After cultivating the heavenly Tao statue, if he used it to open up the Xianxia Tao meridian, the divine power he would obtain would definitely be extremely powerful. After half a day, Qin Yun suddenly felt a very powerful aura surging within his body. This Tao spirit power came from the 10th profound Tao spirit Tao image. Such dreadful heavenly might! Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration. Combined with heavenly might Tao technique, it will surely be very strong. Almost finished, it is a purple oval-shaped crystal. Qin Yun looked inside his body. The heavenly Tao image is very big. It is about the same size as the nether sun. Miraculously, such a big heavenly Tao image can actually hide inside the nether sun. There was already a heavenly Tao divine rune inside the nether sun, and now another heavenly Tao image is inside. This heavenly Tao image is quite good at hiding. It knows that the inside of the nether sun is very safe. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, now it has finally been cultivated. The 10 divine profound Tao images have completely appeared. Next, he only needs to improve his body and open the Xian divine Tao meridian. After cultivating the heavenly Tao image, Qin Yun sensed that his divine power has become a lot stronger. The main aspect of divine power is that its might has increased a lot. This kind of heavenly might is very powerful and mystical. It can give people a very strong mental pressure. Furthermore, if the heavenly might accompanying divine power is strong enough, it can have even stronger penetrating power and can easily break through all kinds of energy barriers. After the imperial heaven diagram helped Qin Yun cultivate the heavenly Tao image, it returned to its original appearance. It has a light silver surface and there are 2 myriad realms divine suns on it. Apart from this, there is also a blue square object. Yun Long said before that it is some blue sky universe. Qin Yun did not ask what it is, he only knows that it is definitely a very large celestial body. Big Brother Palace King, there is a fight outside. The young palace spirit's voice arrived. Did those ancient races attack the 9 Yang Divine Palace? Qin Yun is not very worried about being attacked. The 9 Yang Divine Palace's defense is extremely strong. Now that it has obtained the protection of the myriad realms divine sun and the divine heaven race, it will not be easy for those 3 ancient races to break through. They did not attack the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Instead, the divine sword race and the divine heaven race are fighting outside, the young palace spirit said. Qin Yun left the secret room and arrived at a large hall outside. Yu Tian is still in the Heavenly Dao Pagoda, she is in that large hall. After Qin Yan came out, he waved his hand, causing a painting on the wall of the large hall to fluctuate. After the painting fluctuated a bit, the situation outside the Nine-Yang Divine Palace can be seen. Sure enough, the youngsters of the Divine Sword race and the Divine Heaven race are fighting outside. I thought it would be Shen Ruoming fighting. After this guy lost to me, I wonder if he can pull himself together. Qin Yan said. He also saw Shen Ruoming watching from the side. Although Shen Ruoming's origin sword was shattered in the battle with Qin Yan, it quickly condensed back together. Qin Yan also showed mercy to Shen Ruoming. Otherwise, Shen Ruoming would have been killed long ago. Shen Ruoming himself knows this the best. Qin Yan only took a glance and said, the Divine Heaven race's sword cultivator will lose without a doubt. Yu Tian also put down the ancient book in her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared at the huge painting on the wall and watched the battle. Because she is also a sword user, she is very interested in the battle between sword cultivators. Big Brother Yun, the Divine Heaven race's sword cultivator, has the upper hand. Why do you say that he will lose without a doubt? Yu Tian doubtfully asked. The Divine Sword race's sword technique is very sinister. Moreover, that sword is not an ordinary origin sword but a poisonous snake sword. Qin Yan said, look carefully at his sword, there is a snake totem on it. Those runes can release poison power. Yu Tian carefully looked and said in shock, sure enough. I thought it was a dragon totem. That guy's snake totem was actually disguised as a dragon totem. The Divine Sword race's guy is truly sinister, the little palace spirit said. At this moment, when the Divine Sword race's sword tip pierced forward, it suddenly turned into a black malevolent snake. The snake's head bit forward like lightning, its poisonous fangs bit into the Divine Heaven race's sword cultivator's neck and frantically injected poison. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Heaven race's young sword cultivator's entire body turned purple-white. His entire body is emitting a light purple poisonous gas. It looked like a purple corpse that had been frozen. It was extremely horrifying. Shen Changhao cursed despicable, then his body flashed and caught the poisoned young sword cultivator. He quickly helped him detoxify the poison. That poisonous snake is not simple. I will go out and take a look. Qin Yan said, Yu Tian, are you going? I won't go. Yu Tian gently smiled, I want to stay here and read books. Nine-Yang Divine Palace's Central Hall. Divine Heaven race's people hurriedly helped the young sword cultivator detoxify the poison. That young sword cultivator is a heavenly god, his strength is not ordinary. Just like Shen Ruoming, he is also a young genius sword cultivator of the Divine Heaven race. If there is any mishap, Shen Changhao will also blame himself. He is deeply poisoned. Divine Judge is also watching from the side, he said with frown, this poison is very strange, it seems like it is accompanied by runes and entered the body. Medicine God and Pill God are also here, they were once Qin Yan's old friends. They came here to see their old friend. Medicine God said, this is a type of inscription ancient poison, a group of very complex runes, condensed to the size of a strand of hair and entered the body. Moreover, this group of inscription ancient poison is constantly multiplying, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 4, his body is already filled with inscription ancient poison. An old man from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace shook his head and sighed. He patted Shen Changhao's shoulder and said, restrain your grief and accept the vicissitudes. That bastard, it is clearly a sword competition but he actually used poison. Shen Ruoming's face is filled with cold anger as he said, I want to go out and kill him. Even if you go out, you will only be throwing away your life. If we lose again, our losses will be great. Shen Changhao shouted coldly, don't be impulsive. Medicine God said, quickly send this young man on his way, he is in great pain now. This kind of poison is very difficult to detoxify. Shen Changhao and the others are from Divine Heaven race, they have some understanding of Divine Sword race's methods. At this moment, Shen Changhao's face is filled with grief, he wants to give this young sword cultivator a quick and painless death. Above the main hall is the entrance to the Heavenly Palace. Qin Yan suddenly slowly descended from the sky. He is wearing simple white clothes, his handsome face has a smile on it. He looks very amiable but he has the aura of a strong expert. Wait, I can detoxify this poison. Qin lightly shouted. You have been in Nine Divine Palace all this time? Xianxia saw Qin appear and felt very unhappy in his heart. By sea, Sword Hall Elder, Dragon Hall Elder, as well as many elders of Nine Divine Palace promptly stepped forward and saluted. Qin casually waved his hand and said with smile, My Nine Divine Palace does not have such troublesome etiquette. Palace King. We truly have eyes but failed to see, we did not know that you had returned, please forgive us. Dragon Hall Elder lowered his head, not daring to look straight at Qin. All these years, you have worked hard to protect Nine Divine Palace, what crime have you committed? Qin said with smile and then walked towards Xianxia. Baici is very excited. After knowing that Qin is the Palace King, she became very reserved. She doesn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Qin, she can only silently follow behind him. You can detoxify poison? Although Xianxia is very unhappy with Qin, he knows that this Nine Palace King has true ability. Qin is currently lacking bloodline divine origin. The divine heaven bloodline divine origin was absorbed by the heavenly Tao image. Now his body needs to absorb it. Only like this can he smoothly open the seventh mysterious divine Tao meridian. Bloodline divine origin is nothing to a marquis like Xianxia. That is why Qin asked for two. Because Ling Yun'er's fairy body also needs one. As long as you can detoxify Shen Ruling, two bloodline divine origin is not a problem. Xianxia is also very curious about why Qin needs so many bloodline divine origin. Because everyone knows that he has powerful purple blood, it can be said to be the strongest bloodline among the powerful races. There is no need to fuse with bloodline divine origin. Little brother, can you really detoxify it? Medicine God said, I know you have great divine ability, but this poison is inscription ancient poison. Indeed, this inscription ancient poison can be considered a kind of heavenly rune. This kind of poison power is created by using very powerful blood spirit power through heavenly rune. It is very profound. Pill God nodded and said. Pill God and Medicine God did not team up with Thunder God and others, so they are still Qin's good friends. Brothers, this poison is indeed very strong, but it is not a problem for me. Qin smiled confidently. That day at the Medicine King Assembly, they also saw Qin's poison and detoxification methods. However, the poison in Shen Ruling's body came from a powerful ancient race. Divine Judge said from the side, this inscription ancient poison is constantly producing new poison runes. It has completely penetrated into the soul, flesh and bones, it is very difficult to completely remove. Qin used his heavenly eye to see that there is a large amount of inscription ancient poison inside Shen Ruling's body. This poison transformed into runes, like countless tiny poisonous insects, densely multiplying inside Shen Ruling's body. This is indeed a very strong inscription ancient poison. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to remove it. However, Qin can remove it. He just mastered the Empyrean inscription spirit and has a very high level of control over heavenly runes. This inscription ancient poison evolved from heavenly runes. In essence, it has the characteristics of heavenly runes. Therefore, Qin can use the Empyrean inscription spirit to suppress this inscription ancient poison. Qin's palm suddenly overflowed with blue light. If you look carefully, you can see that the runes on his palm are flowing. He instantly condensed a set of powerful runes in his palm. This was something he had created on the spur of the moment, combining the many profound runes he had mastered. There are star runes, moon runes, sun runes, and they are all god-tier runes. Many different profound runes fused together and flowed in his palm, forming a Daoyan rune. Combining many different kinds of runes, like a brilliant apothecary, according to the symptoms, he quickly formed a prescription in his mind. Seeing Qin instantly condense an inscription, furthermore it was such a profound inscription, it immediately caused the hearts of all the inscription masters present to tremble. Rune Dao 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 Yun Ming. Dao Dao runes is runes and rank rune ancestor Yun Dragon Emperor Emperor's heart. Divine power is as God Emperor is as his dragon sect brother Yun is sect brother. King. God. Emperor is. God Dragon is his chi is his Dragon Emperor body. Shen. Cold as dragon is as his king is. Shen Ruling's body is ice cold, purple and shriveled. The main reason is that the energy in his body is being crazily extracted. Xianxia's blood-soul power is released by Empyrean inscription spirit. Therefore, the runes he just condensed can easily suppress the inscription ancient poison. Through his heavenly eye, he can see that the blue runes he condensed are quickly spreading inside Shen Ruolang's body and gradually devouring the inscription ancient poison. It's about time. It's just that his body is seriously injured. Rest a lot and eat some replenishing pills. He will recover very quickly. Xianxia saw Shen Ruolang open his eyes and said indifferently. Shen Ruolang woke up very quickly and the poison in his body has been completely removed. Everyone in the Great Hall looked at Xianxia with incomparable admiration. This Nine-Yang Palace king truly lives up to his reputation, not to mention being proficient in inscription pill technique. His own strength is unfathomable. Even the Divine Heaven clan, a powerful clan that is very unhappy with Xianxia, cannot help but secretly admire him. This is your bloodline divine origin. Shen Changhao took out 2 bloodline divine origin and handed them over to Xianxia. Xianxia took them and asked, "Many thanks." "Oh, that's right, why are you fighting them? Is there any agreement?" "We have an agreement with Divine Sword Race to send out youngsters to compete. 2 out of 3 wins. If we win, they will leave. If we lose, we will have to give them 200 Divine Universe Golden Stones." Shen Changhao said. "So what if they don't leave? Why fight them?" Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "We promised you that we would protect Nine-Yang Palace for 10 years. Divine Sword Race, Primal Chaos Race and Divine Star Race all want to attack Nine-Yang Palace. If Divine Sword Race agrees not to attack Nine-Yang Palace for 10 years, it will be a lot easier for us." Shen Changhao said. "Palace King, our Nine-Yang Palace's defense is very strong. Even if they attack together, it will be very difficult for them to break our barrier." Bai Si said in low voice. Divine Judge said, "Primal Chaos Race, Divine Sword Race and Divine Star Race will send out helpers one after another. Their dukes will not make a move, so don't be too confident that Nine-Yang Palace's barrier will be able to block them. Nine-Yang Palace King, your Nine-Yang Palace is rather ancient. Whether or not your barrier is reliable is hard to say." Shen Changhao said, "It's better to be cautious." "Our barrier." Bai Si did not finish speaking when Xianxia waved his hand. Xianxia is very clear about how strong Nine-Yang Palace's barrier is. "Divine Sky Race, I know that you have some complaints about me in your heart, but you don't have to worry too much. I won't let you bear too much pressure." Xianxia said, "My Nine-Yang Palace will rise very soon. In Nine-Yang Palace, you are the only one who can fight." Shen Ruoming's eyes are filled with disdain as he looked at Bai Si, Sword Hall Elder and other higher-ups. There must be a process of growth. Now that I am back, Nine-Yang Palace will rise again. Xianxia's calm tone is filled with an unquestionable arrogance. At this time, Divine Sword Race people shouted from outside, "Divine Sky Race people, quickly send people out to fight." Shen Ruoming cursed in low voice, "Let me take care of that viper sword." Xia Wufeng said, "If you go out, you will also be bitten. If you lose again, you will lose 200 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Save it. Don't look down on people." Shen Ruoming said. "Then go ahead," Xia Wufeng said with sneer. He can naturally see Shen Ruoming's level. Shen Ruoming suffered a heavy blow. Not only did he lose miserably to Xianxia, this one-armed sword god also looks down on him. Shen Changhao naturally doesn't want to lose 200 Divine Universe Golden Stones. He promptly stopped the impulsive Shen Ruoming, looked at Xianxia and asked, "Nine-Yang Palace King, do you have a brilliant plan? We should calmly join forces, this is the most beneficial for both of us." Xianxia took out the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber. When he held the saber this time, he could feel the formidable heavenly rune power inside the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber. The Myriad Heaven Divine Saber evolved from the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, and there is a mysterious bloodline heavenly rune box inside the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Xianxia suddenly thought that after he grasps the Empyrean inscription spirit, he might be able to open the box. He firmly held the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and sensed even stronger heavenly rune power, causing the saber to release even stronger power. The Divine Saber is filled with vast and mighty heavenly might, disdainfully looking down on the heaven and earth. It engulfed the entire main hall like a tide. The people standing beside Xianxia all retreated in fright due to the imposing aura. You. What are you doing? Xianxia is also startled and asked. When Qin used the myriad heaven divine saber before, his aura was not this strong. It has only been a few days and he has already made such great progress. I will go out and take care of that viper sword person. This way they will send out another guy who doesn't know how to use poison. Shen Ruomi will then go out and fight, it will be a lot easier. Qin said with smile, isn't this a very good method? Everyone immediately became silent. This is indeed a very good method, but only Qin dares to do this. There is a duke on the Divine Sword Race's ship outside. It is easy to go out and kill Viper Sword, but he will definitely be targeted by the duke. Palace King, this is very risky. Sword Hall Elder said, I ask you to carefully consider. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a burst of spatial fluctuation arrive. Qin suddenly disappeared from the main hall. The young palace spirit teleported Qin out of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. After Qin went out, he saw Viper Sword person holding the Viper Divine Sword. He is proudly looking at the entrance of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Seeing someone come out, Viper Sword person thought that his opponent has arrived. However, he quickly discovered that the person who came out is not holding a sword but a saber. Viper Sword person was not in the palace hall before, so he doesn't recognize that the saber is the myriad heaven divine saber. He also doesn't recognize Qin. Most of the divine sword races youths in the Sword Sun Great Hall have died. You are? Divine Sky Race sent you to fight? Viper Sword person saw Qin and asked in cold voice. No, I am here to send you on your way. Qin's light transformation Sacred Pupil and Transcending Void Step are extremely fast. Just as he finished speaking, he already appeared in front of Viper Sword person. Hoo! After Qin arrived, he released super gravity and shook Viper Sword person. Then, he slashed down with his saber. Flames surged like a monstrous wave and directly killed Viper Sword person. Shen Changhao and others just ran out of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's main hall and saw Viper Sword person turn into flames and fall to the ground. After Qin killed Viper Sword person, he hastily used Transcending Void Step and in the blink of an eye, returned to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's entrance. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace's barrier has also been fully activated. The entire Divine Palace is surrounded by dense myriad realms divine sun power. It can be seen that this Nine-Yang Divine Palace is supported by the myriad realms divine Sunday. With the support of the myriad realms divine sun, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's barrier has an unending stream of powerful energy. It will not be easy to break through. If the Nine-Yang Divine Palace still had a killing formation to attack, even the battleships of those strong races might not be able to withstand it. In these 10 years, with our divine heaven race here, they might be a bit afraid. But after 10 years, we will leave the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and you will be in danger. Shen Changhao said. 10 years? Every year, the Divine Desolate changes greatly. No one knows what will happen after 10 years. Especially now, the Myriad Realms Divine Sun is in a very active state. We will have more opportunities to become stronger faster. Qin said. What Qin said is not false. Because currently, the Divine Desolate is changing more and more. Even those strong races have discovered that more and more powerful creatures have appeared in the Divine Desolate. Not only beasts, they have even encountered powerful humans from unknown races. Nine-Yang Divine Palace, it is not that we are afraid of you but we have more important things to do. When we return, it will be the day the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is destroyed. An ice-cold hoarse voice came from outside, accompanied by a very powerful aura, accompanied by a gale that enveloped the entire Nine-Yang Divine Palace. This is clearly the voice of a duke, it is the Divine Sword Race's duke. His ice-cold voice is accompanied by an angry sword aura. The gale formed is like countless translucent swords, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they charged towards the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace let out a slight tremble. The powerful barrier blocked the countless translucent sword energy. The day you attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is the day you die. Qin's voice is filled with imposing aura as it spread out from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Then let's wait and see. Divine Sword Race's fiery red giant ship also flew away at this moment, flying high into the sky. Soon after, the Divine Star Race's stars and the Primal Chaos Race's ships all flew into the sky. After the three great races left, Xianxia and the others let out a long sigh of relief. This was especially true for the Grand Inquisitor. If a fight broke out here, it would be a huge headache for him. Do they really have something urgent to do? The Sword Hall Elder asked doubtfully. With their strength, they shouldn't be scared away. Xianxia said, they really do have something important to do. All the powerful races have sent dukes. Only you don't know what they are going to do. The Dragon Palace Elder hurriedly said, then tell us. This is our secret. We can't tell anyone. Xianxia was tight-lipped. Xianyan looked at the nameless old man. The nameless old man quickly shook his head and said, I don't know anything. Those powerful ancient races also had important matters to attend to, but they couldn't leak this matter. Shenruoming said, if you knew about this, it would definitely be even more chaotic, so they definitely wouldn't say anything. I will have a way to find out. Qin smiled indifferently. Soon after, Qin, Pill God, Medicine God, Xia Wufeng and the others began chatting. Suddenly, Divine Judge asked to speak with Qin alone. Qin agreed. After all, this Divine Judge is a very good person. He took good care of Xia Wufeng and Xian Rujing in Myriad Realms' Divine Court. Moreover, Qin wants to ask the Divine Judge about some secret matters. Qin arrived at Heavenly Palace Hall with the Divine Judge and entered an elegant small hall. Divine Judge, if you want me to hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal, it is impossible. Qin sat down and said with smile. Although the Divine Judge is a very dignified old man, in front of Qin Yun, he doesn't put on any airs. He said with bright smile, of course it is impossible. I am not stupid enough to ask you this kind of request in your territory. My Divine King Heavenly Seal has great influence on God positions. Poison God, Grass God, Rain God, and the others were all taken back by me. Qin said. Qin did not say that he killed them, he only said that he took back their God positions. However, the Divine Judge knows that most of Thunder God's subordinates have already been killed by Qin. Thunder God still has half of his avatar in Myriad Realms' Divine Court. I will bring him back as soon as possible and let you take back his God position. But I have a request, after I find a suitable candidate, I hope you can pass on the God position. The God position is in Qin's hands, only he can pass on the God position. This? Qin's expression is filled with hesitation, he did not agree. The order that Myriad Realms' Divine Son gave me is to protect the Myriad Realms' Divine Court, to let the Myriad Realms' Divine Court maintain the order of Divine Wasteland, so that Divine Wasteland can grow in an orderly manner. The Divine Chief said, and the Myriad Realms' Divine Court needs these deity positions. Qin said, Divine King Heavenly Seal is in my hands but its power has not been taken back by Myriad Realms' Divine Son, what does this mean? Palace King, you used to be the God King but now is the present. Myriad Realms' Divine Court has new rules, it will not follow the old rules. This is also the will of Myriad Realms' Divine Son. Divine Judge said. Qin took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, I can agree to pass on the God position but I can't pass it on for free. Divine Judge said with smile, don't worry, we can discuss the conditions. Myriad Realms' Divine Son will regularly send me a certain amount of resources, maybe it is to satisfy my conditions. Divine Judge, what is the current situation of Myriad Realms' Divine Son? I really don't understand. Qin asked. Myriad Realms' Divine Son is formed by itself, at the same time there is also a group of people secretly helping and protecting it, only then can Myriad Realms' Divine Son be born smoothly. I don't know what kind of existence that group of people are, I only know that they are very powerful and they can't even descend into Myriad Realms' Divine Desolate. Divine Judge's expression became somewhat solemn. There are people inside Myriad Realms' Divine Son? Qin said with frown. Maybe. Divine Judge said, in short, we can only make groundless accusations. There is one more thing, I hope Divine Judge will pay more attention to it. Qin said in low voice, is Love God also in Myriad Realms' Divine Court? Speaking of Love God, Divine Judge's expression slightly changed, he said, that woman is indeed still in Myriad Realms' Divine Court. Palace King, you want to touch her? Everyone knows that Love God is only an avatar, her true body is Heavenly Mother, she also obtained Primal Chaos Race's bloodline inheritance. She is in cahoots with Thunder God. Yes, she is my enemy, I want to kill her. Divine Judge, don't stop me, this guy's heart is not righteous, he is not worthy of a god position. Xianxia said. I won't stop you, but if you want to touch her, I am afraid it won't be that easy. The divine chief looked at Xianxia and said, when you attack her, you must be very careful, love god is not easy to deal with. Oh? Why didn't you stop me? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Because I also want her god position to be stripped. Divine Judge said, love god is very rampant in Myriad Realm's divine court, I can't suppress her. Xianxia slightly inhaled and said, even you can't suppress her, could it be that her backer is very strong? Her backer is Myriad Realm's divine son, she has a weapon bestowed by Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. As for why Myriad Realm's divine son wants to do this, I don't know. Divine Judge said. Why would Myriad Realm's divine son want to do this? Xianxia's face is filled with doubt, he pondered. I have a guess, Myriad Realm's divine son wants to use her to suppress you. It's very difficult to take back the God King Heavenly Seal in your hands. Maybe the Myriad Realm's divine son wants to use her to take away your God King Heavenly Seal, the divine chief said. In short, she has great power in the Myriad Realm's divine court. Xianxia suddenly said with smile, maybe she wants to suppress you? Divine Judge also said with smile, maybe. Divine Judge, do you have a way to let me communicate with Myriad Realm's divine son? Xianxia has always wanted to communicate with Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. After I return, I will give it a try. Divine Judge said, logically speaking, your 9-yang divine palace is connected to Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. You can completely communicate with Myriad Realm's divine son yourself. Xianxia shook his head and said, I can't do it. Little Palace Spirit's connection with Myriad Realm's divine son is also very strange, it can't help him build a bridge. Oh right, you are very curious about what important matter those powerful ancient races want to do. Divine Star Race, Divine Sword Race and Primal Chaos Race, their duke suddenly left just now because of that matter. Divine Judge said with mysterious smile, those powerful ancient races want to establish a separate region in Divine Desolate. I will prevent this from happening, what did they go to do? Xianxia is indeed curious because even the nameless old man hid this matter from him. This is the information I obtained from Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. Something called Blue Heavenly Cosmos will appear in the sky. There is something inside that blue heavenly cosmos, as for what it is, I don't know either. Divine Judge said, it might be the inheritance from beyond the heavens. Inheritance from beyond the heavens? Xianxia and Yunlong saw the blue square object appear through the imperial heaven diagram. Although this is the heavens, there is still beyond the heavens. Divine Judge said, in short, the things inside the blue heavenly cosmos must not be monopolized by the powerful ancient races. Ancient races already had a very strong power. If they obtained the inheritance from beyond the heavens, they would definitely become even stronger. At that time, they would truly be able to do whatever they wanted in Divine Desolate. Xianxia quickly calculated in his heart. Yunlong might know more about the blue heavenly cosmos. Divine Judge, then go and investigate the matter of the blue heavenly cosmos. We need to act as soon as possible. Xianxia said. I'll go back now and bring Thunder God's clone here. Divine Judge nodded. Xianxia sent Divine Judge out of the heavenly palace and promptly returned to the secret room. He took out the imperial heaven diagram. Inside the imperial heaven diagram, the blue square object became even brighter. This square object looks as big as the small Myriad Realm's divine Sunday. Could it be that there is a very large space inside? Xianxia said with a frown, I have to ask Yunlong. Xianxia contacted Yunlong through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal can contact the Heavenly Dao Pawnshop's manager. This made Xianxia secretly feel that the Heavenly Dao Pawnshop and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace back then have a very close relationship. Yunlong did not arrive immediately. Xianxia needed to wait patiently. Xianxia went out to find Yu Tian and told her about Blue Sky Universe. Big Brother Yun, I feel that the Heaven Creating God Palace might know something. I will go back with the people of the Heaven Creating God Palace right now. As the Palace Master, I will definitely know a lot of things. Yu Tian said. The reason why Yu Tian did this was to help Qin Yun understand the matter of Blue Sky Universe. That was because Qin Yun was definitely going to enter Blue Sky Universe's interior. It would definitely be of great help to understand more beforehand. Alright, I am more at ease with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yun said, when Xiaoxi comes to find me, I will let her go to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to find you. Yu Tian left the Heavenly Palace to find the people of the Heaven Creating Deity Palace. Qin Yun once again obtained the Divine Heaven Race's bloodline Divine Source. He is in a hurry to fuse with it so that his body can become stronger. I need to open up the basic profound God Dao veins as soon as possible. Qin Yun entered the secret room and fused with the bloodline Divine Source. This time, the bloodline God Source successfully fused with his physical body, causing his physical body to become stronger quickly. Because he had already cultivated the purple blood, after fusing with the bloodline God Source, the improvement was not as obvious as before, but there was still some improvement. After that, Qin Yun immediately began to open up the Xian God Dao Meridian. There were 9 basic profound God Dao Meridians. After opening them, only the Heavenly Dao was left. It would definitely be extremely difficult to open up the profound God Dao veins of the Heavenly Dao. Now, he could only take it one step at a time. The 7th mystical God Dao Meridian was opened through the Heavenly Lion Dao image, which allowed him to use the Heavenly Lion Dao image's power better. Qin Yun gave it a try and discovered that the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion he summoned is even stronger. Furthermore, the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion was not black in color. Instead, it had turned fiery red, and its entire body was filled with the divine power of the myriad realms. Divine Sunday, Xiaoming, you have changed a lot. Qin Yun said in amazement. In the Netherworld realm, I can also absorb the divine power of the myriad realms. Divine Sun. Not only me, the entire 9 Nether realm has changed a lot. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion said. Qin Yun nodded. He had previously entrusted the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion to contact the Netherworld Great Emperor in the 9 Netherworld realm, but he failed to contact him. After summoning the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, Qin Yun immediately went to find Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng was still in the Ninyang Divine Palace. It was Qin Yun who asked him to stay for a period of time to help guide the Sword Hall sword cultivators. It was very rare for a sword god of the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds to give him pointers. It is only because Qin Yun has the face to invite Xia Wufeng. Otherwise, with Xia Wufeng's character, it would be very difficult to invite him. In addition, the Pill God and the Medicine God also temporarily stayed in the Ninyang Divine Palace to help concoct pills. The Divine Palace of Ninyang had 9 halls, namely the Sky Hall, Dragon Hall, Beast Hall, Fire Hall, Thunder Hall, Sword Hall, Pill Hall, Rune Hall, and Soul Hall. Now, only the Dragon Hall and the Sword Hall had more people. They also had 2 elders with passable strength. They were the Dragon Hall Elder and the Sword Hall Elder. The Beast Hall Elder had died in vain. The Beast Hall mainly consisted of beasts. For example, the Mother Bear and the Old Yellow Snake were both from the Beast Hall. However, there were not many of them. The Pill Hall has already withered, there is no Pill Master overseeing it. The Soul Hall mainly consists of all kinds of spirit bodies. Now, there is only the Little Palace Spirit. As for the Inscription Hall, it is in charge of inscription, tool refining, talisman crafting and formation setting. Now, there are only a few old inscription masters. The Thunder Hall and Fire Hall are empty. Even the Dragon Hall has declined greatly. Because the Dragon Hall originally didn't even have a single dragon. It was only after the 9 Sun Royal family's Imperial Dragon clan joined that things started to improve. This is also the reason why the Ninyang Divine Palace recruited people from the 9 Sun Royal family. Of course, now that Qin Yun has returned, with him overseeing things, they can indeed improve a lot. When the Divine Inscription Mountain arrives, the Ninyang Divine Palace will become even more lively. Qin Yun arrived at the Sword Hall and saw Xia Wufeng passing on his Sword Dao experience. Many Sword Hall disciples are patiently listening. Even the elders of the Sword Hall were taking notes. Shen Ruoming, Shen Changhao and other Divine Heaven Clan sword cultivators are also listening very earnestly. Qin Yun is listening from the side. In his heart, he is secretly amazed at Xia Wufeng's Sword Dao attainment, it is indeed very profound. Xia Wufeng's current cultivation is only slightly low. If he could reach Sacred God Realm, he would definitely become a very strong sword cultivator. He is much more powerful than Sword God back then. Qin Yan sighed in his heart. After waiting for more than an hour, Xia Wufeng also stopped and let the disciples exchange pointers. Boss Xia, with your guidance, the sword hall will rise very quickly. Qin Yan saw Xia Wufeng walk over and said with smile. Everyone is secretly startled. They know that Xia Wufeng stayed behind because of Palace King Qin Yan's face. They just didn't expect that this one-armed sword god is actually the Palace King's big brother. Their relationship is very good, it is clear that they have known each other for a long time. Xia Wufeng faintly smiled and then followed Qin Yan to the Heavenly Palace. Brother Yun, this is for you. Xia Wufeng took out a pearl and handed it over to Qin Yan. This is Bloodline Divine Origin. What race is Bloodline Divine Origin? Qin Yan said in shock. It's Nine Nether race. I am a member of the Nine Nether race. I came into contact with them in the Nine Nether realm. Xia Wufeng faintly smiled. Qin Yan knows that the Netherworld Great Emperor wants to nurture Xia Wufeng into the new Nine Nether Overlord. He also learned about the Nine Nether race from the nameless old man, but he never met them before. He did not expect that the Nine Nether race would send people to witness the birth of the divine sword, and Xia Wufeng is their representative. Many thanks. Qin Yan very much needs Bloodline Divine Origin. We have been brothers for so many years, no need to be so polite. Xia Wufeng laughed heartily. Oh, that's right, how are second brother Murong, third brother Hua and the others? Qin Yan asked. They are in Nether sect, they will come here after a period of time. Also your disciple Su Xiaoba will also come. Xia Wufeng said with smile. That guy Xiaoba has always been with them? Qin Yan cannot help but laugh. This Su Xiaoba has given himself a very awesome name, he is called Su Wudi Badian. There is also Hong Yan, do you remember him? This guy is an expert in using fire, your fire hall is lacking people, you can consider him. Xia Wufeng said. Of course I remember him, he is second brother Morong's best friend. Qin Yan said with smile. He cannot help but think of Hong Mengshu. Hong Mengshu is also Xiao Yuemei's favorite little sister. She is now in Guanghan Palace, she has a pair of ponytails, she is a delicate and exquisite beauty. Xia Wufeng said, Old boy Yun, do you remember the Jian family from back then? Qin Yan said with smile, of course I remember, Jian Ruyan, Jian Linglong, they are both in Guanghan Palace. Jian family also has many of my friends, Jian Meng, Jian Shitian. There is also that bastard Jian Nanhu. They are all in Heaven's Divine Desolate, your sword hall is lacking. People, you can let them come. I can let the entire Jian family join your sword hall. Xia Wufeng said. Alright, you are very welcome. Qin Yan promptly said. Jian family can come to Heaven's Divine Desolate, they must have great ability. Alright, I will contact them. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, you are very familiar with them, you can rest assured and let them stay in Ninyang Divine Palace. Boss Xia, are Bao Chongshou, Chu Binyu and the other old seniors still there? Qin Yan asked. They have always been in Nether sect. In short, you had a good relationship with them back then, I know them very well, so I invited them to join Nether sect. Xia Wufeng said. What about foster father? He is the Nine Nether Overlord, now that he has passed on his position to you, is he working hard for Heavenly Law Pawnshop all day long? Qin Yan asked. Qin Yan feels very regretful that Netherworld Great Emperor sold him out just like that. This is foster father's own choice. Xia Wufeng is also in the same mood as Qin Yan. He sighed and said, he seems to be very happy, but I don't know if he regrets this matter or not. Boss Xia, do you know about the Blue Sky Universe? Qin Yan suddenly recalled this matter. I only know that 9 Nether races experts did not go to observe the Divine Sword's birth, instead they rushed towards the Blue Sky Universe. I don't know anything else. Xia Wufeng said. Qin Yan said, there is an inheritance from beyond the heavens inside the Blue Sky Universe. Those powerful ancient races want to monopolize this inheritance. I suspect that the inheritance from beyond the heavens can allow ordinary people to become very strong. That is why the powerful ancient races are working together to seal this matter. I asked a friend from 9 Nether race before, He said that he signed a soul contract and cannot tell me about this matter. It seems like this matter is very important, it cannot be leaked out. Xia Wufeng's brows are creased. It is very likely that the upper echelons of the powerful ancient races are plotting something. Boss Xia, what do you think about this matter? Qin Yan asked. If it is an inheritance from beyond the heavens, then it should not belong to anyone in heaven's divine desolate. Everyone should fight for it with their own ability. If it is obtained by the powerful ancient races, their strength will increase by one step and they will forever rule over heaven's divine desolate. This is not a good thing. Xia Wufeng said. Qin Yan nodded and said, I also think so. I am currently using many channels to inquire about this matter. Once everything is clear, we will set off. All right. Xia Wufeng said with a smile, I will call foster father and see if he has time. Soon after, Qin Yan carved an even more profound sword totem on Xia Wufeng's origin sword. This time the sword totem is a god-level totem that Qin Yan modified himself. It is also a flowing Daoyan totem. And it is not that easy to use it. Even if Xia Wufeng obtained this kind of incomparably profound totem, he would not be able to unleash its power in a short period of time. Therefore, Qin Yan told Xia Wufeng to properly comprehend it and then pass it down. He is the sword god, passing down the sword Dao is also the sword god's responsibility. Xia Wufeng knows that the Daoyan sword totem Qin Yan gave him can allow him to reach a higher level on the path of sword Dao, so he immediately went to comprehend it. Qin Yan, on the other hand, went to fuse with the Nine Nether bloodline divine source. Being able to obtain the Nine Nether race's bloodline divine source is extremely unexpected to Qin Yan. He was just worrying about how to improve his body. Qin Yan has already opened the 7 profound divine Dao meridian, next is the 8th and 9th meridian. Now that he has obtained the bloodline divine source of the Nine Nether race, he quickly placed it into the Nether Sun to refine and fuse it. If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to open the 8th profound divine Dao meridian. Qin Yan's speed of refining the bloodline divine source is getting faster and faster. While refining and fusing, he unexpectedly discovered that the bloodline divine source of the Nine Nether race has a rather obvious effect on him. He thought that since he had fused with too many bloodline divine source and that he had that purple blood, his growth space was close to saturation. Now that he has fused with the bloodline divine source of the Nine Nether race, his improvement is quite great. It seems like just this bloodline divine source can help me smoothly open the 8th profound divine Dao meridian. Qin Yan previously estimated that he would need to fuse with 2 different races' bloodline divine source to improve his body and open the 8th profound divine Dao meridian. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, these are the basic divine profound Dao images. Opening the profound divine Dao meridian is relatively easy, the most difficult should be the heavenly Dao image. Qin Yan sighed, when the time comes, I will definitely be tormented. Next, I will wait for the divine moon race's bloodline divine source. If you fuse with the divine moon race's bloodline divine source, you will be able to open the 9th divine profound Dao image. If you can also obtain the bloodline divine source of the divine star race, Nether Sun race and divine sword race, then you should be able to open the 10th profound divine Dao meridian. Divine star race and Nether Sun race's bloodline divine source is indeed rather difficult to obtain, but no matter how difficult it is, he must obtain it. A few days later, Qin Yan smoothly fused and opened the 8th meridian through the divine dragon Dao image. Next is the Nether Sun Dao image's Dao meridian. Qin Yan can feel that his divine power is increasing very quickly. Now, even if he were to face the heavenly gods of the ancient races, he would be able to deal with them barehanded. Most of the heavenly god experts of the ancient races are earls. Shen Changhao is a saint god, a marquis. If Qin Yan did not rely on equipment, it would be rather difficult to defeat him. If he used equipment, he should be able to fight evenly. If Marquis Shi had known how powerful Qin Yan was and had prepared to risk his life ahead of time, Qin Yan would not have been able to finish him off so easily. I have opened all the divine profound Dao meridians, defeating the sacred gods of the ancient races is not a problem. Maybe it's a tie with the Duke. Qin Yan had yet to come into contact with the dukes of the powerful primordial races, so he temporarily did not know their approximate strength. His estimation of the strength of the dukes was based on the strength of the marquises. After Qin Yan came out, he learned that the divine chief judge has arrived. He asked the little temple spirit to teleport him to the living room where the Grand Inquisitor was. The Grand Inquisitor held a pagoda in his hand, within which was a clone of the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder is inside the tower. I don't know what method this guy used to divide the deity position into two parts. The God's judge said. The God of Thunder's doppelganger had lost its main body and had become sluggish. This was mainly because his main body had been completely annihilated by Qin Yun. Therefore, his avatar was severely affected. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and took back Lightning God's deity position. The Thunder God's godly position was a small hammer that flashed with lightning. It could also turn into a bead. Chief Divine Judge, have you investigated the matter with Blue Sky Universe? Qin Yun asked. No clue yet. I will continue to investigate. We don't even know where Blue Sky Universe is. Divine Judge said. Blue Sky Universe is in the sky above God Desolate. Divine Judge, you actually don't know? Qin Yun asked. Of course I know it's in the sky, but God Desolate is so big. Which region is it in the sky? Blue Sky Universe is not as big as Myriad Realms' Divine Sun. How can it be so easy to see? Divine Judge shook his head and said. Alright, then we will contact each other again. Qin Yun said. Remember our agreement, when I find a suitable person, you will pass the deity position to my people. Divine Judge said. Qin Yun said with smile, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill the agreement. Just as the Divine Judge was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and said with grave expression, you must pay attention to the love god. When I went back to see her, I felt that she is completely different, her strength has become even stronger. The smile on Qin Yun's face also disappeared, he slowly nodded his head. After the Divine Judge left, Qin Yun waited for more than half a day and Yun Long finally arrived. Yun Long arrived at the living room and hastily said, why are you still here? Head shopkeeper Yun Long, why do you say that? Qin Yun said with a smile, I am the Nine-Yang Palace King. If I don't stay here, where should I go? Of course I'm going to find Blue Sky Universe. Yun Long said anxiously, I'm still waiting for you to find Blue Sky Universe and inform me. Qin Yun was startled and said with a wry smile, I called you here because I want you to tell me where Blue Sky Universe is. I don't know where it is. If I knew, I would have told you long ago and brought you to cause a ruckus. Yun Long curled his lips and said, those ancient races clearly know but they are unwilling to tell me. Qin Yun sighed softly, looks like I have to personally take action. If you find it, remember to call me. Yun Long said. Wait, I'll find out where Blue Sky Universe is. You have to make a deal with me. Qin Yun said with a smile, you are a businessman, you should understand what I mean. Alright, I'll exchange some things for you when the time comes. Yun Long said with a look of disdain, you are truly a goose that plucks feathers. After Yun Long left, Qin Yun took out the soul-chasing talisman. It is to find Yuxi. He has to go find Yuxi and ask her. Because Yuxi said that she would go to the Divine Moon Clan to take a look. The Divine Moon Clan is a powerful ancient race, they definitely know where Blue Sky Universe is. Yuxi and the others might not know either. But this is a breakthrough. Qin Yun discovered that Yuxi is quite close to him through the soul-chasing talisman. Could it be that she is coming to find me? Qin Yun changed into a set of black clothes and flew in the sky at night to find Yuxi. Yuxi is indeed rushing to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun flew out of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace for more than 4 hours and met Yuxi on the road. Yuxi is also wearing a black tight suit and a black mask. Xiao Yun, why are you here? When Yuxi saw Qin Yun, she took off her mask. Her ice-cold and beautiful face is somewhat surprised as she said, where is Yu Tian? She went to the Heaven Creation God Palace and also became the Palace Master. Qin Yun said with a smile, she will soon become the new Heaven Creation Palace Master. Oh that's right, your Nine-Yang Emperor sword is also with her. Yuxi suddenly pulled Qin Yun's hand and flew in the sky with him. She said in low voice, Xiao Yun, I just returned from the Divine Moon Clan's ship. We obtained the Divine Moon Bloodline Divine Source. Is the Bloodline Divine Source in your hands? Qin Yun asked. Not in my hands, Sister Bingxing has it. Yuxi said, but she encountered a situation and can't leave the Divine Moon Clan's ship for the time being. What situation? She was left behind by the Divine Moon Clan? Qin Yun is suddenly very worried. No, Divine Moon Clan and Divine Yang Clan's ship met. Sister Bingxing said that she wanted to stay behind to help the Divine Moon Clan. Yushi said. Divine Yang Clan? Qin Yin has never heard of this powerful race before. He said, what about the Nether Sun Clan? Did the Divine Sun Clan and the Divine Moon Clan fight? Originally there were Nether Sun Clan and Heaven Sun Clan, but later they merged and became the Divine Yang Clan. They did not fight, instead they are discussing something. Sister Bingxing is worried that the Divine Moon Clan will be bullied by the Divine Yang Clan, so she came down. Yushi said. What about Sister Shuyan and Sister Rujing? Qin Yin said again, there is also Sister Xingshen, are they together? They are together. Sister Shuyan and Sister Bingxing are both 9 Sun Divine Maidens. If they stay behind, they can deter the Divine Yang Clan. Yushi tightly held Qin Yin's hand, apparently she is somewhat restless. Qin Yin suddenly pulled her back and made her stop. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Qin Yin floated in the air, hugged her in his bosom and asked softly, I can feel that you are afraid. I also don't know. Yushi also tightly hugged Qin Yin and let out a long sigh. Xiao Yun, I feel that something big is about to happen. Qin Yin looked at the sky, his brows are tightly knitted, and he said in deep voice, Blue Heavenly Universe. Outer Heaven's Inheritance. Hearing Qin Yin say these words, Yushi's delicate body suddenly trembled. Xiao Yun. You know? Yushi said in low voice. I only heard of it but I don't know where it is. Qin Yin said, Yu Tian also doesn't know. All the powerful ancient races want to enter the Blue Heavenly Universe because there are very powerful inheritances inside. Yushi said in low voice, obtaining those inheritances will allow one to obtain even more formidable power. I am worried. I am worried that the powerful ancient races will obtain those inheritances and then kill you. Qin Yin's identity is very special, Yushi and the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens all know about it. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen to me. Qin Yin faintly smiled, then tightly hugged Yushi, let's go find Sister Bingxing. Yushi's mission in the past was to protect Qin Yin. Now she feels that the person she wanted to protect is going to face powerful enemies, so she feels uneasy. At daybreak, Qin Yin and Yushi arrived above a mountain range. Above the mountain range, there are 2,000 to 3,000 meter long huge ships, they belong to Divine Moon Race and Divine Yang Race. Xiao Yun, wait outside. Divine Moon Race are all women, I can't take you in. Yushi said, I will let Sister Bingxing and the others come out. Oh that's right, the Divine Moon Race's bloodline divine origin is rather special, you can't fuse with it alone. And, I will wait for you below. Qin Yin landed on a mountain, took out the floating cloud pagoda and placed it on top of the mountain. Yushi promptly flew towards the Divine Moon Race's ship. The Divine Moon Race's ship is rather special, the bow and stern of the ship are curved, the ship's hull is golden, the whole ship looks like a curved moon. The Divine Yang Race's ship is square, the whole ship is flickering with dazzling light like the scorching sun. Qin Yin's floating cloud pagoda used to be a very powerful 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda. However, the pagoda had been worn down by the passage of time and experienced all kinds of destruction. The current 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda looked like a huge square pillar with potholes on the outside. However, the interior was still intact. Qin Yin could have a very safe refuge in the pagoda. Qin Yin was studying the imperial sky chart inside the floating cloud pagoda. He was very serious and very engrossed. Just as he was completely immersed in the imperial sky chart, there was a sudden boom and the floating cloud pagoda shook violently. Someone is attacking the pagoda? Qin Yin came to his senses and quickly went to the first level. He could easily see the situation outside. Sure enough, there were 2 people standing outside. Both of them were wearing golden white robes. Their robes were embroidered with many profound sun runes. Qin Yin was shocked when he saw those sun runes because he had never seen such sun runes before. Although they were only bright runes, they looked very profound and powerful. Are these people from the Divine Yang race? Qin Yin thought. The 2 people outside looked like young men. It was one of them who attacked the floating cloud pagoda. What's the matter? Qin Yin asked when he saw that they were about to continue attacking. He was only talking. He did not go out or open the door to let them see what was going on inside. So there are people inside. The young man with a wide forehead said in surprise. The material of this stone pagoda is formed from a divine object in the sun's core. Where did you get it? The other young man, who looked more calm, asked loudly. This is my pagoda. Qin said. It has been with me for many years. The material used in the floating cloud pagoda was indeed very mysterious and powerful. It also came from the sun. As for what material it was, Qin was not too sure because he could not clearly see what was inside the floating cloud pagoda. The calm young man said, I am from the divine young race. My name is Yang Zhencheng. This person beside me is my junior brother, Yang Xiaoquan. Qin had already guessed that these two people were from the divine young race, so he was not surprised. Oh. Qin replied casually. Before Yuxi and the others arrived, he didn't want to interact with people from the divine young race. He didn't know what kind of trash the divine young race was. The main reason was that these two people attacked the floating cloud pagoda just now, but they did not apologize. Therefore, Qin felt that these two people's character was not very good. We have already stated our names, what about you? Yang Xiaoquan shouted coldly, who are you, what clan are you from? What does who I am and where I come from have to do with you? Qin replied coldly. You. Yang Xiaoquan was furious. He wanted to continue attacking the tower but was stopped by Yang Zhencheng. Yang Zhencheng said, please come out. Let's talk face to face. Not coming out. Qin replied coldly. Yang Xiaoquan is a rather arrogant person. When he heard Qin's reply, he immediately became furious. He punched the floating cloud pagoda. The floating cloud pagoda trembled from the impact. Although it was not a big deal, it infuriated Qin. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Qin could feel the aura of divine power outside. Yang Xiaoquan's cultivation is not low, he is a heavenly god. The heavenly gods of the powerful ancient races are all very powerful existences. They can easily defeat the sacred gods of ordinary human race. However, in front of Qin, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Just like Shenruoming from before, he was a famous young genius among the powerful ancient races. However, in front of Qin, he was completely defeated. I will give you one chance. Quickly bow and apologize to my pagoda. Otherwise, I will treat you the same way you treated my pagoda. Qin's ice-cold voice came out. Who do you think you are? Yang Xiaoquan said with sneer, apologize to your pagoda? I can destroy your pagoda at any time. Your broken pagoda is just an antique in our eyes. We want to collect antiques, so we didn't destroy your pagoda. Brother, name your price, sell your pagoda to me. Yang Zhencheng also explained his purpose. Not selling. Qin became even more furious and said coldly, I will count to 5. If you don't apologize to my pagoda, then I won't be polite. Apologize? If you have the guts, come out. I will use my fist to apologize to you. How about it? Yang Xiaoquan laughed loudly. Qin ignored Yang Xiaoquan and used a deep and cold voice to count, 1, 2, 3. Qin was a more reasonable person. Moreover, the other party was from the divine young race, so he also gave the divine young race some face. Otherwise, he would have gone out and beaten Yang Xiaoquan up. Yang Xiaoquan disapproved and sneered, hurry up and come out, don't pretend inside. 5. After Qin finished counting, he suddenly rushed out of the floating cloud pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yang Xiaoquan. After Qin went out, a large number of tree vines suddenly surged out from the ground and turned into many tree claws, binding Yang Xiaoquan's hands and legs. At the same time, a powerful suffering divine power was transmitted through the tree claws into Yang Xiaoquan's body. Yang Xiaoquan immediately screamed, his expression filled with fear and pain. Feeling Qin's terrifying power, Yang Zhencheng, who was beside him, was so frightened that he didn't dare to attack. From his aura, he could see how powerful Qin was and how he could easily kill them. Qin didn't even look at Yang Zhencheng, who was beside him. He slowly reached out a hand, injected a large amount of power, and then pressed down on Yang Xiaoquan's shoulder. He placed his hand on Yang Xiaoquan's shoulder and forcefully pressed Yang Xiaoquan down. Yang Xiaoquan was forced to kneel. His body was bound by the tree claws formed by the tree vines, and he was in extreme pain. He had no choice but to kneel. Thump, Yang Xiaoquan's knees landed heavily on the ground, and then his forehead was smashed into the ground by Qin Yun, breaking a hard rock. Just like that, Yang Xiaoquan knelt and kowtowed in front of the floating cloud pagoda. He couldn't move at all, and he was also suffering the torture of the suffering divine power. Qin Yun glanced coldly at Yang Zhenchong and said, "My pagoda is not for sale. Get lost." A murderous aura enveloped Yang Zhenchong, scaring him into running away. Qin Yun snorted and returned to the floating cloud pagoda. Outside, Yang Xiaoquan was still kneeling there, wailing. Qin Yun returned to the floating cloud pagoda and continued to study his imperial heavenly painting. He was not afraid of angering the divine Yang race at all. He was not even afraid of the primal chaos race, the divine star race, and the divine sky race, so even if the divine Yang race joined in, it was nothing to him. Qin Yun was just studying the imperial heavenly painting, but he had just made some progress when he was interrupted, so he was in a hurry to continue studying. Not long after, Yang Zhenchong returned with a group of people. There were dozens of them. Qin Yun looked outside from the highest level of the floating cloud pagoda and saw that the dozens of people were not bad. He guessed that there were Saint God realm experts. He quickly opened many array formations. Even if the floating cloud pagoda was attacked, it would reduce the tremors. No matter how noisy it was outside, he would not go out before Yu Shi and the others arrived. Yang Xiaoquan was kneeling outside, his body wrapped in many tree vines and tree roots. They were all formed by runes. Qin Yun had condensed a powerful tree totem in an instant, and inside the tree totem, there were other runes that drilled into Yang Xiaoquan's body and even combined with his powerful mental power to enter Yang Xiaoquan's soul. Those tree vines were entangled with Yang Xiaoquan's body and soul. It was very difficult to get rid of them, and it would also cause Yang Xiaoquan to suffer. Qin Yun had given Yang Xiaoquan a chance just now, but Yang Xiaoquan did not know how to cherish it. Yang Zhenchong was outside and told the situation here to an old man. That elder was his master. The old man was long and thin, with an eagle nose and sharp eyebrows. He was dressed very well and had a very imposing manner. He had his hands behind his back and his expression was calm as he listened to Yang Zhenchong's narration. After the old man finished listening, he looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said in a clear voice, "This old man is Su Chuanqiu, Yang Xiaoquan's master. This stubborn disciple offended you, and it is also this old man's fault for not teaching him properly. Please forgive him." Qin Yun heard Su Chuanqiu's voice but did not respond. Instead, he continued to study the imperial heavenly painting. Su Chuanqiu frowned and looked at Yang Xiaoquan angrily. He scolded in a low voice, "Look at the trouble you have caused. Master, quickly save me. I am in so much pain." Yang Xiaoquan wailed. "Master can't save you. This is a very brilliant inscription battle technique. Even Master's father might not be able to help you escape." Su Chuanqiu could tell with a glance that these tree vines are very strange. Qin Yun's inscription technique has already reached the acme of perfection. He has grasped a large number of inscription spirits. Adding his 9 lives and 9 lives, his understanding of inscription is not something that anyone can compare to. Furthermore, he has grasped the heavenly eye, allowing him to use inscription with even greater proficiency. Su Chuanqiu naturally knew that Qin Yun did not respond on purpose to punish Yang Xiaoquan. "The fact that you are still alive is already a great fortune," Su Chuanqiu said again. "Master, then how can I escape now?" Yang Zhenchong is also very afraid because Qin Yun looks like a young man but his aura is like the might of heaven's wrath. "Wait for it to disperse by itself," Su Chuanqiu said. "Master, you are a marquis, how about you go to the Duke and take down this pagoda?" Yang Zhenchong looked at the floating cloud pagoda. "Shut up," Su Chuanqiu promptly shouted. At this time, a young, beautiful, tall and slender woman in red skirt flew over. Seeing this woman, Yang Zhenchong and the other youngsters are all dumbstruck. Su Chuanqiu promptly said, "You clan's heavenly daughter, you came at the right time. We have encountered a bit of trouble, please help us." The Yu clan's heavenly daughter's beautiful jade-like face is filled with shock. Seeing Yang Xiaoquan being entangled by tree vines and roots, she can't help but frown and said in low voice, "What a brilliant technique, who did this?" Su Chuanqiu looked at the floating cloud pagoda, shook his head and said, "This old man also doesn't know, I only know that my little disciple provoked an expert. The Yu clan's heavenly daughter looked at the floating cloud pagoda and also felt that this pagoda is very unusual. The Yu clan goddess seemed to have a very high status. Even Su Xianxia, a marquis elder, was very respectful to her. Seeing a beauty like the Yu clan goddess beside him, Xianxia had to endure the pain. He hated Xianxia even more for making him look so ugly in front of such a beauty. The Yu clan goddess was very beautiful, but Xiaoquan, Yang Zhencheng, and the other divine Yang race youths had seen a few of her level. However, the Yu clan goddess had an additional status. This kind of beauty with an extremely high status was above the common people. Furthermore, she had a kind of cold and aloof temperament that made men have a very strong desire to conquer her. This kind of inscription battle technique is very brilliant. It will take some time to unravel, the Yu clan goddess said after watching for a while. Really? The Yu clan goddess truly lives up to her reputation. She is indeed the most talented genius of the divine moon race. Su Xianxia said with a look of pleasant surprise. The Yu clan goddess smiled lightly and said, "This little girl also saw that the technique is very brilliant. That's why I wanted to see if I could unravel it." Yang Zhencheng and a group of divine Yang race youths were filled with admiration. Although they were the more talented geniuses of the divine Yang race, in front of this Yu clan goddess, they all felt inferior. Wait for the divine moon to come out at night. With the help of the divine moon's power, we will definitely be able to break these inscriptions. The Yu clan goddess took out some silver-white small array flags and began to place them near Yang Xiaoquan. Su Xianxia and the others also made a large area for the Yu clan goddess to display her skills. Yang Zhencheng stood behind Su Xianxia and asked in a low voice, "Master, I heard that there are only 4 Yu clan goddesses. Do you know which one they are? How did they become Yu clan goddesses?" The divine moon race originally had 3 Yu clan goddesses. Recently, there were 2 more. I have seen this Yu clan goddess before. It shouldn't be the last 2. Su Xianxia replied in a low voice. He also did not know which Yu clan goddess this was. The holy daughter of the Yu clan, who was setting up the formation, could hear the conversation between the master and disciple. She smiled and said, "There are 5 holy daughters of the Yu clan. They are Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, and Wu. I am Hua. It was snowing on the day I was born, so I was named Yu Hua Xue. Just thinking about the scenery of snow on the moon, it's beautiful. You really live up to your name." Yang Zhencheng quickly praised loudly. The other young men from the divine Yang race also praised Yu Hua Xue's name. Yu Hua Xue just smiled leisurely and continued to draw the patterns. Su Xianxia also knew what the men from the divine Yang race were thinking. He secretly despised them because Yu Hua Xue was not worthy of him. The Moon Clan's heavenly ladies are the beloved disciples of the divine Moon Clan's emperor. They are treated like their own daughters by the divine Moon Clan's emperor. Their status is comparable to the divine Moon Clan's 5 great dukes. Even the 10 grand dukes of the mystic Moon Clan are far inferior to the holy maiden. Su Xianxia said, pouring cold water on Yang Zhencheng's group. His status was comparable to that of a king. This made them feel despair. Not to mention a king, even the daughter of a grand duke was unattainable to them. Yu Hua Xue quickly smiled and said, "Marquis Su, you think too highly of me. Be it in terms of strength or contribution, I am far inferior to the Grand Dukes of the Divine Moon Clan." Su Xianxia smiled and said, "Holy Maiden, you are too humble. The Divine Moon Clan's the arch chooses disciples like daughters. Those who catch her I will naturally have a bright future. It is only a matter of time before they become kings." Su Xianxia only let the young disciples of the Divine Yang race know that the lady in front of them was someone they could only look up to. Yu Hua Xue just shook her head and smiled. She changed the topic and said, "I also felt that something was wrong here. That's why I came to take a look. This pagoda is really impressive. The materials used are all extremely rare and precious within the heavenly sun. The person in the pagoda must be an expert." Su Xianxia looked at the floating cloud pagoda. "That fellow seems to be only at the profound god realm." Yang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and said, "If he was really that impressive, he would not have hidden inside and refused to come out." "Profound god?" Yu Hua Xue frowned and said, "You are at the heavenly god realm." Yang Xiaoquan's face turned red. He felt extremely embarrassed and quickly said, "That fellow can only suppress me because he has mastered evil techniques. Otherwise, I would not have sealed him here." "You were in the wrong in the first place," Xianxia said in a low voice. "You attacked the pagoda for no reason. Not to mention the first time, but you still attacked the pagoda knowing that there is a master. This is your fault. That fellow was too arrogant first." Yang Xiaoquan still felt that he was at fault. Yu Huaxue looked at the sky and said softly, "The divine moon is coming out. When the divine moon comes out, I will be able to untie these tree vines." Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Yun was seriously studying the imperial sky diagram. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation outside. However, he did not take it to heart because he had made a great discovery in the imperial sky diagram. The imperial sky diagram could sense the blue sky, otherwise, the image of the blue sky would not have appeared on the imperial sky diagram. This imperial sky diagram is truly magical. There is a very strong perception inside. Can it sense everything in the world? Qin Yun had secretly tried it before and discovered that through the imperial sky diagram, he could absorb the divine power of the myriad realms' divine Sunday. The method of absorption was very strange. It was not directly absorbing the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun, but the interior of the imperial sky diagram, as if it could connect to the myriad realms' divine Sunday. In other words, if Qin Yun was in a completely sealed barrier and was unable to sense the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun, then through the imperial sky diagram, he could also absorb a large amount of divine power. Furthermore, the imperial sky diagram's special perception of the blue sky allowed Qin Yun to roughly sense a direction. As for where the blue sky was, he was not sure. He could only search for it through the direction of the imperial sky diagram. Once I fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin, I can set off. The inheritance from beyond the heavens cannot be obtained by only the powerful ancient races. Qin Yun put away the imperial sky diagram and looked at the divine moon in the sky. The powerful ancient races wanted to rule the entire divine desolate. If they obtained a powerful inheritance from beyond the heavens and became even more powerful, then it would be very difficult for the other races and creatures in the divine desolate to resist them. If the many powerful ancient races who possessed the inheritance from beyond the heavens started a war in the divine desolate, it would be a huge disaster for the entire divine desolate. Outside the floating cloud pagoda, Yang Xiaoquan knelt on the ground, his entire body in pain. Because there was a beauty beside him, he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain, not daring to shout. Yu Huaxue has already inserted the flag array and used the power of the blood spirit to draw many runes. After the divine moon came out, the moonlight shone down and was guided into the flag array. Qin Yun saw the runes drawn by Yu Huaxue inside the pagoda and said with a frown, "This moon clan's heavenly daughter actually has the moon lady inscription spirit. She is quite powerful." Xiao Yun, this bastard Yang Xiaoquan still doesn't know his wrongs but he is about to escape. Ling Yin'er said, "If you continue to suppress him, you will offend the beauties of the divine moon clan." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "So what if they are beauties of the divine moon clan? Can't I offend her? I'm not afraid of offending her. Not to mention the beauties of the divine moon clan, didn't I kill the guys from the primal chaos race, divine sword race and divine star race?" The former Nine Yan Palace king was beaten up by the children of the primal chaos race, causing him to be afraid for a long time. He obtained a bloodline that is even stronger than that of the powerful ancient races. Now, the aura of the palace king is even stronger. He is no longer afraid of any powerful ancient races. The tree roots and vines wrapped around Yang Xiaoquan's body suddenly loosened a lot. Yang Xiaoquan, Su Chuanqiu, and the others all revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, at this moment, a burst of golden light suddenly flashed from the floating cloud pagoda. The golden light turned into a net and directly enveloped Yang Xiaoquan's body. The net was formed by powerful sun runes. It was drawn in an instant using inscription battle technique using the Yang Emperor inscription spirit. The net enveloped Yang Xiaoquan's body and Yu Huaxue's flag array. Hu! Yu Huaxue's flag array immediately emitted intense flames. Heat waves surged, causing the surrounding people to cry out in anger. Yang Xiaoquan also let out a blood-curdling scream because the pain he was enduring was intensifying. The tree roots and vines wrapped around his body were all emitting flames. Complex flowing runes lingered on the surface. The sun runes were like thin flame electric threads that flowed on the tree roots and vines. As they flowed, they frantically absorbed the divine sun, divine power of heaven and earth to increase the power of the runes. This expanding sun rune, moreover, it is at the divine tier. The finesse is extremely high and the power of the blood soul is strong. This caused Yu Huashua's face to turn pale. How dare you destroy the Yu clan's goddess's flag array? A divine young race middle-aged man shouted angrily and was about to attack the floating cloud pagoda. The Yu clan's goddess's flag array is so precious. She used it to save my divine young race clansmen. Yet, you obstructed her from doing so. Not only are you the divine moon race's enemy, you are also the divine young race's enemy. A divine young race youth said angrily. Su Chuanqiu's ice-cold gaze immediately swept towards his two clansmen. At the same time, he also signaled the others to shut up. Yu Huashue looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said with a frown, "Did what this little girl did offend senior?" "You did indeed offend me." Qin Yan replied coldly. "My pagoda is like my friend. That bastard attacked the pagoda twice. I gave him a chance to apologize. Not only did he not apologize, he even spoke ill of me. Even now, he still doesn't know how to repent." Yu Huashue bit her lip because this was indeed her fault. She was saving someone else's enemy. Naturally, others had to stop her. "Friend, this old man has already apologized on behalf of my disciple," Su Chuanqiu hurriedly said. Qin Yan said mockingly, "Then can you take the punishment on his behalf? That fellow is not mute and is not dead. He can still speak. You, as his master, did not let him personally apologize to me. Instead, you apologized on his behalf. Isn't this condoning him? How about I kill him, and you stay alive for him? Beat them up together?" Beat Su Chuanqiu, the marquis of the divine young race, and Yu Huashue, the goddess of the Yu race. The divine young race youths outside the floating cloud pagoda were all furious because they had never seen such an arrogant person. Su Chuanqiu and Yu Huashue exchanged glances, frowned, and shook their heads. "Do you know the divine young race and the divine moon race? You ignorant and arrogant thing, come out if you have the guts." A divine young race youth shouted angrily. "Whether you are from the divine dog race or the divine cat race, as long as you provoke me, I will not give you any face." Qin Yan said coldly, "You say I am arrogant? The arrogant one is obviously that bastard kneeling outside. This pagoda is mine. I did not sell it to him, so he attacked my pagoda. I gave him a chance and he still did not apologize." Su Chuanqiu saw that the others were about to speak and shouted, "That's enough, we were indeed in the wrong first." Yu Huashue looked at Yang Xiaoquan and said in a low voice, "You are indeed in the wrong." Yang Xiaoquan was being blamed by a beauty and became even angrier. Coupled with the fact that he was being tortured, he shouted, "Bastard inside, come out if you have the guts. You are just a profound god, you only dare to spout nonsense inside. Ah Quan, that's enough. Quickly apologize to him." Su Chuanqiu said angrily. "Master, we are from the divine young race. That guy does not know the strength of the primordial races at all. The divine young race is one of the strongest races among the primordial races. With our overall strength, we can do whatever we want in the divine wilderness." Yang Xiaoquan said. Another middle-aged man from the divine young race said, "This pagoda is a good antique. Letting him sell it to us is already giving him face. Otherwise, we can just take it away and he can't do anything to us." Su Chuanqiu's face suddenly turned cold and full of majesty. He shouted angrily, "You bunch of arrogant fellows have never suffered a big loss before. Do you really think that in the divine wilderness, the primordial races are the strongest? Of course." Yang Xiaoquan said arrogantly, "The divine young race and the divine moon race have joined forces. What is there to be afraid of?" Yu Huashue shook her head and sighed. "This is where you are wrong. The primordial chaos race, divine sword race, divine star race, they are all strong enough, right? But you should have heard about what kind of losses they suffered in the previous period of time. Also, do you think the divine sky clan is stronger than the divine sky clan?" Yang Xiaoquan and the others immediately fell silent. On the day of the birth of the myriad heaven's divine sword, those powerful clans suffered heavy losses. In particular, the deaths of Marquis Xi and his son were the most unbelievable to them. It wasn't just Marquis Xi. Many other marquises, viscounts, and barons had been beaten to death on the spot. Yu Huaxue continued, you should all be familiar with Shen Ruoming, right? Even I might not be able to defeat Shen Ruoming, but he suffered a crushing defeat. Marquis Chang Hao of the Divine Sky Clan was scolded as a watchdog by the Nanyang Palace King in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to say anything. Marquis Xi was a bit stronger than me, but he watched as his son was beaten to death in front of everyone, and he himself was killed in the end. Su Chenqiu sighed. Yang Xiaoquan was still very angry. He endured the pain and shouted, only that Nanyang Palace King is more powerful. However, it is impossible for there to be so many people like Nanyang Palace King in the Divine Desolate. The bastard hiding in the pagoda is definitely not that Nanyang Palace King. Why should we be polite to him? Quan, if you don't want to continue suffering, then quickly apologize to him. You must be sincere. Su Chenqiu said sternly. Qin Yin can now see through the hearts of these powerful race youths. Because in their eyes, the people of the Divine Desolate can be bullied and humiliated by them. In this way, he is even more determined to seize the inheritance from beyond the heavens. If the inheritance from beyond the heavens was controlled by the powerful ancient races, the people of the Divine Desolate would not be able to resist them and would only become slaves in the future. Although Su Chenqiu and Yu Huaxue are relatively open-minded, there are many people like Yang Xiaoquan among the powerful ancient races. Once this kind of person controls a powerful ancient race, the consequences can be imagined. Qin Yin does not completely trust the powerful ancient races. At this moment, he also understood the heavy responsibility of the divine judge and why he was so vigilant against the powerful ancient races. It's too late to apologize now. Qin Yin said coldly, this person doesn't know how to repent. However, seeing that you, Su Chenqiu, are a decent master, I will spare his life. Yang Xiaoquan said angrily, bastard, you dare to touch me? My divine young race's ship is in the sky and there is a duke inside. If the duke makes a move, he will definitely tear you to pieces. If you have the guts, come out and see how we get rid of you, idiot. Qin Yin suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yang Xiaoquan. Yang Xiaoquan knelt on the ground. He suddenly felt Qin Yin's terrifying might and his heart is filled with extreme fear. Boom, Qin Yin flew up and kicked Yang Xiaoquan's body, a burst of powerful Shan God power erupted. Yang Xiaoquan's entire body was wrapped up by the tree vines, unable to move and unable to dodge. After being kicked like this, the life crystal in his body suddenly exploded and broke through his abdomen. I'm out, what can you do? Qin Yin put his hands behind his back, his eyes were filled with power and his appearance was imposing as he looked at the people around him. Yang Xiaoquan's cultivation was crippled by Qin Yin's kick. At this moment, he vomited blood and screamed miserably. I said that I would spare his life because of you. If you want to take revenge for him, then come. Qin Yin looked at Su Chenqiu and said coldly. Su Chenqiu was a marquis, he naturally knew how terrifying that Shan God power was. Of course, with his cultivation, he would not be afraid of someone with Shan God cultivation. However, he could see that the person in front of him was not simple. That kind of aura was not something that a Shan God could have. Humph. Qin Yin saw that Su Chenqiu and the others did not speak, so he snorted and returned to the floating cloud pagoda. Yang Xiaoquan cried because he was crippled, everyone had already seen the price of attacking the floating cloud pagoda, so they did not dare to speak anymore. Su Chenqiu and Yu Huaxue were here, but that person still dared to attack. He must have something to rely on. Master, don't tell me we are just going to let it go? A young man said in a low voice, that guy is so arrogant. Even if we were in the wrong, we are still the Divine Yang clan. Why didn't you fight back just now? If we fight back, we will all die. Do you believe it? Su Chenqiu looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said. The young man's face was full of disbelief because his master was a saint god, and the person in the pagoda was only a Shan god. Our duke is here, and the Divine Moon clan is also here. Do we still have to be afraid of him? If we fight and cause a huge commotion, the dukes of our two clans will definitely intervene. The young man said. If we really fight, we might die before our duke arrives. Su Chenqiu sighed. My intuition tells me that this guy is very dangerous, very dangerous. At that moment, Yu Shi, who was wearing a black tight-fitting outfit and a mask, suddenly flew over. The appearance of a masked person made Su Xianxia and the others extremely vigilant. Big Sister Shi. Yu Huaxue knew that Yu Shi had arrived, so she hurriedly called out to Su Xianxia and the others so that they would not be too nervous. The group of Divine Yang clan people immediately revealed looks of shock and fear. Could she be one of the 9 Sun Divine Ladies, Yu Shi? Su Qianqiu said with a look of shock. Divine Yang clan, you don't have to be afraid of me. Yu Shi said. That's right, what are you all doing here? Goddess Supreme Venerable, there is a very arrogant guy in the pagoda who crippled our people. You are the 9 Sun Divine Lady, you are very powerful and can be considered one of the supremes that our Divine Yang clan worships. You have to help us. Yang Zhenchong hurriedly said. Although they did not see Yu Shi's appearance, they knew that she was definitely very beautiful. Yu Shi looked at Yu Huaxue and said in a low voice, Sister Shui, what is going on? Tell me. Yu Huaxue also told Yu Shi what had happened. Qin Yin knew that Yu Shi had arrived and had originally planned to go out. However, he found out that Yu Shi was actually some supremes that the Divine Yang clan worshipped. Supremes, what the hell is this? Qin Yin was astonished. The 9 Sun Divine Lady has this kind of status? After Yu Shi finished listening, she sighed. Fortunately, you did not attack, otherwise you would all be dead. Goddess Supreme Venerable, what is there to be afraid of? Someone said unconvinced. Yu Shi shouted towards the floating cloud pagoda, 9 Sun Palace King, give me some face and let this matter pass. If not for giving you face, this matter would have been over long ago. Qin Yin replied. This was indeed the case, otherwise he would have already killed Yang Xiaoquan and the others. Su Chuanxiu, Yu Huaxue and the others' faces were immediately filled with shock, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The person inside the pagoda was the 9 Sun Palace King. The 9 Sun Palace King who caused the Divine Star race, Divine Sword race and Primal Chaos race to suffer a great loss was actually here. Su Chuanxiu and the others suddenly felt as if they had escaped a calamity. Marquis Su, how about this, you give the 9 Sun Palace King a bloodline divine source and ask him to let your disciple go. Otherwise, your disciple will still be tortured for a period of time. Yu Shi said again. Give it to him, master, quickly give it to him. Yang Xiaoquan was scared to death. He is now much more clear-headed because someone who dared to kill Marquis Shi would definitely dare to kill them. Su Chuanqiu also had a bloodline divine source in his hands because if they met someone with a good foundation in the Divine Desolate, they would pass on a bloodline divine source and then rope that person into the Divine Yang clan. Su Chuanqiu promptly took out a bloodline divine source and handed it over to Yu Shi. After Yu Shi received it, she shouted, Palace King, the bloodline divine source is in my hands, can you let him go now? Under Qin Yan's control, the tree vines binding Yang Xiaoquan were finally released. Yang Xiaoquan also fainted at this moment. It is good that he is still alive. Although he has been crippled, he can still cultivate again. For people who are afraid of death, living is the best. Little sister Huaxue, you should go back first. Yu Shi said. Sister Shi, do you know the 9 Sun Palace King? Yu Huaxue asked in low voice. I know him, what's wrong? Yu Shi said. Can you take me to see him? His inscription technique is very brilliant, I want to ask for guidance. Yu Hua requested in low voice. Qin Yin directly and mercilessly rejected Yu Huaxue. This made the group of Divine Yang clan youths outside boil with jealousy. That was the Yu clan's heavenly daughter, the disciple of the Divine Moon clan's emperor. She was like the Divine Moon clan's emperor's own daughter and could be said to be the Divine Moon clan's princess. With such an extraordinary status, even if she did not look good, she should not have rejected her because of her status. Yu Huaxue also suffered a blow. She secretly blamed herself for being too rash. When she saw that the runes that imprisoned and sealed Yang Xiaoquan were very profound, she wanted to crack it. That was why she left a bad impression on Qin Yun. Yu Shi pulled Yu Huaxue and said, Let's go, big sister will bring you in. I will let him guide you. I am very familiar with him. When Yu Shi arrived, everyone was surprised that she knew the 9 Yang Palace King. It seemed that their relationship was not bad. Hearing her say that she was familiar with Qin Yun, this immediately made people's imaginations roam. That was the nine-yang goddess. Her status was slightly higher than Yushi's. Can I really? Yu Huaxue was surprised and whispered. Yushi had already pulled Yu Huaxue into the floating cloud pagoda. She entered very easily. Qin Yun rejected Yu Huaxue because he wanted her to leave quickly so that he could talk to Yushi alone. After Su Chuanqiu bid farewell to Qin Yun, he also left with his group. People like Yang Zhenchong and the others felt an indescribable depression in their hearts. Not only did they encounter a very powerful nine-yang palace king, even the two beauties, Yu Shi and Yu Huaxue, were together with the nine-yang palace king. This made them feel uncomfortable, as if a good dish had been eaten by a pig. The first floor of the floating cloud pagoda was a hall with tables and chairs. Yu Huaxue stood there, waiting for Qin Yun to appear. After Qin Yun appeared, she quickly stepped forward and bowed her head slightly. Nine-yang palace king, this little girl has offended you before, please forgive me. Yushi took off her mask and looked at Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, Huaxue is my little sister, so she is also your little sister. How can you say that you are not familiar with her? Qin Yun shook his head with a smile and said to Yu Huaxue, next time, before you do something, you must first understand the situation clearly. Otherwise, you will be tricked by others without even knowing. Yu Huaxue quickly nodded with a sweet smile. Palace King, Huaxue will remember your teachings. Hurry up and call him Big Brother Yun. Yushi laughed. Big Brother Yun. Yu Huaxue is also very curious about the relationship between Qin Yun and Yushi. Because Yushi said that her little sister was Qin Yun's little sister. Generally, only that layer of relationship would be like this. Yushi handed over the Divine Sun Bloodline Divine Source to Qin Yun and said, here, this is the Divine Sun race's bloodline Divine Source, it is a very good kind. Qin Yun received it and was secretly delighted. His harvest this time was not bad, he had obtained the Divine Yang race bloodline Divine Origin. He had been thinking about how he could get his hands on the Divine Sun bloodline Divine Source. He had not expected to obtain it now. Now, only the Divine Star race and the Divine Sword race were left. You should first integrate with the God Source of the God Sun bloodline, and then go and integrate with the God Source of the God Moon bloodline. Yushi said again. Ah. Yu Huaxue said in surprise, Sister Shi, our Divine Moon race's bloodline Divine Source cannot be used by men. Qin Yun frowned and said, really? What will happen if a man uses it? Yushi is also somewhat doubtful and asked, through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Yu Huaxue quickly shook her head and said, no, through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, it is also impossible to pass the Divine Moon bloodline to a man. If a man uses it, he will become a woman. There is such a thing. Qin Yun was startled, he cried out in alarm and said, really? It's true. And through the Divine Moon bloodline Divine Source, if a man becomes a woman, he won't be able to live for long. There have been such examples in the past, a man stole our bloodline Divine Source and immediately became a woman after fusing with it. Yu Huaxue said with a worried expression, you must not act recklessly. Qin Yun looked at Yushi and said, fortunately you haven't given it to me, otherwise I would already be a woman. Yu Huaxue giggled and said, Palace King, if you become a woman, you will definitely not have it. Is there any other way to let a man use the Divine Moon bloodline Divine Source? Qin Yun asked, I really need the bloodline Divine Source of a strong race. Yu Huaxue gently shook her head, then gracefully sat down on a chair and said, our Divine Moon clan is different from the other powerful ancient races. Our Divine Moon clan are all women. We mainly increase our numbers through two methods. One is through the moonstone. In our clan, there is a special kind of small stone. That small stone absorbs moon divine power. When it reaches a certain condition, it will gradually become bigger. Then the stone will explode and a young girl will be born. The other method is to select outstanding ordinary human women and pass the Divine Moon bloodline Divine Source to them, allowing them to obtain the Divine Moon bloodline. And I came out from the stone. Yushi said, I heard the Duchess talk about your Divine Moon clan before. The bloodline Divine Source was also given by her, but she never said that men are not allowed to use it. The powerful ancient races are really strange, they even have this kind of operation. Qin Yun said in surprise. I heard that you already have purple blood, Hall King. Why do you still need to merge with the bloodline of a powerful race? Asked Yu Huaxue. I have a way to fuse the bloodlines of many different races to strengthen my body. Qin Yan looked at the golden pearl in his hand. That was the divine Yang race's bloodline divine origin. Then don't try to merge with the divine moon bloodline and divine source. If you become a woman, you won't be able to change back. Yu Huaxue warned. It doesn't matter, Yuelan also likes women. Yushi couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yan rolled his eyes at Yushi and said with a sigh, I can only give up the idea of fusing with the divine moon bloodline. Yushi asked, Huaxue, even if you cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's third layer with him, is it still not possible? Of course, Yu Huaxue knew what it meant to cultivate the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, so her jade face suddenly blushed. Although she was born from a stone, she was no different from a normal woman. No. Yu Huaxue shook her head. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are there any clues to the blue sky universe? Qin Yan asked. Yushi looked at Yu Huaxue. Yu Huaxue was the disciple of the Divine Moon Clan's great emperor. She definitely knew about the blue sky universe. This matter. I have signed a soul contract, I can't leak it out. Yu Huaxue sighed and said, Brother Yun, it's not that I don't want to tell you but I have my own difficulties and can't leak it out. Qin Yan took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. This spirit creation heavenly cauldron could refine the soul power of the soul contract. I can help you remove the contract but, this will make you break your promise to your master. Qin Yan said, since you are Xiaoxi's little sister, you are also my little sister. I won't force you to do this kind of thing. Brother Yun, I am in a difficult situation. I really want to tell you because I hope you can guide me in cultivating the Tao of inscription but I promised master. Yu Huaxue said with a conflicted expression. Qin Yan said, can you contact your master now? Why don't you go ask her? Yu Huaxue quickly nodded and said, I can contact master through the divine moon. I'll ask her now. Soon after, Qin Yan brought Yushi and Yu Huaxue to the top of the floating cloud pagoda. It was night time and the gigantic divine moon of the heavens floated in the sky. Looking up, one would feel a great sense of oppression. Yu Huaxue closed her eyes and contacted her master. Not long after, Yu Huaxue said, Master said that the matter of blue sky universe is a soul contract signed by the clan emperor of a very strong race. Everyone present at that time signed a soul contract, so it can't be leaked. I can break your soul contract. Qin Yan said. Is this true? Yu Huaxue still did not believe it. Of course it's true. Qin Yan said with a smile. Yu Huaxue then contacted the Divine Moon Clan Emperor and said, Master asked me to ask, if we provide the matter of blue sky universe, what benefits can you give our Divine Moon Clan? Qin Yan was not surprised at all. After all, it was the Divine Moon Clan Emperor and he, as the Nine-Yang Palace King, also had a certain level of ability. The Clan Emperor naturally wanted to bargain. What do you want? Qin Yan asked, what kind of clues can you provide me? Master said, to give me 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Yu Huaxue said in a low voice, this is Master's intention. I'll give it. Qin Yan said. 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones were nothing to him but they could let him know the secret of Blue Sky Universe. Then let's begin. Yu Huaxue nodded. Huaxue, your master wants you to bring back the Divine Universe Golden Stones, right? Yushi asked. Qin Yan already brought the 2 of them. Returning to the floating cloud pagoda. We are very lacking in Divine Universe Golden Stones. Yu Huaxue said. Qin Yan gave her 5 Divine Universe Golden Stones and after the matter was done, he would give her another 5. Through the soul creation heavenly cauldron, Qin Yan very skillfully refined the soul contract in Yu Huaxue's soul. This method caused Yu Huaxue to be extremely shocked. She never thought that someone would actually be able to break the soul contract and so easily. Brother Yun, I don't know where the blue sky universe is. The various great races also don't know. I only know that it's in the sky. After Yu Huaxue finished speaking, she saw that Qin Yun was somewhat disappointed and hurriedly said, but we all obtained something that can allow us to enter the blue sky universe. As she spoke, Yu Huaxue took out a light blue crystal card and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took a look and said in shock, "What kind of inscription is this?" Even he could not understand the inscription on the surface of the crystal card. "I don't know either. I only know that there are many similar inscription inheritances in the blue sky universe." Yu Huaxue said, "Brother Yun, this crystal card is for you. It can allow you to enter the blue sky universe. If I don't have this kind of crystal card, can't I go in?" Qin Yun asked. "You can go in, but it will be very troublesome." Yu Huaxue said with a smile, "Brother Yun, thank you for your divine universe golden stone. Oh right, come back with us to the ship and meet that duke. She mentioned you before." Yushi knocked Yu Huaxue's head and said, "Huaxue, he's a man. The duke and the others don't really like to wear clothes inside the ship. Are you sure you want to bring him along?" Yu Huaxue did not stand on ceremony and humbly asked many questions about inscription. Her level of inscription is extremely high, but she does not have as many types of inscription as Qin Yun. Not to mention Qin Yun's mastery of many types of inscription, he is also very proficient in them. An inscription master like him is very rare. This was mainly because he had lived for 9 lifetimes. In addition, he had mastered many inscription spirits. And Yu Huaxue only has the Moon Lady inscription spirit, so her specialty is moon runes and then from moon runes to other aspects of inscription. For example, the fusion of god-level inscription and moon runes, or the fusion of moon runes and beast-type inscription totems. She can also transform her Moon Lady inscription spirit into a form. The form is not a human form but a white bird. The questions she asked Qin Yun are the difficulties she has encountered over the years. They are also questions that the old inscription masters of the Divine Moon Clan could not answer. However, with a little analysis, Qin Yun solved many of the difficulties, allowing Yu Huaxue to see the light. When Yu Huaxue and Qin Yun talked, she was very engrossed and did not feel the passage of time. Yushi is also an inscription master, so her relationship with Yu Huaxue is very good. She is also listening from the side. In front of Qin Yun, Yushi's inscription technique is nothing, so she did not interrupt and listen patiently. Unknowingly, the sky has brightened. Yu Huaxue closed her little book, her beautiful face is full of joy and said with a smile, "Thank you Brother Yun for your guidance." "Huaxue, why are the inscription masters of the Divine Moon Clan so weak?" Yushi said, "This is a problem that has troubled you for many years, they can't solve it?" Yu Huaxue shook her head and sighed, "Our Divine Moon Clan's inscription masters are considered good among the strong clans but they can't compare to Brother Yun." "Then what about your master? Does she also know inscription?" Qin Yun asked, "Is the Divine Moon Clan's emperor very busy? No time to guide disciples?" "Of course my master knows inscription but the Tao of inscription she cultivates is not suitable for me. When I came to her for a problem, she told me to comprehend it myself." Yu Huaxue slightly puffed up her white and red cheeks, feeling somewhat sad about this. "That's because she doesn't understand, so she told you to comprehend it yourself." Qin Yun said with a smile, "She's your master after all. She needs some face. She can't say that she doesn't know, right?" "Maybe." Yu Huaxue cracked a smile. "Big Brother Yun is still the best. You don't find me annoying and guide me patiently. Then why did you help your master cheat your brother of 10 Divine Universe Goldstones?" Yushi pinched Yu Huaxue's face and said with a smile, "Tell me, was it Big Brother Yun or your master who kissed you?" "It's all the same." Yu Huaxue smiled tenderly. "Guess how long after you called him Big Brother Yun, did he already have the same position as your master in your heart?" Yushi giggled, "Little girl, are you interested in Big Brother Yun? Don't talk nonsense." Yu Huaxue blushed and said angrily, "I won't tease you anymore, hurry up and send the Divine Universe Golden Stone back." Yushi chuckled. "Big sister Big Brother Yun, sorry for disturbing you. I'm leaving now so that you two can be intimate. Goodbye." Yu Huaxue smiled mischievously and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. "That damn girl." Yushi cursed with a smile. Yu Huaxue first returned to the Duke's ship. She wanted to give the Divine Universe Golden Stone to the Duke. After Yu Huaxue left, Yushi also came to Qin Yun's side and hugged his robust body. She said in surprise, "Xiao Yun, I haven't seen you for a long time and you've changed so much. You've become a lot stronger. Of course, I want to quickly become stronger so that you 9 sun goddesses don't worry about me. Qinyan looked at Yushi's elegant and peerless face and kissed her forehead. You can continue to become stronger, that's good. Yushi is still worried that Qinyan would not be able to continue breaking through. Because it is very difficult for people with multiple Dao veins to break through. Qinyan and Yushi hugged each other and kissed for a while. Then, Yushi patted Qinyan's chest and said with a smile, quickly go and fuse with the divine Yang race's bloodline divine origin. What about Sister Bingxing and the others? Are they all on that ship? Qinyan asked. Our Guanghan Palace and the divine moon race will join forces. We might join the divine moon race. Yushi said, we are still discussing the specifics. This should be discussed with their clan emperor, right? That clan emperor asked me for 10 divine universe golden stones. He is not easy to deal with. When you talk, don't suffer a loss. Qinyan fondly caressed Yushi's cold and elegant beautiful face. Don't worry, we won't suffer a loss. At that time, we will have a very high position in the divine moon race. Yushi said with a smile, I almost caused you to suffer. Fortunately Huaxiwe was here, otherwise you might have already become a woman. If Huaxiwe did not mention it, Yushi might have already let Qinyan fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. Originally, Yushi brought Qinyan here because she was worried that the discussion would collapse and conflict would occur. But now it seems that the divine moon race and the divine yang race have agreed to join forces. Because they will enter the blue heavenly universe in the future, they will discuss cooperation in advance. After entering, they will be able to take care of each other. I want to go back to the big ship. I am the 9 sun divine maiden, I am of great help to the divine moon race, they need to borrow my strength. Yushi walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Qinyan sent her out and looked at the divine moon race's huge crescent moon-like ship. He said, help me say hello to Sister Bingxing and Sister Shuyan, I want to go back to the 9 yang divine palace. If you become a woman, I might be able to take you on the ship. Yushi joked, you don't know how beautiful that ship is, hee. Those beauties are dressed very casually inside, wearing very little. Do you want to go up? I don't want to, but Yuan definitely wants to. Qinyan said with a smile. Even if you want to go up, I don't dare to take you. You will definitely be beaten to death. While speaking and laughing, Yushi soared into the sky and flew towards the big ship. Qinyan looked at Yushi leaving and said with a smile, Xiaoxi looks very happy, she seems to have forgotten that she is the Moon Clan Emperor and Moon Dragon God. When Yushi was the Dark Knight Princess, she suffered great trauma in the Dark Royal Clan. Now that she has become a lot more cheerful, Qinyan's mood also became better. Xiaoyun, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to sneak into that ship. Ling Yuner very much yearned for that ship, her tone is filled with regret. She sighed and said, inside that ship, it is simply a dream. Great beauty Yuner, you are such a rogue, you must have been influenced by Yuan. Qinyan said with a smile. He took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and entered it. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew in the sky. Qinyan also began fusing with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. As he has more and more powerful race bloodlines in his body, the speed at which he fused with other powerful race bloodlines became faster and faster. 2 days passed by. When he was about to return to the 9 yang divine palace, Qinyan is almost done fusing with the divine sun bloodline divine origin. 9 yang divine palace, heavenly palace. Qinyan is in a spacious secret room, undergoing the final stage of fusion. After entering this stage, Qinyan suddenly felt his eyes heat up, the blue heavenly eye appeared by itself. Furthermore, his entire body is emitting a blue mist. Yuner, my body seems to have changed a lot. Qinyan yelled in alarm. Could it be because of fusing with the divine sun bloodline divine origin? Ling Yuner said. Maybe, after the divine sun race and nether sun race merged, their bloodlines must have fused. Qinyan said. At this moment, Qinyan and Ling Yuner cried out in alarm because the nether sun within Qinyan's body seems to have got out of control and suddenly trembled. What's going on? Qinyan yelled. I don't know, I can't control the nether sun. The nether sun is spewing out energy. Maybe you are about to open your 9th mysterious divine Dao vein. Ling Yuner said. The 9th mysterious divine Dao vein is opened by the nether sun. the power of the Nether Sun is very strong, but because Qin Yun's body is too weak, he has never been able to completely control it, so a lot of its power has been sealed. And Ling Yun'er's existence can completely restrict the Nether Sun from going out of control. Xiao Yun, your body has grown to a certain level, maybe you can completely control the Nether Sun now. Ling Yun'er said. Ah? What about you? Qin Yun asked. I will still be together with you. Ling Yun'er said with smile, I also have my own little Nether Sunday. Wait until you help me cultivate spirit body, then I will be able to go out. Qin Yun can now indeed sense that his ninth mysterious divine Dao vein is gushing out energy one after another. This energy is being released by the Nether Sun, it can distort everything around it. Even space is being distorted by the incomparably formidable gravity. After the stone tables and stools in the cultivation room were sucked over, the gravitational field around Qin Yun was destroyed. The stone tables and stools were also stretched very long. With a thought, Qin Yun released a burst of flame. Black flame appeared and the stone tables and chairs melted into weak energy. Nether Sun's gravity, melting and devouring power have become even stronger. Ling Yun'er said. Qin Yun suddenly sent a palm attack forward, a wave of heavy power rushed out like a wave. After the wave of gravity rushed out, he immediately withdrew it. This kind of Nether Sun power cannot be used easily. Qin Yun exclaimed, too terrifying. Ling Yun'er said again, Xiao Yun, after you cultivated purple blood, you fused with several other bloodlines and also cultivated the heavenly Dao image through the imperial heaven diagram. Is there any change in your blood now? Qin Yun immediately checked the blood in his body and became extremely shocked. Then he quickly forced out a stream of blood from his finger. The blue blood is the same as his blue heavenly eye, Ling Yun'er said in shock. This blue color is somewhat similar to the blue sky. Qin Yun promptly took out the strange crystal card Yu Huaxue gave him. He used his own blood to compare the blue color of the crystal card and found that it is indeed very similar. Blue blood, what does it represent? Qin Yun carefully looked at the blue blood in his body. After careful examination, he discovered that his blood is still red. However, his blood is constantly releasing a powerful blue divine power, that's why it looks blue. This is a very powerful divine power. It might be related to the blue sky. Ling Yun'er said. Qin Yun began releasing the most powerful divine power in his body, it flowed through his body. Not long after, his body felt as if it was being cut by a knife. This means that his body can only barely withstand his strongest divine power. A long time ago, the nameless old man had said that people who possessed 10 divine profound Dao statues had appeared in the various powerful clans, but none of them had managed to survive in the end. Not to mention 10 God profound Dao images, even if it was someone with 8 or 9 God profound Dao images, it would be very difficult to pass through the stage of opening up the profound God Dao meridian. It was extremely rare for Qin Yun to be able to open 9 profound God Dao veins. Xiao Yun, you can stop now. Let's see what happens next. Ling Yun'er said, your current strength is also very strong. Even if you face a Saint God realm marquis of a strong race, you will not lose. With the heavenly 9 dragons formation, we might even be able to deal with a duke. During this period of time, Qin Yun had indeed been cultivating. He was trying to open up the Xian God Dao meridian, causing him, the king of the Nine Yang Palace, to not interact much with the upper echelons of the Nine Yang Palace. He took advantage of this moment to find the upper echelons of the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Furthermore, he personally went to find them. Qin Yun first came to Sword Hall. Xia Wufeng was no longer in Sword Hall. He went to find the Jian family's people and brought them over. Before he left, he told the Sword Hall elder about this matter. The Sword Hall was located in an independent space. The interior was extremely spacious, just like a small town. In the middle of the town, there was a sword-like mountain. The peak of the sword mountain was at the sword hilt. Qin Yun asked the little hall spirit to teleport him to the sword hall at the peak. The Sword Hall Elder was in the Sword Hall. Qin Yun suddenly arrived and the Sword Hall Elder happened to be in the Sword Hall's main hall, conversing with the other Sword Hall disciples. Upon seeing Qin Yun suddenly appear in the Sword Hall's hall, the Sword Hall Elder hurriedly walked over. The other disciples bowed to Qin Yun. Qin Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to be so polite. His easygoing attitude made the disciples of the Sword Hall feel very close to him. Following that, Qin Yun and the Sword Hall elder entered the inner hall. "Palace King, if you have any business with me, you can just tell me to go to the Heavenly Palace. Why must you come here personally?" The Sword Hall's elder said. In the past, the 9 palaces within the 9-yang Divine Palace all had palace masters. However, there are only elders now. "Why is there no hall master?" Qin Yun asked. "Because no one is qualified to be the hall master," the Sword Hall elder said, a little embarrassed. "Every hall has a hall master's palace. The path to the hall master's palace has many tests, but none of you can pass them?" Qin Yun said in surprise. The Sword Hall elder's face immediately turned red. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Only the White Commander can enter the Beast Hall Master's throne hall. That's why we let her be the commander. As for me, I have tried many times over the years, but I have never been able to enter the Heavenly Sword Treasured Palace within my Sword Hall." Qin Yun sighed and said, "The reason for the decline of the 9-yang Divine Palace is probably because it's too difficult to enter the Palace Master's palace," the Sword Hall elder said shamefully. "Hall King, it has nothing to do with this. This was mainly because they had been suppressed by many parties, causing the 9-yang Divine Palace to be unable to absorb outstanding geniuses for many years. After many years, it had become like this. I was originally a small disciple, but because I spent many years in the Sword Hall, I managed to become an elder of the Sword Hall after enduring the deaths of many seniors." Qin Yun said, "After so many years, you have not left the 9-yang Divine Palace and even stayed in the Sword Hall to nurture new disciples. It can be considered as having a heart. I will make an exception and let you become the Sword Hall's palace master." "I can't afford it, just let me be an elder of the Sword Hall." "Sword Hall's Heavenly Sword Hall Master, it's better to find someone else." The Sword Hall elder immediately refused. "We must follow the previous rules. Whoever has the strength to enter the Heavenly Sword Treasure Palace can become the Heavenly Sword Hall Master." "Sword Hall elder, the Sword Hall needs a palace master." "Every hall needs a palace master," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Now that I, the Palace King, have returned, the other halls will also gradually prosper." The Sword Hall elder shook his head and said, "I am very grateful to Palace King for thinking highly of me, but I am truly not worthy of being called the Heavenly Sword Hall Master. Currently, the Heavenly Sword Hall Master position is still empty. The other people in the Sword Hall are all working hard to cultivate. They want to enter the Heavenly Sword Treasure Palace. This is their hope. We cannot extinguish the hope of those youngsters." When Qin Yun heard this, he nodded and said, "This can indeed become the motivation for their bitter cultivation. Alright, before the Sword Hall Master is born, you will be in charge of everything in the Sword Hall. I will not interfere too much, I believe in you." "Many thanks for Palace King's understanding." The Sword Hall elder relaxed a lot. He doesn't have the face to meet the Heavenly Sword Hall Master. "Sword Hall elder, go hold a selection and choose the most outstanding 10 people. I will carve runes on their origin swords to increase their strength." Qin Yun said. "This origin sword rune? Is it the same as Sword God's?" The Sword Hall elder saw the sword totem on Xia Wufeng's origin sword. He was very envious back then. Qin Yun nodded with smile and said, "Indeed. Take out your origin sword, I will help you carve the rune." The Sword Hall elder is extremely excited. He promptly took out his origin sword and thanked Qin Yun incessantly. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud divine needle and began carving the sword totem. The Sword Hall elder cultivates Thunder Sword, so Qin Yun also carved the Thunder Totem. The process is very fast, it is finished in a short while. So fast? The Sword Hall elder opened his eyes wide in shock. He looked at his origin sword and excitedly exclaimed in admiration, "It has become a lot stronger. Many thanks to Palace King for bestowing the rune on me. It is not that 9-yang divine. Palace doesn't have inscription inheritance, it is just that not many people can use it. Even if they can use it, they can't be as fast and steady as Qin Yun. You go arrange the selection of disciples." "Oh, that's right, tell them to stop before going too far. I will go to the Dragon Palace Hall," Qin Yun said. "Yes, I will go immediately." The Sword Hall elder is extremely happy. He can already see the glorious rise of 9-yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun took a trip to the Dragon Palace Hall. Qin Yun has the most understanding of dragon runes because of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The strongest one is still the dragon heavenly rune he mastered. Before, he was unable to carve dragon heavenly rune. But now that he has Empyrean inscription spirit, he can already use all kinds of heavenly runes. It is just that he is not very proficient in using them. Moreover, carving them takes a lot of time. Just like the sword hall, Qin Yun first carved a set of dragon totem for the Dragon Palace Elder and then let him arrange the selection of disciples. Qin Yun walked around the various palaces and gave them a lot of help, especially in the aspect of inscription. And Pill Hall doesn't need him to worry because Pill God and Medicine God are here. Finally, Qin Yun arrived at 9-Dragon Lake. 9-Dragon Lake is the residence of Bai Si. The last time Bai Si met Qin Yun here, Qin Yun changed his name to Qin Fei and was only a youngster of the Qin family. And now, Qin Yun is sitting in the hall. Bai Si doesn't dare to sit down and is standing at the side. Bai Si, please sit down. Qin Yun said. Palace King. Bai Si said in low voice, I really didn't know it was you back then. You didn't do anything to me back then, why are you so nervous? Qin Yun said with smile, don't tell me I look that scary? No, it's just that I am now Bai Si and also the Beast Hall's 10,000 Beast Palace Master, but I don't have much contribution to the 9-Yang Divine Palace. Bai Si said very nervously. Although she looks petite and cute, she is usually very imposing. She has the greatest imposing manner in the 9-Yang Divine Palace. And now in front of Qin Yun, the Palace King, she is like a little girl. You have contributed a lot and your father has contributed a lot as well. Qin Yun got up and walked over. He patted her shoulder and said with smile, sit down and tell me about your father. Bai Si is now a lot more at ease. She can indeed feel Qin Yun's easygoing manner. He doesn't have any arrogance at all and doesn't even have the aura of a palace king. However, it imperceptibly gives her an indescribable pressure. Now that Qin Yun mentioned her father, it also evoked the pain and hatred in her heart. After Bai Si sat down, she recalled the past. She had previously told Qin Yun that she didn't know how the white tiger died, but Qin Yun didn't believe her. Now, Qin Yun clearly wants to ask who killed the white tiger. Qin Yun suddenly shouted, Little Palace Spirit, show yourself. Oh. Little Palace Spirit suddenly appeared in front of Bai Si. Little Palace Spirit often communicates with Bai Si, but it is only through mental communication. They have never met. Bai Si and Little Palace Spirit are both wearing white dresses. Their appearances are exactly the same, only their hairstyles are different. They are also petite, but Little Palace Spirit is more lively and adorable. Bai Si is more mature and steady. They stood together as if they were twin sisters. Why do you look like me? Bai Si said in shock. She is naturally very familiar with this palace spirit, but she has never seen it before. You can be considered my little sister. Little Palace Spirit said with smile. Then she pulled Bai Si's hand and kissed her cheek. Qin Yun's expression is rather solemn as he said, Little Palace Spirit, White Steward, quickly tell me how the white tiger died. I must avenge this enmity. Palace King. I know you are very strong, but... Bai Si glanced at Little Palace Spirit. Big Brother Palace King, the people who killed Uncle White Tiger are very strong. You can't defeat them yet. Little Palace Spirit shook her head and said, I can't tell you yet. Qin Yun walked over and pinched the twin sister's cheeks. He said unhappily, don't look down on me, quickly tell me. Bai Si never expected that the Palace King would directly pinch her cheeks. I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Little Palace Spirit is very concerned about Qin Yun. She doesn't want her big brother Palace King to be killed again. Bai Si's death is also the same. Because before her father died, he told her not to think about revenge. She naturally doesn't want the Palace King to die because of revenge. If you don't tell me, I can only use other methods to make you tell me. Qin Yun said, I have a way. Big brother Palace King, promise us not to rush to take revenge, we will tell you. Little Palace Spirit said. Bai Si also nodded. Qin Yun let go of their faces. These two identical exquisite women lightly spat and then rubbed their cheeks. Quickly tell me. Qin Yun said. It's the God Star race's emperor and the 4 great star kings. They joined hands to besiege Uncle White Tiger. Little Palace Spirit gnashed her teeth and said, back then, Uncle White Tiger became very strong because of a fortuitous encounter. He was even stronger than Big Brother Palace King back then. But later, he was killed. Xianxia had previously guessed that it was very likely the work of a powerful primordial race. If not, the tiny temple spirit would not have deliberately hidden it from him. The little hall spirit understood Xianxia very well. He knew that no matter how strong his enemies were, Xianxia would seek revenge. Furthermore, the God Star race was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, it was the God Star race's patriarch and a few kings who were fighting. That meant that Xianxia had to face the most powerful group of people from the God Star race. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace had once drifted in outer space for many years, and the Divine Star race's territory was in the star domain. White Tiger definitely had something on him that the God Star race had their eyes on. That was why he was killed. The more the little hall spirit thought about it, the sadder she became. It was very likely that she had seen how the White Tiger had died with her own eyes. She became even sadder after she told the hall spirit about it. She threw herself into Xianxia's arms and cried softly, Big Brother Palace King, don't look for those bastards from the Divine Star race for now. Wait until you become stronger before you go, okay? Xianxia caressed the little palace spirit's beautiful hair and let out a long sigh. He said, I promise you. Palace King, my father has something very important on him. It has been stolen by them. Even though White Death felt sorrowful, she felt even more resentment. She really wanted to take revenge, but she did not have enough strength. Moreover, her father did not allow her to seek revenge. Do you know what it is? Asked Xianxia. I don't know either. In short, father became very strong back then because he obtained that thing. He didn't tell me what it was because he was worried that it would get out. White Death shook his head. Back when Xianxia was Hall King Nine-Yang, he was no match for a child of the Chaos race. After White Tiger obtained that item, he was able to fight against the Divine Star race's Race the Arch and 4 dukes. The Divine Star race's Race the Arch and the 4 dukes were all extremely powerful. That belongs to your father. If it is still there, I will definitely take it back and return it to you. Xianxia said. There's no hurry now. This debt has been settled for many years. There's no need to be impatient. White Death looked at Xianxia with grave expression and said, Palace King, before you have enough strength, you must not seek revenge on them. Xianxia nodded and said, you and little palace spirit can rest assured, I won't act recklessly. The little palace spirit left Xianxia's embrace and then hugged by Xi. She said softly, Sister, you are my sister from now on. We are family. You are no longer alone. White Death laughed and said, now, you look more like a little sister. Xianxia also said with a smile, Little Palace Spirit, look at the White Commander, only she looks like a big sister. The Little Palace Spirit said, I am the big sister, I want to be the big sister. Then you 2 sisters should have a good chat. I will go find Granny Xianxia. Xianxia said. Xianxia left the 9-Dragon Lake and arrived at the Great Hall outside. Then, he walked towards a door. The space inside the door was specially used to receive guests. The other clans of the Nine-Yang royal family were all inside. However, Granny Jade Flower wasn't inside. Instead, she was in the Pill Hall. The Divine Sky Race also had a separate space. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace was located near the Medicine King City, but Grandma Xianxia and Medicine King Qin had always stayed in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. His main purpose was to help grow medicinal herbs here. In addition, Pill God and Medicine God were here, so he wanted to stay even more. He wanted to discuss pill refining techniques with those 2 powerful gods. Xianxia found Granny Jade Flower. She and Qin Huayu were in a medicinal field inside the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall space was the largest. It could also be said that it was the most stable and filled with divine power in the entire Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Because a large amount of medicinal herbs were planted here. After the medicinal herbs were refined into pills, they could increase the strength of all the disciples of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Granny, Big Sister Qin, after Xianxia saw them, he smiled and greeted. Greetings Palace King. Qin Huayu is also very humble, she doesn't dare to look straight at Qin Yun. Granny Jade Flower, on the other hand, is very open. She said with a smile, "Little Qin, you really hit it well. Although I knew that you hit it well, I really didn't expect that you would have such a great background." Back then, the strength that Qin Yun displayed in the Medicine King City made Granny Jade Flower feel that it was inconceivable. Qin Huayu is now a member of the Guanhan Palace. When she was in the Guanhan Palace, she knew that Qin Yun knew many powerful women. Some of them were even powerful goddesses. She always wondered why Qin Yun knew so many beautiful and powerful goddesses. Later she found out that Qin Yun was once the king of gods, as well as the Nine-Yang Palace king. Qin Yun very amiably smiled and said, "Back then I wasn't strong enough, so I had to hide it well. Now that I have a bit of strength, I'm not afraid." He pulled Qin Huayu's long hair and said with a smile, "Big sister Qin, why are you treating me like an outsider? I've already called you Big Sister Qin. Little Qin, your position is really too high, I can only look up to you." Qin Huayu said in low voice. "What do you mean look up to me?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "Relax a bit, I'm not scaring people." Granny Jade Flower is very happy, she chuckled and said, "Little Qin, when will you have time? Our Qin clan's emperor wants to meet you." "Granny, when will he come?" "I'm about to go find him." Qin Yun asked. Qin Yun saw the Qin clan's emperor together with a group of Qin family elders before, but they did not interact. "He's in Qin Medicine Royal City, he'll be here soon," Granny Jade Flower said. "Alright, I'll go see him," Qin Yun said. No need, he said he would come to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to see you." Granny Jade Flower promptly said, "Little Qin, just wait in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, I'll go find him now." "Alright then." Qin Yun nodded and said. Granny Jade Flower promptly left the pill hall space. "Big Sister Qin, Medicine God and Pill God are my friends, I'll let them take special care of you," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Master has always been very good to me." Qin Huayu also relaxed a bit and said with a light smile, "He also said that he wants me to secretly learn some skills from you and then pass them on to him. Old medicine is still the same." Qin Yun said with a smile, "From now on, you can treat this place as your own home. If you feel bored in the Guanhan Palace, you can come here for a walk." "And, thank you little Qin." Qin Huayu feels that she is very lucky. Not only was she able to enter the Guanhan Palace after meeting Qin Yun, she was also given special care by the medicine god. Furthermore, her position in the Qin family has also increased by a lot. Qin Yun chatted with Qin Huayu for a while before Granny Jade Flower returned. The Qin clan emperor is already waiting in the main hall. When Qin Yun arrived at the main hall, he saw a tall and sturdy old man. He is a head taller than Qin Yun. Although the old man has a very stern and imposing appearance, his eyes are very kind and gentle. Especially when he saw Qin Huayu and Qin Yun come out, his stern face is filled with a kind smile. "Old ancestor," Qin Huayu politely said. "Greetings, old ancestor." Qin Yun also greeted with a smile. "Don't call me old ancestor, you're making me old. Especially you, the Nine-Yang Palace king, your skin is really thick. You are clearly much older than me but you still call me old ancestor," the Qin clan emperor laughed loudly and said. Qin Yun said with a smile, "I am still very young in this life." As they chatted, Qin Yun brought the Qin clan emperor to the heavenly hall space. Qin Huayu and Granny Jade Flower returned to the pill hall space. After arriving at the heavenly hall space, Qin Yun said, "Old ancestor, you can just call me Big Brother," the Qin clan emperor said with a smile, "I will take advantage of you a bit. Big Brother, I tested the Qin Imperial clan bloodline before. At that time, the bloodline crystal was black," Qin Yun said. At that time, the Qin Imperial clan king told him the reason. Speaking of this matter, the Qin clan emperor's expression slightly changed. He said, "Palace King Brother, if you want to know about this, you must ensure that no one else knows." Earlier, Qin Yun told Ling Yuner that he is going into seclusion to rest and then sealed his senses. Therefore, Ling Yuner did not sense it and did not know that Qin Yun and the Qin clan emperor met. He took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it with the Qin clan emperor. No third person will know about this. Yin said, Big brother, you can be at ease and say it. Why is the bloodline crystal black during the bloodline test? I am not too clear about this matter. I only know that it is heavenly blood. The Qin clan emperor said, heavenly blood does not appear because of the body, it is mainly affected by the soul. Heavenly blood? Yin said with a frown, what's so special about possessing this kind of heavenly blood? Xiao Yuan also tested heavenly blood. Possessing heavenly blood means that one can become heavenly, the Qin clan emperor said. Then, is this considered a race? Yin said, how many people have this kind of heavenly blood? I don't know how many people have it. In short, bloodline crystal can test heavenly blood. Even if one is not an emperor race person, they can still test it. The Qin clan emperor said with a frown, so far, I have only met a person who possesses heavenly blood. Yin promptly forced out a drop of blood from his finger and said, Big brother, look at my blue blood. The Qin clan emperor's pupils shrank, he said in shock, you have successfully cultivated heavenly blood, that's why you have evolved to this state. Soon after, the Qin clan emperor also forced out a drop of blood. His blood is red and has golden light, but there are faint blue threads lingering around it. It is far worse than Qin Yun's blood. Is heavenly blood related to blue heavenly universe? Qin Yun said, Big brother, do you know about blue heavenly domain? Of course I know. The blue sky cosmos has a great relationship with people like us. In the divine desolate, people who have successfully cultivated the heavenly blood might gather here, or they might not. Because there are definitely not many people who have successfully cultivated the heavenly blood. The Qin clan emperor said. Qin Yun said, in that case, all the more the things in blue heavenly domain cannot fall into the hands of the powerful ancient races. The Qin clan emperor nodded. Just as Qin Yun was thinking about heavenly blood, a very powerful heavenly lion's heavenly roar suddenly came from outside. Is there a powerful beast attack? The Qin clan emperor's expression suddenly turned solemn. It's the heavenly lion king. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, let's go take a look at the heavenly lion king. The heavenly lion king was guarding the entrance of the myriad realms divine court previously. Now that he suddenly came over, Qin Yun is not very surprised. Qin Yun had wanted to look for the heavenly lion king for a long time. He had found out from the divine chief judge that the heavenly lion king was very responsible in guarding the entrance of the divine court of the myriad realms. Therefore, after receiving a generous reward, he went into seclusion to cultivate. Not long after, the heavenly lion king came to the Nine-Yang divine palace. This surprised Qin Yun and he hurriedly walked out happily. However, after arriving outside the Nine-Yang divine palace, Qin Yun saw the heavenly lion king covered in wounds. The heavenly lion king had turned into a huge flaming lion. His body was pierced by many black chains. His mountain-like body was filled with ghastly wounds. Furious flames were spewing out from his wounds. The heavily injured heavenly lion king lay on the ground. His huge eyes were filled with anger as he roared continuously. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun was immediately enraged. There were more than 10 pillars around the heavenly lion king. He was sealed in the pillars and they were all connected by chains. The chains pierced through the heavenly lion king's body and bound his limbs. Shen Chonghao and the others were only responsible for protecting the Nine-Yang divine palace. As long as the enemies outside did not attack the Nine-Yang divine palace, they would not attack. The heavenly lion king was Qin Yun's friend. Although he was heavily injured, the divine sky race had no obligation to attack. Qin Yun stood at the entrance of the Nine-Yang divine palace. Just as he was about to fly out, the Qin clan emperor shouted, Palace king, don't go over first. In the distant horizon, many huge battleships suddenly appeared. It was the Outer Sky Alliance army. The battleships of the Outer Sky Alliance army were completely black. Each of them was very huge. They lined up in the distant horizon like a black crack cutting across the sky. Among the battleships of the Outer Sky Alliance army, there was an even larger golden ship. That's the Heavenly Law Divine Realms battleship, the Qin clan emperor said. Heavenly Law Divine Realm? Qin Yun frowned and said, this battleship is very big. Whose is it? Currently, the strongest in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm are the Heavenly Mother Moai and the Heavenly Emperor Xianxia. That battleship should belong to the Heavenly Emperor Xianxia, the Qin clan emperor said. The Outer Sky Alliance army had cooperated with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm before and their relationship was very good. Xianxia said, if they attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, they will not be polite. The Divine Sky Tribe members were all prepared for battle. At this moment, by sea, the Sword Hall Elder and the Dragon Hall Elder all brought their people out and stood inside the grand entrance of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. There are at least 5,000 ships of the Outer Heaven Alliance, said the Qin family's emperor. We are now part of the Nine Sun Royal family and those people from Outer Heaven Domain hate the Nine Sun Royal family very much. Medicine King Qin said. The Natural Law Divine Realm and the Outer Realm Alliance army all wanted to exterminate the Nine-Yang royal race. Clearly, the Heavenly Lion King had been captured and tortured by them. They had captured the Heavenly Lion King and placed him outside because they wanted to wait for people to go out and rescue him. They would kill anyone from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace who came out. The Natural Law Divine Realm and the Outer Realms Alliance army obviously did not dare to attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, because they knew that it would be very difficult to take down the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, not to mention that the Divine Sky race was guarding it. As long as they didn't attack the Nine-Yang Sacred Hall, the Divine Sky race wouldn't attack. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yan's eyes as he looked at the large fleet of warships. He quickly planned how to fight. The current him has already opened 9 Xian God Dao veins and cultivated the 10th Divine Xian Dao image. His strength is sufficiently strong. As long as he doesn't face dukes from powerful races, he can suppress them. Just as Qin Yun was looking around, a black wind suddenly appeared. The Qin family's emperor's expression changed as he cursed in a low voice. The Dark Royal Race's people are also here. It should be the Dark Race's emperor. 1 million black armored Dark Royal Race people and more than 100,000 huge black lizard dragons are currently surrounding the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Because we are here, this group of people don't dare to attack. If you go out and get killed by them, it will have nothing to do with us. Shen Changhao said. Marquis Changhao, just guard the Nine-Yang Divine Palace properly. Bai Si said. When she saw Qin Yan's furious expression, she knew that the Heavenly Lion King is Qin Yan's friend. Palace King, wait a little longer. I will gather all the Nine-Yang Royal Race's Imperial Family Kings here. Our Nine-Yang Royal Race's army is definitely not weaker than them, the Qin family's emperor said. Brother, don't trouble them. Let them cultivate properly. I can deal with these guys outside. Qin Yan said coldly. Can Qin Yan deal with so many powerful enemies outside? The people inside the Nine-Yang Divine Palace all know that Qin Yan is very strong. However, there are countless powerful enemies outside and there are definitely experts from unknown powerful races hiding. One must know that those powerful ancient races, Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army and Dark Royal Race all have some contact. This time, without the support of the Primal Chaos race, they definitely wouldn't dare to surround the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Nine-Yang Palace King, you better forget about it. Shen Ruoming said, forget about you, even if our Divine Sky Race's Duke is here, he wouldn't be able to suppress 1 million divine soldiers by himself. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean that I can't do it. Qin Yan saw the injuries on the Heavenly Lion King's body and felt even more furious. Palace King. Bai Si suddenly felt very worried. Shen Changhao didn't say anything and just watched expressionlessly from the side. The Qin family's emperor knew that Qin Yan is very strong and he also believes that Qin Yan can save the Heavenly Lion King. On the ground in front of the Heavenly Lion King that was sealed, a black warship suddenly flew over. A youth holding the purple gold Divine Universe sword and wearing the purple gold heavenly armor floated down from the warship. He entered the barrier that sealed the Heavenly Lion King and stood on the Heavenly Lion King's head. Seeing that youth, Shen Ruoming's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly said, why does that guy look so familiar? Could he be Xianxia? Shen Changhao frowned and said with squinted eyes, that's right, that guy is Xianxia. The Divine Sword Race's Marquis of Lake Sword grasps an extremely brilliant Heavenly Lake Sword technique. A Marquis who looks so young must be very powerful. This person is from the Divine Sword Race, just as Qin Yan had guessed. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army and Dark Royal Race indeed had the support of powerful races for this operation. After Jiang Zijian came out, another 3 youths flew out as well. Those 3 youths were all wearing the purple gold heavenly armor, and the weapons in their hands were all divine universe amethyst divine equipment. They all landed on top of the heavenly Lion King's huge head. Heavenly Law Divine Realm's youngest heavenly emperor, Dark Royal Race's youngest sacred god, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance's youngest sacred god realm inscription Do Wang. Qin Clan's emperor said with a grave voice. Sacred god realm inscription Do Wang. This title made even the divine sky race's youths exclaim in admiration. That inscription Do Wang should have obtained the primal chaos race's bloodline divine origin. He himself is not weak. Shen Ruoming said. A sacred god realm inscription Do Wang. Even Shen Ruoming felt fear. After recovering the 9 young royal race's bloodline, Qin Clan's emperor began to investigate this matter, so he understood this matter very well. Jiang Zijian stood on the heavenly Lion King's head and looked up at the 9 yang divine palace floating in the sky. He pointed his sword at the door and said with a sneer, Qin Yun, I heard that this heavenly Lion King has a pretty good relationship with you. Back then, you were the one who saved him. Now that he has fallen into our hands, will you be able to save him again? Heavenly Law Divine Realm's young heavenly emperor mocked. Heavenly Lion King was originally our Heavenly Law Divine Realm's dog. I never thought that the dignified 9 yang palace king would actually call our Heavenly Law Divine Realm's dog brother. The Dark Royal Race's young sacred god laughed loudly and said, because Qin Yun is a dog to begin with. Look at him, isn't he scared like a dog now? That inscription Do Wang shouted, Qin Yun, we will count to 10. If you don't come out, we will explode this lion dog's head. Jiang Zijian began to count. 1, 2, 3, when he counted to 3, a burst of flame suddenly soared into the sky above the 9 yang divine palace. Soon after, a sharp cry rang out, the sky was immediately filled with fire clouds, fire waves surged violently and rushed in all directions. Purple fire waves brought along intense divine universe purple energy, covering the sky and covering the sun, surging violently in the sky. This is the might of the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow. Yang has also absorbed a lot of energy from the divine universe purple sun and has become abnormally powerful. Everyone can only hear the divine bird's cry that is filled with wild might. They can't see where the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow is. Because the sky is enveloped by thick fire clouds, the fire clouds in the sky suddenly roared and rushed towards the thousands of gigantic warships in front of them. The 9th heaven Xian Sparrow has appeared. It has a wingspan of 10,000 meters and its entire body is covered with beautiful purplish gold feathers. The 9 long finches on its tail are flickering with intense purplish gold light. That pair of incomparably huge wings flapped ferociously. Every time it flapped, a large area of violent purple flames would be produced. Accompanied by ferocious purple lightning bolts, a monstrous wave of fire and lightning that is several hundred meters tall was formed in the sky. This is the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow? Shen Changhao shouted in shock. Everyone from the 9 yang divine palace has a look of shock on their faces as they looked at that gigantic divine bird. Just as their attention was focused on the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow, Qin Yun had already rushed towards the heavenly Lion King. The 9th heaven Xian Sparrow's purple flames and lightning are extremely ferocious. The million-strong divine army of the Royal Darkness race and a group of lizard dragons were scattered in an instant. Those giant lizard dragons were first torn apart by the ferocious purple lightning and then burned by the scorching purple flames. A large number of giant lizard dragons' corpses fell from the sky. The elite army of the Royal Darkness race was defeated and crumbled in an instant. A very powerful divine universe purple chi. Jiang Zijian is also looking at the sky with an astonished expression. Just then, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. He's here. Jiang Zijian cried out in shock. The 3 young men beside Jiang Zijian immediately looked in front of them and saw a figure leaping over. They immediately attacked that figure, only to discover that it was only an illusory figure formed from energy. It was not Qin Yun. The real Qin Yun used the void step, traversed through space, entered the barrier, and appeared behind Jiang Zijian and the others. Jiang Zijian only felt a spatial fluctuation coming from behind him, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Just as he was about to dodge, his body suddenly became incomparably heavy. Not only him, but the 3 young men behind him also felt an incomparably heavy weight, and it was difficult for them to dodge. All their hopes have turned to dust because they know that Qin Yun has a very powerful myriad heaven divine saber. That divine saber was incomparably sharp. In addition to Qin Yun's terrifying 9 meridians divine power, the purple gold heavenly armor on their bodies could not withstand it at all. Whoosh! Qin Yun cleaved horizontally with his saber and slashed furiously, stirring up saber winds that held incessantly. Although Xianxia, the young heavenly emperor of the natural law divine realm, and the young sacred god of the dark royal clan were all wearing purple gold heavenly armor, they were unable to resist the myriad heaven divine blade at all. After the armor on their bodies was split open by the saber, their bodies were cut in half at the waist. Only that young inscription Do King with a very strong set of runes appeared on his body. He was barely able to block that blade, but his body was also sent flying by the myriad heaven divine saber's blade energy. Xianxia was a marquise, and he came from the holy sword. He had become a marquise at such a young age, which was very rare. But now, his body had been cut in half. The saint god of the dark royal race and the young heavenly emperor of the natural law divine realm were both terrified. They originally believed that the 4 of them were strong enough to take down Qin Yun. But just now, they discovered that Qin Yun's strength is much stronger than before. Last time, Qin Yun had yet to open so many profound God Dao veins. One had to know that every time Qin Yun opened a mystic God Dao meridian, his divine powers would increase tremendously. The last time he fought, he was far weaker than he was today. Xianxia's body had only been chopped in half, and he had not died. At the same time, he had also lost the ability to retaliate. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King was suffering from serious injuries, but he could sense that there were 3 powerful fellows above him who had their bodies slashed apart. Their blood was left on his head. With just this bit of strength, you dare to clamor in front of my 9-yang divine palace. Truly reckless. Qin Yun waved his hand and the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw appeared. The huge lion claws grabbed at the young sacred god's body with a ferocious aura. With just a light grab, the young man's body was crushed into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 9-yang divine palace secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Shen Chenghao, Shen Ruoming and the others from the Divine Heaven clan, because the last time Qin Yun attacked, his strength was not that terrifying. The speed at which Palace King 9-yang's strength increased was terrifying. They also suddenly thought that Qin Yun was only a profound god, yet he possessed such terrifying power. He must have a lot of divine profound Dao images. Yang had transformed into a giant divine bird. Like the overlord of the sky, the dark royalty and the lizard dragon were killed in an instant. Her huge wings flapped, releasing purple lightning flames, directly rolling up the huge warships. In front of the mighty divine bird, the warships of the Outer Heaven Alliance were like paper boats, rocking and burning in the fierce fire waves. A large number of people from the Outer Heaven screamed as they were burned into countless sparks and fell to the ground. Qin Yun casually waved his saber twice and destroyed those pillars. At this moment, the Qin clan's emperor and the others flew over. That inscription Do Wang is quite powerful. He is an inscription Do Wang from the Outer Heaven domain. The runes he mastered are all very strong. After the inscription Do Wang was sent flying, he immediately fled. Qin Yun rescued the Heavenly Lion King and handed him over to the Qin clan's emperor to bring back to the 9-yang divine palace. Then, he chased after the inscription Do Wang. Don't even think of running. Qin Yun stepped through the air and arrived behind the inscription Do Wang. He pointed his finger forward and the sky-piercing finger shot out like lightning. It hit the inscription Do Wang's body and blasted a big hole. I will perish together with you. The inscription Do Wang suddenly took out a square jade talisman. The jade talisman is extremely thick. On its surface, very complicated runes appeared and a burst of berserk power surged out. Heavenly talisman? Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. That is a talisman made from heavenly runes. Its power is indeed very strong. He promptly opened his heavenly eye. His eyes flickered with blue lightning and shot out 2 strange light beams that locked onto the heavenly talisman. The heavenly talisman was hit by the blue light beam. Originally it was trembling and was about to erupt with power, but it immediately cracked. The heavenly talisman was destroyed by Qin Yun. The power of the heavenly eye is very strong, it can directly destroy heavenly runes. Otherwise, if the heavenly talisman exploded, it would definitely produce a very great power. Maybe even the Nine-Yang Divine Palace would be affected. The inscription Do Wang is incomparably shocked in his heart. He is constantly cursing. He really did not expect that someone could so easily destroy the heavenly talisman's operation. The person in front of him is simply a peerless monster. In his heart, he regrets attacking the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun's 2 fingers flickered with golden light and pointed forward. The moment the 2 fingers trembled, a very thick golden light beam shot out. The golden light beam brought along a scorching hot power and hit the inscription Do Wang's body. After the inscription Do Wang was hit, his body did not explode. However, many golden cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. His body is cracking, his body overflowed with a very strong golden light. Boom, the inscription Do Wang's body is like glass falling to the ground. It suddenly shattered and let out a very clear and melodious sound. This is heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, sun shattering. If the person or thing that is hit is unable to block it immediately, they will be shattered. What kind of move is that? The Sword Hall elder shouted in shock. With just 1 finger, he shattered the inscription Do Wang like a porcelain cup falling to the ground. Qin Yun used transcending void step, his body flashed and instantly arrived beside the dozens of huge ships. The heavenly lion Dao image in his body suddenly surged with a fierce aura. The entire heavenly lion Dao image rushed into his arm. Whoosh, a burst of gale whistled. Qin Yun waved his hand and grabbed, an incomparably huge golden heavenly lion claw appeared. That heavenly lion claw is so big that it seems like it can crush a star. The heavenly lion fighting dragon claw, which is like a huge umbrella that covers the sky, fiercely grabbed at the few huge black warships. Boom, the lion claw grabbed over and pulled back with great force. Those black warships were torn to pieces. Moreover, they are still burning with flames. The fragments floated down from the sky. Yang, grab the biggest ship. Qin Yun shouted. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil is inside the biggest golden ship. Without Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil, it is impossible to capture the Heavenly Lion King. The black warships of the Outer Heaven Alliance army have already been destroyed by Yang. The ground is filled with burning fragments and all kinds of burnt corpses of the Outer Heaven Alliance army. And the biggest golden ship is currently fleeing in panic. Its speed is very fast, but it is not faster than the 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow. The 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow chased after it for a while. Then it frantically flapped its wings and shot out waves of ferocious lightning flame. The barrier on the surface of the golden ship is still firm. Even though it is wrapped by the ferocious lightning flame, the inside of the ship is not affected. Qin Yun appeared in the sky wearing the heaven-trampling god boots and then dropped down from the sky. Seeing Qin Yun drop down, Yang also stopped attacking. Qin Yun dropped down like a meteor. As he rushed down, the small pistol in his hand shot out a spatial cannonball. When the spatial cannonball shot down, it created a very strong spatial fluctuation. This is to prevent the golden ship from traveling through space. The golden ship was indeed traveling through space, but it was interrupted by Qin Yun. Qin Yun landed on the barrier of the golden ship. The instant the heaven-trampling god boots hit the barrier, an extremely ferocious destructive power burst out. The barrier was heavily stomped by the heaven-trampling god boots, causing it to collapse. Boom boom boom, when the barrier collapsed, air waves surged and thunder rumbled. Qin Yun finally landed on the golden ship. He slashed at the ship with the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand. The powerful saber aura, with ferocious and arrogant 9 meridians divine power, landed in the middle of the ship. The huge ship was torn apart by the saber aura and split in the middle. Lightning flames surged in all directions and rumbled. At the same time, powerful auras surged out from the ship. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil and company are also somewhat afraid of Qin Yun, so they did not fight him head-on. But now that their ships have been destroyed, they have no choice but to fight him. The people in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace are all extremely shocked. This Nine-Yang Palace king really did not need help. He led his divine bird and charged into the million-strong divine army. He directly killed 1,000,000 strong enemies and destroyed thousands of huge warships. Qin Yun, don't think that we are really afraid of you. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil appeared. He was a tall and skinny old man with a head full of red hair. He wore purple gold heavenly armor, and the purple gold divine universe sword in his hand was very large and long. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil floated in the air with a huge sword in his hand. He had a kind of evil and powerful might. Heavenly Law Divine Realm, you will never be able to repay what you owe me. Xianxia said coldly. We can suppress you for a few lifetimes, so we can continue to suppress you. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil laughed loudly. Xianxia, do you think that with a bit of power, you can flaunt your martial prowess? In front of the Heavenly Tao, in front of the powerful ancient races, you are still pitifully weak. Behind Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil, there were a few old men, the Outer Heaven Alliance Army's Saint God, the Dark Race's Emperor and the Divine Sword Race's 3 old Marquises. Xianxia's expression was cold, his eyes flashed with blue light, the heavenly blood in his body surged wildly, the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand trembled, the powerful 9 meridians divine power, combined with the heavenly blood and the myriad heaven divine saber, even Xianxia's powerful body felt a stabbing pain. It's you who are pitifully weak. Xianxia raised his hand and slashed down, the violent and powerful divine power exploded, directly causing the earth to split open a crack that was hundreds of meters long. This slash could be said to be earth-shattering. The violent blade wind engulfed heaven and earth, the aura comparable to the might of heaven, exploded in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to change color. In that instant, Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil seemed to be able to see an incomparably terrifying image of the heavenly Tao in Xianxia's blue eyes. Xianxia was actually someone who cultivated the image of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil could also see that the heavenly eye had already been obtained by Xianxia. The enemy of the heavenly Tao could obtain the heavenly eye. Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil instantly felt all sorts of emotions. He found it hard to believe that the heavenly Tao actually bestowed the heavenly eye to this enemy of the heavenly Tao, and not to them, the heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers. When Xianxia's blade fell, Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil did not block or dodge, because he knew that he would die without a doubt. The instant Xianxia slashed, Heavenly Emperor Imperial Evil saw many things. He even knew what kind of existence Xianxia was. This kind of existence was not something he could shake. After the Heavenly Emperor Xianxia was killed, it shook the Qin clan emperor and the experts of the Divine Sword race because the Heavenly Emperor Xianxia was quite famous. Although he only obtained the bloodline of a powerful race later on, he was still the strongest Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Xianxia used the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to release the Sun Heavenly Shield and fought evenly with the 3 Divine Sword Race Marquises. This scene caused Xianxia to be dumbstruck. Shen Ruoming cursed in a low voice, "This bastard, when did he become so strong? The first time I saw him, he was not my match at all. But now, he can fight evenly with the 3 sword marquises of the Divine Sword Race." What Shen Ruoming said was true. At that time, it would have been very difficult for Xianxia to defeat him. But now, not long after, Xianxia has become so powerful. This guy, how did he cultivate? How could he become so strong in such a short period of time? Shen Changhao found it hard to believe that this was true. Previously, Shen Ruoming was defeated by Xianxia in an instant. Now, even if Xianxia gave Shen Ruoming a few moves, he would not be able to defeat Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia's strength, Bai Si and the Sword Hall Elder felt a lot more at ease. They were very worried that something would happen to the Palace King who had returned. With the 9 Yang Palace King around, they felt that they had enough security. They did not have to live in fear like before. The Qin clan emperor and the others had already rescued the Heavenly Lion King. As for Yang, she was still in the sky, fighting with the remaining experts from the Outer Heaven Realm and the other experts who had not died. The Dark Race Emperor was now going to deal with Yang. Yang had just annihilated the entire Dark Royal Race's army in an instant. As the ancestor emperor of the Dark Royal Race, he naturally wished that he could exterminate Yang. Most of the Alliance Army's ships were destroyed by Yang. Therefore, the powerful sacred gods of the Alliance Army were all rushing towards Yang to besiege this powerful divine bird. Xianxia was not worried about Yang. Yang was a sun soul and could borrow the power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. Furthermore, she had absorbed a large amount of Divine Universe Purple Qi from the Divine Universe Purple Qi. Xianxia still found it very difficult to face the 3 sword marquises of the Divine Sword Race. These 3 old sword marquises had strong divine power and profound sword techniques. This kind of old sword Xiao with rich battle experience was very difficult to deal with. Qin originally planned on using the 9-dragon Heavenly Origins array to fight, but he discovered that the intrinsic swords of the 3 sword marquises were very powerful. They were strong enough to destroy the altar. Once the altar was destroyed, it would be difficult to repair it. Qin did not wish for the altar to be damaged before entering the blue sky cosmos. Xianxia, who was standing in front of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's entrance, frowned and said, although the Nine-Yang Palace King's strength is not bad, he mainly relies on his equipment. His saber and that shield are both very strong. If he didn't rely on these, he would not be a match for the 3 sword marquises. As expected of the 3 great sword marquis of the divine sword race, their joint attack is flawless. Shenruoming said, if Qin uses the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation, he might be able to defeat them. Shen Changhao shook his head and said, even if we release the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation, it won't work. The 3 sword marquises came prepared. If the Nine-Yang Palace King releases the 9 dragons Heaven Origin formation, they will definitely have a way to deal with it. Back at the Sword Sun God Mountain, the reason why those powerful races were beaten up by Qin was mainly because they suffered losses from the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation. They have a good understanding of the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation, and as powerful ancient races, they will definitely be able to come up with a plan to deal with it in a short period of time. Now, those 3 sword marquises are definitely waiting for Qin to release the formation and then take the opportunity to destroy the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation. Qin Huayu became somewhat anxious and said in low voice, Xiao Qin is after all the Nine-Yang Palace King. If you go and help him, he will remember this favor. It's not that we don't want to help, it's that our powerful races have a tacit understanding, we won't casually fight. Shen Changhao said, the reason why they haven't attacked the Nine-Yang Divine Palace on a large scale is also because of our Divine Heaven race. If they attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, it means that they will start a war with the Divine Heaven race. They are afraid of our Divine Heaven race, so without absolute certainty and sufficient preparation, they won't act recklessly. Shen Ruoming said. How about this, we give some benefits to your Divine Heaven race and you go and help them, the Sword Hall Elder said. The strength of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Nine-Yang Royal race can be considered top-notch under the powerful races. However, when facing a powerful race, only Qin can fight. The benefits you are giving are too little. It is not enough for us to anger the Divine Sword race. Shen Changhao said, moreover, if the Nine-Yang Palace King can't beat them, he can come back and hide. There is no need to continue fighting with them. Shen Ruoming nodded and said, he can come back and hide. With our Divine Heaven race here, the Divine Sword race won't dare to attack. If we take the initiative to attack the Divine Sword race's 3 sword marquises, then they might launch a large-scale attack on the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Your situation will be even more dangerous. Divine Heaven race has their own reasons for not going out to help. The Dragon Palace Elder and the others all know that because the Divine Heaven race lost, they have to stay behind to protect the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They already have resentment in their hearts. Qin is currently hesitating whether or not to release the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation. He also guessed that the Divine Sword race's 3 sword marquises have a method to break the 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation. The 9 dragons Heavenly Origin formation is very powerful, but it does not mean that it is invincible. In the Divine Desolate, there is no such thing as invincible. You 3 marquises from powerful races are besieging a little profound god like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin dodged and blocked while ridiculing. Nine-Yang Palace King, you killed our Sword King War God. No matter what cultivation you have, you are the enemy of our Divine Sword race. Don't talk about shame when dealing with enemies, a Sword Marquis said with sneer, you should give up resisting and obediently follow us back to serve your sentence. If they could capture Qin, even if they have deep hatred, they would not be willing to kill him. Because everyone knows that Qin has purple blood and many powerful equipment. Even though his cultivation is low, he can fight against powerful sacred gods. Even those experts from powerful races are envious. Just as Qin was planning to let Yang retreat, he suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent pervading the air. Qin feels that this killing intent is very familiar. Yuelan. Qin is pleasantly surprised but also secretly worried. Because Xiao Yuelan will definitely participate in the battle if she comes. He is worried that she will be injured. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from Yang Yang's side. Everyone immediately looked over. Xiao Yuelan appeared on Yang Yang's side. She is wearing white skin-tight clothes, her ponytail is fluttering in the wind. Her ice-cold and absolutely beautiful face is filled with killing intent. Her entire body is releasing an extremely violent and tyrannical aura, accompanied by intense killing intent. She is holding a long saber in her hand that is dripping with black blood. As soon as she appeared, she quickly chopped off the Dark Race Emperor's hands and feet. The Dark Race Emperor also obtained Primal Chaos Bloodline Divine Origin. As the Dark Royal Race Emperor, his strength is naturally not weak. But now, he was instantly chopped into a human stick by a woman. Xiao Yuelan is Nine Sun Divine Maiden. She possesses an extremely mysterious and formidable ability that allows her to copy other people's power. For example, she just used a very powerful Suffering Divine Ability power to enter the Dark Race Emperor's body. That is why the Dark Race Emperor is in so much pain. Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold eyes flickered with cold light. Even though they are very far away, when they come into contact with her gaze, they can feel their bodies turn cold. They can only feel a kind of ruthless killing intent rushing towards them. Qin Yan immediately felt a lot more relieved. Because Xiao Yuelan can kill the Dark Race Emperor, it means that she is also very strong. It's Yuelan! Qin Huayu shouted in amazement. Xiao Yuelan is Qin Yan's wife, her strength is also unfathomable. Back in the Medicine King Alliance, Granny Qianghua and others already saw Xiao Yuelan's strength. Xiao Yuelan immediately flew towards Qin Yan's side. Her eyes burst with red light. Her Sacred Pupil's ability can release a very strong mental attack red light. This red light has very strong penetrating power. It entered the head of a sword marquis and caused him incomparable pain. Qin Yan also tried to use mental power attack earlier, but these old sword marquis are very protective of their souls. It is very difficult to break through their soul defense. However, Xiao Yuelan can easily break through their soul defense through her Sacred Pupil. While the old sword marquis is in pain, Qin Yan directly chopped him down with his saber. The other two sword marquis are horrified and immediately dodged at lightning speed, dodging the red light that shot towards them in succession. There are only two sword marquis left and Xiao Yuelan has also joined the fray. Qin Yan immediately relaxed a lot. This woman who suddenly appeared and helped Qin Yan kill a sword marquis has caused no small commotion. Divine Sword Clan suffered heavy losses this time. Shen Changhao sighed and said, "That woman, what is her background? She seems to be Nine Sun Divine Maiden? Her mental power is very strong, she can actually penetrate the defense of a sword marquis. She is Xiao Qin's wife." Granny Qianghua said. Nine Sun Divine Maiden? His wife? Shen Ruoming is very astonished because he met Bing Xing before. Bing Xing and Qin Yan's relationship is very good. Two Nine Sun Divine Maidens actually have good relationship with the Nine Sun Palace King. After Xiao Yuelan arrived, she sent voice transmission to Qin Yun. "Xiao Yun, release the formation, don't let them run." Qin Yun finally released the 9 altars. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation surrounded the two sword marquis. 3 heavenly talismans immediately appeared in their hands. Heavenly talismans. Qin Yun is apprehensive, he used his heavenly eye to attack the talismans in their hands. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation operated, sealed the two sword marquis and attacked them crazily. The 6 heavenly talismans in the hands of the two sword marquis flickered and burst out with a very special light, causing the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to immediately stop. Qin Yan did not stop them from activating the heavenly talismans. However, the 2 red light beams shot out by Xiao Yuelan's Sacred Pupil smoothly hit their souls. The 3 sword marquises of the Divine Sword race were killed just like that. Shen Changhao watched with trepidation and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. He, Shen Ruoming and the other elders of the Divine Heaven clan looked at each other in dismay. The marquises of the Divine Sword race have been killed, and 3 of them at that. This will definitely alarm the dukes. This caused Shen Changhao and the others to feel great pressure because the dukes and even the dukes of the Divine Sword race might come to attack the Ninyang Divine Palace. They originally thought that Qin Yun was no match for the 3 sword marquises and could only run back to the Ninyang Divine Palace to hide. But suddenly, a woman came out and used her sacred eye to help Qin Yun kill the three-sword marquises. This is something that no one expected. Even Qin Yun himself didn't expect it to be so easy. Yang Yang flew back and turned into a cute little girl, throwing herself into Xiao Yuelan's embrace. Xiao Yuelan smiled coquettishly and pinched her little face. Who would have thought that this cute little girl would burn millions of living beings to death and destroy many of the Outer Heaven Alliance's giant ships? Yang Yang said a few words to Xiao Yuelan in her childish voice and returned to the Divine Universe Purple Sun to rest. Actually, it was to fill her stomach. Qin Yun held Xiao Yuelan's hand and happily flew back to the Ninyang Divine Palace. Behind them, it is still filled with flames. Countless giant ships of the Alliance army have fallen to the ground, as well as various kinds of charred lizard dragons and corpses. And this will definitely become a large garbage dump, attracting many people to come and pick up trash. The golden ship of the heavenly law divine realm is a very good thing. There are also all kinds of magic treasures and divine tools left behind by the dead experts. Therefore, the first to go and pick up treasures are the people of the Ninyang Divine Palace and the Ninyang royal family. When Qin Yun returned to the Ninyang Divine Palace, he found out that the Heavenly Lion King had fallen asleep. The Pill God and the Medicine God are helping the Heavenly Lion King heal. The Pill God and the Medicine God are helping to heal. They have very precious healing divine pills in their hands, which made Qin Yun feel very relieved. After killing the three-sword marquises, Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuelan to the Heavenly Palace with a relaxed expression. Xiao Yun, is your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation alright? Xiao Yuelan said, those guys' talismans can actually stop your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Those altars didn't have any problem, after all they are heavenly talismans, they have formidable heavenly rune power. Qin Yun recalled and said with sigh, those guys are truly prepared. Fortunately, he waited for Xiao Yuelan to appear before using the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Otherwise, if he used it ahead of time, it would be troublesome if he was surrounded and stopped. Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yun's arm and entered the Heaven Palace Pavilion. The little temple spirit did not disturb the couple. Qin Yun is very surprised that Xiao Yuelan would suddenly come over. Therefore, he brought her into the secret room to discuss some matters with her. Yuelan, you should have heard about the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword, right? Qin Yun said. I heard about it. You're going there to fight, but you're definitely not going for that lousy sword. When Xiao Yuelan mentioned this matter, she is still somewhat angry. She said, Sister Yan's sun and moon twin dragon swords were snatched away by those bastards. They really shouldn't have died so easily. Qin Yun said with a smile, have you returned to Moon Palace? Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, I've returned. Sister Yan's sun and moon twin dragon swords were just sent back. I watched her fuse with her own origin sword. Qin Yun handed over the sun and moon twin dragon swords to Yuxi and asked her to send them back to Moon Palace. Yuelan, has your goddess mission been completed? How come you have time to come here? Qin Yun asked. Those lousy missions come one after another and they are all lousy matters. Xiao Yuelan said in a very bad mood and leaned on Qin Yun's bosom. Is it dangerous? Do you need my help? Qin Yun asked. No need, it's just that it's a bit troublesome. The main thing is to run around the Myriad Heaven Divine Desolate, find a few places and then coordinate with the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to set up a formation. Xiao Yuelan stretched her waist in Qin Yun's bosom. What will happen if I don't do it? Qin Yun caressed her face and asked. It doesn't matter if I don't do it, I won't get the reward from the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. I'm so strong because of the power given by the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Xiao Yuelan leaned on Qin Yun's chest and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, you've improved so fast. How about we fight and see who's stronger? Qin Yun said with a smile, no need to fight, I'm definitely stronger than you. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, I don't believe it, how would I know if I don't fight? Come on. Don't fight, how can I bear to attack my beautiful wife? Qin Yun chuckled, then lowered his head and kissed Xiao Yuelan's face. How about, we switch to another way to fight, husband and wife fight, let's see who's stronger. Xiao Yuelan's elegant and moving face suddenly blushed, her beautiful eyes flickered with a charming look. The previously murderous and ice-cold female devil is now extremely flirtatious, overflowing with charm. Her entire body is filled with a delicate fragrance that can captivate one's soul. Qin looked at Xiao Yuan and suddenly felt that Xiao Yuan has also obtained Lu Yushuyan's true inheritance. In terms of charm, Lu Yushuyan can be said to be the strongest woman Qin has ever seen. One must know that Lu Yushuyan is a god of slaughter. In terms of charm, although Xiao Yuan is slightly inferior to Lu Yushuyan, it is still very deadly. Are we going to fight or not? Xiao Yuan's beautiful eyes are filled with tender and charming waves, she said with a low chuckle. Qin took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. Soon after, the young couple did not even fight. Instead, they loved each other sweetly, cherishing the beautiful moment of reunion between husband and wife, enjoying the sweet love of lovers. Late at night, Qin and Xiao Yuan hugged each other. Qin suddenly got up and put on his clothes. He took out the imperial heaven diagram and spread it out on the table. Xiao Yuan also came over. While wearing her dress, she looked at the imperial heaven diagram on the table. She is very familiar with this imperial heaven diagram because a portion of it has been with her for many years. This is the blue sky cosmos. As Qin spoke, he took out a blue crystal card and said, "This was given to me by the Divine Moon Clan's great emperor. I've seen Xiaoxi before, she told me about this matter. I've also seen Hua Shui, I heard she's your little sister." Xiao Yuan smiled tenderly and said, "Then she's also my little sister." Qin patted her butt and said with a smile, "You female rogue, did you take liberties with her?" "We're all women, she doesn't mind." Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Qin said sternly, "Yuan, how much do you know about the Divine Moon Clan? Is it true that their Divine Moon bloodline divine origin can't be fused by men?" Xiao Yuan also understood Qin's cultivation situation. He had reached a very difficult bottleneck. If his body was unable to improve, he would not be able to open the final Xian God Dao Meridian, which is also the Xian God Dao Meridian of the Heavenly Dao. Xiao Yuan said, "That's not it. Xiaoxi and Hua Shui don't know about another situation. Men can actually fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin." "Really?" Qin said somewhat excitedly, "Divine Star Race, Divine Sword Race and Divine Moon Race, if I fuse with these three bloodline divine origin, I will definitely be able to open the 10th Xian God Dao Meridian. You should first get the bloodline divine origin of Divine Star Race and Divine Sword Race. It will be a bit difficult for Divine Moon Race." Xiao Yuan said. "How difficult?" Qin said, "Sister Bingxing and Sister Shuyan are both 9-sun divine maidens. They should be able to obtain very high status in Divine Moon Race. With their help, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Qin guessed that to fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin, he would need Divine Moon Race's secret technique or something. "I went to find Xiaoxi before. After learning about the situation, I contacted Sister Kiru. Sister Kiru said that if you want to fuse with Divine Moon Race bloodline divine origin, you will need the help of Divine Moon Race's emperor." Xiao Yuan said, "Then I asked Hua Shui to contact her master, Divine Moon Race's emperor. However, Hua Shui said that Divine Moon Race's emperor will definitely not help." Qin said with frown, "Divine Moon Race's emperor is very lacking in Divine Universe Golden Stones. Can't I give her Divine Universe Golden Stones? I have a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones." Xiao Yuan shook her head and said, "She made it very clear that she would never help." "He didn't say why he wouldn't help." "Then what did Sister Kiru say?" Qin said again, "Sister Kiru should know why she didn't help, right? Sister Kiru also doesn't know. She only knows that the Divine Moon Clan's great emperor has mastered a secret technique that allows men to fuse with Divine Moon bloodline divine origin." Xiao Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with a smile as she said, "I suspect that it might be, you know." "What could it be?" asked Qin curiously. "Idiot, don't you understand?" Xiao Yuan pinched Qin's waist and said with a smile, "You're still pretending to be honest." Qin carefully thought about it and said in shock, "Don't tell me, you want me and the Divine Moon Clan's emperor to, pooey, the Divine Moon Clan's emperor must be very old. Divine Moon Clan's empress is a beauty." Xiao Yuan said with smile. "No matter how beautiful she is not as beautiful as my Yuan." Qin hugged Xiao Yuan and said with a smile, "It's just my guess. Anyway, you have to work hard and settle the Divine Moon Tribe's emperor. Xiao Yuan said with smile, as for me, I have already successfully infiltrated the Divine Moon clan. There are so many beauties inside. I want to spend some time in the Divine Moon clan. Qin pinched her waist and scolded with a smile, why are you so bad? Just like Yuner. Xiao Yuan rubbed her waist and asked, Xiao Yun, when are you leaving for Blue Heavenly Universe? Divine Moon clan has already set off. Boss Xiao will be back in a few days. I'll wait for him to come back and then set off. Qin Yun said, he's going to help me pull the Jian family people over. I'll go with you. Xiao Yuan said, if nothing unexpected happens, we might meet Yume. That girl Yume wants to go to Blue Heavenly Universe? Qin Yun said in surprise. I met her before. She said she had a mission to enter Blue Heavenly Universe. She really wanted to find you but she seemed to have some urgent matter and left. Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yun nodded and said, I also miss her. It's been a long time since I pinched her face. Moreover, I want to find her to help me refine a world extermination spirit. Knowing that Xiao Yume would be going to Blue Sky Universe, Qin Yun wanted to rush over immediately. He had promised Xiao Wufeng, Yunlong, and the Divine Judge to go together. Yunlong also wanted to know the situation inside the blue sky but he didn't know where it was. Xiao Yuan wants to see Qin Yun's control over the Imperial Heaven Diagram. Qin Yun pressed his hand on the Imperial Heaven Diagram, and through the Imperial Heaven Diagram, he could absorb energy. When the time came, he would have to use this method to open the 10th profound God Dao Meridian. I don't know enough about the Imperial Sky Diagram. Qin Yun's eyes overflowed with blue light. He obtained the Empyrean Inscription Spirit and opened his heavenly eye to see the Imperial Heaven Diagram's heavenly runes. Don't worry, this Imperial Heaven Diagram is a very mysterious thing. Sister Kiru also said that she used many years to discover more secrets. Xiao Yuan said. Following that, Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuan around the Ninyang Divine Palace. To Xiao Yuan, this Ninyang Divine Palace was equivalent to her home. Little Palace Spirit also followed Qin Yun. She knows Xiao Yuan but Xiao Yuan doesn't know her. At daybreak, Yu Tian arrived. After learning that Yu Tian came, Xiao Yuan is also very happy because she has not seen Yu Tian for a period of time. When Qin Yun brought Yu Tian to the Heavenly Palace, when Xiao Yuan saw this gentle and sweet beauty, she hugged her. Yu Tian became the Heaven Creation Palace Master and wore a noble and dignified snow-white dress. She had a gentle and sweet smile on her face, which was why she didn't have the imposing manner of a palace master. She had the same appearance as Bing Xing and Yu Shi. If Bing Xing or Yu Shi were to wear this dress, it would give off the imposing aura of the Heaven Creation Palace Master. Yu Tian, do you have any news about Blue Sky Universe? Qin Yun asked. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace knows a bit about the Blue Sky Universe's outer world inheritance. It is a very powerful inscription inheritance. As for the specifics, the Heaven Creation God Palace is not too clear. They only know that this kind of rune is called Heavenly Law Divine Rune. Yu Tian said. Heavenly Law Divine Rune? Qin Yun said with a frown, it sounds quite powerful. Yes, I have read many ancient books of the Heaven Creating Deity Palace, but there are no accurate records. Yu Tian continued, Big Brother Yun, I won't be going to Blue Sky Universe. I still have some things to do in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Yu Tian, are there many beauties in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Xiao Yuan pulled Yu Tian's hand and giggled. Not many, not as many as our Moon Palace, and not as beautiful as the beauties of our Moon Palace. Yu Tian chuckled and said, Sister Yulan, you and your little husband are together, why are you still thinking about beauties? I'll go to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace another day. I want to see with my own eyes if there are really no beauties. Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Yu Tian did not stay for long. She chatted with Xiao Yuan and Qin Yun for a while before returning to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yun patted Xiao Yuan's butt and asked, Yuan, where is the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother from before? I remember asking her to follow you. Did you lose her? I didn't lose her. She's in the Guanhan Palace and is now Big Sister Yang's little follower. She wants to have a child with you all day long. Xiao Yuan laughed. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother often mentioned this to Qin Yun before. Qin Yun always felt that this kind of thing is strange, so he never paid attention to her. At noon, Xia Wufeng also returned. He brought a group of sword cultivators from the Jian family, Jian Shitian, Jian Nanhu, and the others. Although their appearances have changed slightly, he can still recognize them. When Qin Yun saw them, he told them about the past. Talking about the past, Jian Nanhu sighed incessantly. Moreover, he is filled with regret because he often lost to Qin Yun before and never won. Now he has no chance to win. The Sword Hall elder warmly welcomed the Jian family sword cultivators into the Sword Hall. Soon after, Qin Yun carved sword totems for the 10 disciples selected by the Sword Hall. The outstanding disciples of the Jian family also obtained sword totems. In the next 2 to 3 days, Qin Yun mainly helped the people of the Dragon Hall, Sword Hall, and Beast Hall carve rune totems. This can increase their strength. After the Heavenly Lion King fainted for 2 days, he finally woke up and told Qin Yun many things. What surprised Qin Yun was that among the myriad realms' divine sons, there was a very powerful Heavenly Lion patriarch. Qin Yun naturally remembered Patriarch Skylion. Back then, Patriarch Skylion had mentioned that he was sealed inside the sun. If he wanted to escape, he had to wait for the sun to fall. But now, the myriad realms' divine sun had appeared, and old ancestor Heavenly Lion was still sealed inside. The Heavenly Lion King was able to contact the Heavenly Lion Old Ancestor and learn a lot about the situation. The Heavenly Lion Old Ancestor was also becoming stronger. Even though he was sealed, he could absorb the energy within the myriad realms' divine young land. Qin Yun contacted Yunlong through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, but Yunlong did not appear. The Divine Judge also did not come. Qin Yun was in a hurry to head for the Blue Sky Universe. Xia Wufeng had Qin Yun's soul-chasing talisman in his hands, so he decided to stay in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to wait for the Divine Judge and Yunlong. He let Qin Yun go to Blue Sky Universe first and walk in front to investigate the situation. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew through the air, occasionally passing through space. Inside the heavenly leaping shuttle, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan held their weapons in their hands, ready for battle. Because along the way, there was a high chance that they would encounter people from powerful ancient races. If the heavenly leaping shuttle was discovered and sealed by them, they would need to go out to fight. Yuelan, do you think the clan emperors of the powerful ancient races will go to Blue Sky Universe? Qin Yun asked. Hua Xue said that her master might go, but she's not too sure. Xiao Yuelan said, if a powerful race's clan emperor goes, then the other powerful race's clan emperors will definitely go as well. Although at present, only the powerful ancient races know about Blue Sky Universe, after they enter, there is a possibility that there will be disputes. When there is a dispute, if there is a clan emperor holding the fort and the other races don't, they will definitely suffer. Even if there is no clan emperor, there are still their kings and dukes. This is also very difficult to deal with. Qin Yun released the 9 small altars. Xiao Yuelan sighed and said, Xiao Yun, they have some understanding of your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and have already grasped the method to deal with it. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is Qin Yun's greatest trump card. Previously, when Qin Yun fought with the 3 sword marquises of the divine sword race, they used a kind of heavenly talisman to suppress it, causing the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to temporarily lose effectiveness. Qin Yun can't think of a way to break it. Unless he can instantly make their heavenly talismans lose effectiveness, but this is very difficult to do because once they have a lot of heavenly talismans, it will be very difficult to deal with. Unless I can use powerful dragon pearls to coordinate with the altars and make a new 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun also has a few divine universe dragon pearls in his hands, but it is far from enough. The strongest 9-dragon heavenly origin formation uses 9 divine suns. Xiao Yuelan is in the main control room. She suddenly looked at the myriad realms' divine sun in the sky and said, the 3rd little divine sun should appear soon. What? Without waiting for the 2nd one to grow up, the 3rd one will appear? Qin Yun said in shock. 1 great divine sun, 8 little divine suns, this way we can form a formation first. Xiao Yuelan said, at that time, these 9 divine suns will cooperate with the divine desolate to form a very large formation. Xiao Yuelan is the 9-sun divine maiden. Their current mission is to help complete this great formation. Xianxia's mission is the most arduous, so she is very busy. However, this will also allow her to obtain even greater power. If all the divine sons appear, then the divine desolate might become even more powerful. Qinyan said, all kinds of strange flowers and plants will grow even faster. With enough pills, we can become even stronger. That's right, but it also means that even more powerful creatures and races will appear. Xiao Yuelan's eyes revealed a kind of worry as she said, Xiao Yun, I am more worried about you. Qinyan held her hand and said with a smile, there's nothing to worry about. After so many years, don't you know my situation? I am worried about you guys. Earlier, Shin Ruoming said that you 9-son divine maiden transformation realm or something. Don't worry about it. Xiao Yuelan said, our 9-son divine maiden's mission is to protect you, we won't leave you. Qinyan curled his lips and said, I also want to protect you. It's all the same. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Qinyan suddenly said solemnly, Yuelan, prepare to go through space, sit tight. Xiao Yuelan and Qinyan sat on the same chair, she immediately hugged Qinyan's waist tightly. The heaven leaping shuttle has traveled through space many times and every time it was very stable. However, there were still unexpected situations. For example, after traveling through space, they would encounter a powerful enemy. Or after traveling through space, they would fall into other dangerous spaces. Therefore, Qinyan told Xiao Yuelan to prepare every time before traveling. Qinyan used the small pistol in his hand and shot out a very strong spatial power into the heaven leaping shuttle, allowing it to absorb it. After the heaven leaping shuttle absorbed it, it began traveling through space. The heaven leaping shuttle slightly trembled and entered the spatial passage. However, this time it was not as smooth as before. After traveling through space, the heaven leaping shuttle arrived in a space surrounded by golden light. Something unexpected happened. Qinyan is actually very calm as he looked around. Although the space is filled with golden mist, it is very stable and there is no spatial turbulence. Brother, long time no see. You've finally arrived at the God world. Suddenly a hearty laughter came out. Brother. Qinyan heard that voice and felt extremely surprised. It is the voice of the space god, the space god said with a smile, you are also very awesome, you can actually control the power of space Xian ants. Qinyan promptly brought Xiao Yuelan to the heaven leaping shuttle. Soon after, a white-robed old man appeared on the heaven leaping shuttle in a flash. He looked at Qinyan with a smile on his face. Greetings, big brother. Xiao Yuelan greeted with a smile. The space god has been missing for a very long time. After the appearance of myriad heavens god desolate, the spatial laws changed greatly. The space god lost control of space and became useless. Brother, it seems like you did not become a trash like the rumors said. Qinyan looked around and said with a smile, you are doing better than I imagined. The space god chuckled and said, what? Do you really think that I have become a destitute old man? I am not bragging, if I wanted to, I could destroy the entire myriad realm's divine court with one hand. Qinyan knows where the blue heavenly universe is. Furthermore, he has a mysterious blue crystal card in his hand. He can easily enter the blue heavenly universe. Big brother, what is this place? Qinyan said. He can sense that this space is very powerful. The golden energy inside comes from the divine power of the myriad realm's divine Sunday space god said with smile, this is my lair. I have already mastered spatial divine power. Xiao Yuelan said, then can we get some communication magic tools? If we have this, it will be much more convenient. Right now, they can only communicate with each other through divine moon. This is rather troublesome, they need to wait for divine moon to appear. No, divine desolate space is not stable. It changes at every moment. Spatial communication divine tools can be used today but they might not be able to be used tomorrow. Space God shook his head and said, I also need to comprehend the changes of the spatial laws every day in order to maintain the use of spatial divine power. Yes, little Queen Ant also told me that. Therefore, even she needs to keep up with the changes of spatial divine power. Qinyan said. Queen Ant? You have a spatial Xian Ant Queen? Space God is extremely astonished. That's right. Qinyan said with smile, it's just a little Queen Ant. Space God's face is filled with envy and jealousy. He curled his lips and said, "There's no justice in this world. I can't even catch a spatial Xian ant, yet you can get a spatial queen ant. I am the space god. When has there ever been justice in this world?" Xianxia said with a laugh. "You bastard, your life is so good." Space God scolded with a smile, "Then I won't enter the blue heavenly universe with you this time. I don't want all the good things to be taken away by you." "Big brother, is the inheritance from beyond the heavens in the blue heavenly universe really that strong?" Xiao Yuelan asked. She is also very curious about the inheritance from beyond the heavens. The blue heavenly universe is a space. It is the inheritance of other cultivation civilizations from beyond the heavens that came to our side. After many years of research, those ancient races let them come into contact with the cultivation civilizations from beyond the heavens. Space God nodded and said, "Then who does the inheritance from beyond the heavens in the blue heavenly universe belong to?" Xianxia took out the mysterious blue crystal card and looked at the heavenly runes on it. "It belongs to the entire gods desolate." The god of space said, "Let's put it this way, the myriad realms divine sun has integrated the divine wasteland and the divine moon of the heavens, which is equivalent to the myriad realms divine sun being able to completely control the sky in this area, so the myriad realms divine sun can communicate with the outer space and obtain its help." Xianxia already knew that be it the 9 heavenly suns from before or the current myriad realms divine sun, they all had their own consciousness. Being able to become a myriad realms divine sun was the result of the previous 9 heavenly suns' cultivation. Let me remind you that although the god desolate has appeared in the blue sky, the myriad realms divine sun will not interfere with the ownership of those inheritances from beyond the heavens. The space god said, "This means that the competition will be very intense, and we can only rely on our own abilities to obtain it." Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan nodded. They had discussed what kind of experts would come from the ancient races on the way here. Also, other than the powerful primordial races, there might be many other creatures that will come, because there are many inheritances in the blue sky, and it's impossible for only a small group of people to obtain them. The space god said again. "Brother, what kind of powerful creatures and races are there in the god desolate?" Xianxia asked. The space god also said with a worried expression, "I also don't know. The god desolate is simply too big. Moreover, over the past 100 years, it must have given birth to many powerful creatures and humans. They usually live in their own regions. That's why it's hard for us to discover them. If they all want to enter the blue sky, then we might be able to see some powerful creatures. If he encountered a very powerful guy, he is also worried that he would be killed." Xianxia is actually not that afraid because he has a lot of experience in dealing with crisis. The space god sent Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle out. He did not go with Xianxia and company to the blue sky. Xianxia continued flying towards the blue sky in the heaven-leaping shuttle according to the Imperial Heaven Diagram's guidance. "Xiao Yun, that big brother didn't go with you because he knows that you are very unrestrained and is afraid of being cheated by you," Xiao Yuelan said with smile. "Yuelan, then are you afraid?" Xianxia asked. "When it comes to causing trouble, I am not inferior to you," Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. "What's more, there will still be Yueme." When Xianxia thought of Xiao Yueme, he could not help but laugh. Yueme is the big sister of the 9-sun divine maiden. Back then, she was very good at causing trouble. Although she doesn't have the memories from back then, it is hard for her nature to change. The blue sky is very far away from the 9-sun divine palace. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew for more than 10 days. On the way, it constantly shuttled through space, but it still hasn't seen the blue sky. However, through the Imperial Heaven Diagram's reaction, they know that they are not very far away. This god desolate is truly vast. Just how big is it? Xianxia said in astonishment. Boundless. The god desolate is expanding at every moment. Xiao Yuelan said. It's already the god desolate, why is there still outer heaven? Xianxia is rather puzzled. Outside of myriad realms divine sun, are there other worlds? Mother Moon once said that the growth of myriad realms divine sun is imitating other mature spaces. Xiao Yuelan said, some places have as many as 100 divine sun. 100 divine sun. Xianxia felt shocked just thinking about it. Mother Moon said so. Although Mother Moon said that she has left, we can still feel her existence. Xiao Yuan looked at the sky. It is night time and the divine moon of the heavens is hanging in the sky. Just as she was looking at the divine moon of the heavens, she suddenly saw a faint blue illusory figure appear in the air in front of her. Qin Yan also saw it. The blue illusory figure is a huge blue square body floating in the air. Although it is very far away, it looks very big. If one were to approach it, one could imagine. That's the blue sky, Qin Yan said, and then immediately stopped the heaven-leaping shuttle. There must be all sorts of powerful existences gathered in the vicinity of the blue sky. Although Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are very strong, they are not the strongest in this god desolate. They don't even know how strong the strongest are. After the heaven-leaping shuttle stopped, the large white gourd gradually became invisible to avoid being discovered by others. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan came outside and released their powerful mental power to probe the ore released by the blue sky. Just as they were probing with their mental power, the faint blue square illusory figure suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Xiao Yuan exclaimed softly. It didn't disappear. Qin Yan used his heavenly eye and can see an incomparably huge blue square body in front of him. He can see it even more clearly. One of the corners of the blue square body is facing the ground and it is slowly rotating. Its surface is covered with layers and layers of runes. Those runes are densely packed, complex and crisscrossing. They look incomparably chaotic, but when the runes flow and change, they are very regular and it looks very comfortable. Furthermore, there is an indescribable charm within it. Qin Yan only took a glance and knew that this blue sky has an extremely strong barrier and there must be an incomparably huge space inside. They are all Tao evolution heavenly runes. Qin Yan said, this blue sky, only when the heavenly runes evolve and flow, will a faint illusory figure appear. The blue light figure that disappeared earlier is now gradually appearing again because those heavenly runes are evolving and changing. Qin Yan estimated that the blue sky is 1,000,000 meters tall and it is a blue square crystal. That kind of crystal must be extremely sturdy. The inheritance from beyond the heavens is truly kind. Qin Yan can clearly see this incomparably huge blue sky. He only feels that this kind of thing is not something a human can refine. Only someone who can control the natural law power of heaven and earth can refine such a perfect thing. Xiao Yun, Divine Moon Clan's ship is nearby. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin Yan and said in low voice, it is very likely that Divine Moon Clan's king has brought a duke here. Qin Yan took out Xiao Yuan's soul-chasing talisman and said in pleasant surprise, Yuan is also nearby, she is over there. He pointed in a direction. Xiao Yuan is not too far away from him. Xiao Yuan pointed in another direction and said, Divine Moon Clan's ship is over there, how about I go over and investigate? I can use Divine Moon Clan's information to understand the situation of the other strong races. Alright, you go to Divine Moon Clan's ship, I will go find Yuan. Qin Yan said. Alright, then we will meet again. Xiao Yuan said with smile. Xiao Yuan flew far away in a short while. Ling Yuner giggled and said, Xiao Yun, Yuan wants to go to Divine Moon Clan's ship to flirt with beauties. I really want to go with her. Yuner, you are my Nether Sun's Tao spirit. Even if you have spirit body, I can't let you leave me. Qin Yan stored the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards Xiao Yuan. Why? I also want to go to Divine Moon Clan. Ling Yuner mumbled. Because I need you. Although I can control Nether Sun's power now, I also need your divine power. Qin Yan said with smile. One Xiao Yuan is enough, adding Ling Yuner, how can it be, what's more, if you Xiaoling, that sun fairy, wakes up from her slumber, those 3 female rogues will definitely cause great chaos. Daybreak, the blue sky is actually a bit more obvious, it is like the evening moon is floating in the distant sky. When the runes are not flowing, the entire blue sky is still hidden. Qin Yan is flying above a mountain range, below him are huge trees, he is getting closer and closer to Xiao Yuan. This little girl, could it be that she doesn't know I am approaching her? If she knew, she should have come over. Qin Yan is very doubtful, he is worried that Xiao Yuan is in danger. At noon, Qin Yan flew to the top of a tall mountain. The soul-chasing talisman guided him here. After landing at the top of the mountain, Qin Yan walked towards a cave with the soul-chasing talisman in his hand. As he approached the cave, he smelled the aroma of roasted meat. This little girl is eating meat? The cave is very bright, there is a jade table with several plates of roasted meat on it. On the side of the jade table, there is a large roasting oven. A few puppets with golden and dazzling bodies are busy roasting meat. A pretty and cute girl with 2 long ponytails was eating a large piece of barbecued meat. She wore a light purple dress, which added a bit of luxury and maturity to her. Xiao Yuemei's clear and limpid eyes are filled with vigilance as she looked at Qin Yun. She said with slight frown, "Who are you? Quickly get out, can't you see that I am eating?" Qin Yun is startled and promptly said, "Yuemei, I am Qin Yun. Don't you remember me?" My memory has some problem, I don't remember you." Xiao Yuemei very earnestly recalled and said, "Do I really know you? Why do you look so unfamiliar?" Seeing that Xiao Yuemei doesn't remember him, an indescribable sadness appeared in Qin Yun's heart. But after carefully thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. Xiao Yuemei is a very naughty girl, maybe she is deliberately teasing him. This wretched girl, she is playing this trick on me again. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuemei's delicate and adorable face and stared at her eyes. However, Xiao Yuemei is still very vigilant. She promptly got up and retreated. She delicately yelled, "Don't come over. If you come over again, I won't be polite anymore." "Yuemei, I am your brother, don't you remember me?" Qin Yun said with smile, "Little girl, you want to tease me again? I am not that easy to be fooled by you. You are my brother? How is this possible? I don't have a brother, I only have sisters." Xiao Yuemei took out a small red scimitar and also a small mirror. Qin Yun sat on the table and wanted to grab the roasted meat. Xiao Yuemei immediately screamed, "Don't touch my roasted meat. Not only do I want to touch it, I also want to eat it." Qin Yun laughed loudly and quickly grabbed the roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate a large piece of roasted meat in 2 or 3 bites. After eating, he suddenly felt that something is wrong, his mouth is somewhat numb and spicy. Xiao Yuemei very angrily said, "You bastard, seriously. That is the sauce I made from the divine tyrant chili that I searched for a long time. A guy like you who is afraid of spicy food, eating my roasted meat is truly a waste." Qin Yun cursed in a low voice and did not dare to touch the roasted meat again. He recalled that Xiao Yuemei is indeed a woman who can eat spicy food. It can be said that she is not happy without spicy food. She is a spicy and wild girl. "Yuemei, stop messing around," Qin Yun said. "I really don't know you. Quickly leave my cave, one of my elder sisters is about to arrive. When the time comes, she will kill you." Xiao Yuemei said with a threatening expression, "My elder sister is a famous god of slaughter." She was talking about Lui Shuyan. Qin Yun was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, "All right, I'll leave. I've become the new king of the Nine-Yang Palace. I've gotten a lot of delicious fruits in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. I wanted to give them to you when I saw you. Now, when you remember me, I'll give them to you." Qin Yun turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Yuemei promptly rushed over and yelled, "I remember you, you are my good big brother." She promptly walked over and hugged Qin Yun's hand. She said with charming smile, "Brother, quickly take out those good fruits." Qin Yun pinched her face and scolded with smile, "You are still pretending, you little girl, why do you love to tease me so much? I really just remembered you." Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, "It is also because I saw the incomparably handsome Nine-Yang Palace king that my dormant memories woke up." Qin Yun rubbed Xiao Yuemei's charming face with his hands and said with smile, "Yuemei, I have been in divine desolate for so long and finally I can see you again. I missed you so much." "I also missed you." Xiao Yuemei promptly hugged Qin Yun and said with annoyed smile, "Brother, quickly take out those fruits. I think you missed my fruits." Qin Yun said with smile and touched her face again. Qin Yun also took out a large pile of divine fruits. He has been collecting them for a long time. Originally, he left them for Mo and others to eat, but they can't eat that much, so he kept a portion. Xiao Yuemei very happily ate those fruits. She knew that Qin Yun would definitely come to find her, so she has been waiting here for a long time. You knew I was coming, why didn't you go out to find me? Qinyan asked. I wanted to cook a big meal and wait for you. Xiao Yuemei pushed a plate of meat in front of Qinyan and said with smile, this plate is not spicy, don't worry and eat. Qinyan also began eating and said with smile, your cooking has improved a lot. Xiao Yuemei said with sweet smile, of course, Sister Yingying is a great chef, she taught me a lot. Xiao Yingying has always been in Guanghan Palace, she is very good at cooking. Therefore, in Xiao Yuemei's heart, she is a very respectable big sister. Yuemei, how did you know that Lan Tianyu is here? Qinyan asked. I followed Divine Moon Clan's ship here. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, I secretly followed them, they didn't even know. She finished speaking and shook her small mirror. Her small mirror has all kinds of ability martial spirits. Yuemei, do you think that if we refine world extermination spirit, we will attract heavenly punishment or something? If the risk is too great, then forget it. Qinyan said. World extermination spirit? Don't worry, there is no risk. Xiao Yuemei very casually said with smile, if it is inscription spirit, then a very formidable heavenly punishment will descend, it will mainly be lightning punishment. Brother, you want to refine world extermination spirit? Wait until I am full, then we will begin. Xiao Yuemei said with mischievous smile. Will there really be no problem? Qinyan is somewhat worried. He is not afraid of it but he is afraid of implicating Xiao Yuemei. After all, this is divine desolate, if heavenly punishment or something like that happens, it will surely be very strong. Forget about a trifling world extermination spirit, even if I refine a formidable inscription spirit, I won't be afraid. Xiao Yuemei handed over her small mirror to Qinyan and said with smile, brother, quickly help me add some runes. Xiao Yuemei's small mirror also has the ability of Gemini treasure mirror. After receiving it, Qinyan added many useful runes to it. They are mainly used to refine formidable divine talismans. Or during battle, through her mirror, she can release a set of powerful runes to defend and attack. This small mirror is very important to Xiao Yuemei but she very casually handed it over to Qinyan and then began eating. Xiao Yuemei is very good at eating, after eating the food in big mouthfuls, she also drank the fragrant and spicy meat soup. After she finished eating, Qinyan returned the small mirror to her. Let's begin, I will take out the world extermination spirit. Xiao Yuemei took the small mirror and took out the world extermination spirit. After taking out the world extermination spirit, the small mirror overflowed with very weak destruction power. Qinyan promptly took out a small blue cauldron with wings, it is the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. After the spirit creation heavenly cauldron appeared, Qinyan immediately released formidable blood spirit power and poured it into Xiao Yuemei's small mirror. Before, he needed a very powerful soul body to cooperate but now his blood spirit power is very strong, he can directly use Xiao Yuemei's small mirror to condense a thread of world extermination spirit. After condensing the thread of world extermination spirit, Qinyan opened the cauldron and placed it into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. Xiao Yuemei is still using the small mirror to look inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. Qinyan's blood spirit power is also unceasingly pouring into the small mirror and releasing even more world extermination spirit threads. Brother, your cauldron is very awesome. Xiao Yuemei can sense that Qinyan's cauldron has a very strong soul body. Of course. With this thing, I can refine souls even faster. Qinyan said with mischievous smile. Spirit creation heavenly cauldron is also frantically absorbing Qinyan's blood spirit power. To refine even stronger world extermination spirit, Qinyan released Divine Universe Purple energy from Divine Universe Purple Sun through the 9 Sun Divine Soul and poured it into the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Not long after, the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron began trembling. Qinyan promptly closed the lid and said with smile, alright, now you don't need to use your small mirror anymore. So fast. Xiao Yuemei exclaimed in admiration. Qinyan pinched her cheeks and said with smile, Yuemei, how strong are you now? Can you defeat the marquises of those powerful races? This. I have never fought before so I don't know but it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yuemei's charming little face is filled with bitterness as she said, I have been running around all over the place to complete that damned mission. I have obtained divine power from myriad realms' divine sun and myriad heavens' divine moon. I have become a lot stronger. Is that so? Qin Yun is pouring energy into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron while probing Xiao Yuemei's body. He placed his hand on Xiao Yuemei's abdomen and probed for a while. He discovered that Xiao Yuemei's divine power is very special. He is unable to determine its strength. This is sun and moon divine power. It is very awesome. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, "Brother, among the 9 sun divine maidens, I am the big sister. I am also the strongest. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Xiao Yuemei is a very arrogant girl. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Xiao Yuemei stuck out her fragrant tongue and said with smile, "Oh, that's right. How is my inscription gate? How are they doing without me, the big sister?" "Inscription gate should be near 9 sun divine palace soon." Qin Yun said, "Yuemei, have you been to the inscription divine mountain these past few years?" "I went there once, but it was several decades ago." "They must have become very strong now." Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "Brother, don't worry, with me as the core, inscription gate will be very strong." Qin Yun suddenly feels that the sect master of inscription gate has nothing to do with him anymore. The spirit creation heavenly cauldron trembled unceasingly. It can be seen that the world extermination spirit inside is very irritable. Aya. This world extermination spirit is very awesome. Xiao Yuemei's small mirror can sense how powerful the spirit body is. She yelled in alarm, "Brother, how did you refine it? How can the spirit body you refined be so strong?" "Very strong?" Qin Yun said with frown, "I think it is very normal." End of chapter 22-26. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.